I woke up one day, annoyed by the endless chatter about Marvel movies, only to get struck by lightning and thrown into the chaotic Marvel universe. No warning, no prep, just boom, a portal opened beneath me, and I found myself plummeting from the sky, about to become mincemeat. But then, this mysterious Black Emperor system activated, and instead of crashing, I absorbed the kinetic energy from my fall. No harm, no pain, just raw power. The world around me was already falling apart. The Hulk was on a rampage, and I ended up in the middle of a battlefield between him and military forces. But that's when it hit me, my new power wasn't just survival, it was domination. I could absorb anything, kinetic energy, magic, even bullets, and turn it into pure, destructive force. And when I released that power, I could obliterate anything in my path. The system kept pushing me further. I wasn't just absorbing attacks, I could store them, use them, or release them with even more force. I could fight hundreds at once with my new allies, Quicksilver, Ghost Rider, and more, and tear through enemies like a god. With every battle, I grew stronger. I even took on the power of the Eternals and used the Infinity Gems to awaken my ultimate form. I could take on entire armies in seconds. I might have started as a guy just trying to sleep, but now? I'm the force that can bring the Marvel Universe to its knees. How can they criticize me? Handsome guys check in, beautiful ladies posting selfies check in. For a better reading experience, please deposit your brains. Wanda, seriously, what's up with Marvel movies? Why are they getting worse and worse? Exactly, they're not like they used to be. Too many black people, it's really off-putting. She Hulk, she Thor, she Venom, she Iron Man, she Black Panther, it's practically a women's league now, no offense, but Marvel movies just aren't the same without Iron Man. That's right, Iron Man, a mortal who rivaled gods. Marvel movies started with I am Iron Man and ended with I am Iron Man. Speaking of which, I think Star-Lord is hilarious, with the power of a god, he's on par with mortals. TSK. Oh yeah, I heard Black Panther wasn't supposed to be a female Black Panther, but the actor died, so they had no choice. Then why did they announce Avengers 5, Kang Dynasty, and then nothing happened? Don't you know? The Kang actor was arrested for cheating and became a tainted artist, so he can't film. By the way, have you seen Wenwu and Shang-Chi? The female lead is so ugly, the casting is really bad. In a rented room, Chen Gillen, 178 centimeters tall and handsome enough to almost earn a 5-star rating from readers, was sleeping soundly. But the two energetic guys next door kept complaining about Marvel movies, waking me up. It's been so long, why are people still discussing Marvel movies? Can't a guy get some sleep? I muttered, covering my ears with a pillow in annoyance. Did you hear? It seems Marvel movies are planning to bring Iron Man back. I heard there are all sorts of recommendations on short video platforms. It seems Iron Man is going to play a major villain, called Dr. Doom. With the current situation, what's the point of bringing him back? Captain America is old, superheroes are feminized, are they going to have Iron Man fight a bunch of female superheroes? So, there's nothing to look forward to. Netizens shouldn't even bother discussing it. Have you seen the Scarlet Witch and Thanos interacting in another show? The level of depravity, tisk, spill the tea. The two guys kept talking, and even with the pillow over my head, I couldn't sleep. I grew more and more annoyed. God, please send down a divine lightning bolt to strike them dead. They're making it impossible for me to sleep, I prayed, tossing and turning in bed. Pa-la. Perhaps heaven heard my prayer, and a bolt of lightning struck. But instead of hitting the two guys, it hit me. Holy crap, that animal across the street got struck by lightning. I guess he's done too many bad things. Even God can't stand it anymore. Probably, I see him watching porn all the time. His descendants must be full of resentment. Marvel Universe, mid-March 2010, a street in Harlem, Manhattan, America. Boom. Bring me someone who can fight. Gaha, on the street, Blonsky, who had just been injected with the Hulk serum and transformed into the Abomination, was smashing everything in sight, kicking cars, smashing lampposts, his face twisted with madness. Oh God, what is that monster? Help! Run! Soldiers, quick, attack that monster, did. Citizens fled in panic as military vehicles surrounded the abomination, machine guns firing at him. But he ignored them. Shush. One of the soldiers fired a rocket launcher at the abomination's back. The missile flew toward him at top speed. The abomination turned around, caught the missile in his hand, and grinned cruelly at the soldier. Hee, boom. The missile exploded, but the abomination remained unscathed. With a grimace, he charged toward the soldiers, ready to crush them. But then, the abomination stopped. He looked up into the sky. A figure was rapidly descending, soon landing on the street. Ding, kinetic energy plus 108T, special explanation, the energy in this book has no units. T is just a quantifier, representing a certain amount. 1 ton is roughly equivalent to the destructive force of a solid iron block weighing 1 ton impacting a 1 square meter area at a speed of 10 meters per second. I'm actually okay? I hadn't expected that lightning to open a portal on my bed. I had fallen straight through and found myself at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Just when I thought I was about to be smashed into minced meat, a system notification sounded. A system called the Strongest Black Emperor system had been installed on me, allowing me to fall from such a height unharmed and even absorb the kinetic energy of the fall. Buzzing. A military helicopter appeared in the sky. I looked up, momentarily confused. Holy crap, is that the abomination? I spotted the abomination stepping on cars. Images from the Incredible Hulk flashed through my mind, and I was utterly astonished. Little did I know, a figure was rapidly falling from the helicopter toward the ground. What the hell? I realized I had transmigrated and quickly understood that the Hulk was about to crash down from the helicopter, and I was directly below him, facing imminent danger. Before I could move, a suddenly enlarged green giant crashed down on me, pinning me to the ground. Ding, kinetic energy plus 528T, although the kinetic energy was absorbed the moment we collided, and I felt no pain, the suffocating sensation of being crushed by such a massive object made me instinctively exert all my strength to push it away. Kinetic energy 636T, bang. Ugh. To my surprise, a powerful surge of energy erupted from my body. The system's energy storage instantly emptied, blasting the green giant away. Bruce. Betty, in the helicopter, saw the Hulk being blasted away as soon as he landed, crashing into a residential area with an unknown fate, and cried out in panic. Soldiers, kill him, kill who? The Easterner, of course. Damn it, who else would it be? Rat-tat-tat Ross, seeing the Hulk beaten half to death as soon as he appeared, ordered an attack on me without a second thought. Machine gun bullets rained down on me. What the hell, why are you shooting me? This feels pretty good? Ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding, the bullets hit me, but I felt no pain. Instead, they seemed to lose their energy upon impact and fell to the ground, causing the system's energy storage to skyrocket. Ding ding, ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding, as the bullets continued to fall, I finally realized what was happening. I began to examine the system in my mind, and a look of shock spread across my face. Holy crap, the Black Emperor system, awesome! After reviewing the system's abilities, I was amazed. This system could practically make me invincible in the Marvel Universe. First, the Strongest Black Emperor system had 3 functions. The first was the system inventory, with approximately 999,999,999 slots, each capable of storing 999 identical non-living items. The second was the ability to absorb any energy acting on me, negative sensations, negative damage, any energy attack that could harm me, and special effects that violated my will. Whether it was physical kinetic energy, thermal energy, laser, electricity, sound waves, or magical attacks, mind control, telekinesis, energy absorption, soul damage, etc., all could be absorbed. The only exception was that force acting on me could not be absorbed, such as gravity, pressure, stress, universal gravitation, etc. However, if it was a spell or ability related to these aspects, it could be absorbed. The third function was to release the absorbed energy for attack. The attack method was divided into 2 types, one was to release it through physical touch, and the other was to release it by imbuing external objects. Releasing energy through physical touch gave me super close combat abilities, while releasing it by imbuing external objects allowed me to have ranged attacks, such as imbuing playing cards, throwing knives, bows and arrows, firearms, and other weapons. The method of releasing energy was entirely determined by my will. It could be released directly through my limbs or by imbuing external objects. However, the power of releasing it by imbuing external objects was related to the material and force-bearing area of the imbued object. For example, the kinetic energy of a bullet fired is E equals 1/2 mv squared. Imbuing this kinetic energy into a piece of wood of the same size would be far less powerful than imbuing it into a metal bullet. This is because wood cannot withstand too much energy and will shatter, causing the energy to leak and not exert its due power. According to the kinetic energy formula E equals 1/2 mv squared, when the Hulk crashed into me, the total kinetic energy I subconsciously released was 636 T, and all of this energy acted on the Hulk's ribs. At this time, the Hulk had taken a suppressant, and his body could barely withstand 400 tons of force. My 636-ton blow instantly severely injured the Hulk. Another monster has appeared. Hee, Hulk, you're not going to be beaten to death, are you? The abomination saw that the military's bullets had not harmed me and that the Hulk, who had been blasted away, had not moved for a long time. He jumped into the residential area to investigate. TSK, Hulk, is this all you've got? You were beaten half to death with just one blow. In that case, I'll send you on your way. The abomination saw the dying Hulk and let out a cruel smile, plunging the spinal bone in his hand into the Hulk's chest. Ugh! Bruce, you don't deserve this power. Heh, the already dying Hulk let out a painful wail, but being severely injured, he was unable to resist the fully powered abomination. With his girlfriend safe and unable to stack buffs, he was ultimately pierced through the heart by Abomination's spinal bone. Bruce! Father, hurry, save him. Betty in the helicopter looked anxiously at Ross beside her and said, Quick, change direction, help him, yes, General. Ross immediately ordered the soldiers to change direction, and the bullets rained down on Abomination, but Abomination jumped away, and all the bullets hit the Hulk. Damn it, you idiot, get out of the way, I'll do it, catch up with it. Bruce, no. In the end, with the help of the soldiers, the Hulk successfully breathed his last breath. Ross was furious and fired his machine gun at Abomination, but Abomination dodged most of the bullets. Ross! Hee, Abomination gave a cruel smile and looked at the helicopter. He jumped onto the roof, dodging the bullet attacks while plotting how to bring the helicopter down. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the translated text is of comparable length to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and of high quality, with no Chinese characters present. To kill you, or be killed by you today on the ground, because of Chen Gillen's appearance, those soldiers who were originally attacking Abomination were not killed by Abomination. But at the moment when Ross's helicopter attacked Chen Gillen also became their target, and rocket launchers and bullets poured towards Chen Gillen. Whoosh buzz, however, Chen Gillen, who had mastered the system's functions, was not panicked at all. He activated the energy absorption ability and absorbed all the energy from the explosion of the shells at the moment of the explosion. Ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding, thermal energy plus 150T, ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding. Whether it was the kinetic energy on the bullets or the thermal energy from the explosion of the shells, as long as they hit Chen Gillen, they were all absorbed by him, so that his kinetic energy reached 3,683 after this wave. God, what is this monster? He is absorbing the energy of the shells, damn it, bullets are ineffective against him, quickly, try the sonic weapon. While Chen Gillen was absorbing energy, the soldiers also noticed the abnormality, because every time those shells exploded, they would be forcibly suppressed by some kind of force and eventually disappear. As a result, no damage was caused near Chen Gillen. They finally realized what kind of existence Chen Gillen was, gave up using guns, and aimed the sonic weapon originally prepared for Hulk at Chen Gillen. Come on, I don't refuse anyone, Jia, Gillen knew that this was a good opportunity to absorb energy, so he didn't even have the idea of attacking the soldiers, letting them attack. Buzzping, crash soon, the sonic weapon was in place, and a sonic attack was launched against Gillen. Countless glasses around were shattered, and the scene was a mess, but Gillen showed a smile. Ding, sonic wave plus 10T, ding, sonic wave plus 10T, ding. As a large number of sonic waves attacked Gillen, the sonic energy around him was also absorbed, looking like a transparent shield protecting Gillen inside. General, it's not good, he grabbed the helicopter, he's coming up, shut up, I saw it, hold on, father. Not good. On the other side, Abomination finally grabbed the landing support frame of the helicopter with a jump. The helicopter lost its balance and swayed, eventually crashing into a rooftop. Boom, squeak, crack, cough cough, finally, the helicopter stopped on a rooftop. All the soldiers in the helicopter were killed, but Ross and Betty survived. Bang ah! Unfortunately, like in the original story, the helicopter leaked oil, and Ross and Betty, without the Hulk's rescue, were soon engulfed by flames, making screams. Yeah, Ross, why bother? I just want stronger power, and this kind of power, now only I have it. By the way, the Chinese seems a little interesting, find him to play with, hee. Abomination clenched his fists, looked at the flames and showed a fanatical smile, then he remembered Gillen who could absorb energy, couldn't help but grin, jumped off the roof, and walked towards Gillen's location. Damn it, this monster can even absorb sonic energy, this is not something we can deal with, retreat. Retreat immediately. On the street, those soldiers fought for a long time without even tearing Gillen's clothes. Whether it was shells or sonic weapons, they were ineffective against Gillen. They finally panicked. Finally, an officer saw the flames on the roof and the figure of Abomination falling to the ground, knowing that General Ross might be dead. If they didn't leave, they would be dead too, so he issued an order to retreat. Hey, don't go, if you leave, how can I absorb energy? Gillen shouted unhappily when he saw the soldiers stop attacking and start fleeing. Retreat immediately, retreat, that monster is coming again, go. Perhaps it was because Gillen had never attacked them, so these soldiers ignored Gillen's existence, only knowing that Abomination was about to arrive, and fled frantically. Ignore me, underestimate me, you attacked me for so long, it's okay for me to fight back once, right? Gillen felt despised, and recalling that he was attacked by a group of soldiers as soon as he arrived, he also prepared to fight back a little. Sonic Wave 100T, Buzz Crash Ah! Instantly, Gillen released a full range of sonic attacks, shattering everything around him. All the soldiers covered their heads and screamed, bleeding from their orifices, the scene was very miserable. You were so enthusiastic when you hit me, I only fought back once, and you can't stand it, why bother, why bother? Gillen looked at the soldiers in the pool of blood without showing any discomfort. After all, when he first arrived, if he was not ruthless enough, others would be ruthless to him, especially in this Marvel world full of crises. Even, when he saw the guns and weapons in the soldiers' hands, he picked them up and put them into the system space, including 18 assault rifles, 6 Desert Eagles, 3 rocket launchers, 2 sonic weapons, and a number of bullets. Bang! After Gillen cleaned up the battlefield and put away everything he might use, Abomination's figure appeared not far from him. Yeah, Oriental, not bad, what is your ability? Abomination looked at Gillen and laughed strangely, without rushing up immediately. What? You want to try? Gillen said, he just got the system and is not very proficient yet. It would be good to have Abomination as a whetstone to try it out. No, I just want to kill you, or be killed by you, die. Abomination laughed strangely, and then launched a charge, leaping up, and a fist as big as a casserole slammed towards Gillen's head. Abomination's strength seems to be around 160 tons, in that case, let me try attacking with 2000 T of kinetic energy, Gillen thought. Boom! What Gillen didn't expect was that he originally planned to punch before Abomination arrived, but he didn't expect his reaction speed to be far inferior to Abomination, and he was hit in the head by Abomination in advance. Ding, kinetic energy plus 300 T, but unfortunately, Abomination's fist did not hurt Gillen, not even a slight movement, but instead provided him with 300 T of kinetic energy. Bang, ding, kinetic energy plus 300 T, ding, kinetic energy plus 300 T, ding. Time Management Bureau Hate kept throwing over a dozen punches at Chen Gillen, but none of them could make Chen Gillen move even slightly. Chen Gillen also tried to attack Hate, but found that his hands were not as long as his opponent's, and his speed was not as fast, so he missed every time. Damn it, I don't believe it. Die for me, Chen Gillen cursed angrily, and finally, when Hate attacked him, he successfully punched Hate. Boom, kinetic energy 2000T, ding, kinetic energy plus 300T, clatter crack in an instant. Chen Gillen absorbed the kinetic energy of Hate's attack and successfully punched out with a fist carrying 2000T of kinetic energy, instantly shattering Hate. Gurgle you, how, so strong, Hate, with his whole body broken, stared at Chen Gillen with wide eyes, revealing an unbelievable look, and swallowed his last breath after saying the last sentence. Is he dead? Looks like he's not resistant to beating, Chen Gillen said in astonishment when he saw Hate die. But he didn't think about it. Before, the Hulk was seriously injured with only 636T, but now with 2000T, how could Hate bear it? Buzz just as Chen Gillen glanced at Hate's body and shook his head, preparing to leave, 5 or 6 light doors about 1m wide and 2m high appeared around him. I'm going, can I go back? Chen Gillen clearly remembered that he had come to the Marvel world through a light door. Now that these light doors appeared again, he thought he could go back. After all, having watched many Marvel movies, he certainly knew the dangers of the Marvel world. There were countless big villains who wanted to destroy the world, and the Earth was never peaceful. In addition to various aliens invading the Earth, there were also gods from other dimensions invading, such as Dormammu from the Dark Dimension and Mephisto from the Hell Dimension. Even the Earth was planted with celestial seeds by the Celestials. Maybe one day the Earth would explode. He didn't want to stay here and be afraid every day. Especially as an excellent foreign trade salesman with level 10 English, he could live a worry-free life with his own ability. Damn, it's the Time Variance Authority. However, when the people in the light door came out, Chen Gillen recognized the identity of the visitors. He was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Time Variance Authority as soon as he arrived. Another traveler, who also killed Hate and the Hulk. What a trouble, no way, these travelers are like this. If they don't kill some important people, we won't be able to discover them. I know, but I have to go to the multiverse to catch the Hulk to fix the timeline again. Okay, stop chatting, catch him first. The people from the Time Variance Authority knew what happened here as soon as they came out. Looking at the dead Hate and Hulk, they all showed helpless expressions. After all, if an important person is missing from the sacred timeline, one has to be replaced. But replacing is not as simple as saying it. A new timeline needs to be created before it can be captured and replaced. Moreover, once there is a new timeline, it has to be raised to a specific time before it can be captured, otherwise the ability will not match the reality and will affect many things, which is time-consuming and laborious. Therefore, everyone feels troubled. Want to catch me? No way. Chen Gillen certainly couldn't be caught without a fight, so he took out his assault rifle and shot at the people from the Time Variance Authority. Buzz, however, the people from the Time Variance Authority seemed to know that he would resist, and activated some kind of device. The speed of the bullets fired was greatly reduced, and everything around them fell into an extremely slow state. Ding, time slowed down 1,000 times, plus 1 second, I'm going, time slowed down 1,000 times? Chen Gillen knew that this was a unique method of the Time Variance Authority, which could slow down the speed of time. Loki was captured by them because of this thing. Ha! The Time Twister is ineffective against him? But his ability should be limited. Catch him, everyone go together, everyone is an ordinary person in this field, he can't resist so many of us, go, catch him. The people from the Time Variance Authority saw that Chen Gillen could speak and move, and knew that Chen Gillen was not affected by the power of time, but after thinking about it carefully, they were not panicked. Therefore, they rushed forward, each holding a stick weapon and smashing it at Chen Gillen. Sonic Wave 10T, Thermal Energy 50T, damn, Sonic Wave doesn't work, thermal energy is useless either. Chen Gillen wanted to fight back, but he found that the Sonic Wave he released fell into a slow state outside his body and could not attack the enemy. The thermal energy explosion damage also could not spread and hurt people. Looking at the people surrounding him, he could only dodge like an ordinary person. Ding, kinetic energy plus 0.001 T, ding, in the end, the sticks in the hands of the Time Variance Authority members hit Chen Gillen's body, but did not cause him any harm. Instead, they absorbed a little kinetic energy. Get out of here, kinetic energy 10T, chirp. What he didn't expect was that when one of the Time Variance Authority members grabbed his arm, he subconsciously released 10T of kinetic energy. The powerful energy actually shattered the Time Variance Authority member's arm. Not good, his ability has not been completely suppressed. Be careful, quick, get out of the way, save me, The Time Variance Authority members saw that Chen Gillen had knocked down one person in an instant and subconsciously stayed away from Chen Gillen, leaving the injured to wail on the ground. It seems that it has not been completely suppressed. As long as I have physical contact, I can release my ability. Now it's my turn to fight back. Chen Gillen showed a crazy look and took the initiative to kill the Time Variance Authority members. He didn't want to be caught and judged. Boom! At this time, Chen Gillen was an energy releaser. Anyone who touched him would be countered by 10T of kinetic energy or thermal energy. Those Time Variance Authority members who touched him were either shocked to death or burned to death. Damn it, his ability has not been suppressed, and more than a dozen people have died. Since we can't take him away, let's just judge him directly, kill. The Time Variance Authority members who surrounded him were extremely angry when they saw a group of fallen colleagues. In the end, everyone agreed that there was no need to take Chen Gillen back for trial, and directly sent Chen Gillen to the End of Time. The End of Time is where the Time Variance Authority deals with criminals. Generally, people who go there cannot come out, and there is also a magic cloud called Alioth there. Alioth is the devourer of the End of Time, which can devour everything inside, whether it is matter or magic, or time, it is its food. Kang's variant used its characteristics to develop various time devices and create the Time Variance Authority. In the eyes of all Time Variance Authority members, once they enter the End of Time, it is basically a death sentence, because they will be devoured by Alioth sooner or later. Management Bureau members buzz. Just like that, the remaining Time Variance Authority members twisted the batons in their hands, and the ends of the batons lit up with orange electricity. One by one, they charged menacingly towards Chen Gillen. Damn it, Chen Gillen knew the power of these things, so he was somewhat wary of them. He held a stick in his hand as a weapon to prevent being poked by their batons. Let's swarm him. Kill. The TVA members also saw Chen Gillen's panic, which made them even more arrogant. A group of them swarmed towards Chen Gillen, poking at him here and there. Ding, damn it, you're bullying me because I'm alone, huh? Chen Gillen said angrily. Although he ignored the time twister because of the system, he was just an ordinary person in this field, and his reaction speed was no different from that of the TVA members. Buzz, I hit him. Just then, an opportunist hit Chen Gillen in the back while several others were attacking him simultaneously. He revealed a fanatical smile. Ding, targeted teleportation, End of Time charges +1, what? I'm okay. I'm okay. Chen Gillen thought he would be teleported to the End of Time, but he didn't expect that he just mentally resisted it and wasn't teleported. Instead, it was absorbed by the system. According to the system description, he gained 1 charge of End of Time teleportation, which he could use to send someone into the End of Time, or send himself in. Ding, targeted teleportation, End of Time charges +1, ding. After realizing that the thing couldn't hurt him, Chen Gillen simply didn't bother to resist. He allowed the TVA members to attack him. In less than a minute, he gained 26 teleportation charges. Oh my god, why can't we judge him? What kind of existence is this? Quick, go report to Mobius. The TVA members were shocked by Chen Gillen's ability. Not only were the time devices useless, but even the judgment weapon couldn't judge him. Moreover, he possessed strange abilities. This was something they had never encountered in dealing with thousands of time criminals. Hey, don't retreat. Fine. If you guys aren't coming, I'll come myself, Chen Gillen said speechlessly. He didn't expect that if he took a step towards the TVA members, they would retreat a step, which prevented him from accumulating teleportation charges. So, Chen Gillen began collecting the devices from the dead TVA members on the ground, including teleportation batons, time controllers, ability suppression collars, TVA portal activation devices, time resetters, etc. Where did he put those devices? He actually has spatial abilities. Damn time criminal, how dare he be so arrogant and collect our equipment. too arrogant, openly snatching equipment. Is he humiliating us by poking himself with our judgment weapon? I can't stand it anymore, kill. Seeing Chen Gillen unhurriedly picking up their equipment and poking himself, not taking them seriously at all, they felt a strong sense of provocation. Several TVA members couldn't help but attack Chen Gillen again. However, when Chen Gillen touched them, they seemed to be ionized, and their bodies began to disappear. They knew they were being judged by the power of judgment. Oh my god, he must be a demon, actually mastering the power of judgment, too terrifying. What to do? Lord Mobius is here, Lord. Chen Gillen's methods were too bizarre for them. Their various time equipment, which they were so proud of, were useless. Instead, Chen Gillen used them to deal with them, which terrified them. Ding, targeted teleportation, end of time charges +1, ding. Seeing that they didn't dare to come up and look like they were ready to retreat back to the TVA at any time, Chen Gillen didn't attack proactively. Instead, he repeatedly attacked himself with a teleportation baton, accumulating teleportation charges. Until an old acquaintance appeared, and he looked at the other person as the other person looked at him. What's your name? Mobius asked, watching Chen Gillen playing with the baton with interest. My name is Chen Gillen. You're Mobius, right? I know about your TVA. Don't provoke me. Let's mind our own business, otherwise I'll kill one if one comes, and I'll kill a group if a group comes, Chen Gillen said. He knew that the TVA people couldn't do anything to him for the time being, but there were many of them, and they could appear anywhere on the sacred timeline at any time. Being targeted by them would be annoying to death. As for destroying the TVA, Chen Gillen said he was overthinking it. Even if the omnipotent and omniscient He Who Remains died in the movie, the TVA still existed. In the movie, through the window of the TVA, you can see the high-tech building complex outside, which shows that there are almost a city's worth of people inside. In addition, they regularly capture time criminals, brainwash them, and replenish the number of TVA members. Unless you control the TVA, you can't kill them all. Moreover, He Who Remains, who is omniscient and omnipotent, is still here. He can't beat him even if he goes in, and he might be easily manipulated. Oh? You actually recognize me and know about our TVA. Then you should know our responsibilities. Your existence will breed more timelines, affecting the stability of the sacred timeline, and must be purged, Mobius said seriously. Dealing with timelines is your business, not mine. If you think you can take me down, come on, Chen Gillen said without showing any weakness, attacking himself with the baton in his hand to accumulate charges. But this behavior, in Mobius's eyes, was an unparalleled provocation. However, when Mobius looked at the dead TVA members on the ground, he knew that Chen Gillen seemed to be not easy to mess with. Their time equipment was ineffective against him, and they had already lost their greatest reliance. The scene fell into silence. Mobius couldn't think of a way to deal with Chen Gillen, and Chen Gillen had no intention of attacking the TVA, so the two sides fell into a stalemate. If you're not coming, I'm leaving, Chen Gillen said, seeing that the TVA members didn't move. He put away the TVA members' equipment and prepared to leave. You can leave, but the things from our TVA must be returned to us, Mobius said after thinking for a long time, looking at Chen Gillen's back. You're overthinking it. There's no reason to return anything that gets into my hands, Chen Gillen said. These equipment were all good things. Since they couldn't do anything to him, why should he return them? Anyway, as long as he doesn't go to the TVA or enter the end of time, even if the omnipotent and omniscient He Who Remains is still there, he shouldn't enter the sacred timeline to attack him, right? After all, he doesn't know if this system can absorb the attacks of omnipotent and omniscient experts, and he doesn't know what the methods of omnipotent and omniscient experts are. Anyway, as a newcomer, he should avoid causing trouble. Combat Power Division in the Marvel Universe. The division of combat power levels isn't particularly clear, because even Marvel officials haven't provided a detailed answer. The combat power displayed in Marvel movies has led many Marvel fans to feel that the power levels are collapsing. However, in the eyes of many Marvel fans, a combat power division still circulates, from weak to strong: 1. Transcendent level, 2. City level, 3. Sub-eternity level, 4. Eternity level, 5. Single universe level, 6. Multiverse level, 7. Omniverse level, 8. Rule-breaking ninth order, 9. Infinite supreme level. Transcendent level roughly includes ordinary soldiers, serum warriors, mutant warriors, and Asgardians who haven't awakened their powers. They all belong to the transcendent level. The destructive power of the transcendent level is limited, probably only able to cause damage on the ground, smashing cars, destroying houses, etc. Representative characters include Iron Man, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Normal Hulk, Abomination, Thor without awakened thunder powers, Loki, etc. City-level destruction is already very considerable, destroying cities is no problem. Representative characters include Hulk with Rage buff, Thor who has awakened the power of thunder, and some of the top combat members of the Eternals. Sub-Eternity level is strong enough to destroy a small planet. Representative characters include Captain Marvel, Normal Thanos, Thor wielding Stormbreaker, and the angry Scarlet Witch. Eternity level's destructive power is immeasurable. Representative characters include Odin, Ancient One, Hela, Doctor Strange who has awakened the Eye of Agamotto, Thanos with a single Infinity Stone, and Scarlet Witch with the Darkhold. Single universe level has energy powerful enough to affect the entire single universe. Representative characters include some members of the Celestials, the Dark Lord Dormammu, the Hell Lord Mephisto, Thanos with 6 Infinity Stones, and weaker Watchers. Multiverse level possesses the power to affect multiple universes, such as stronger Watchers, some older Celestials, and some powerful races in the universe. Omniverse level is powerful enough to destroy the multiverse. The specific strength is unknown, but infinity, eternity, annihilation, death, and Galactus are such existences. As for rule-breaking Ninth Order, without exception, they are existences that have transcended the multiverse, including the Living Tribunal, and the Elders, Veterans, and even patriarchs of powerful races in the universe. Most Marvel fans unanimously believe that the Infinite Supreme level is equivalent to the existence of the Heavenly Tao in the Marvel Universe and is the only existence. Of course, many people think that this kind of combat power division is relatively general. After all, the span of the Transcendent level, City level, and Sub-Eternity level is too large, but at least it can be used as a reference. Our Time Variance Authority's duty is to manage the sacred timeline. Since you know their function, then you should know what a timeline branch is. If you insist on taking away those equipments, we will have to forcibly open a timeline branch for you and then destroy it. At that time, I hope you can withstand it. Mobius said. Are you threatening me? You can think of it that way. Chen Gillen knew that what Mobius said was indeed reasonable. If there really was a timeline branch, he might accidentally fall into their trap and end up there. If the entire timeline was destroyed by them, even if he could survive, it would definitely not be easy for him. But letting him hand it over like this also made him very unhappy. So, Chen Gillen kept using the Time Variance Authority's equipment in front of the Time Variance Authority, constantly poking himself with their equipment. Ding, directional teleport, end of time times +1, ding. Those people looked a little dazed, but Chen Gillen was very happy, because the time deceleration of 1000 times had accumulated to 21 seconds, the end of time directional teleportation was as high as 50 times, and the time rewind was 30 seconds. Time rewind is the ability to return to a certain number of seconds ago by twisting the switch after wearing the ability suppression collar, which has accumulated to about 30 seconds. What do you mean? Are you really going to provoke us? Mobius saw that Chen Gillen was silent and kept poking himself with their weapons. He defaulted that this was a kind of provocation and couldn't help but said coldly. TCH, you really want to take these equipments back, right? Watch carefully. Ding, kinetic energy 1000T, Crash Chen Gillen said and released a huge amount of kinetic energy, instantly blasting all the equipment into slag. Then, ignoring them, he came to the Hulk's corpse in front of many Time Variance Authority members and collected a bucket of Hulk's heart blood. Finally, Chen Gillen glanced at Mobius in a nonchalant manner and left alone. He is definitely provoking us and will definitely bring us a lot of trouble in the future. I think your method just now is feasible, what do you think? A fat black woman said after Chen Gillen left. Even time power is ineffective against him. He is likely a super powerhouse from another universe. Even if the timeline collapses, it may not be able to kill him. Moreover, I found before I came that he only exists in the current timeline, only exists in the present, and the Hulk died, but no timeline branch was generated, which means we can't get him to a branch. Pay more attention to him in the future and take corresponding remedial measures. How to deal with him, I will discuss with the judges, Mobius said, looking at the timeline monitoring equipment. One of the anchored people is dead. Although no timeline branch has been generated, the sacred timeline is weakened. In the long run, it will affect the stability of the sacred timeline. What do you think? Deal with it as before. After resetting the time here, just go to the multiverse and get a Hulk over, Mobius said and stepped into the light gate back to the Time Variance Authority. Okay. Finally, after the Time Variance Authority put down a time reset device, a group of people also returned to the Time Variance Authority. Soon, half an hour after Chen Gillen left, a Hulk appeared on the street again. This Hulk was a little different from the previous Hulk, because their appearances after transforming back were different. This is why the Hulk in the Avengers became Mark Ruffalo, because the previous one was killed by the protagonist, *********. This Hulk looked a little cute. A hint of doubt flashed in his mind, but he quickly came back to his senses, took a deep look at the street, and without any nostalgia, jumped up and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Chen Gillen, walking on an unknown street, was a little troubled. He didn't know where he should live. His body was a black huku, a household registration record, and he had no money in his pocket. He was considering whether to rob America's ATM. Just then, he noticed that a ripple-like mirror seemed to appear in front of him. This mirror quickly attacked him. Before he could take a few steps back, it crashed into him. Ding! Mirror space activation times +1, ping. When the mirror touched Chen Gillen, he noticed a pulling force and subconsciously resisted. The system absorbed some kind of energy and gained 1 activation of the mirror space. Just as he was wondering, a bald man appeared not far in front of him. Master Gui, using this trick the first time we meet isn't very appropriate, Chen Gillen said. He recognized the person who came, knowing that the mirror dimension couldn't forcibly pull him in and only accumulated the number of times it was actively opened. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little displeased with Gui's behavior. You actually recognize me? Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Gui asked expressionlessly, looking at Chen Gillen with a barrage of questions. I can tell you, but I'm curious about the spell you just cast. Can you cast it again for me to see? Chen Gillen thought for a moment and then said. In the movies, there are probably only 3 people who can cast the mirror dimension, Gui, Doctor Strange, and Caecilius. It can be considered a relatively profound white magic. Now that Gui has cast it on him once, he has gained 1 chance to open it. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity. I know you are a cosmic traveler. I discovered you as soon as you arrived and have been observing you. Your ability is very special. I have seen similar abilities in the multiverse, but I didn't expect they wouldn't have captured you. However, I can't see your past or future, so I don't know whether your arrival is good or bad for this universe. Therefore, I would like to invite you to stay at Kamar Taj for a while, Gui said calmly, looking at Chen Gillen. Kamar Taj? No interest. There are no beautiful women there. But, I think Master Gui, you are still quite charming. How about? Chen Gillen tried to provoke Gui to absorb more of her spells. Ding! Silence spell count +1. Before Chen Gillen could finish speaking, he received a system notification, knowing that Gui had used a silence spell on him, which was absorbed by the system, making his eyes light up. Master Gui, I have to say something about you. You're a female mage, but you dress like a tomboy. Ding! Astral projection count +1. Gui, your bald head is quite shiny. Ding! Hypnosis count +1. Gui, you be *tch. Ding! Severing strike +1. Master Gui, your severing strike isn't very good. Ding! Telekinetic crush +1000 T. Wow, the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. The intensity of your telekinesis is really ruthless. Ding! Targeted teleportation, space displacement 5*5m, space, count +1. Ding! Memory modification spell count +1. Ding! Memory probing spell count +1. Ding! Sword of Vishanti +1. Ding! Images of icon +1. Ding! Crimson bands of Sidorak +1. While Chen Gillen was smiling cheekily and spouting vulgarities, Gui cast various spells on Chen Gillen with a blank expression, but none of them worked. This made him even more unscrupulous and he began to tease Gui. Master Gui, what are you doing? Just as Chen Gillen was about to think of some new words, Gui didn't attack Chen Gillen again, but instead cast a magical shield around him. Because it didn't harm Chen Gillen, the system didn't absorb it directly, so Chen Gillen was trapped inside, making him a little stunned. Who exactly are you? My magic is actually ineffective against you. Gui was not angered by Chen Gillen's words, but was shocked by his ability. Seeing Chen Gillen trapped in the protective magic shield, she breathed a sigh of relief. Master Gui, I was just joking with you. My name is Chen Gillen, and I come from another world. I definitely don't have any intention of destroying the world. Can you let me leave? Chen Gillen said with a smile. He didn't expect that offensive magic wouldn't work, but defensive magic would trap him. Regardless of whether you have this idea or not, your existence is a variable. You should still come with me to Kamar Taj, Gui said again. Sorry, I still refuse, Chen Gillen said. He knew that Kamar Taj was near the Himalayas. If he followed her there, it would be impossible to leave when he wanted to. He didn't want to go, at least not until he had mastered the ability to fly or teleport. Then it's not up to you, Gui said, casting a spell with both hands. Soon, she drew a huge magic circle in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the circle quickly rolled towards Chen Gillen. However, to Gui's surprise, Chen Gillen was still not teleported away, but remained in place. The lawn was teleported away, and Gui was stunned again. Ding, targeted teleportation, Kamar Tajkam +1, the magic circle can ignore distance and open the door to any space. If Chen Gillen had stepped into it voluntarily, it would not have triggered absorption. But Gui wanted to forcibly teleport the space where Chen Gillen was located, which was resisted by Chen Gillen, so it was directly absorbed by the system, giving him one more targeted teleportation ability. Buzz, ding, random teleportation, within 500 kilometers range count +1, Gui didn't believe it and drew another circle, waving it across Chen Gillen, giving Chen Gillen another teleportation chance. Sigh, since you're not willing, then don't blame me, Gui sighed and waved her hand, adding a pendant to her neck. Time Stone, Chen Gillen looked at the pendant on Gui's neck and recognized the Time Stone at a glance. You actually recognize it, then you should know its power. Gui tried to make Chen Gillen surrender voluntarily. Of course I know, but I don't believe it can do anything to me, Chen Gillen said. Even the Time Variance Authority's time controller was useless against him, so he didn't believe the Time Stone could do anything to him. Then let's wait and see. Time Reversal, Gui said, casting a time formation and using the time reversal spell on Chen Gillen. Ding, time reversal plus 10 years, ding, time reversal plus 10 years, ding. Ah! I feel my energy is draining. What did you do? Ding, time reversal plus 10 years, ding, oh. I'm going to die, I'm alive again. Finally, after Chen Gillen absorbed 3,680 years of time reversal, Gui finally realized that the time formation was also ineffective against him and stopped. I'm telling you, time reversal is useless to me, time aging is useful. Chen Gillen coaxed. Ding, time aging plus 10 years, ding, time aging plus 10 years, ding. Ah! Oh, my back, my legs, are starting to age. Having been tricked once already, Gui saw that Chen Gillen's appearance hadn't changed at all, so she knew that time aging was also useless to him and stopped again. Why did you stop? It's only been 800 years. You're not up to par, Chen Gillen looked at Gui with a disdainful expression. The power of time is actually ineffective against you. I don't know what kind of existence you are. I really can't do anything to you. However, I still hope you can use your abilities for good and not interfere too much in matters that don't concern you. Otherwise, this universe may collapse because of you. You, take care of yourself. Gui really couldn't do anything about Chen Gillen, so she took a deep look at Chen Gillen and prepared to leave. Oh? Sorcerer Supreme, are you preparing to leave? Chen Gillen asked. Do you have anything else to say? If it's to anger me, forget it. I've lived for thousands of years. I've heard everything, Gui stopped and said. No, I just want you to taste what it's like to be attacked after you've attacked me for so long. Sorcerer Supreme, do you bleed? Chen Gillen put away his playful smile and looked at Gui. Then, he took a step forward, gathering 10,000 tons of kinetic energy in his hand, and casually tapped the magic shield. Boom! Instantly, the shield covering Chen Gillen was hit by a powerful force, almost shattering. Gui looked at Chen Gillen's hand in shock, because in that instant, she felt a powerful force. Ugh, Chen Gillen didn't expect that even after using 10,000 tons of kinetic energy, he couldn't break the shield. He had to admire Gui for being a Skyfather-level mage. Especially just now, when he attacked the shield, he felt like he was going against the entire world. He knew that he couldn't break the shield with the kinetic energy he had absorbed. Seeing that Chen Gillen couldn't break the shield, Gui finally left, but as soon as she left, she discovered that Chen Gillen was no longer inside the shield. How did he leave? This traveler's abilities are really strange. Sigh, I hope he behaves himself, otherwise there will be trouble, Gui muttered to herself. Clang! Chen Gillen finally used a random teleportation, and was teleported to a room in a sanatorium 30 kilometers away. Because of his sudden appearance, he accidentally knocked over a plate, making a sound. Where did this teleport me to? It looks like someone's house. I hope they don't think I'm a thief, Chen Gillen muttered to himself as he checked his surroundings. Young man, are you in trouble? I have some money here. I hope it can help you. At this moment, a gentle old woman's voice sounded. Chen Gillen turned around and saw an old woman with white hair. Her aged face still showed traces of her youthful beauty. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. I'm not a thief. I just suddenly appeared here, through teleportation magic, do you know it? Chen Gillen said to the old woman apologetically. Although he never considered himself a good person, he wasn't a bad person to the core. He just believed in the saying, I won't offend others unless they offend me. It was indeed not good to suddenly break into someone else's home, so an apology was in order, even though he hadn't damaged anything. Magic teleportation? Oh, not magic, but I saw it 30 years ago, so are you a mage? The old woman remembered something and asked Chen Gillen. No, someone else's magic teleported me here. Sorry, I should go, why not have a glass of water before you leave? It's been a long time since someone chatted with an old woman. Is that a photo of you when you were young? Yes, so, you're Peggy Carter? Chen Gillen originally didn't want to disturb the old woman's rest, but he inadvertently saw a photo of the old woman when she was young and quickly realized her identity. It was actually Captain America's old flame, Peggy Carter. You know me? I don't know you personally, but I've heard your name. Is this Captain America? Yes, I used to be his colleague, blah blah, so, you've been waiting for that dance. How did you know? Chen Gillen also saw a photo of Captain America when he was young. Carter thought Chen Gillen was a Captain America fan, so she told him a lot of stories about Captain America. Chen Gillen didn't have any special feelings for Captain America. He only knew that he was one of the Marvel Big Three. But he heard that in /U003C Captain America, Civil War /U003E, Captain America sided with his good buddy Bucky everywhere. He broke with Iron Man and others for his good buddy, and Iron Man kept holding back in the fight, but he used ruthless moves, which caused dissatisfaction among many movie fans. Peggy, do you still have hope for life? Chen Gillen asked. Having watched many Marvel movies, he actually liked many of the female characters in the movies, including the charming Black Widow, the graceful Aunt May, the Eastern-style Dr. Helen Cho, and the beautiful Scarlet Witch. But the person he admired the most was the old woman in front of him, Peggy Carter. Waiting bitterly for Captain America for more than 60 years, truly loving one person until their hair turns white, and choosing one city to grow old in. Therefore, seeing the living old woman Peggy Carter, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Hope? I don't know. Since he disappeared, I haven't had any hope. Life and death, to me, are actually no different. Old woman Carter said. What if he comes back soon? Don't comfort me. I've heard these words countless times in the past 60 years. I always feel like he's still alive, but I don't know if I can wait for him to appear. If I said I could make you 60 years younger, on the condition that you break up with him, could you do it? Young man, don't joke like that. Even if you could really do it, I couldn't. Your persistence in love makes me admire you, so, I'm sorry. No need to say sorry, I won't take a joke seriously. Memory modification. Among many Marvel fans, seeing Captain America return and watching Carter grow old and die was a regret. Chen Gillen greatly admired Carter's persistence in love. In order not to make Captain America regretful, he decided to restore Carter to her youth, but he couldn't do it for nothing. Therefore, when he thought of Guyi's spell, memory modification, he prepared to turn Carter's object of persistence into himself. So, he cast a memory modification spell on old woman Carter, removing the shadow of Captain America and replacing it with his figure, and in order to make Carter accept him better now, he made some modifications to her memory. Age 18 basically, in 1943, he met Captain America. Unable to stand seeing others bully the skinny Captain America, he stood up for him, and they became good friends. Then, they both participated in the Super Soldier program, both passed the tests, and both underwent the serum injection, becoming super soldiers. And that's how they both met Peggy Carter and simultaneously fell in love with her. However, Captain America was sent to the stage as a clown to sell bonds, while he fought alongside Peggy Carter. Because he risked his life multiple times to save Peggy Carter, she eventually fell in love with him too. When Captain America returned to the battlefield, he saw them deeply in love and became consumed by jealousy, leading to a falling out with Chen Gillen. Then, during one mission, she personally witnessed Captain America using the Tesseract to teleport Chen Gillen away, and Peggy Carter hated Captain America for it. However, Red Skull was still alive. To prove his sincerity to Peggy Carter, Captain America resolutely sacrificed himself along with Red Skull. Ultimately, Red Skull was teleported to Vormir to become the gatekeeper for the Soul Stone, while Captain America crashed his plane into the Arctic. But Peggy Carter still believed that Chen Gillen would return, so she remained alone, waiting for Chen Gillen's appearance, waiting for 60 years. Buzz. After the memory alteration spell was completed, Peggy Carter suddenly felt a heaviness in her head, and her body involuntarily fell to the ground, but soon a pair of large hands helped her sit back in the chair. Are you okay? Little Peggy, Chen Gillen tried to call out her pet name from the altered memory. I'm okay. What happened to me? You're Chen? Peggy Carter first covered her forehead, and as her mind became clearer, she looked at Chen Gillen and suddenly remembered something, her heart trembling. Yes. My little Peggy. I'm back. Chen Gillen said gently, looking at Peggy Carter. You're alive. You're back. Peggy Carter looked at Chen Gillen, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. Yes, I'm alive, long time no see. It's been so long. I thought I would never see you again, how could I leave my little Peggy? You still owe me a dance. Woo. But you're still young, and I'm already old, in these 60 years. I've had some amazing encounters. I have the power of time, and I can make you young again, really? Chen, you promised you wouldn't lie to me, of course, my little darling. Don't move, Peggy Carter was originally very happy to see Chen Gillen, but seeing that Chen Gillen was still young, while she was already old and frail, she couldn't help but feel sad. However, Chen Gillen lovingly rubbed her head, and then tapped Peggy Carter's forehead, and the power of time, reversing 70 years, began to transform Peggy Carter's body. Oh, in an instant, Peggy Carter's white hair was renewed into golden wavy hair, and the wrinkles on her face quickly disappeared, and various spots quickly faded. Secondly, the bones of her body became younger and stronger, and her skin gradually became smooth like a girl's, and her figure gradually became younger and more upright. Is this real? It's amazing. I seem to be back to when I was 18 years old, this feeling. It's really great. Peggy Carter, who returned to 18 years old, looked incredulously at the young wavy-haired herself in the mirror. Go change your clothes, this old lady's outfit doesn't suit you now. Chen Gillen smiled at the rejuvenated Peggy Carter. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, time reversal could really bring Peggy Carter back to when she was 18 years old. Otherwise, if old Grandma Peggy Carter fell in love with him, it would be terrible. Husband, thank you, woo, I'm really so happy, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. How could I? You're my favorite little darling, woo. The revitalized Peggy Carter jumped and hugged Chen Gillen, crying and making a fuss, obviously very excited. Chen Gillen had no choice but to hug her, constantly comforting her. And so, they hugged for 2.5 hours. Seeing Chen Gillen staring at her all the time, Peggy Carter suddenly blushed and let go. I'm going to take a shower first, you go buy me some young clothes, I don't have any young clothes here. Peggy Carter said. I just got back, I don't have a penny, Chen Gillen said awkwardly. Hee, I have it, here, all my pension is in the card, I don't know exactly how much, the password is my birthday. Peggy Carter smiled and took out a bank card. Sorry, I don't remember your birthday, I forgive you for just coming back, then remember, 421016, go. Okay, I'll be back, After getting Peggy Carter's pension card, Chen Gillen found a nearby ATM, inserted the card, entered the password, and was a little surprised to see the money inside. Wow, $5 million, a little rich woman, it seems this wave is right. Let's withdraw 1 million first, Chen Gillen said, and then started to withdraw money. In the end, he took out 30,000 yuan, because that's all there was in the machine, he couldn't do anything about it. Afterwards, Chen Gillen took the 30,000 yuan, strolled around the pedestrian street, and bought some clothes, a computer, a mobile phone, and some daily necessities. After returning to the nursing home, they both took a shower, and Peggy Carter finally took Chen Gillen's arm and left the nursing home, and spent a wonderful night at a nearby hotel. Ding, pleasure plus 1s, ding. However, Chen Gillen didn't expect that his 3-second man problem was still there, and what he didn't expect was that the system could even absorb that feeling, so that he could absorb it once every 3 seconds, which made him persist for more than an hour. Ding, pleasure plus 1s, ding. In the next 2.5 months, the two were like a newly married couple, buying a house, buying a car, starting to prepare their home, living a shameless life. And so, relying on the system's ability, he became a real man in Peggy Carter's eyes, and the pleasure time also accumulated to 90,000 seconds, which is 25 hours. Begins Mr. Stark, can we continue our previous topic? Mr. Stark, please pay attention, what is it, dear? Can you listen seriously? Of course, do you possess a special weapon? I don't, you don't? I don't, it depends on how you define the word weapon. Iron Man weapon, my device doesn't fit that description. That day, after lunch, Chen Gillen sat on the sofa watching the news, Peggy Carter resting her head on his lap. A familiar figure appeared on the television, and he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Darling, what's wrong? Peggy Carter asked. I think I saw someone I know, Chen Gillen said, pointing to the person on TV. Oh, that's Howard's son, Tony, the head of Stark Industries, a famous playboy, Peggy Carter said with a smile. Yeah, looks like he's attending some kind of congressional hearing, I saw this news recently. It seems like those politicians want him to hand over the Iron Man armor. Yeah, I can see that. This guy's words are really sharp, he's always like that. There won't be peace where he is. Little Carter, the peaceful days won't last long. Many things will happen in the future. We may face various enemies. Do you still have the courage you once had? Underestimate me? I can fight you all day, is that so? Let's try it then, With Iron Man angrily confronting the congressman, the news these days was all about Iron Man. Chen Gillen knew that the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to begin. Although Peggy Carter had regained her youth and vitality, she had not injected herself with the super serum and was still an ordinary girl. In the plot of Iron Man 2, Hammer Industries robots and Iron Man had a major battle, which caused quite a stir, and some civilians were also affected. For Peggy Carter's safety, and the dangers that might be faced next, Chen Gillen wanted to strengthen Peggy Carter, so he remembered the Hulk's heart blood he had collected. According to his deduction, being stained with the Hulk's blood could also grant the ability to become stronger through greening, which is how She-Hulk's abilities came about. Throughout film history, Abomination and She-Hulk have not had obvious side effects and can also restore their original bodies, so it should be highly feasible. Therefore, after Chen Gillen accumulated another 20 seconds of pleasure, he took out a cup of Hulk's blood, cut open a wound, and performed blood staining. Ding, pain plus 50, ding, giantification plus 50, ding, greening plus 50, ding, aberration plus 50. What Chen Gillen didn't expect was that after his wound came into contact with the Hulk's blood, he felt a strange energy invade his body. Then his physique, strength, perception, and speed were soaring. His body didn't feel any discomfort, but the system sounded 4 times. Hiss, I actually have super physique, super strength, super perception, super speed, and super healing without transforming? This system is amazing. Chen Gillen said, feeling his own state. He seemed to have discovered that after using the Hulk's blood, the side effects of the mutation were absorbed by the system. He didn't even need the power of anger to have super strength, making his body no longer an ordinary person. With the system's abilities, Chen Gillen felt that he should be invincible in the Heavenly Father level and below. As for single universe level, he didn't dare to say, after all, such enemies could destroy planets with a wave of their hands. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they could destroy the planet he was on, leaving him floating in space. Even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be pleasant. The pain absorbed by the system was also a kind of energy that could be used to attack enemies, allowing them to truly feel the pain of the Hulk's transformation. Giantification was the same. After attacking enemies, it could give them the ability to become gigantic with anger, but their strength and other attributes would not be improved at all. If the enemy used the giantification ability, as their size increased and their weight increased, their own strength would be greatly limited. Similarly, greening was the same. Enemies attacked by this energy would turn green when angry, but it would not increase any attributes either. Aberration was also a kind of negative energy. Enemies attacked by this energy would mutate and become ugly, but it would not increase any attributes either. Because the system didn't have personal attributes, Chen Gillen didn't know how much stronger he had become. He only felt that he could kill a cow with one punch, and his super perception could allow him to sense everything within a 50 m radius, even earthworms mating underground. Moreover, with super speed, he had abilities similar to dynamic perception. He could clearly see the wings of a fly flapping, and even flick them away. Crack! Just as Chen Gillen was about to go out to test his strength, he didn't expect to lose control of his power and break the doorknob, even tearing the door off. Oh, darling, why did you tear down the door? Carter walked out of the room and said in surprise after seeing it. Sorry, I didn't control my strength. I'll go out for a bit, you can have someone repair it, Chen Gillen said awkwardly, and then went out alone. America is not like China. The houses here are generally not so dense, so behind their house was a small forest. Chen Gillen came to the depths of the forest alone. Swoosh! Crack! Arriving in the depths of the forest, after confirming that no one was watching, Chen Gillen transformed into a demolition expert, finding a few large rocks weighing 10 tons that he could easily lift and crush with a single effort. Rocks, trees, and even general steel products became fragile in his hands. He didn't feel any pain even after smashing a tree with one punch. After testing his strength, he tested his speed, running fast, jumping, and various maneuvers, creating a lot of noise. 2.5 hours later, Chen Gillen had a certain understanding of his power. His strength was about 500 tons, his running speed was 200 km per hour, his burst speed could reach 300 km per hour within 3 seconds, and he could jump 300 m high from a standing start. Most importantly, when he jumped up, he could absorb the excess kinetic energy at the moment of landing, without causing damage to the ground, and he could also absorb energy. Therefore, relying on his powerful physique in the system, he could completely actively attack the ground to absorb kinetic energy, each time reaching 500 tons. By relying on the kinetic energy accumulated by the system, a one-time release could unleash an even stronger attack. Carter, these attributes are strong enough, I guess the Hulk can only reach this level in extreme anger, Chen Gillen said. Afterward, Chen Gillen returned home refreshed. The door had been repaired, and after 2.5 hours of testing, he had learned how to control his power. Honey, you're back. Dinner is ready, we were just waiting for you, Carter said with a smile, pointing to the meal on the table. Okay, let's eat together, honey, is something on your mind? Little Carter, the peaceful days are numbered. I might not be able to stay by your side all the time, so I want to enhance your strength, how do you want to enhance it? With my blood? Will that hurt you? No, okay, I trust you. Chen Gillen originally wanted to use the Hulk's blood to transform Carter into a She-Hulk, but then he thought that the Hulk's blood wasn't perfect. If he used the Hulk's blood to turn her into a She-Hulk, they might transform during intimate moments due to excitement, and then they couldn't do that anymore. That wouldn't do. Therefore, Chen Gillen thought of his own blood. His abilities also came from the Hulk, but the side effects had been absorbed by the system. Theoretically, using his blood would be more perfect than the Hulk's, and should allow Carter to perfectly gain this ability as well. Ah! Honey! I'm so hot, so much pain. Hold on, you can do it. Chen Gillen's blood could indeed enhance Carter's strength, but it was also a mutation process, so pain was inevitable. Huff, huff, 2.5 hours later, Carter collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat. The mutation was over, and she quickly felt the changes in her body. Honey, I feel like I've become much stronger, and I feel very happy when I'm by your side, like I can't leave you. Well, your ability comes from me, and I also have a strange feeling towards you. Let me test your strength, try hitting me. Okay. Chen Gillen and Carter both discovered that a kind of bond seemed to have formed between them, making them more intimate. But to test Carter's ability, he asked her to attack him to feel her strength and reaction speed. Bang! As they continued to test, Chen Gillen found that whether it was reaction speed or strength, Peggy Carter's attributes were weaker than his. Her strength was about 400 tons, her burst speed was 260 km per hour, and her running speed was about 180 km per hour. But even these stats were much stronger than the Hulk in his normal state. In the following days, they both adapted to their abilities. As an agent, Carter's combat skills were much stronger than Chen Gillen's, so without using his system abilities, it wasn't easy for Chen Gillen to defeat Carter. Carter found it strange that Chen Gillen's fighting skills were so poor, but she subconsciously ignored it and instead diligently taught and trained Chen Gillen's fighting skills. She even taught Chen Gillen some gun knowledge, guided Chen Gillen in using guns, and various combat skills. And Chen Gillen, relying on his powerful attributes and Carter's excellent guidance, improved very quickly, and could defeat Carter in less than 5 days. However, what he didn't expect was that even after being infused with the Hulk's blood and gaining super attributes, he only went from a 3-second man to a 30-second man. Breaking news, Iron Man appears at the Monaco race at blah blah. One day, the two of them were sitting on the sofa after training when the scene on TV caught Chen Gillen's attention. It was showing a car race. Honey, do you like racing? Not really, but Stark is about to show off, and his opponent has appeared. He went to participate in a car race? That's right, he's suffering from palladium poisoning and wants to relax, so he used his money to replace a racer and participate in the race. How do you know? Guess. Sure enough, as a strong man wielding an electric whip appeared and sliced a race car in half with one blow, Stark appeared and frantically dodged the opponent's attacks. Wow, who is this person? Should we go save him? After all, he's an old friend's son, we can't just watch him die. Don't worry, he's Iron Man, he won't die so easily. He'll put on his armor and show off in a moment, and we're so far from the racetrack that it'll be over by the time we get there. That's true. In a perilous situation, Happy and Pepper arrived and drove into Ivan, but they didn't kill Ivan. Instead, their car was cut in half by the electric whip. Fortunately, Happy successfully delivered the Mark armor to Stark. In the end, Stark transformed into Iron Man and defeated the electric whip Ivan. It's actually true. Honey, how did you know? Do you also have the ability to predict the future? Seeing the scene on TV was exactly as Chen Gillen said. Peggy Carter looked at Chen Gillen in surprise. Sort of. Little Carter, the world we live in isn't safe. In the days to come, not only will there be various villains trying to destroy the Earth, but there will also be various alien invasion events, and even gods from other dimensions are eyeing Earth. There's even a young celestial being in the Earth's core that could awaken at any time. Sometimes, thinking about these things makes it hard to sleep. Actually, I'm most worried about you, because I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you then. Chen Gillen didn't show a happy smile, but instead said with a worried look. Honey, are you telling the truth? It's okay, no matter what happens in the future, I'll be with you. Don't underestimate me, I'm not your burden. Peggy Carter was a little incredulous when she heard Chin Gillen's words, but because of the bond between them, she deeply believed Chin Gillen's words and immediately expressed her position. "Well, I know. You can fight me all day." Hearing Peggy Carter's words, Chen Gillen rarely showed a smile. "If those things are unavoidable, then what should we do next? Why don't we join SHIELD? With S.H.I.E.L.D's capabilities, they should be able to quickly build a good resistance army." Peggy Carter thought of something and said, "Nuclear bomb energy, heh, it's too late to run now. Missiles and nuclear bombs from 108 countries have already been launched. Even this country can't withstand it. No matter how far she runs, it's useless, just watch." Chen Gillen didn't expect Dr. Zola to give him such a big gift. After Peggy Carter was out of the way, he didn't plan to waste words with Zola. With a wave of his hand, he took the entire computer cluster into the system space. Whoosh, whoosh, when Chen Gillen arrived on the ground, military bases around the world launched various intercontinental missiles into the high sky. All the missiles were aimed at America. Less than a minute after the missiles were launched, many people saw a large number of missiles in the high sky. An atmosphere of the end of the world descended on everyone's hearts, and the leaders of the 108 countries that launched the missiles panicked. Especially America. Not only did all their own missiles launch, but even missiles from other countries were also heading towards their territory, and their various interception systems were failing. "We're finished. There are nearly hundreds of thousands of missiles heading towards our territory, not good, the air defense system is paralyzed, damn it, who did this? Is this trying to destroy America? Quick, all pilots go intercept those missiles, quick, report to the United Nations and request support." At the same time, leaders of other countries also sent a large number of pilots to intercept, but the number of missiles was too great and they were flying too fast, so they couldn't catch up for a while. Boom boom, the missiles in the high sky were occasionally intercepted and exploded in the air, with flames soaring into the sky, like huge fireworks, which made Chen Gillen feel a pang of heartache. These were all energy. Fortunately, however, the number of missiles was too large to be completely intercepted, and soon some missiles were less than 100 meters away from Chen Gillen's location. Whoosh, here it comes, boom, ding, kinetic energy plus 10,000 T, ding, thermal energy plus 10,000 T, ding, soundwave plus 1,000 T, ding, nuclear radiation plus 100. Ding. Ding, thermal energy exceeds 10 WT, energy absorption range plus 100 M, energy release range plus 10 M, ding, kinetic energy plus 100,000 T, ding, thermal energy plus 100,000 T, ding, soundwave plus 10,000 T, ding. Ding, thermal energy exceeds 100 WT, energy absorption range plus 1000 M, energy release range plus 100 M, ding, the missiles exploded near Chen Gillen, and some of the energy was absorbed by him. As more and more missiles exploded, the absorbed energy also increased, so that it soon exceeded 10 WT. And after the thermal energy exceeded 10 WT, Chen Gillen found that the energy absorption range became wider, the absorbed energy was more, and the energy wasted by missile explosions was also reduced. Until his thermal energy reached 100 WT, he could completely absorb the energy from missile explosions nearby, so that the missiles, which should have created a lot of noise, had no reaction. What's going on? Don't those missiles explode after they land? Look, there seems to be a cloud of black mist on the ground. After those missiles enter the black mist, the explosion energy seems to be absorbed. God bless America, not good, nuclear bombs are coming, what to do, should we intercept them? Retreat immediately. Nuclear bombs cannot explode in the air, otherwise the nuclear radiation will destroy this country. Let the black cloud below swallow them, that's right, the power of nuclear bombs is too great. Whether we can intercept them or not, we will all die as long as they explode. Get out of the way, let the black cloud swallow them, hopefully it can do it. God bless. In the process of Chen Gillen absorbing the energy of the missiles, the unabsorbed energy enveloped the entire ground, looking like a black cloud. However, the pilots saw that the explosion energy was being compressed, as if it was being swallowed by the black cloud. No matter how many missiles exploded, they couldn't affect the surroundings. Therefore, when they saw the nuclear bombs flying, they placed their hopes on the so-called black cloud. Buzz whoosh, soon, the nuclear bombs exploded, but instead of the mushroom cloud rising into the sky as expected, there was a flash of red light that quickly contracted. All the pilots breathed a sigh of relief. My shoes, what is this thing? Jarvis, can you detect the situation inside? How could Iron Man, who likes to meddle in other people's business, be absent when something like this happened in America? But he was also amazed when he saw the black cloud on the ground, so he asked Jarvis to scan and explore it. Sir, I can't detect the internal situation of the black cloud. The energy inside is very dense and there is a lot of interference, so I can't detect it, Jarvis said. The green guy hasn't been dealt with yet, and now a black cloud has appeared. I don't have much time left, sir, you have been out for 40 minutes and need to replenish chlorophyll. Well, have the war machine sent it over? Let's cancel tonight's party for now, okay, sir? On the other side, inside a giant invisible airborne fortress in the high sky, Nick Fury saw the black cloud on the ground through the pilot's monitoring videos and fell into deep thought. Because the American congressmen were blowing up his phone. As the National Homeland Security Agency, they didn't know that such a thing was happening in America, or they couldn't nip the danger in the bud. Natasha, the superhero project needs to be brought forward. I'll go find Stark. You come back. We've found the location of that big guy. You go find him first, Nick Fury said after getting through the phone and then hung up. Hill, you and Coulson take people to see what that black cloud is and whether it will pose a threat to Earth, Nick Fury arranged again. Okay, Director. Buzz, ding, thermal energy plus 1 billion T, ding, nuclear energy plus 1 billion T, ding, soundwave plus 100 million T, ding, electrical energy plus 500 million T, ding, radiation plus 300 million, ding. At the moment the nuclear bombs exploded, Chen Gillen felt the system credited with billions of tons of energy again, and couldn't help but be very happy. Especially since more than a dozen nuclear bombs came one after another, his energy soared and reached the level of tens of billions. Ding, thermal energy exceeds 10 billion T, energy absorption range plus 10,000 m, energy release range plus 1,000 m, ding. Finally, when the last missile exploded, Chen Gillen checked the system. The most energy was thermal energy, as high as tens of billions of tons. Other energies such as nuclear energy, kinetic energy, sound waves, and electrical energy also had several billions, enough for him to use for a long time. Phew, great, Zola really didn't disappoint me, Chen Gillen showed a happy smile, looking at the thousands of meters of land and craters around him that had been overturned by the aftershocks, revealing a smile. With Iron Man when the black cloud disappeared, a human figure was revealed on the ground, shocking everyone, including Iron Man Jarvis. What kind of monster is that? Did he absorb the energy of a nuclear bomb powerful enough to destroy half of America? Iron Man asked. Sir, all data indicates that the energy from those missile explosions was absorbed by the black cloud, and the black cloud transformed into the human before us. It's likely he absorbed it, Jarvis said. He can even absorb nuclear bombs. Is he a god or a man? And who controlled the nuclear bombs? Iron Man asked in surprise again. There is no information related to gods, so I cannot confirm whether the other party is a god, but there is an 80% probability that he is. Also, I just found out that an hour ago, the missile systems of multiple countries were invaded by an unknown, super powerful intelligence system with computing power exceeding mine. Sir, Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling you, Jarvis said, receiving Nick Fury's call. Answer it, Stark, go and negotiate with that person. Why should I listen to you? I know how to solve your palladium poisoning. Why should I believe you? I have your father's relics. Your father will tell you, deal. At this time, Iron Man hadn't joined the Avengers yet. Hearing Nick Fury's request, he, who had just angrily rebuked the congressman in Congress, completely ignored Nick Fury. But hearing that the other party could solve his palladium poisoning problem, he thought about it and flew down. Whoosh boom. Chen Gillen had already noticed the fighter jets in the sky in Iron Man's arrival, so he wasn't surprised to see Iron Man landing near him. However, when he saw Iron Man's armor using flames from his feet or palms to achieve flight, he thought of his own 100 billion units of thermal energy. Perhaps, by releasing thermal energy through his feet and hands, he could also achieve the ability to fly. Hello, who are you? What are you doing on Earth? Iron Man asked, seeing Chen Gillen adopting a defensive posture. Stark, it looks like you haven't solved your palladium poisoning problem yet? You can call me Black Emperor. How about becoming my subordinate? I can not only solve your palladium poisoning problem, but also give you super strength. What do you say? Chen Gillen said, looking at Stark and extending an invitation. As one of Marvel's big three, Iron Man undoubtedly has the most popularity. On the surface, he appears to be a rich second generation who doesn't care about anything, but in reality, he is willing to sacrifice himself. Chen Gillen quite admired Stark. If he could bring him under his command, it would be a great help. You actually know me? Sorry, I already have a solution for the poisoning. Sir, you still haven't answered my question, Iron Man refused. Stark, I'm not obligated to answer your questions either. Since you've chosen to refuse, the next time we meet, we may be enemies. I hope you'll be sensible when you encounter me in the future. Chen Gillen ignored Iron Man and couldn't wait to test his flying ability. He tried to release flames from his hands and feet. Ding, thermal energy 1 ton, ding, whoosh. As flames continued to erupt from his feet, Chen Gillen discovered that he was indeed flying, and as the flames increased, the height and speed of his flight also increased. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Whoosh. However, the flames from his feet only allowed him to ascend in a straight line, making it impossible to control his direction. So he learned from Iron Man and used flames from his palms, quickly mastering the technique of flying. Jarvis, what's going on? Isn't he human? Why can he shoot flames from his hands and feet? If he's a god, why does he need to use such a low-level means of flying? Seeing Chen Gillen shooting flames from his hands and feet, Iron Man widened his eyes and asked. Sir, according to the detection, that person possesses the life characteristics of Earth humans. He should be a human. As for how his flames are emitted, it is currently undetectable, cough cough, the poison is getting more and more serious. Never mind, I'll follow him first. Swoosh. After Chen Gillen flew away, Iron Man also flew up, heading towards Chen Gillen. Noticing Iron Man chasing after him, Chen Gillen smirked, increased his energy output, and accelerated. His speed is so fast. Jarvis, catch up to him. Yes, sir. At the same time, on the ground, Hill and Coulson, who had originally planned to contact Chen Gillen, watched the two figures flying away and helplessly shook their heads to report to their superiors. Director, the Black Cloud turned into an Easterner. We didn't have time to negotiate before he flew away. However, Stark communicated with him for a while and may know something. Hill picked up the phone and reported. Okay, I know. You stay in place with your people and try to collect anything he might have. I will go find Stark separately, Nick Fury said. Okay, Director. In the end, Hill directed the agents to seal off the area and carried out corresponding collection, screening, testing, and other related work. Iron Man in the sky saw Chen Gillen's speed getting faster and faster, so he also increased his flying speed. But Chen Gillen suddenly thought of the Human Torch Johnny Storm from the Fantastic Four's flying mode, so his entire body began to emit flames, and his speed soared again. Fortunately, the flames he emitted couldn't burn him, so he could keep his clothes intact even when shooting flames, avoiding the awkward situation of being naked after shooting flames. Swoosh. Almost instantly, Chen Gillen's flying speed exceeded 3 times the speed of sound, immediately shaking off Iron Man, which made Iron Man very angry. *T, when I get back, I must build a super fast armor. Next time I encounter him, I will definitely catch up to him. Keep an eye on his movements for me. Also, tonight's party continues. I'll wear this armor. It looks good. The beauties will definitely love it. Yes, sir. Ding, thermal energy 10T, ding, thermal energy 10T. During the flight, a large amount of energy was released every second, which made Chen Gillen feel that even 10 billion tons wouldn't be enough for him to play with for a few years, and it would be used up even faster if used for combat. Since it's thermal energy, why not just go to a volcano to absorb it? But I should call little Carter first. Then, Chen Gillen withdrew the flames from his body, landed on the ground, took out his phone, and called Peggy Carter, asking her to wait for him in New Mexico. He would be there in a day or two. Whoosh. After that, Chen Gillen transformed into a fireman again and flew towards the direction of Japan, because he only knew that there was Mount Fuji in Japan, and Mount Fuji had a volcano. Generally speaking, volcanic eruptions are divided into 8 levels. Because volcanoes contain enormous energy inside, a level 3 volcanic eruption is equivalent to a level 7 earthquake, and a level 5 volcanic eruption releases energy equivalent to the explosion of 1,000 nuclear bombs. And Mount Fuji volcano, which ranks among the top 10 supervolcanoes, although it is an active volcano, has not erupted for many years, but the constant plumes of smoke represent that it is still an active volcano. Volcanic energy. When Chen Gillen arrived near the crater of Mount Fuji, he saw a large amount of thick smoke, the crater was red, and occasionally lava overflowed. Ding, thermal energy plus 1 ton. As soon as he approached the crater, system prompts sounded from time to time, especially when Chen Gillen was closer to the crater, the prompts became more frequent. This system is so powerful, the temperature nearby is as high as several thousand degrees, right? I can't feel a trace of heat at all. It seems I can jump in and take a bath. Lava bath, who can be braver than me, Chen Gillen said, and jumped into the lava crater. Sizzle, Chen Gillen fell into the lava crater, his body instantly enveloped by lava, and a large amount of heat energy was absorbed by the system. He did not feel any discomfort. Ding, thermal energy plus 10 T, ding, thermal energy plus 10 T, ding, thermal energy plus 10 T, ding. Every minute and every second, Chen Gillen was absorbing the thermal energy of the volcano, and the color of the lava was gradually turning black, and it might solidify soon. Didn't the system upgrade? The absorption speed is too slow. Is it because the lava crater is too small? Chen Gillen thought, looking at the system prompt. When he absorbed the energy of the nuclear bomb, it was instantly as high as hundreds of millions of T, instead of increasing by 10 T like now. Let's make the lava crater bigger and try. Ding, kinetic energy 1000 T, ding, thermal energy 10,000 T, Chen Gillen said, and came to the edge of the lava crater wall, while releasing a large amount of kinetic energy and thermal energy, and punched the lava crater wall. Boom, or instantly, the lava crater, which was originally only 30 m in diameter, was blasted open with a huge opening, and the size of the lava crater was expanded to 60 m. Ding, thermal energy plus 100 T, ding, thermal energy plus 100 T, ding. Sure enough, as the lava crater became larger, the energy absorption speed also increased, and the lava flowing out of the lava crater blackened and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom, whir, ding, thermal energy plus 500 T, ding. Knowing that expanding the lava crater can speed up the energy absorption speed, Chen Gillen continued to expand the range of the lava crater, and a large amount of lava energy was absorbed by him. Boom, ding. At the same time, in Tokyo, the capital of our country not far away, many people saw the scene of the soil exploding on Mount Fuji, and they all thought that the volcano was about to erupt. My emperor, the volcano is about to erupt. Run away, what's going on? Why did the volcano erupt without warning? Are those experts eating shit? Why didn't they notify us in advance? Run, instantly, the entire Tokyo fell into panic, traffic was paralyzed, and everyone began to flee, which was a posture of the end of the world, causing a lot of traffic accidents. However, although the volcano looked like it was about to erupt, no one saw the lava flowing out, and even if it flowed out, it would solidify in less than 10 seconds. So, the high-level officials of our country guessed that someone might have entered the crater, thus creating the movement, and sent our country's superpower organization to kill the crater. Boom or, ding, thermal energy plus 3000 T, ding. As Chen Gillen continued to expand the crater, the diameter of the crater had reached kilometers, and the energy he blasted out each time was gradually increasing. Each time he could blast out 10,000 T, so that each time it could cause a small earthquake. Why doesn't this volcano erupt? If it erupts, wouldn't the absorbed energy be faster? Why don't I give it some power? Chen Gillen found that perhaps because he absorbed the energy, so that even if he expanded the crater, he did not let the volcano erupt, so he thought about it and resolutely punched downwards. Ding, kinetic energy 100 million T, ding, thermal energy 1 billion T. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without a child, so if you want to do it, do a big one. So he released the energy of a nuclear bomb to the lava below. Boom or instantly, with the blessing of 100 million T of kinetic energy, 1 billion of thermal energy erupted, blasting half of Mount Fuji, and a large amount of gravel lava flew around. Swoosh at the same time, because of the squeezing of the upper part of the volcano, the pressure on the lower part of the volcano increased sharply, causing the lava to rebound, and a large amount of lava spewed out. Ding, thermal energy plus 10 billion T, ding, kinetic energy plus 1 billion T, ding, gaga, cool, that's the feeling. Chen Gillen didn't expect that his wave was like cutting through the Earth's major artery, a large amount of lava gushing out, and because the system absorbed the kinetic energy acting on him and the surrounding thermal energy, he stayed safely in the center of the lava to absorb energy. Boom swoosh swoosh. However, Chen Gillen was happy, but the after effects of the volcanic eruption were borne by the entire our country, and a large amount of volcanic ash almost instantly covered the entire Tokyo. Ah, someone save me, Oni-chan. Save me, Yamete, Sugoi. Tokyo fell into darkness, and a large number of lava stones fell from the sky, almost instantly destroying this international metropolis, and tens of millions of people died. And the superpower organization sent by the high-level officials of our country was killed by the flying volcanic rocks before they reached the crater. Originally, there were 3 temples guarding the Earth, namely Tokyo Temple, London Temple, and New York Temple. Special statement, there is no Tokyo Temple in the original drama. For the need of destroying Japan, the protagonist destroyed Tokyo, and then moved the temple to Hong Kong. As soon as something happened in Tokyo, Gui knew about it. Ha! Tokyo Temple was attacked? It's him, what is he doing? No, Tokyo Temple is the key to guarding the magic circle, it can't be destroyed. Gui suddenly woke up, pinched his fingers and knew that Chen Gillen did it, and immediately walked out of the room. All the mages follow me to rescue Tokyo. Yes, Supreme Mage. As Gui gave the order, all the mages were drawing circles in the yard, and seeing Tokyo, which was like a doomsday scene through the teleportation magic circles, everyone was stunned. Senior mages hold up the protective shield, and other mages immediately rescue, Wang said to the group of mages. Buzz immediately, many senior mages exerted their strength and erected a magic shield in the sky above the building to resist the flying gravel, and other ordinary mages organized personnel to evacuate through the teleportation array. Buzz Gui flew into the air, looking at the vast Tokyo in a mess. A large number of humans died. She glanced at the time stone on her chest, and began to cast a time magic circle. Where Gui is worthy of being a father-level mage, the time magic circle she cast covered half of Tokyo, and those originally destroyed buildings were restored as if they were being rewound. Ancient One, those who were a bloody mess also began to recover one by one, until the entire Tokyo was restored to its original state. The Ancient One took out something similar to a formation plate and the entire Tokyo within it. Dong, dong. Finally, a large amount of limestone volcanic rock fell again, but it was blocked by the magic, and eventually the limestone buried the entire Tokyo. Tokyo was plunged into darkness, and Kamar Taj could not accommodate so many people. Seeing that the Ancient One had the city, the mages allowed the original residents of Tokyo to return to Tokyo. Ding, thermal energy plus 10 billion T, ding, kinetic energy plus 1 billion T, ding, ding, thermal energy exceeds 1000 billion T, energy absorption range expands to 100000 m, energy release range plus 10,000 m. At this time, the Black Emperor system's absorbed thermal energy had exceeded 1000 billion T, the energy absorption range had expanded to 100,000 meters, which is 100 kilometers, and the energy release range could be anywhere within 1 wm. This meant that within the 100 kilometers range connected by energy, he could absorb this energy. He could originally absorb the kinetic energy of magma, but if he absorbed the kinetic energy of magma, the magma would not be able to erupt, which would greatly reduce the efficiency of energy absorption. As for where the magma stone that absorbed the thermal energy flew, he didn't care. What's going on? This is a magic array? Just then, Chen Gillen noticed that the magma suddenly stopped erupting, and a magic array appeared below, sealing the volcano. Just as Chen Gillen was about to continue absorbing energy, the Ancient One's magic circles appeared, and a figure hovered in the air, looking at Chen Gillen angrily. Damn traveler, what are you doing? I don't care if you kill people, but the sanctum cannot be destroyed. This time, I have to leave you here. The Ancient One, who never got angry, also showed anger. Yo, isn't this the Ancient One? What's wrong? Didn't you try it before? You can't do anything to me, Chen Gillen said nonchalantly. I already know your weakness, we'll fight in space. The Ancient One didn't continue to waste words, and began to chant incantations. TSK, another teleportation array, useless. Chen Gillen looked at the Ancient One's actions and knew that the Ancient One was preparing to move him to space, so he couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery. Buzz, ding, solar radiation plus 1 ton, ding, space freeze plus 1 ton, ding, unknown race plus. How is that possible? You actually moved the entire Earth away. Just as Chen Gillen thought he would receive a system prompt, he suddenly felt empty beneath him, and the huge Earth actually disappeared, which shocked him. He knew that the Ancient One had actually moved the entire Earth away, and moved it to the Earth's orbit one day later, 32 million kilometers away from him. Even if he could fly, he didn't know when he would be able to fly there. Chen Gillen was speechless. Fortunately, he had previously been soaked in the Hulk's blood, and his physical fitness had been greatly improved, so even in space, he didn't feel any discomfort. However, he was used to breathing, and he hadn't adapted to the state of not breathing for a while. Moreover, the Ancient One had already posed a threat to his safety, so he didn't plan to hold back. Space could not transmit sound, so neither of them wasted words. The Ancient One knew that her magic could not harm Chen Gillen, so she glanced at Chen Gillen and released a teleportation array, preparing to leaving Chen Gillen in space. Buzz, however, just as she turned around, she suddenly felt a magical fluctuation behind her. Before she could turn around, she was bound by magical ropes. Scarlet chains? The Ancient One was shocked. Unexpectedly Chen Gillen actually knew magic, and it was still relatively profound white magic. But before she could be shocked for even a moment, she saw Chen Gillen transform into a fireman and kill her. She was unable to break free from the Scarlet Chain's restraints for a while, and was instantly hit by Chen Gillen's punch. Boom! In an instant, thermal energy equivalent to 10 nuclear bombs erupted, instantly blasting the Ancient One's body to death. The powerful entered the sky above Tokyo through the teleportation array. Ping! In an instant, the magic array above Tokyo shattered, and the entire Tokyo was instantly covered by a large amount of limestone, and even tens of millions of residents were submerged by the limestone. Time Stone. Give me back the Time Stone. Chen Gillen also entered the sky above Tokyo through the teleportation circle created by the Ancient One. Because the powerful attack blasted the Ancient One's body into, the Eye of Agamotto was also blasted to pieces, and the Time Stone inside floated out and was taken by Chen Gillen. The Ancient One wanted to snatch it, but losing her body made her even less of a threat to Chen Gillen. Ancient One, your era is over. Chen Gillen looked at the Ancient One's soul and punched towards the Ancient One's body, but it passed through. On the contrary, the Ancient One's hand could touch him. You want the gem, don't you? Come on. Just as the Ancient One's hand's energy to snatch the Time Stone, Chen Gillen pointed at her energy body, and a strange energy covered the Ancient One's entire body. Ding! End of time 1. No, immediately, the Ancient One was forcibly teleported to the end of time by a teleportation force. As a soul body, it is unknown whether she can live for a long time, or whether she can survive at the end of time. Ding! Found time gem, absorb? Yes, ding, absorption successful, obtained current universe's time power plus infinity, ding, time source power plus 10, the time stone is the cornerstone of the universe, containing infinite time power, which can realize time reversal, time advancement, and even time reversal or advancement of specific areas or items. Because Chen Gillen absorbed the time stone, he also obtained infinite time power, and can use time power to modify the time changes of contacted items. Time source can shape time source body? Not bad, Chen Gillen muttered to himself after reading the time source introduction. After absorbing the time source, the body can be turned into a time source body. The time source body is not affected by time power and can arbitrarily change its own physical state, such as young, youthful, and old states. Ding, time source power 1, Buzz. As Chen Gillen used a copy of source power, his body quickly became a time source body. Because it was a transformation of the flesh, that is to say, at this time, whether in this main universe or in other universes, he has become an immortal existence. And, he also possesses infinite time power. But time power is not invincible, it is useless against powerhouses above the single universe level, such as Arisham. At the peak of the single universe level, it can be said that it is completely useless. As for Dormammu in the early stage of the single universe level, it only has a slight influence at most, and it is harmless. Most importantly, each multiverse has its own time stone, and the one Chen Gillen absorbed is from the current main universe, so time power can only be used in the main universe. While Chen Gillen was checking time power, Wang and the mages of Kamar Taj who had returned were stunned. They didn't expect that a prosperous city just a few minutes ago would be submerged in an instant. When they came to Tokyo again, it was already a ruin, with only a man with flames on his feet in the sky. How could this happen? Where is the Ancient One? What happened? Who is that person? Did he do it? Oh my God, is that person a demon? Tens of millions of people died because of it. Where is the Ancient One? Assemble. The sorcerers of Kamartaj were in a panic, especially without the leadership of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Each of them was at a loss, looking at the ruins and then at Chen Gillen in the sky, not knowing what to do. Chen Gillen ignored the thoughts of the sorcerers. He glanced expressionlessly at the city ruins and flew towards China as a fiery figure. After Chen Gillen left, several portals appeared in the ruins of the city, and a dozen members of the Time Variance Authority walked out, including Mobius. That kid is at it again, actually killing the Ancient One, Mobius said, rubbing his forehead, looking like he had a headache. What do we do? The Ancient One is Stephen's guide. Without her, how will Stephen become a sorcerer, said a chubby female member of the Time Variance Authority. Then find another one from the multiverse. Remember, don't let her provoke that kid again, Mobius thought for a moment and said. What about the Time Stone? That kid seems to have gotten rid of the Time Stone, and the timeline has become unstable. Just grab one from the drawer, and slap a sacred timeline label on it, but even with the label, the energy contained in the stones from other universes is insufficient. It can only be used for one snap is enough. Thanos destroyed the stones after snapping, that's true. What about the people in this city? They're just ordinary people. They're dead. Just reset it. Okay, under Mobius's arrangement, the Time Variance Authority brought an Ancient One from the multiverse, gave her another time stone, and even gave her a warning. As for Tokyo, which had been turned into ruins, after the Time Variance Authority activated the time reset device, everyone in the world forgot about the city of Tokyo and what happened there. Kamartaj returned to normal, but with fewer sorcerers and an Ancient One from the multiverse. Apart from herself, no one else knew she was from another multiverse, except for Chen Gillen. I was actually killed in this universe. It seems this universe is more dangerous. There are still 7 years left. As long as I guide that person named Stephen onto the path of cultivation, I can log off. As for other things, it's better not to meddle, the Ancient One muttered to herself. This is why the Ancient One logged off so quickly, not because the special effects were too expensive, ***********. On the other side, the Hulk from the multiverse, Mark, found that his familiar environment had changed when he first arrived. He encountered many difficulties and couldn't help but burst into anger, destroying some things, which caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having had the experience of being captured, he relied on his talent to become a barefoot doctor in a slum, barely earning a living. One day, a little girl said that her mother was critically ill and hoped that he would go to the girl's house to treat her mother. Wary, he didn't agree, but after the girl's pleading, he finally went to the girl's house. However, as soon as they arrived at a dilapidated house, the girl jumped out of the window and left. You little liar, I should have taken the money first, Dr. Banner couldn't help but complain, thinking he had been pranked by the little girl. Aren't you supposed to stay away from stress? Why choose such a place to settle down? A woman's voice came. Dr. Banner looked in the direction of the voice, and the figure of Black Widow appeared. Staying away from stress isn't my way of life, then what is your way of life? Doing yoga? It's right for you to keep me away from the city. It's surrounded here, right? No, just the two of us. What about that little brat? Is she also an agent? Doing this at such a young age, I was also very young at the time. Dr. Banner chatted with Black Widow while looking out the window, nervously clasping his hands. After confirming that he was not surrounded, he began to ask the woman's name. Who are you? Natasha Romanoff. So, you're here to kill me, right? Ms. Natasha. You know, it's not that easy to kill me. No, I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to invite you to join the Avengers organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you find me? We've always had your trail, and even helped you drive away some unwanted guests. Nick Fury trusts you very much and hopes you can come with me. What if I don't want to? I'll convince you. Are you so sure? Of course. In the end, Dr. Banner followed Natasha and came to S.H.I.E.L.D. After chatting with Nick Fury for a long time, Nick Fury took Dr. Banner to study the Tesseract. As for Natasha, Nick Fury sent her on another mission. At the same time, Jack, the leader of the Eternals who had been left on Earth by the Celestials, suddenly woke up in her sleep. She discovered that the emergence, which was originally scheduled for 2024, had suddenly been postponed by 100 years, which surprised her. What's going on? Why is the emergence suddenly delayed? No, I have to contact Eris Hem. At this time, Jack didn't have the idea of stopping the emergence, so when she discovered that the emergence was delayed, she immediately began to contact the celestial Eris Hem. Buzz instantly, Jack entered a certain space, and a behemoth with 6 lantern-like heads appeared in front of her, which was the celestial judge Eris Hem. Jack, what's wrong? Why are you contacting me? Eris Hem asked in confusion. There were still 13 years before the day of the emergence, and he could feel that the young celestial in the core of the earth was safe and sound, so he was a little puzzled. Lord Eris Hem, I don't know what's going on with Earth, but the date of the emergence has suddenly been delayed by 100 years, Jack said. Her memory had also been reset, so she didn't know what was going on, she only knew that the day of the emergence had suddenly been delayed. There's such a thing, let me see, Eris Hem said and began to check the Eternals' memories, and then began to check the records of the Earth's life population. He finally found that the Earth's population had suddenly decreased by 30 million before this. The birth of a young celestial has certain conditions, that is, the intelligent life on the planet needs to reach a certain number to be born. According to the original plan, the population would just reach the number by 2024. Now, because 30 million people died in Tokyo, it is estimated that it will take 87 years based on the current birth and death rates of the Earth's population, plus the original 13 years, which is exactly 100 years. I already know that a cosmic traveler destroyed a city of 10 million people. This is what he looks like. Go and eliminate him, and then find a way to increase the birth rate of the people on that planet. Eris Hem conjured an image of Chen Gillen and then disappeared. It's a cosmic traveler? Ikaris, Circe, Kingo, assemble. We have a mission, Jack said as he began contacting the other Eternals. Yes, Jack, at that moment, Eternals around the world received Jack's orders and began to put aside their affairs, trying every means to assemble. Chen Gillen soon arrived in the Huaxia region of the Marvel Universe. The people were still Chinese, and the architectural style was also Chinese. He also discovered many superpowered individuals. But there was nothing familiar, and no sense of belonging as he had imagined. Perhaps he simply didn't belong in this world, and it would be the same no matter where he went. So, after observing for a while, Chen Gillen resolutely flew to America. While Chen Gillen was bathing in a volcano, Iron Man was flaunting his armor at a party. His friend Rhodey, unable to stand it, went to Iron Man's lab, put on a suit of armor, and fought with Iron Man, eventually flying away in the armor. After the party, Stark, feeling that his days were numbered, flew to a donut shop, eating donuts and watching the sunset, enjoying his last moments. Hey, mister, can you come down and talk? Nick Fury stood not far from the donut shop, looking at Iron Man. Oh, charcoal head, I'm busy. Go play by yourself, I can solve the problem of the palladium poisoning in your chest. Oh, it's you, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You look so much like charcoal, I almost didn't recognize you. Recognizing Nick Fury, Iron Man remembered that the other party had said on the phone that he could solve the problem of palladium poisoning in his chest, so he came down from the donut shop, and the two went to a restaurant. Then, Nick Fury talked non-stop to Iron Man, focusing on the original intention of Iron Man's father, Howard, in researching the arc reactor, and then had someone bring Howard's relics and gave them to Iron Man. Iron Man took Howard's relics back home and began to research, eventually successfully creating a new element to replace the palladium element. Father, I didn't expect that even though you're gone, you're still guiding me. On the other side, Rhodey's armor was taken to the military and modified by Hammer Industries, announcing the armor extravaganza that night. Ivan, who was rescued by Hammer, also successfully took control of Hammer Industries' robots and Rhodey's armor. With this, Ivan declared war on Iron Man. Boom boom. By the time Chen Gillen returned to New York, America, it was already night. Hammer Industries' robots were chasing Iron Man and attacking him. Chen Gillen understood the general plot but had no interest in their grievances. However, when he saw a little boy wearing an Iron Man mask appear on the street, he remembered something and resolutely flew to the little boy, blasting away the robot that was about to attack the boy. Peter Parker, now is not the time for you to be a hero, Chen Gillen crouched down in front of the little boy and said with a smile. You know me? The little boy opened the Iron Man mask and looked at Chen Gillen with a smile. Oh, my Peter, are you all right? Just then, a pleasant voice rang out, and a very attractive young woman called out anxiously to the little boy in the distance. Aunt May, I'm fine. This uncle saved me, the little boy showed a happy smile. This gentleman, thank you. It's not safe here. Robots are attacking humans everywhere. My home is nearby. If you have time, you can come to my house for a glass of water. I want to thank you properly. Aunt May looked at Chen Gillen's figure, her eyes lighting up. At this time, Aunt May was only in her early 20s, with a hint of maturity in her youth. Although she didn't have the charm of the movies, she still made Chen Gillen's eyes light up because the young Aunt May was truly beautiful. Okay, that I'll intrude. No intrusion, no intrusion. Chen Gillen had seen many Spider-Man movies, and many movies had Uncle Ben. He wondered if this Aunt May had a husband named Uncle Ben. Therefore, hearing Aunt May's invitation, he thought about it and happily agreed to go. Then, Chen Gillen picked up Peter Parker and followed Aunt May to her house. As soon as he entered, he began to observe the things inside the house, such as the shoe rack, coat rack, ashtray, etc. Finding nothing but women's and children's things, and no adult men's things, he couldn't help but smile. Mr. Chen, hello. Are you Chinese? I heard that you Chinese people like to drink tea. I just studied your Chinese tea ceremony a while ago. Let me make you a pot. Aunt May looked at Chen Gillen and said. Hello, my name is Chen Gillen, and I am indeed from China. Actually, I really like your Chinese culture, blah blah blah, is that so? Blah blah blah, hee hee, that's great. It's rare to meet such a knowledgeable Chinese person. I'm really curious about Chinese culture. Can you tell me about it? Of course, with the greatest pleasure, blah blah blah. The two chatted non-stop, laughing and talking, like good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Peter Parker found their topics very boring, so he went back to his room to play with toys. Mr. Chen, drink your tea. Try how I brew it. Aunt May brewed the tea and poured a cup, handing it to Chen Gillen. However, Aunt May poured too much tea, and accidentally scalded her hand with boiling water, subconsciously letting go of the cup, and the tea spilled on the table. Are you okay? Let me see. Seeing that she was burned, Chen Gillen subconsciously touched her hand to check, his mind blank for a moment. Ding, pleasure 1, respect to Jim Carrey, asterisk caret underscore caret asterisk. Demoted ouch. Just as Chen Gillen touched Aunt May suddenly slipped from the chair and fell to the ground. Aunt May, what's wrong with you? Peter Parker heard Aunt May's cry outside and came out of the room. Seeing Aunt May fall, he subconsciously helped her up. I'm fine. I just didn't sit properly. Go back to the room and play with your toys. I'll chat with your Uncle Chen for a while. Aunt May glanced at Chen Gillen in a panic, then said to Peter Parker. Okay, Peter Parker said, and then returned to the room again. Mr. Chen, what was that just now? Aunt May recalled the feeling just now and couldn't help but ask Chen Gillen. I'm sorry, I was just worried about you getting burned. I didn't mean to offend you, so, that feeling, is that your ability? What ability? When I touched you just now, I felt, I just suddenly had that feeling, an electric shock feeling? Yes and no, it's just that feeling, the feeling between a man and a woman. Although what you said is a bit mysterious, I heard that if you like someone to the extreme, every touch can make you feel physically and mentally happy. Could it be that you have fallen in love with me? No, definitely not. We only just met for the first time. Although I admit I have a good impression of you, it definitely hasn't reached the level of liking. Forget it, I'll know after trying again. As Aunt May spoke, she sat next to Chen Gillen, her slender hand holding Chen Gillen's hand, seemingly wanting to try that feeling again. Ding, pleasure 1, ouch. That's the feeling. Mr. Chen. Are you my true love? Ding, pleasure 1, May, from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. Ding, pleasure 10, oh. Ha ha. Mr. Chen, you are really great. I found that I have also fallen in love with you. Ha ha. While Chen Gillen was taking a bath in the volcano, a major event also occurred in Asgard, because Thor was preparing to accept the throne of king. However, Loki did not want Thor to become king, so he colluded with the frost giants to invade the Asgardian vault and take away their artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters. However, their actions were discovered, and a battle eventually broke out, interrupting Thor's coronation ceremony and making Thor angry. Urged on by Loki, he led the warriors three to the realm of the frost giants, but was almost defeated by the frost giants. In the end, Odin stepped in and saved Thor and the others. Looking at the reckless Thor, Odin was very disappointed and realized that Thor was not yet suitable to be king, and he already had an idea in his mind. Father, those frost giants deserve to die. How dare they? Enough, Thor Odinson, you openly defied the king's order and invaded Jotunheim without permission. Because of your arrogance, ignorance, and stupidity, you have plunged the innocent people of the originally peaceful kingdom into a crisis of war. It is you who have made them lose their originally peaceful lives. You are not qualified to rule these kingdoms at all, nor are you worthy of being a prince, Odin roared at Thor, and then stripped Thor of his armor little by little. Thor had no power to resist. You have failed your people and loved ones, and I will strip you of your divine power. Buzz, in my name, Odin, in the name of my ancestors, I, the All-Father, Odin, banish you. No, Father. No, Odin took back Thor's hammer, and also took away the divine power from Thor, and with one palm struck him into the Rainbow Bridge teleportation entrance. Thor let out a desperate cry. Loki did not expect that Odin would actually banish Thor. Knowing that Odin was really angry, he was afraid that the other party would see something, and left in a panic. No matter who gets Thor's hammer, as long as he is qualified, he can have the power of Thor. Odin cast a curse on Thor's hammer, and then threw it into the Rainbow Bridge entrance. While Chen Gillen was playing in Aunt May's room, Iron Man and Rhodey were having a robot war in a certain forest, with various artillery fire, machine guns and bullets flying around. Crouch down, Buzz. After fighting for a while, Iron Man fired a laser from both arms, and when Rhodey crouched down, a spin cut all the robots in half. Why didn't you use it earlier? Rhodey complained. Oh, it's a one-time use, there's no way, I can only use it when they gather. Iron Man spread his hands. Swoosh boom. While the two were chatting, Ivan, driving a heavy armor, descended from the sky and landed in front of the two, opening the armor helmet. It's good to be back, Ivan said, looking at the two, and then made two lightning whips. The situation is not good, Iron Man said upon seeing this. I'm going to use a special weapon to defeat him. Let me use ex-wife to blow him to death. Rhodey stepped forward and said. Use what? Buzz. Rhodey didn't answer Iron Man's words, and started the ex-wife weapon in a showy manner. The missile accelerated briefly and shot towards Ivan's armor. Ding, Buzz. However, the missile tickled Ivan, fell to the ground, and went out after two buzzes, which stunned Iron Man. Made by Hammer Industries? Yes, let me do it. Then, Iron Man took the lead in launching an attack, and the three Iron Man warriors in armor fought together, with Ivan fighting too without falling behind. Unfortunately, Ivan did not have the protagonist's halo, and was eventually killed by the explosion after the two's palm cannons converged. After solving Ivan, Iron Man found Pepper Potts, and the two kissed together. Soon after, Nick Fury came to the door and signed an agreement with Iron Man to join the Avengers. The next day, Peter Parker looked at Chen Gillen walking out of Aunt May's room, full of doubts, but before he could ask anything, Aunt May came out dressed neatly. Peter, hurry up and wash up, you have to go to school soon. Aunt May said before Peter Parker could ask. Okay, I got it. Although Peter Parker had questions, he was just a little boy after all, so he didn't think too much, only thinking it was a way for adults to communicate. Dear Lynn, I'm going to take Peter to school, do you want to wait for me at home? Aunt May looked at Chen Gillen in a coquettish manner. Okay, Chen Gillen thought for a while, then nodded. Thank you, moi. Aren't you afraid little Peter will see it, hee. Carter. After watching Aunt May see little Peter off, Chen Gillen ate the breakfast Aunt May made on the sofa. He didn't expect to win over Aunt May so easily. I really love this system more and more, Chen Gillen laughed. He originally planned to go to Carter, but considering that Aunt May is currently just an ordinary person, for her safety, he chose to stay. He planned to use his blood to infect her after she came back, so that Aunt May could also become as powerful as Carter, thus having the power to protect herself. Ding ling ling, hello, little Carter, do you miss me? Chen Gillen had just taken out his phone when Carter's call came in. He said with a smile into the phone. Husband, the Thor's hammer you mentioned really appeared, come quickly, okay, wait for me there, okay. Chen Gillen didn't expect Thor's hammer to appear at this time. Because of this, he could only say sorry to Aunt May, so he wrote a message and left. Hey, buddy, is the chain locked? I'm going to drive, old man, it's ready, you can start, okay, watch me. At the place where Thor's hammer fell, after a group of people had tried and failed to move it even a little bit, Stan Lee drove a pickup truck, had people locked the chains, stepped on the accelerator, and tried to pull Thor's hammer. Buzz clang, did it move? No, your truck bed fell off, hee. However, as Stan Lee stepped on the accelerator, the chain was instantly straightened, but it still failed to move Thor's hammer. Instead, the truck bed was pulled off, and a group of people laughed at this result. Husband, is that Thor's hammer? It's really magical, even a car can't move it even a little bit. Chen Gillen and Carter had just arrived when they saw this scene, and Carter couldn't help but say. Of course, Thor's hammer is made from a decaying neutron star plus URU metal, which is extremely heavy in itself. Now it's been enchanted by Odin, and those who are not worthy cannot move it even a little bit, Chen Gillen said. Worthy? What worthiness? Carter asked curiously. A firm belief, a strong heart, a righteous and kind character, and the approval of Thor's hammer, then you can pick it up, Chen Gillen said. Is that so? I think you have this qualification, why don't you try? Carter looked at Chen Gillen and said. No, the former me might have been able to, but after experiencing so many things, my original intention has changed, and I no longer have the belief to fight for others, but I can try, Chen Gillen shook his head. Let's try again after that old man leaves. Chen Gillen suddenly saw Stan Lee's figure, remembered something, and stopped his actions. In the Marvel series of movies, Stan Lee played many roles: the old man who drank the Hulk's blood Ken in The Incredible Hulk, the courier who delivered the package, the barber who gave Thor a haircut, the school bus driver in the Spider-Man movie, the security guard, the librarian, the retired old general, the postman, and countless other professions all had his figure. Many people call him the father of the Marvel Universe, and he plays the role of the heavenly Tao of the Marvel Universe in many Marvel novels, so Chen Gillen, who is in the Marvel Universe, thought about it and decided to hide from him. Why? Nothing, okay. Carter was a little puzzled, but seeing that Chen Gillen didn't want to say more, she didn't ask any more questions, and the two of them waited patiently. Honey? Dear? Where are you? On the other side, Aunt May returned from taking young Spider-Man to school, happily looking for Chen Gillen's figure, but after searching several rooms, she didn't see him. Finally, she saw the note on the sofa. When you were having a romantic time with someone, you called them sweetheart, but now you leave without even saying hello, and you don't even leave a phone number. Aunt May looked at the contents of the note, knowing that Chen Gillen had left, and her good mood was gone immediately. On Chen Gillen's side, the two waited until Mr. Lee left before they stepped forward. The onlookers originally wanted to watch the show, but were scared away by the Desert Eagle that Chen Gillen took out. After putting away his gun, he came to the location of Thor's hammer, grabbed the handle, and used 500 tons of force, but found that he couldn't move it even a little bit. Instead, the ground sank a little. Alas, it seems that I have no chance with one of the top 10 artifacts of Marvel. Little Carter, why don't you try? Chen Gillen sighed and turned to look at Carter. Well, if you can't lift it, I probably can't either, Carter said. No, you can, believe in yourself. Okay. Seeing that Carter didn't seem very confident, Chen Gillen comforted her, then gave way. Carter stepped forward and prepared to exert a lot of strength. Buzz, however, at the moment Carter grabbed Thor's hammer, the surrounding force field changed in some way. The sand grains floated in the air, lightning flashed around, and dark clouds gathered in the sky in an instant. I knew it, she definitely can. TSK, female Thor, not bad. Chen Gillen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Carter didn't speak. At the moment she grabbed Thor's hammer, she felt a force pouring into her body. As dark clouds filled the sky, she seemed to understand something. Zzz as Carter raised Thor's hammer in her hand above her head, a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, and a suit of armor instantly appeared on her body. No, that's my hammer, someone is going to take my hammer, hurry, make your BMW run faster. the phenomenon of Carter being recognized by Thor's hammer attracted the attention of many people, including Thor, who was rushing towards Thor's hammer. Then you sit tight, Buzz. Jane also saw the phenomenon, and combined with Thor's words, she speculated that someone had taken Thor's hammer. In order to verify whether Norse mythology really existed, she floored the accelerator. Huh? Someone is actually qualified to pick up Thor's hammer? How is that possible? Odin originally planned to pretend to be asleep, but he didn't expect that someone on Earth would actually be qualified to pick up Thor's hammer, which surprised him. His original purpose was to train Thor, strengthen Thor's heart, and arouse Thor's belief in being willing to sacrifice for others, not to really abandon Thor. If Thor's hammer was snatched by someone else, then everything he did would be in vain, and he would also lose an artifact, which he could not accept. No, Thor's hammer is my son's weapon, how can it be given to an earthling? Loki, take the destroyer for a trip and don't let Thor's hammer fall into the hands of others. Thus, Odin, who was originally pretending to be asleep, stopped pretending. After getting up from the bed, he immediately found Loki and gave him the order, startling Loki, who already harbored ill intentions. Yes, father. After receiving the order, Loki came to the vault and manipulated the destroyer armor to leave, but before he left, he saw the casket of ancient winters again, and after thinking about it, he took it with him. At the same time, the Eternals members also successfully assembled, and everyone came to the Eternals spaceship, looking at Ajak curiously. Ajak, why did you gather us here? Druig, the mind controller, asked. Yes, Ajak, tell us quickly what's going on. I have a performance tonight, Kingo, the energy manipulator, also said. The reason for gathering everyone this time is because something big has happened. The emergence has been postponed by 100 years. Someone destroyed a city with a population of 10 million. I reported it to Arishem, and he asked us to kill this person and then find a way to accelerate the reproduction of humans, Ajak said. A city with a population of 10 million was destroyed? How come I don't know about it? Did the deviants appear again? Weren't they sealed away back then? Ikaris, the laser eyes, said. It wasn't the deviants who did it. It was a cosmic traveler. This is a portrait of this person. Fastos, find it and confirm the person's location. Ajak condensed a portrait of Chingillan and looked at the black fat man beside him. Okay, leave it to me, Fastos, the mechanical inventor, said, using cosmic energy to create a computer, then pulled up a map of Earth on the computer and began scanning to search for Chingillan's location. Found him, he's in New Mexico, Fastos said. Okay, go to New Mexico immediately, Ajak said. The spaceship is too slow, I'll go take a look first, Ikaris said, walking out of the spaceship and flying towards New Mexico. Ikaris, don't be impulsive, we don't know the strength of that person yet. Wait for us to arrive before doing anything. Sigh, Macquarie, you're fast, you go first too, don't be impulsive. Ajak didn't expect Ikaris to fly away as soon as he said it. Helpless, she had to let the speedster mute Macquarie go first. ABA, whoosh, Macquarie nodded, then turned into a streak of light and shadow, crossing hills and mountains, stepping on rivers and mountains, quickly catching up with Ikaris, surpassing him, and arriving in New Mexico first to search for Chingillan's figure. Who are you? Give me back my hammer. Thor Odinson got out of the car and walked towards Carter, who had already taken control of Thor's hammer, shouting for her to return it. Honey, you said he's Thor Odinson? Why is he so low class? Is Thor's hammer really his? Carter said, looking at Thor's slovenly appearance. Her heart is righteous, so she can be recognized by Thor's hammer. Now, hearing someone say that Thor's hammer is his, she subconsciously felt a sense of guilt, but seeing Thor's appearance, she was a little uncertain. Thor's hammer is a divine artifact, it has its own consciousness, so it doesn't belong to anyone. Whoever it recognizes, Thor's hammer belongs to that person. Chingillan knew that Carter was kind-hearted and would not take other people's things, but he didn't want Carter to return Thor's hammer, so he said. That's right, I can feel its recognition of me, which is why it allowed me to gain the ability to summon lightning, so Thor's hammer belongs to me at this time. Perhaps because the bond between the two was deep, imperceptibly changing some of Carter's thoughts. Carter nodded. No, Thor's hammer is mine, I am its master. Mjolnir, come here, come to daddy here. Thor Odinson didn't believe that Thor's hammer recognized Carter, so he stretched out his right hand, trying to summon Thor's hammer over. No, how is it possible, my hammer, come here quickly, What evil magic did you use to give me back my hammer? After summoning for a long time without seeing Thor's hammer fly over, Thor Odinson couldn't accept it, and tried to pull Carter away, but Carter dodged. Little Carter, didn't he say the hammer is his? Put it on the ground and see if he can pick it up, Chengillen said with a smile, not to mention that Thor's hammer has already recognized Carter as its master. Even if it hasn't, Thor can't pick it up at this time. Yes, that's right, if Thor's hammer is really his, he should be able to pick it up. If he can pick it up, so what if we return it? Carter nodded, then put Thor's hammer on the ground. Consider yourself sensible, I am the son of Odin, the All-Father, the prince of the northern divine realm, Thor Odinson. Seeing Carter put down Thor's hammer, Thor Odinson showed a simple and honest smile, then came to Thor's hammer and grabbed it. Ha! How is it possible? Impossible, why can't I lift it? Mjolnir, get up for me, no. My hammer, no. Snowflakes falling, the originally amiable Thor Odinson's face began to solidify. As he exerted force, Thor's hammer remained motionless. He went from doubt, incomprehension, to shock, to disbelief, to unacceptability. The expression on his face changed dozens of times in less than a minute. Such a wonderful performance is enough to be included in the Beijing Film Academy textbook. TSK, it seems that Thor's hammer is really not his, don't you think so, little Carter? Chengillen said with a smile. Yes, if it was his, how could he not be able to pick it up? Carter nodded. Thor, don't bother, this is someone else's thing, let's go. The female scientist Jane couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled Thor away, intending to leave. No, this hammer is mine, I'm not leaving, my Mjolnir. Thor Odinson couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't lift it and refused to leave. Hey, gentlemen, we are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. This place belongs to the territory of America. All extraterrestrial objects belong to the country. Please leave. At this moment, Coulson led a group of agents to the scene, said a polite sentence, and then asked people to clear the area. Armor, are you Coulson? Do you still remember me? Carter looked at the person who came and remembered his identity, and couldn't help but say. You are Captain Carter. Oh my God, how did you become so young? It's unbelievable. Coulson recognized Carter and was extremely surprised. Yes, I am Carter, this Thor's hammer is mine. Carter smiled, nodded, and then with a wave of her hand, Thor's hammer returned to her hand. Oh, is this really Thor's hammer? Did you become so young because of it? Does the Northern Divine Realm really exist? It's so shocking. Coulson saw Carter wave her hand, and the hammer flew into Carter's hand, and was surprised again. No, this is my hammer, give it back to me. Get lost, No. That's my hammer. Give it back. Woo-woo. Chengillen saw Thor grabbing Carter again, stepped forward, and kicked him away. Thor, who fell to the ground, still couldn't forget the hammer and crawled towards Carter. Thor, forget it, no. That's really my hammer, let me go, that's my hammer. Jane and her assistant held Thor back, trying to make him give up, but Thor still didn't give up. The two girls couldn't hold him back, and Coulson saw this and asked the agents to hold Thor. Coulson, I'll take this hammer, you don't mind, right? Carter looked at Coulson and said. How dare I mind, you can take it, but I have good news to share with you, Coulson said. Carter was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he guessed that Carter became younger because of the hammer, so he didn't dare to let Carter keep the hammer. What news? Carter asked curiously. We found Steve, he has been thawed, scientists detected that he still has vital signs, and is currently undergoing a awakening surgery. There is a high probability that he can wake up. Would you like to go and see? Coulson said. He's not dead yet? What's the point of seeing him? I'm not going. Carter heard that Captain America might be resurrected, and her heart was calm, and she directly refused. Coulson didn't expect Carter to refuse, and didn't know what to say for a while. He had heard about the relationship between the two, but he didn't expect her to be so indifferent when she heard that the other party was still alive. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first, Carter said, and prepared to leave with Chengillen. Coulson saw Carter holding Chengillen, and instantly understood something. So she has moved on, alas, poor Captain, I hope he can accept it when he wakes up. Coulson silently mourned for Captain America in his heart. Buzz boom! At this moment, a beam of colorful light descended from the sky, and a steel mech 3 or 4 meters tall appeared not far away, and everyone looked over. Mech? Is that Stark's mech? Coulson said, looking at the destroyer armor. It's my father's destroyer armor. Let me go, father, my hammer has been snatched. Woo-woo! Thor recognized Odin's destroyer armor at a glance, and couldn't help but break free from the shackles of the agents and walk towards the destroyer armor. Boom! Ah! However, just as Thor approached, the destroyer armor casually knocked him away, and then the head began to turn red, and sprayed an orange beam of light at Carter. Buzz, get out of the way, be careful, husband. Everyone saw the intention of the destroyer armor and hurriedly dodged. Chen Gillen put Carter behind him, allowing the destroyer armor's attack to hit him. Ding! Divine power attack plus 100T. What everyone didn't expect was that the orange beam of light blasted by the destroyer armor didn't cause any damage to Chen Gillen. Loki, who was hiding nearby, also showed a look of shock when he saw Chen Gillen was unscathed. Husband, are you okay? Carter looked at Chen Gillen and asked worriedly. I'm fine, leave it to me. Chen Gillen absorbed the divine power attack for the first time, so he said a word to Carter, and then walked towards the destroyer armor. Buzz, ding, divine power attack plus 100T, ding, divine power attack plus 100T, ding. Loki saw that Chen Gillen was not afraid of the destroyer armor's attack at all. The arrogant him controlled the destroyer armor to spray light beams again, constantly attacking Chen Gillen. Ding, divine power attack plus 100T, ding. How is it possible? How can this mortal withstand the destroyer's attack? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be about to withstand it. Die for me, Loki was unbelievable, and his arrogant heart couldn't accept it. Buzz, ding, divine power attack plus 50T, ding. However, Chen Gillen found that the absorbed divine power became smaller, and he already knew that the person urging the destroyer armor was definitely not Odin. Seeing that the divine power attack had accumulated to 3050T, he resolutely stepped forward and punched the destroyer armor's chest. Boom! Crash! Instantly, the destroyer armor was knocked away. Before it could climb up again, he jumped up and slammed heavily on the destroyer armor, dodged the destroyer armor's attack, and kicked it away. Clang! Damn barbarian, you like hand-to-hand combat, right? The destroyer armor can't be smashed, you can be exhausted to death, Loki cursed, and then manipulated the destroyer armor to get up and punch Chen Gillen. Ha! Speedster? Then I won't play with you. Chen Gillen originally planned to use the destroyer armor to move his muscles and bones, but with his super sensing, he sensed a figure running towards here at extreme speed, so he released the system's energy towards the destroyer armor. Ding, kinetic energy 100 million T, ding, thermal energy 1 billion T, boom! Crash. Chen Gillen's suddenly erupted super attack shocked everyone. I saw a huge pit with a diameter of 400 m and a depth of 90 m appearing in front of Chen Gillen, and the destroyer armor was at the bottom of the pit, with a huge dent in its chest, and energy was fatally overflowing from it. Loki wanted to control it to stand up but couldn't, obviously the energy core had been broken. Oh my god. Loki's eyes widened, Thor also stopped crying, Odin was silent, Jane and her assistant opened their mouths wide and didn't close them for a long time. Buzz! But before everyone was shocked for a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The man saw Chen Gillen and sprayed 2 yellow lasers from his eyes without saying a word. Ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, ding. Friend for the eternal spear, dammit, who are these people? Laser Eye Superman? Captain Carter, we need to leave quickly. Coulson, watching the person in the sky firing laser beams, knew that these people were beyond their ability to handle, so he said to Carter. No matter who he is, since he's attacking my husband, he's my enemy. You guys leave quickly, these people are not someone you can deal with. Carter pushed Coulson away and threw the hammer in her hand towards Ikari's in the sky. Zzzzz, Ikari's dodged the Mjolnir, and lasers began to shoot towards Carter. Carter hurriedly dodged, but Ikari's was in the sky, making Carter look a bit disheveled. How dare you hurt my wife, you're asking for death. Chen Gillen, seeing Ikari's attacking Carter, couldn't help but get angry and sprayed an orange beam of light at Ikari's. Ding, divine power attack 100T, Buzzug, Ikaris didn't expect Chengilin to also possess this kind of spraying ability. Caught off guard, he was hit directly, and his figure was blasted away for dozens of kilometers. Just as Chengilin was preparing to press the attack, the speedster Makari transformed into a beam of light and attacked Chengilin. In less than a second, she attacked Chengilin hundreds of times. At such high speeds, even the attacker's figure couldn't be seen clearly. Carter wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Ding, kinetic energy plus 50T, asterisk 108, ding. Unfortunately, although Makari's speed was very fast, her attack method was relatively simple. Even without the system, Chengilin's current physique was unharmed. Now, the energy from the attack was being absorbed by the system. Damn it! Ding, kinetic energy plus 50T, asterisk 99, ding. Chengilin wanted to counterattack, but his reaction speed couldn't keep up at all. Before his fist could be thrown out, other parts of his body were attacked, making it impossible to hit the opponent. This made him increasingly angry. You really think I can't do anything to you, hub, buzz, ding, time slowed down 1,000 times, Chengilin sneered. The power of time surged out, instantly covering the 100 m radius around him. The moment Makari entered, her speed slowed down. Ding, divine power attack 100T, Makari's figure was forcibly restrained. Then, before she could react, she was hit by the orange beam, and her figure was instantly blasted away, disappearing without a trace. From the moment the Eternals appeared, he had begun to covet their abilities, so he didn't plan to kill them before he thought of a solution. Who are they? Why are they attacking us? After Makari was blasted away, Carter's figure walked towards Chengilin and asked casually. They are the Eternals, they are. Loki? Just as Chengilin was about to answer, he saw Carter take out an icy blue box, and then a force of ice and cold attacked. Whoosh, ding, ice power plus 100T, ding, ice power plus 100T. Loki, seeing that Chengilin had fallen for his trick, couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, as if he had already seen the scene of Chengilin being frozen. But when Chengilin approached him while enduring the power of ice, his smile gradually disappeared, and he even suspected that the ice treasure box in his hand was fake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible, little cutie. Even when Chengilin arrived in front of Loki, he still had a shocked look on his face, until Chengilin snatched the ice treasure box from his hand and grabbed him by the neck. Cough, let me go. Loki was suffocating from being choked, and kept kicking Chengilin, but it was to no avail. Let go of my brother. Thor, the god of thunder, appeared from some corner and roared at Chengilin. Jane and the others watched from afar, afraid to step forward. At this moment, Chengilin noticed the already frozen Carter and immediately prepared to strangle Loki to death. Stop! Swoosh! But at this moment, a huge head condensed in the sky, and a golden spear descended from the sky, transforming into a beam of light and quickly stabbing towards Chengilin. The Spear of Eternity, Odin. Chengilin knew that Odin had made a move. He directly threw Loki in his hand towards the attacking Spear of Eternity, almost scaring Odin and Loki half to death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Odin controlled the Spear of Eternity to dodge Loki, made a turn, and stabbed towards Chengilin at extreme speed. Seeing that Chengilin couldn't avoid it, he opened his perception to the maximum and grabbed it the moment the spear body shot over. ZZZ, ding, kinetic energy plus 10 billion T, ding, divine power attack plus 1 billion T. Instantly, the kinetic energy and divine power carried by the Spear of Eternity were absorbed by the system. Chengilin tightly grasped the Spear of Eternity in his hand, but the Spear of Eternity was still controlled by Odin, and a huge force suddenly stabbed towards Chengilin's chest. Buzz, ding, kinetic energy 10 billion T, ding, divine power attack 1 billion T. In an instant, Chengilin released all the energy he had just absorbed from the Spear of Eternity in the form of enchantment, causing his hands to burst out with blazing energy light, easily resisting the power Odin exerted to control the Spear of Eternity. Odin, thank you for sending the Spear of Eternity. Ding, time slowed down 1,000 times, give it to me. After resisting Odin's control power, Chengilin sneered, slowing down the time flow rate of the Spear of Eternity by 1,000 times, maximizing the weakening of Odin's control over the Spear of Eternity, and then forcibly put it into the system space. After the Spear of Eternity was put into the system space, the enchanted energy returned to Chen Gillen's hands. Damn it, where's my spear? Quick, teleport them back. Odin discovered that he had lost contact with the Spear of Eternity, and he was shocked. Knowing that he could no longer pose a threat to Chen Gillen, he immediately ordered people to teleport Thor and Loki back, looking at the energy in Chen Gillen's hands. Buzz ah! My hammer, head, thief, how dare you! When the light of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Thor and Loki, Chen Gillen sneered and threw the energy absorbed from the Spear of Eternity that had not been used into the rainbow light, and Odin was shocked. Swoosh at this moment, the Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, when Loki and Thor teleported back, the energy ball that followed the rainbow light also came. Boom! Instantly, the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed by a powerful energy. Odin used his powerful divine power to protect Thor and Loki, and was furious looking at the destroyed Rainbow Bridge. On the other side, Ikaris and Makkari were injured by Chen Gillen's divine power attack. Although they were not dead, it greatly affected their combat effectiveness. Buzz! At this moment, a transparent spaceship appeared in the sky. The spaceship sent a force of teleportation to the two, and they were teleported back to the spaceship. Jack, hurry, they are injured. Sprite came to Ikaris and, looking at Ikari's wound, hurriedly pulled Jack over. Jack, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. That person is very strong. My laser beam is useless against that person. I was accidentally injured by that person's long-range attack. Ikari said. Don't talk first, I'll heal you first. Jack comforted the two, and then used her ability to heal them. Buzz! In less than 20 minutes, the two were healed by Jack, and their ability to move and fight was restored. Makkari made a thank you sign language to Jack. Fastos, continue on the journey. After this battle, Chen Gillen knew that although he had won against Odin once, it was due to the system's abilities, and he also discovered several problems. First, although he could absorb magical attacks, he himself did not have magical abilities. He could really fail against opponents who used illusions or invisibility to launch sneak attacks. For example, this time, Loki's magical illusion successfully deceived him. If the Casket of Ancient Winters could freeze his mind, and he didn't have the system to absorb the ice energy, he would have been successfully attacked by Loki, the weakest god. Then he thought about the Eternals who were looking for trouble with him. Among the Eternals, there was a weapon master named Thena, whose condensed weapons were extremely sharp and relied on celestial runes for attacks. He wondered if he could absorb them. Circe's elemental conversion, if the speedster Makkari created a sandstorm to envelop him, and then converted the sandstorm into a high-temperature resistant metal to wrap him, it would probably be difficult for him to get out. And that old black man named Fastos, it wouldn't be impossible to control him using physical technology. Plus a water spirit illusionist, once they united and used illusions, elemental conversion, physical technology and other means to restrain him. Adding a speedster, even if he could control time, he could still be successfully attacked. If he accidentally fell into their schemes, he felt that even with the system, there would still be some danger. Ding, time power rewind 10 minutes, after the enemies disappeared, Chen Gillen came to Carter's side and used time rewind on her. The ice on Carter's body quickly receded, and she regained her freedom in a moment. Husband, I'm sorry, I burdened you, Carter said apologetically. It's okay, we should go, the Eternals are coming, Chen Gillen said, first coming to the deep pit, taking away the wreckage of the destroyer armor, then picking up Carter, igniting flames under his feet, and flying away. Jane, let's go quickly, it seems more dangerous people are coming, Jane's assistant pulled Jane and said, then a group of people drove away. Hello, Director, yes, I saw Thor's hammer, but it was taken away by Captain Carter, and her husband is a super strong person. Just now, several super strong people attacked her husband, but they were all blown away by her husband. Coulson hid not far away with a group of people. After Chen Gillen left, he called Nick Fury. Oh my god, a spaceship appeared in the sky, those people are here again, soon, the Eternal spaceship arrived. Coulson and others were shocked, especially watching a group of people come down from the spaceship. Just as they were about to say something, they were controlled by the mind controller. Hello? Coulson? Can you hear me? Beep beep. Druig, do you know which direction that person left in? Jack asked the mind controller Druig next to her. He flew away in that direction. Druid pointed in the direction Chengillen left. He knew the direction Chengillen left through the memories of Coulson and others. Ikaris, Macquarie, you chase after him, just create trouble for him, don't confront him head-on, wait for us to come, Ajak said. Okay, Shuikaris and Macquarie nodded, and then chased in that direction. Ajak took everyone back to the spaceship and flew in the same direction. What's wrong with me? Coulson regained his mobility, and looked around in a daze. He felt like he had lost a piece of memory. Beep beep beep, hello, Director, Coulson, what happened just now? Where is the spaceship? What? What spaceship? I don't know. Loki, Banana you Balala, Thor, Monkey you, Asgard, Odin cursed and scolded Thor and Loki, because this wave caused Asgard to lose 4 artifacts, including the Eternal Spear, the symbol of the throne. Even the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed and had to be repaired with manpower and material resources. Father, my hammer is gone, I want my hammer. Woo-woo, Thor seemed not to hear Odin's anger, and kept chanting about the hammer. Alas, was I wrong? Odin looked at Thor's appearance, knowing that the other party had received a great blow, and couldn't help but begin to doubt himself. No, I am the God King, how could I be wrong, Loki, you idiot, you can't even handle this little thing, you only know how to be cunning all day long, come on, throw him into the dungeon, no one can see him without my order, Odin regretted for less than half a minute, and suddenly roared at Loki, who was silent. No, father, I did it according to your instructions, why throw me into the dungeon, I don't accept it, Loki said, and immediately stood up to resist. Don't think I don't know, you instigated your brother to go to Jotunheim, and you deliberately let the frost giants invade, it's because of your self-righteous little cleverness that caused everything today, Odin said coldly. Ha! Isn't it because of your favoritism since I was a child that I am like this? Why can that idiot be the king of Asgard, and I can't? Where am I worse than him? Loki said unconvinced. Okay, since you think you are better than Thor, I will now give you 2 a test, conquer Earth, or retrieve the Eternal Spear, whoever does it will be the king of Asgard, Odin said. Okay, you said it, the throne must be mine, Loki looked at Odin seriously, said, and left. Father, I can't do it, I can't do anything, Thor said dejectedly. Thor, don't be too discouraged, I have already asked people to forge the Stormbreaker, during this time, I will send you to Valhalla to practice for a while, Odin said in a kind tone. Father, are you going to kill me? I am indeed a waste, woo-woo, no, I'm just letting your soul in, the past god kings will tell you how to become a true king, thank you, father. Again, Valhalla is an important place in Norse mythology, a hall used to receive the souls of the dead, and the final destination for the souls of brave and skilled warriors in Norse mythology. Odin originally didn't want to send Thor in because the training inside was too cruel. Various battles were constantly taking place, with death constantly resetting. Not only was the body tortured, but so was the soul. Only the heir to the throne is qualified to enter. Those who enter either have a mental breakdown and become fools, or have a firm mind and become a true king. The current Thor has already been completely defeated. Asgard wants a qualified king, and the only way is to let him enter Valhalla. According to the original plot design, the conflict between the 2 brothers would make Thor understand the meaning of sacrificing himself to save others. But now, after Chengillen messed things up, Thor's mentality collapsed, and Odin had no choice but to do so. Thor, my son, I hope you don't disappoint me. On the other side, after Chengillen took Carter away, the 2 quickly returned to their home. But along the way, Chengillen recalled the 2 Eternals who attacked him as soon as they appeared. He had already guessed the general idea in his heart, knowing that their target was very likely himself. The young Celestial is still alive. How did these Eternal members appear? It shouldn't be. Could it be because Tokyo was destroyed, and the emergence was postponed? And they found out it was because of me, so they came to my door? That black guy seems to be a scientist. It is said that the technological civilization of the Earth was driven by him. Since their target is me, then I can't be with Carter for the time being, otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect her, Chengillen thought. Honey, what's wrong? Carter seemed to see that Chengillen had something on his mind, and couldn't help but hold his arm and said, Carter, I may have to leave. You have to protect yourself during this time, Chengillen said. It is said that if there is no woman in the heart, drawing the sword will naturally become divine, but now that he has one, he can only improve his strength to better protect his woman. Honey, be careful. I will always wait for you to come back, Carter originally wanted to say to take her with him, but thinking of Loki's previous sneak attack that froze her, it was fortunate that the enemy did not use her to threaten her husband, otherwise she would not be able to forgive herself. For this reason, Carter did not try to keep him, but her loving eyes became more confident. She also wanted to improve her strength, strengthen her training, and not become a burden, and work hard to be able to fight side by side with Chen Gillen. Okay, you be careful too, I'm leaving, okay. Chen Gillen kissed Carter's forehead, and then turned into a fireman and flew into the high altitude, and soon met Ikaris in the high altitude. Without fighting, he left directly. Swoosh! After Ikaris saw Chen Gillen, he sprayed laser beams at Chen Gillen, not approaching or staying away, just following behind Chen Gillen and constantly harassing him. Ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, ding, swoosh! Soon, the two figures crossed large hillsides, lakes, and seas. No matter how Ikaris harassed him, Chen Gillen did not fight back. The figures running at extreme speed on the ground followed closely behind the two in the sky. Ikaris, right? I originally planned to keep you for a while, but since you are seeking death, then go to die, ding, divine power attack 100T. Chen Gillen was also very eager for the abilities of the Eternals, so he planned to find the deviants first to see if he could use the deviants genes to obtain the devouring ability, so as to devour the abilities of these people. But Ikaris' constant harassment was also making him annoyed. Thinking that the other party only had the ability to fly in laser eyes, which he didn't necessarily need, he immediately turned around and killed Ikaris. Swoosh! However, when Chen Gillen came to kill him, Ikaris started to run away, not only dodging the attack, but also not giving Chen Gillen a chance to get close. Therefore, Chen Gillen was now chasing Ikaris. Ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, ding, cosmic energy 10T, facing Ikaris' attack, Chen Gillen did not dodge, but used it directly, and his eyes also shot out laser beams. Buzz! Although Ikaris was shocked that Chen Gillen's eyes could shoot laser beams, in order to avoid being hit by the laser beams, the two's laser beams collided together, and a dazzling golden light burst out at the intersection of the laser beams. Ding, cosmic energy plus 10T, huff, it's just a pity that Chen Gillen's laser endurance is not as good as Ikaris's, especially during the process of the two fighting each other. There is no new laser ability to absorb, and it is gone after use. Ding, divine power attack 100T, for this reason, Chen Gillen used the orange-red light attack of the destroyer armor with his hands, but the orange-red light belongs to the category of divine power, and its speed is not as fast as the cosmic energy's laser beam. In addition, Ikaris was prepared for it, and he dodged it. In order not to waste energy, Chen Gillen increased the heat output to increase his flight speed. However, Ikaris' flight speed is not slow either, so he couldn't catch up for a while, especially since the other party was not within the range of time power, which made him a little painful. In the Eternals movie, Ikaris flew to the sun in a few minutes, and his flight speed surpassed Makari's running speed at his fastest. Helpless, in order to get rid of the Eternals' pursuit, Chen Gillen gave up the chase and finally came to the central Pacific Ocean and instantly dived into the sea. Ding, ice power 100T, Buzz! What Chen Gillen didn't expect was that Ikaris dared to chase down. He released the power of ice without hesitation, and the powerful ice instantly froze Ikaris. Buzz! Go to hell! Ikaris knew that he was careless, and immediately used laser beams to try to break through the ice, but Chen Gillen had already come aggressively and punched the ice surface where he was. Ding, kinetic energy 200 million, ding, thermal energy 1 billion, boom! In an instant, the ice seal with a diameter of hundreds of meters was smashed by a powerful energy, and the fire soared into the sky, causing a movement of tens of thousands of meters, and the sea surface set off a tsunami of hundreds of meters high. And Ikaris, who was in the center of the energy, was torn apart and completely disfigured. But just when Chen Gillen thought Ikaris was bound to die, a beam of light flashed past. When he reacted, Ikaris' remains had disappeared. Chen Gillen had just rushed out of the sea, and the beam of light had disappeared. Damn, the speedster is so awesome, I must get her ability, Chen Gillen cursed, and then flew towards the nearby African continent. Completion check. This translation is complete, covering all parts of the original text file. Length comparison. The length of the translated English text is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring no content was omitted. Confirmation statement. I confirm that the translation is accurate and has been completed to the best of my ability. Happiness is gone at the same time. Makari, carrying Ikari's severed limbs, rendezvoused with a Jack in the other's ship, being transported inside by the teleportation light. Ikari's. This. What happened? Oh my god, Ikari's. You, Ikari's. Everyone who saw Ikari's miserable state was speechless, a sense of sadness flowing in their eyes. Ikari's only had his head intact, the rest of his body was fragmented. If Makari hadn't been constantly supplying cosmic energy to his head, preventing brain death, he would still be in a coma. Quick, Fastos, assist me in healing him. Everyone else, please leave Jack, knowing time was of the essence, replaced Makari's energy supply and asked everyone else to leave first. Jack, you must heal him. Of course, in the end, everyone except Jack and Fastos left. A group of people surrounded Makari, asking about the situation at the time. Yeah, Makari, being deaf and mute, made a few sounds and gestured. You're saying, that person also possessed freezing abilities, freezing Ikari's and then unleashing an attack comparable to a nuclear bomb, killing Ikari's? Kingo said with his mouth wide open. Ikari's isn't dead, he won't die, Sprite said angrily, glaring at Kingo. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. The people outside chatted for quite a while, basically understanding that Chen Gillen's strength was very strong. To say nothing else, just turning Ikari's into this state was enough to prove it all. After all, Ikari's was the strongest existence in their team. Fastos, assemble his body. Replace the missing parts with mechanical components. Okay, the right hand is gone. I'll create a pair of metal arms for him. The bones are also basically shattered, so let's replace them with metal too. Oh. His thing is gone. Should we replace it with metal? Forget it. If it's gone, okay, I think we should let Cersei come in. Let her turn the metal skeleton into URU, which can also increase his energy transmission rate. Replace the alloy arms with vibranium and add an energy furnace to increase his strength and combat power. Okay, in the end, Cersei also went in. Under their design, Ikari's was turned into a half-human, half-machine, asexual cyborg. Ikari's, you're finally awake. Ikari's, you can also consider this a blessing in disguise. You are stronger than before now, Ikari's. There's an old saying in China, when you wander the pugilistic world, how can you avoid getting cut? I hope you don't take the loss of an inch or two to heart. 2.5 days passed in a flash. Ikari's woke up, and after hearing what everyone said and looking at his half-mechanical body, he didn't feel much. After all, it was already not easy to survive. But after recalling what they said, he seemed to realize something, and couldn't help but look down, his expression instantly changing. Where is my happiness? No. Snowflakes fluttering. Africa is relatively backward and sparsely populated. Chen Gillen came to a deserted place with no one for hundreds of miles, found a cave, and first took out the casket of ancient winters. Crack. Ding, do you want to absorb the freezing core? Yes, ding, absorption successful. Congratulations on obtaining frost power plus infinity. The casket of ancient winters contained a freezing core, said to have the power to freeze a planet, but unexpectedly, after being absorbed by the system, he actually obtained infinite frost power, which made Chen Gillen very happy. He would have another means of fighting in the future. Endless frost power would allow him to squander it recklessly. Buzz buzz. Afterwards, Chen Gillen froze the entire cave, and then took out Dr. Zola's computer. He released electricity with both hands, and Zola immediately came back to life. Ha? You're not dead? I'm not dead either? Impossible, how did you survive the explosion of dozens of nuclear bombs? Zola said in shock after seeing Chen Gillen. Zola, have you ever thought about resurrecting? Of course I have. Otherwise, why would I store my consciousness in a computer? Submit to me, and I'll give you this opportunity. Aren't you with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Would Carter let you revive me? I'm with Hydra, she listens to me. I'm not with S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I'll give you the opportunity to revive. Why should I believe you? You'll believe me soon enough. Tell me, where is your burial place? What? Don't tell me you plan to use my corpse to resurrect me. Stop talking nonsense, tell me quickly, then I'll see what tricks you're playing. There's no complete corpse, but there are body parts. Take out your phone, and I'll send you a location. Body parts are fine too. Don't play tricks, or I'll make you regret it after I revive. Heh, I really don't believe you can revive my body. Someone once said that the smartest person on Earth was Iron Man Stark, but that's not the case. He might not even be in the top 5. To say nothing else, Iron Man's father, Howard, was smarter than Stark. The arc reactor in Iron Man's chest was invented by Howard, and he even invented the core new element of the reactor, but he couldn't create it due to the limitations of the environment at the time, and it was eventually created by Iron Man. In addition, Wakanda's Black Panther's sister, Shuri, is also smarter than Iron Man. In Avengers 3, Vision suffered heavy damage and needed to have the Mind Stone removed. Iron Man couldn't do it, but Shuri could. Furthermore, when Iron Man was still using various mechanical suits, Shuri made a nanosuit for Black Panther. She was younger than Iron Man, but her technology was far ahead. Similarly, Dr. Helen Cho, who developed the regeneration cradle technology, is also smarter than Iron Man. Her regeneration cradle technology was mature in Avengers 2, and her nanotechnology was superb, which is why she looked down on Iron Man's mechanical armor. Quantum Technology's original Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, is also smarter than Iron Man. Iron Man couldn't replicate the Pym particles he created. Even the time-traveling machine was proposed by Pym's apprentice, the second-generation Ant-Man, Scott Lang, but Pym had long created a machine to enter the quantum realm. From this point, it can be seen that old Pym should be smarter than Iron Man. Quicksilver, furthermore, just like Iron Man's old rival, Ivan, was no weaker than Iron Man, creating armor that completely overwhelmed Iron Man. It's just that Iron Man had the protagonist's halo, plus the help of his friend Rhodey, that he managed to take down Ivan. Of course, there's also Mr. Blue and the Incredible Hulk, Dr. Stern, the leader, whose brain was infected by the Hulk's blood, making his intelligence 1,000 times greater than ordinary people. It's just because of copyright issues that he hasn't appeared in the movies, but there's no doubt he's smarter than Iron Man. Finally, there's Zola, the Hydra's AI, whose technology was ahead of its time 60 years ago, using cosmic magic to create various energy weapons. He even created the Zola algorithm, which can predict a person's future through their past. Hydra's Insight project was based on his Zola algorithm. Even if Zola's physical body is dead, he can transfer his consciousness to a computer. His intelligence is definitely beyond Iron Man and others, if not surpassing the leader. This is why Chin Gillen wants to revive Zola. If Zola can be used by him, it would definitely save a lot of trouble. Although he could get Zola a robot body, which could also assist him, Chin Gillen felt that he lacked the means to control Zola. Directly resurrecting his physical body with the power of time, giving him the hope of true immortality, would make him truly submit willingly. Ding! After receiving Dr. Zola's location, Chin Gillen checked it and found that it seemed to be in a mountain range, and because the altitude was too high, there was a lot of snow on the top of the mountain. Quack quack quack. After Chin Gillen arrived, he discovered that this was actually a Hydra base, and he was immediately discovered by Hydra personnel as soon as he appeared. The Hydra personnel directly issued an attack order for the suddenly appearing stranger. Countless machine gun bullets shot towards Chin Gillen, but he didn't dodge or evade, and slowly moved deeper into the base. Ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, ding, kinetic energy plus 6T, as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. After absorbing the kinetic energy of tens of thousands of bullets, Chin Gillen successfully arrived at the base gate, took out a Desert Eagle, and fired a shot at the base gate. Ding, kinetic energy 1000T, boom! Instantly, the bullet enchanted with 1000 tons of kinetic energy hit the base gate, exploding with thousands of tons of force, blasting the base gate open with one shot. Ding, kinetic energy 100T, ding, thermal energy 100T, boom! After entering, Chin Gillen fired a shot at the crowd, and a huge burst of energy exploded, killing a large number of people. He had no intention of talking to these people at all, and just shot anyone he saw. Ding, ah. Wherever Chin Gillen went, explosions continued, and screams didn't stop. After half an hour, the people in the entire base were either dead or had fled, and several houses had collapsed. Buzz! At this moment, a red light caught Chin Gillen's attention. He saw that the collapsed house area was lifted by some kind of red force, and a man and a woman crawled out of it. Cough cough. Wanda, are you okay? Pietro, I'm okay. What about you? I'm okay too. What happened just now? Was it your power that protected us? It seems so. The two stood up, looked at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were both okay, completely unaware of Chen Gillen not far away. Hiss, is that Wanda? She's really beautiful, Chen Gillen muttered to himself. Wanda at this time, Wanda was just around 16 years old, and as precocious Europeans, 16 years old was already fully grown, the prime of life. Chen Gillen has a superpower, that is, when he peeks at others, the other person's sensitivity value will be full, and then the other person will find that they are being peeped at, like now. Who are you? Pietro protected Wanda behind him. As her brother, he has a responsibility not to let his sister be hurt. Hello, you can call me Black King, would you like to follow me? I can take you away, Chen Gillen said. Then can you help us get revenge? As long as you are willing to help me get revenge, we are willing to follow you, Wanda said timidly. Yes, as long as you are willing to help us get revenge, we are willing to follow you, Pietro also said. The reason why the two came to Hydra was because the people of Hydra saw the special abilities in the two and forcibly wooed them, and also because the two wanted to use the power of Hydra to get revenge. Okay, who are your enemies? Chen Gillen asked. He knew that the two hated Iron Man to the bone at this time, because the two's adoptive parents were bombed to death by missiles made by Iron Man's company, so they hated Iron Man. Iron Man. Do you dare to be his enemy? Wanda said. What dare I not, a small Iron Man, easily handled, Chen Gillen said. Since Iron Man refused his invitation, he is an insignificant person. If he can make the two submit, for him, Iron Man's death is worth it. Oomph, who can't talk big, what skills do you have? Show them off and see. Pietro felt that Chen Gillen agreed too quickly, or didn't know the power of Iron Man, so he said. Then you can watch, Chen Gillen said, raised his gun, and fired a shot at the building not far away. Ding, kinetic energy 20,000 T, ding, thermal energy 30,000 T, boom instantly, the building hit by the bullet was blasted down by a powerful force, and a wave of air rushed towards the three of them. Wanda and the two were blown back a few steps, and when the two looked up, they were shocked. Crash at this time, there was no shadow of the building, it was completely in ruins, and the two were stunned and unbelievable, speechless for a while. How is this possible? What is your ability? Soon, the two recovered and looked at Chen Gillen in surprise, with a look of admiration on their faces. They could already confirm that Chen Gillen could really easily handle Iron Man well. You can understand it as energy enchantment ability. I can enchant bullets to give the bullets unparalleled power, Chen Gillen said. I, Pietro, am willing to follow Lord Black King. I, Wanda, am willing to follow Lord Black King. The two siblings looked at each other, and then saluted Chen Gillen as subordinates, which made Chen Gillen smile happily, and there was a hint of love in his eyes when he looked at Wanda. As the saying goes, being near the water gets the moon first. Now that Wanda is accepted, it will not be easy to take her down when the time comes. Zola, very well, since you've chosen to follow me, I certainly won't let you down. But if anyone betrays me, I'll make them regret being born into this world, okay? Chen Gillen said seriously, looking at Pietro. Yes. Yes. Black Emperor, sir. Pietro seemed frightened by Chen Gillen's gaze and spoke tremblingly. Alright, I'm here on business. Now that you're my people, just follow along and watch. Chen Gillen nodded and took out Dr. Zola's computer. Spatial ability user. Chen Gillen's action shocked the two again, but remembering something, they hurriedly closed their mouths, not daring to ask more. Their respect for Chen Gillen undoubtedly increased. Chen Gillen was very satisfied with their reaction, so he didn't say anything and directly released electricity to activate Zola's computer. Buzz-eye. I'm alive again? Where did you send me just now? Hiss, you actually arrived here so quickly. How did you manage to cross thousands of kilometers in less than an hour? Even flying wouldn't be that fast. As soon as Zola was activated, he babbled non-stop, which made Chen Gillen a little impatient. Enough nonsense. Tell me, where is your body? Chen Gillen interrupted Zola's incessant chatter. Let me see, It's in the house 100 meters ahead. The bodies of talented Hydra members from past generations are stored there. Huh? The house? Which damn bastard demolished the house? Zola calculated using the Zola algorithm and quickly determined the location, but saw only ruins. He couldn't help but burst into. Chen Gillen was speechless. He didn't expect that the building he had just blown up with one shot for equipment was Zola's storage room. Wanda and Pietro were surprised that the computer could talk, but seeing Chen Gillen's frustrated look, they revealed expressions of wanting to laugh but not daring to. Buzz immediately, Chen Gillen didn't waste any words. He stretched out his right hand and activated the power of time. Ding, time reversal 5 minutes, whoosh. Under the effect of the power of time, the collapsed houses were quickly restored, and the fallen bricks began to return to their original positions one after another, quickly forming a complete building. Wanda and her brother were shocked, and Zola was also shocked, unable to speak for a long time. Just as Zola was about to ask something, Chen Gillen put him into the system space. Let's go inside and take a look. Chen Gillen said to Wanda and Pietro, then took the lead and walked towards the nearby building. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance and followed. After entering, they saw various bottles and jars, containing various biological limbs, organs, and brain tissue, including human and animal parts. So scary. Ugh, Wanda instinctively hid behind Chen Gillen, and Pietro also felt nauseous. Obviously, this scene had a considerable impact on the two teenagers' hearts. It seems this is Hydra's biological base. If I hadn't come here, would one of these jars be your final resting place? Chen Gillen said with a wicked smile, looking at the two. He knew that they must have been captured by Hydra, probably for some experiments. Hearing this, the two shuddered even more and followed Chen Gillen's footsteps more closely. Alright, help me find Zola's body parts. His are relatively old, about 60 years ago. Chen Gillen instructed. Yes, Sir. Hearing Chen Gillen's words, even if they were unwilling, they had to act, but they didn't dare to search separately. Instead, they searched together, not even daring to look at the contents of the jars, only looking at the labels below. Chirp, ding, electricity plus 0.1 T, Chen Gillen didn't go looking. Instead, he found a wire, touched it, and after confirming that there was electricity in the wire, he took out Zola's computer and connected it to the power source. Buzz, It's here, that's right, not over there, in the glass jar in the cabinet above. That's the last part of me before I died, Zola said after being powered on. You too, did you hear that? Not over there, come here, bring that jar over, Chen Gillen shouted to Pietro and Wanda. Afterward, the two found the glass jar that Chen Gillen was pointing at. There was only a little bit of dried meat the size of a baby's finger inside. They didn't understand which part of the body it was. What part is this? Why is it so small? Wanda asked curiously. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. This thing has undergone a drying process and is soaked in a specific nutrient solution. Being this size is already not small, okay, perhaps it was about a man's dignity, Zola hurriedly explained. Oh, Wanda replied blankly. Hearing Zola's explanation, she was still very puzzled because he didn't say which part it was. Pietro, take it out and put it on this clean table. Chen Gillen vaguely saw something, so he arranged for Pietro to take it out. Pietro couldn't see what it was either, but since Chen Gillen arranged for him to do it, he had no choice but to do so. Finally, he opened the glass jar, took out the dried meat inside, and placed it on the table. Buzz, ding, time reversal 10 years. Chen Gillen performed time reversal on the lump of dried meat. As the number of years of time reversal increased, the dried meat grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly turned into a complete dried corpse. Creating something from nothing? No, it's time reversal. You actually control the power of time? Seeing that Chen Gillen had created a complete body with just a little bit of dried meat, the intelligent Zola quickly understood something. The power of time? Wanda and Pietro also looked at Chen Gillen in shock. Ding, time reversal 10 years, ding, time reversal 10 years. Chen Gillen didn't answer their questions and continued to reverse time. The dried corpse began to become full, eventually turning into a waterlogged corpse. Ding, time reversal 10 years. After reversing to 60 years ago, Zola's corpse had turned into a normal old man, returning to the way he looked when he had just died. Ding, time reversal 10 years. As he continued to reverse time, the corpse began to become younger, changing from a 60-year-old man to a 50-year-old middle-aged man. His physical functions had recovered, but he had not awakened. Has a husband Zola, now transfer your consciousness over, and you can be resurrected. Now, are you willing to submit to me? Chen Gillen said, looking at Zola's computer. I am willing, I am willing. I, Zola, hereby swear that as long as you are willing to resurrect me and grant me eternal life, I will serve you with my life, Zola said excitedly. As long as you follow me well, eternal life is within reach. Tell me, how do I transfer your consciousness over next? Chen Gillen said. Master, you only need to do this, babble, like this, and it's done, good. Over the next 2.5 days, under Zola's guidance, Chen Gillen successfully created a consciousness transfer device and transferred Zola's consciousness into Zola's physical body. I, Zola, thank you, Master, for granting me new life. Get up. Now that everything here is settled, we can leave. Yes, Master. 2.5 minutes after Zola's resurrection, in a certain area of the unknown universe, a sexy goddess with a graceful figure and stunning beauty, wearing strange, dark black attire, suddenly materialized. Interesting. Someone actually stole the soul that originally belonged to me. TSK, no record of this person? Seems like another cosmic traveler. In that case, I'll just replace it with your soul, Thanos. Go find the Infinity Stones. I can't wait to enjoy a soul feast. The goddess of death smiled wickedly, licked her dark fingernails with her sexy, dark lips, and then disappeared. Going alone and returning with 4, Chen Gillen was unwilling to carry 2 men, so they found a Hydra helicopter, and Zola piloted the helicopter away. Master, where are we going? Zola asked. Let's go to New York, Chen Gillen said after thinking for a moment. It was already close to the end of the year, and soon it would be 2012. If nothing went wrong, the Battle of New York would begin soon, and he didn't want to miss it. After all, One Time Stone had already allowed him to control the power of time. If he added a Space Stone and a Mind Stone, theoretically it would allow him to control the power of space and the power of the mind. Moreover, with the Space Stone, it would be much more convenient to go anywhere in the universe in the future. As for snatching the Tesseract, it wasn't that Chen Gillen hadn't thought about it. He also knew that the Tesseract was in some shield base, but he didn't know where that base was. Anyway, it would automatically appear soon, so he was too lazy to look for it. Master, do you really control the power of time? Wanda asked cautiously. You can think of it that way. Can you resurrect my foster parents? Well, it's not impossible, but you've also seen that I can restore his body completely, but I can't directly resurrect him. Moreover, his consciousness is still there, so he can be resurrected. Your foster parents have been dead for several years, and their souls have long since dissipated. Even if I make their bodies younger, I may not be able to resurrect them. Can you try? Okay, I have nothing else to do anyway. Thank you, Master, thank you. While Chen Gillen was taking Wanda to the old home of Wanda's foster parents, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury, accompanied by Coulson and Captain America, arrived at Carter and Chen Gillen's residence. Knock knock, Ms. Carter? Ms. Carter? Coulson knocked on the door amidst Steve Rogers' nervous expression, but no matter how he knocked, no one responded. They guessed that Carter might not be home. Sorry, Captain, she might not be home. Should we come back next time? Coulson said, looking at Captain America. Since she's not here, then forget it, Captain America said disappointedly, his originally excited mood calming down. Captain, there's actually something I think I need to tell you. Coulson glanced at Nick Fury, and after receiving the other party's permission, he looked at Captain America. What is it? You can just say it, Captain America said. Actually, during the years you were gone, she went through quite a few changes. I hope you're mentally prepared. Coulson gave Captain America a heads up, trying to tell Captain America the truth in a roundabout way. Coulson had already reported Carter's situation to Nick Fury, so he knew what Coulson was going to say next. In order to avoid embarrassing Captain America, he subconsciously walked towards the forest. Boom boom! Just as he approached the forest, Nick Fury heard a loud noise coming from inside. He couldn't help but curiously follow the sound into the forest. Changes? Are you trying to say she's old? Actually, I already guessed that. No matter how many years pass, she's still the beauty in my heart, Captain America said. No, actually, hey, Carter's here, Peggy. Before Coulson could continue, Nick Fury's voice came. Captain America's heart skipped a beat, and he ran directly towards Nick Fury's direction. Coulson showed a helpless expression. Boom, Ms. Carter! Soon, the three of them saw Carter practicing her hammer technique. Nick Fury shouted at Carter, and Carter stopped her movements when she saw the three of them. Nick Fury? What are you here for? Carter recognized Nick Fury, put down the hammer in her hand, and wiped her hands as she spoke. Peggy Captain America never expected that Carter at this time would actually look the same as when the two separated, and couldn't help but be stunned. A strange emotion surged in his heart, and he stared blankly at Carter, unable to take his eyes off her. Coulson knew that Carter had a husband, and seeing Captain America like this, he couldn't help but tug at Captain America's sleeve, but was ignored by the excited Captain America. Steve, how long are you going to keep looking? Do you believe I'll gouge out your dog eyes? Carter said, looking at Captain America expressionlessly. Peggy, you're still as beautiful as before. Sorry for making you wait so long. After Captain America finished speaking, he prepared to hug Carter. Coulson couldn't even stop him. Boomo, however, what greeted him was a knee strike. Looking at Captain America bent over on the ground, Coulson only felt a chill down below and couldn't help but shout in his heart, I told you not to go, but I couldn't stop you. Why bother? Captain America, speak, what do you want from me? Don't tell me it's to reminisce, I don't have time for that. All these years, no one has ever come to comfort this old woman, Carter said. Ms. Carter, I apologize. We've been busy with affairs these past years and haven't had time to visit you. But we are happy for you that you've had such an extraordinary experience. You are one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., so you must know the original intention behind its creation, but now, blah blah, now, we face internal and external troubles. Humanity cannot be without its own superheroes. Therefore, I plan to form a superhero organization called the Avengers. I, as the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., invite you to join this organization, Nick Fury said. Peggy, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you spend these 60 years alone and struggling. I know you've had a hard time all these years, and you should punish me. I won't blame. Before Carter could say anything, Captain America, who had recovered for a while, stood up and said, Captain, can we talk about your matters later? We are discussing matters of life and death for humanity, Nick Fury interrupted Captain America. No, this is what I owe her. I've already joined the Avengers, and I believe she will join too. Peggy, do you remember our promise? I still owe you a dance. Captain America looked at Carter affectionately. Steve, why are you still so disgusting? If your so-called Avengers are all like this, I think I'll pass. Also, don't call me Peggy, call me Ms. Carter, Carter said with a disgusted look, almost getting goosebumps after hearing Captain America's words. Peggy, you still haven't forgiven me, have you? What do you want me to do to forgive me? Captain America looked at Carter with an apologetic expression. Captain, you better stop talking. Actually, Captain Carter already has a husband. Coulson couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he said. What? Husband? No, impossible. You must be lying to me, right? Peggy, tell me, he's lying to me, right? Upon hearing this, Captain America seemed unable to accept the result and subconsciously reached out to grab Carter's hand. Bang! Ouch! Then, Captain America bent over and fell to the ground again. Miss Carter, now that you possess Thor's hammer and control the power of Thor, you are a rare combat force on the human side. I hope you will consider it carefully. Earth needs you, and the Avengers need you. With Captain America out of the way, Nick Fury continued. Joining your Avengers is out of the question, but if Earth needs me one day, I will appear. Now, please leave. Carter issued an order to dismiss the guests as she looked at them. Alright, no matter when, the doors of S.H.I.E.L.D. will always be open for you. Nick Fury knew that Carter would not agree with Captain America present because he had already seen the disgust in Carter's eyes towards Captain America, although he didn't quite understand why. "Coulson, take the captain away," Nick Fury said to Coulson behind him as he passed by Captain America. "Yes, Director, leave it to me." "Captain, let's go." "No, this isn't true. How could my Peggy leave me?" "Captain, times have changed, let's leave first." "No. I won't leave." "All right, let's leave first." Captain America originally didn't want to leave, but when he saw Carter raise the hammer and look at him fiercely, he limped away with Coulson's support. On the other side, Wanda's old home was now in ruins, with broken walls and debris everywhere, obviously after a bombardment. Buzz crash as Chen Gillen used the power of time, the collapsed house quickly returned to its original state. The two siblings quickly found the bodies of their adoptive parents. "Sir, please resurrect my parents." "I am willing to do anything for you." "Me too." Seeing the bodies of their adoptive parents, the two siblings felt sorrow from the bottom of their hearts and knelt in front of Chen Gillen, begging him to resurrect their adoptive parents. Buzz after Chen Gillen used time reversal, Wanda's adoptive parents also began to become younger, but as he expected, even if they returned to their 30s, there was no sign of awakening. "I'm sorry, this is all I can do. Their souls have dissipated and cannot be resurrected," Chen Gillen said helplessly. He didn't expect it to be as he had guessed. "No, it's not your fault. You've already tried your best. It's all Stark's fault. I must kill him to avenge them," Wanda said, revealing a hateful look. "That's right, if we don't kill Stark, we swear we won't be human," Pietro also said. "Do you know that you both possess special abilities, but they have never been activated? As long as you activate the abilities within you, killing Stark will be a piece of cake," Chen Gillen said. "I do have a special ability, but I have always been unable to control it, but it will protect me when I am in danger," Wanda opened her slender hands and said. "Sir, are you saying that you can activate the special ability within my sister?" Pietro couldn't help but look at Chen Gillen after hearing his words. "We can try, but it's not certain we'll succeed." "Wanda, try it first," Chen Gillen said, then used telekinesis to grab a bowl, took out a knife, cut open his mouth, and let his blood flow into the bowl. After busying himself for 2.5 minutes, he successfully collected a small bowl of blood. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the three were surprised by Chen Gillen's recovery speed, they didn't quite understand why he was doing this. "Wanda, cut open your palm and put it into the bowl," Chen Gillen said. "Ah. I'm afraid of pain," Wanda said timidly. "It's okay, a small wound is enough, okay." Alright, Wanda didn't know why Chen Gillen was doing this, but thinking that he had already bled, if she didn't do it, wouldn't it be a waste of his effort? Therefore, she did as he said. Hiss, as Wanda cut a small opening and then let the wound soak in Chen Gillen's blood, a certain mutation ability quickly invaded Wanda's body. The power of the mutation transformation caused Wanda to let out a painful cry, and the bowl in her hand fell to the ground, but it was caught by Chen Gillen. "Wanda, are you okay? What's wrong?" "Don't worry, she's awakening." Pietro looked at Wanda worriedly, wanting to step forward, but Chen Gillen stopped him. Ding, chaos magic attack plus 1 ton, crash suddenly, Wanda shouted, and a strong red light burst out from her body. These red lights blew Pietro and Zola away, but Chen Gillen stood in place and received a system notification. Ding, chaos magic attack plus 1 ton, ding, as the red light grew brighter, the powerful magical force caused Wanda to float in the air, while Chen Gillen continuously absorbed the attacks of chaos magic. However, to Chen Gillen's surprise, he discovered that Wanda's wound was bleeding golden blood. After the golden blood stopped flowing, the wound healed automatically, and the magical force outside her body quickly returned to her, and Wanda slowly landed, falling into a slumber. Wanda, Master, what's wrong with her, is she okay?" Pietro helped Wanda up and looked at Chen Gillen. "She's fine, she just awakened her chaos magic and is a little tired and fell asleep," Chen Gillen said. He recalled the blood he had expelled from Wanda's body, and couldn't help but speculate. He knew that although Wanda had successfully awakened her chaos magic, the ability gained through mutation was probably gone. Because Chen Gillen remembered a rumor that Wanda was actually the incarnation of the dark magic god Thawne. When Wanda's chaos magic strength broke through to the Skyfather level, it would be the time when Thawne replaced Wanda to conquer Earth. It is said that in ancient times, Thawne, as the founder of dark magic, wanted to conquer the Earth, but was sealed by an organization similar to the Avengers at that time. It's just that Thawne, as a multiversal being, didn't give up and used some means to allow Wanda to obtain his chaos magic seed when she was young, and when Wanda reached the Skyfather level, it would be the time to harvest. Chen Gillen's blood has the ability to make people mutate and become stronger, and the ability obtained from him will create a kind of bond with him. This is what Thawne doesn't want to see, so he expelled the power of mutation and allowed Wanda to awaken her chaos magic in advance. Master, do you have a way to make people stronger? Actually, I also want to become stronger, Zola rubbed his hands together. Yes, I do. I happen to have a task for you. Although you have been resurrected now, there is no one to protect you. How about this, cut open your palm, and I'll give you a chance to become stronger. Chen Gillen thought of the Hulk's blood in the system space and looked at Zola. Chirp, Master, I'm ready. Zola decisively cut open his palm, and blood flowed out, but he didn't care, but looked at Chen Gillen with fanaticism. Catch it, it might be a little painful, Chen Gillen said, then took out a cup of Hulk's blood and poured it on Zola's wound. As the Hulk's blood invaded, a touch of green appeared on Zola's skin. Then, the power of mutation began to transform Zola's body, making him feel pain, and he howled. As he fell to the ground, his body began to turn green and grow bigger. Roar, haha, is this the feeling of power? Ha, bang, go out and cool down. After Zola turned into the Hulk, he roared to the sky. Seeing that he had ignited the desire to destroy, Chen Gillen kicked him out, which made Pietro dumbfounded. Bang, haha. I, old Zola, am free, bang Zola, who flew out, smashed and bumped everywhere, constantly destroying the already dilapidated houses, and jumped hundreds of meters, and soon disappeared. Master, won't he betray and escape? Pietro couldn't help but say, looking at the disappearing Zola. He is a smart man, he will come back after he vents for a while, Chen Gillen said indifferently. He believed that after seeing so many of his abilities and strength, Zola would not dare to betray him, otherwise, his dream of eternal life would be gone. Master, can I become stronger too? Pietro said embarrassedly. After all, Wanda and Zola had become stronger, and he would be embarrassed to follow Chen Gillen if he was still a weakling. Yes, okay, same rules, I understand. After Pietro got Chen Gillen's affirmation, he picked up the knife and gave himself a cut, and blood gushed out. Chen Gillen poured his own blood from the bowl into Pietro's wound. As the power of mutation invaded, Pietro also let out a painful howl, but then he also felt his own body attributes constantly soaring. Shwa then, he couldn't control his body, and instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Obviously, he had awakened the speedster gene, which made Chen Gillen envious. Because he knew that at this time, Pietro not only awakened the speedster gene in his body, but also obtained the power of mutation brought by his blood, which greatly improved his strength. If there are no accidents, his strength is probably similar to Carter's, which is about 400 tons, and the speed of Pietro, who did not have the power of mutation, after awakening the speedster gene is about 3 times the speed of sound. Now with the blessing of the power of mutation, Chen Gillen doesn't know how fast it is, but to his surprise, Quicksilver invaded his blood, and the two produced a connection that was different from Carter and the others, but more like a blood connection. This feeling was like he had a 16-year-old son out of thin air, which made him a little speechless. How did I fall asleep? Where's Pietro? Wanda woke up and found that only Chen Gillen was there, and couldn't help but ask. I helped him awaken the speedster gene, and he is testing it now. Chen Gillen helped Wanda up and said gently. Yeah, it was the first time she had contact with the opposite sex, which made Wanda very shy. After nodding, she didn't speak anymore. You have awakened the chaos magic, you should go out and try it too. Okay, in this way, the three of them gained their respective abilities and wantonly destroyed the surrounding buildings, but fortunately, no one lived here because of the baptism of artillery fire, so no one came to disturb them. 2.5 hours later, Pietro took the lead in returning to Chen Gillen's side. Seeing that he had been running for 1 or 2 hours without panting, Chen Gillen knew that the problem of physical strength would no longer be his weakness. Pietro, how do you feel? Chen Gillen said with a smile. Master, thank you, this feeling is really great. I not only have super strength, but also have extremely fast speed. I have also become a superhero, Pietro said happily. Then tell me, how strong is your strength and how fast is your speed? Chen Gillen said. The strength is about 400 tons, and the fastest speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound, but I feel that this is not my limit. When I grow up, I can become stronger and faster, Pietro thought for a while and said. Not bad, it seems that it's time to give you a resounding name, let's call you Quicksilver, Chen Gillen said with a smile. Yeah, hearing that he had his own name, Pietro also jumped up happily. Master, what about me? I also want a resounding name, Wanda just came back and said when she heard that Pietro had his own name. Well, let's call you Scarlet Witch, okay, thank you, Master, I'm back, can I also have my own name? Let's call you Dr. Hulk, thank you, Master. Zola did not disappoint Chen Gillen, and did not leave alone. He was also very happy after getting his own name. A group of people had a great time. Parker's Uncle Chen. Alright, now that you all have your own abilities, Zola, I'm giving you a mission. Find a place to set up a biological laboratory, focusing primarily on extracting gene abilities. Scarlet Witch, you and your brother help me find the sealing place of the Inhumans. Notify me when you find it, and Dr. Hulk will provide the corresponding assistance. First, let me tell you about the Inhumans. Blah blah blah, those Celestials regard the life on Earth as energy food. I destroyed their plan some time ago, and the Eternal, those Celestials' lackeys, are hunting me down. Blah blah blah, so, we can't kill the young Celestial yet, or Earth will be finished. Chen Gillen rambled on to the three of them, explaining the origin of the Inhumans, the origin of the Eternals, and the matter of the young Celestial. And his purpose was to obtain the abilities of the Inhumans through the Inhumans, so as to have the ability to resist the Eternals and resist the Celestials. Yes, sir, the three of them heard such information for the first time, and it was a little difficult to digest for a while, but thinking that Chen Gillen was so powerful, there was no need to deceive them, so they all believed Chen Gillen's words. Alright, I'm leaving. Contact me if you have any news. I'm leaving, respectfully see you off, sir. In the end, Chen Gillen transformed into a fireman and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Wanda and the others, after Wanda used chaos magic to build a grave for her adoptive parents, also left one after another. Peter, you're playing again? Have you finished your homework? Hurry up, or you'll go to school by yourself tomorrow. Aunt May, I know, Peter Parker was very helpless. Since that uncle left, Aunt May had become very irritable, losing her temper at him at every turn. Knock knock, who is it? So late at night, what's with the knocking? Peter, go open the door quickly. Aunt May, wearing pajamas, was tidying up Peter Parker's toys, and said irritably when she heard someone knocking. Creak, Uncle Chen, you're here, that's great, duh. Mr. Chen, you're here? Quick, come in and sit. As soon as Peter Parker opened the door, he saw Chen Gillen, and couldn't help showing a happy smile, as if he had seen a savior. And Aunt May, hearing that it was Chen Gillen, immediately ran to the door, and showed a happy smile when she saw Chen Gillen, and even her tone became extremely gentle. May, sorry for leaving without saying goodbye last time. Don't, the child is still here. Peter, go do your homework quickly. Chen, we. Okay. Peter Parker was very speechless. Every time Uncle Chen came, he would ask him to do his homework. How could there be so much homework to do? But the well-behaved him still obediently went to do his homework. In the next few days, Peter Parker discovered that this Uncle Chen seemed to be living in his house, and he also discovered that Aunt May's smile had increased, and she was not so harsh on him. He showed a happy smile again. And after spending a few days together, he also found that this Uncle Chen was really good, buying him a lot of toys and often taking him to the amusement park. One day, Peter Parker, who came home from school alone, saw Aunt May alone. Her smile was gone, Uncle Chen was gone, and the strict Aunt May was back. This made him shout in his heart, Uncle Chen, when will you come again? After you come, can you not leave? But from that day on, he discovered that Aunt May's strength seemed to have become greater, often breaking the furniture at home, so that the furniture at home was replaced with new ones. Peggy, you don't have a husband at all, do you? You must still be angry with me and deliberately found Coulson and them to make me angry, right? Peggy, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. In the forest behind Carter and Chen Gillen's residence, Captain America was pestering Carter, not leaving no matter how Carter drove him away, shamelessly making Carter very annoyed. But every time he hit him, he wouldn't fight back. Even if he was beaten into the hospital, he would come again after he recovered, so that Captain America had been in the hospital several times in the past few days. It's just a pity that Captain America's willpower is very strong, so he didn't give up, and still came to pester Carter, making Carter also very speechless. "Mr. Steve, please stop harassing me, okay? I really have a husband, it's just that my husband is away on a trip, he will be back soon. Peggy, don't lie to me, I've been watching you these past few days. If you have a husband, I don't believe you wouldn't contact each other for a few days. I really know I was wrong, please give me a chance, and please give our relationship a chance." "There is no relationship between us. What you did in the past only left me with disgust for you. Stop following me, what did I do wrong? You know what you did yourself, I don't want to say anymore, Peggy." "Someone's coming, don't be afraid, I'll protect you, get out of here." On this day, Captain America was still pestering Carter, but after the two had been talking for a while, a transparent spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky, and a half-human, half-machine person flew out of it and sprayed two beams of laser at Carter. Buzz Buzz. Captain America wanted to hold his shield in front of Carter, but was kicked away by Carter, and pointed the Thor's hammer in his hand at the laser, lightning flashing, and instantly collided with the laser. Eternals again. Boom. Crash. Energy exploded, creating a wave of air. Both sides retreated a few steps, but before they could continue attacking, a group of people teleported from the spaceship to the ground. "You're Carter Page, right? We don't mean to harm you. Just have your husband come back, and we won't make things difficult for you," a Jack said to Carter. "Impossible. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to get past me first," Carter said, holding Thor's hammer, showing no weakness. "If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Druig, leave it to me." After receiving a Jack's instructions, the mind controller activated his mental manipulation powers, instantly controlling both of them. But before he could even smile, his expression changed. "Not good. Their willpower is too strong. I can't control them for long, Buzz." "Careful." Before Druig could finish speaking, Carter broke free from the control first, throwing Thor's hammer at a Jack. Seeing this, Carey, who was beside her, raised his fist and smashed it towards Thor's hammer. Bang! Crash! Instantly, Carey was blasted away by Thor's hammer. Seeing Carter attacking, Kingo directly launched an energy blast. At this moment, Captain America just broke free from Druig's mental control, throwing his shield in front of Carter. Bang! Carter took the shield and blocked Kingo's energy attack. With a wave of her hand, Thor's hammer flew back again, and she charged towards a Jack with the hammer and shield. Seeing this, Thena conjured a spear and fought with Carter. Captain America wanted to help, but Ikaris chased after him in the sky, and laser beams felled large swaths of trees as he dodged. Captain America took the opportunity to attack a Jack. Bang! Unexpectedly, Carey happened to arrive next to a Jack and slapped him to the ground, unable to move for a long time, and was bound by several spheres thrown by Phastos. Peggy, run! Don't worry about me. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Captain America, with blood dripping from his mouth, shouted to Carter, looking like he was ready to die. Who is this guy? Kingo asked Phastos next to him, looking at Captain America. I don't know. Seems like this woman's simp, Phastos said. Shut up. I'm not a simp. I'm not a simp. Look, he's getting anxious. He really is a simp, I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You should just shut up, woo-woo. Under Phastos' operation, a certain technological device successfully covered Captain America's mouth, making him only able to make woo-woo sounds. Beep beep. Everyone, be careful. There's an object approaching at high speed. It might be that person coming back. Just then, a disc suddenly appeared in Phastos' hand, emitting a beeping sound. He knew something was approaching quickly and couldn't help but remind everyone. I see him. This time, I want him dead. Ikaris, in the sky, saw Chen Gillen, who had transformed into a fireman, at a glance. Before Chen Gillen could get close, he fired lasers. ZZZ. Ding, cosmic energy plus 50T, ding, bang. Crash. Chen Gillen was concerned about Carter, so he increased his flying speed and quickly arrived in front of Ikaris, punching him into the ground, smashing down a large forest. ZZZ. Ding, cosmic energy 300T. Afterward, Chen Gillen didn't even look at Ikaris and sprayed laser attacks at Thena, who was fighting Carter. Thena quickly condensed a shield, blocking the attack, but was blasted away several meters. Bang! Husband, you're finally back. Looking at Chen Gillen, who had landed beside her, Carter couldn't help but smile, which stunned Captain America, who had been struggling all along. He's Peggy's husband? Peggy really has a husband? No, this isn't real. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Captain America felt his heart turn cold, and he couldn't accept the fact that Carter really had a husband for a moment. Buzz. Ding, mental intrusion attempts +1, ZZZ. Ding, cosmic energy 300T. As soon as Chen Gillen came down, the mind controller launched a mental manipulation at him, but it was absorbed by the system. He unhesitatingly fired laser eyes at Druig, blasting him away. Sprite, just then, a Jack shouted, and the scene in front of him instantly changed. There were more trees, more Ajaks, and the surrounding scene became different. Schwa! 10 Fastoses threw countless spheres. Chen Gillen had just pushed Carter away when countless golden ropes bound him together. Husband, you go first. I can't use my full strength if you're here. Okay. Carter was concerned about Chen Gillen's safety and wanted to help, but Chen Gillen told her to leave. Carter knew that being there might affect his performance, so she swung Thor's hammer and flew away. Bang! Ding, ice power 10,000T, ZZZ. As Chen Gillen stepped on the ground, a wave of ice power swept around, but Cersei, seeing this, pressed her hands on the ground, and the ice quickly disappeared. Kill! Then, Makari, Thena, and Ikaris all attacked Chen Gillen, and Kingo condensed cosmic energy balls, constantly charging the cosmic energy balls while the others restrained Chen Gillen. Ding, cosmic energy 1000T, ZZZ. Crash! Among the three, Chen Gillen felt that Thena was the most dangerous, so he fired 2 laser beams at Thena with his eyes. Thena used her shield to resist, but underestimated the power of the laser and was blasted away. Bang! Ding, kinetic energy plus 500T, ding, cosmic energy plus 50T. While Chen Gillen blasted Thena away, Makari's fist and Ikaris' laser also hit Chen Gillen, but they couldn't shake Chen Gillen at all. You're really courting death. Although the attacks of the two couldn't hurt him, Fastos' technological ropes really bound him, making him unable to break free for a while. He couldn't help but want to kill people. You guys get out of the way. Watch mine. Kingo held back a big move. The diameter of the cosmic energy ball reached 1m, and he said to the two before blasting the cosmic energy ball in his hand towards Chen Gillen. Ding, cosmic energy plus 2000T. However, the cosmic energy ball did not explode as expected, but was directly absorbed by Chen Gillen. Everyone was stunned, and soon everyone finally realized something. Not good. This person can absorb cosmic energy attacks. Our energy is useless against him. Cersei. Fastos, hold him back, let Thena come. Jack thought of something, and associating it with Chen Gillen's first attack on Thena, he must be afraid of Thena, so she arranged. Buzz. Schwa. After receiving a Jack's order, dozens of phantom Cersei patted the ground, and the area around Chen Gillen turned into a swamp, and then Fastos' technological ropes bound towards Chen Gillen again. Provoke him? All of you, go to hell. Ding, kinetic energy 200 million, ding, thermal energy 1 billion, boom Makari. Chen Gillen was filled with rage. He stomped on the ground, and energy almost equivalent to a nuclear explosion instantly spread in all directions. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Ropes snapped, illusions disappeared, the forest vanished, and a Jack cried out. Whoosh! In an instant, a beam of light gathered everyone together just as the energy wave struck. However, she overestimated her speed and power, as well as the speed of the energy wave. Before she could escape the center of the energy wave, she was hit. Bang puff asterisk 11 instantly, everyone was blasted away by the powerful shockwave, each spitting out a mouthful of blood, heavily injured and collapsing to the ground. Jack, with her healing ability, recovered first and activated the teleportation device on the ship. Buzz when the smoke cleared, Chen Gillen flew out of the 100-meter deep crater, only to discover a beam of teleportation light. All the Eternals, including Captain America, were teleported to the ship. Ding, cosmic energy 100T, whoosh boom. Chen Gillen raised his hand and condensed a cosmic energy ball, throwing it at the ship. The energy ball blasted away a good portion of the ship's hull, but as it cloaked and disappeared, Chen Gillen couldn't find the ship's location no matter how he attacked. Humph, it seems you aren't so powerful after all. When I find the deviants, your death is at hand, Chen Gillen coldly snorted, then flew in the direction Carter had left. He believed that after this battle, the Eternals wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. Once he found the deviants and obtained their devouring ability, he could break through to the Skyfather level in one fell swoop. One must know that Celestials are born at the Skyfather level, and in the Eternals movie, the Celestial seed Tiamat beneath Earth was at the Skyfather level, yet it was killed by a group of Eternals. Because the Eternals gathered everyone's energy together, allowing one of them to reach the Skyfather level, ultimately killing Tiamat. What Chen Gillen wanted was to absorb their cosmic energy to break through to the Skyfather level, and to devour their abilities. He couldn't do without the deviants' devouring ability. He wasn't a scientist, nor did he have the ability to extract genes. Therefore, he resurrected Zola, hoping that even if Zola created a deviant serum, he could, with the system's damage absorption ability, very likely obtain the deviant's devouring ability. Jack, I don't know why we provoked him. We can't possibly defeat him. I don't want to continue fighting a pointless battle. That man is too strong, his power is unmatched, he can absorb our energy attacks, and even unleash extremely high energy waves. I don't know how to fight him, indeed, my mental control is ineffective against him. I also don't understand why we are opposing him. Yeah. On the Eternal ship, the defeated group was chattering incessantly at Jack. They didn't know why they were opposing Chen Gillen, nor did they know what they were doing. They were inexplicably beaten into serious injuries. Because of memory reset, they didn't know that Tokyo had disappeared, they just blindly obeyed Jack's summons and went to make trouble for Chen Gillen. As a result, the team, which wasn't very united to begin with, became even more fragmented after suffering a defeat. Everyone, listen to me. Do you remember the purpose of our coming to Earth? That's right, it's to ensure the smooth birth of the young Celestial. Originally, the emergence was scheduled for 2024, but now it has indeed been delayed by 100 years. Arisham is worried that that person will affect the birth of the young Celestial, so he ordered us to kill that person. This is the adult's order, Jack explained again. Jack, I really like this planet, and I also like the people of this planet. So, I actually don't want the Celestial to be born at all. I believe that some of you also don't want the Celestial to be born. Now someone is preventing all of this, why should we be enemies with him? Druig said. That's right, I also quite like the humans on this planet. My performance has been postponed for a long time, and I can't continue fighting with you. Sorry, Kingo also said. Jack, I have formed a family with Earthlings over the years, and I don't want Earth to be destroyed, Fastos also said. What about you? Do you also think so? Jack looked at the others, but no one dared to look her in the eye. Only Ikaris was sitting in the corner, not saying anything. No one knows what he was thinking. Since you all think so, then let's disband. In the future, if you see that person, avoid him. Let's just drop this matter and return to your respective lives, Jack said. Now that the hearts of the people are scattered, there's nothing she can do. Jack, sorry. I'll leave first. In the end, everyone left, leaving behind Jack, the mute girl, and Captain America, who was greatly shocked by the conversation. He didn't know what he was thinking. Peggy's husband is actually the hero who saved the Earth, so, is that why she chose him? He is a great hero, and I am just a stage clown. Hee, Captain America bitterly smiled, looking dejected, feeling that the blow he received today was heavier than ever before. Mac Carey, please send this guy off. I'm leaving too, yeah. On the other side, Chen Gillen found Carter, but because their house was destroyed by the energy wave, he he thought about it and decided to move to another place. In the following 2.5 months, nothing major happened. The two bought a house on a farm and lived in peace. Chen Gillen traveled between Carter and Aunt May, consolidating their super friendship. During this time, Chen Gillen contacted Zola and learned that he had taken over a technology company in Las Vegas and secretly built a laboratory to study the genes of various animals, humans, and even his own. However, Zola's abilities were more inclined towards technology, but in order to better develop biotechnology, he took the lead in creating an artificial intelligence Red Queen to assist him, allowing his biological research to advance by leaps and bounds. He created a group of obedient mutant creatures, such as Hulk wolves, Hulk tigers, Hulk leopards, and even combined different mutant creatures through genetics, such as liger beasts, snail bear beasts, mantis bear beasts, etc. Quicksilver and the other one made no progress and had to seek Zola's assistance. To help Quicksilver and his companion complete their mission, Chen Gillen also visited Zola's lab, releasing cosmic energy to enable Zola to develop a cosmic energy detector. As long as a life form containing cosmic energy was within 1,000 miles of the detector, it could detect the location of the energy fluctuations. With this device, Quicksilver quickly found the location of the Eternals. However, Chen Gillen had no intention of attacking the Eternals yet, so he didn't bother them. It's worth mentioning that Quicksilver informed him that there were also energy fluctuations within China. After entering, he saw a middle-aged man with 10 rings on his hands, and the energy fluctuations came from the man's rings. He knew that those rings were probably the artifact 10 rings, which were said to be created by the Celestials, so it was normal for them to have cosmic energy fluctuations. Chen Gillen had no interest in the 10 rings, and since the other party was in China, he was too lazy to provoke Wenwu. October 1, 2011, Quicksilver, holding the detector, found Ajax's residence. He also recognized Ajax as the leader of the Eternals, but just as he was recording Ajax's location, a figure flew from the sky. Quicksilver recognized him as the strongest combat force of the Eternals, Ikaris, and he hid aside to eavesdrop. "Boom, Ikaris, you're here. Are you used to this body?" The noise outside startled Ajax, who was preparing to sleep. She came out and saw Ikaris with a dark face. "Cersei has a boyfriend. She dislikes me for being a man without a D," Ikaris said, choking with sobs. "Didn't you two break up a long time ago?" "She's had a boyfriend for a long time. It's definitely not because of this," Ajax tried to explain. "It's you. You made me lose my D, lose my happiness, and made me suffer. You won't have a good time either," Ikaris said, suddenly grabbing Ajax's neck and speaking furiously. "Ikaris, calm down. Your D exploded a long time ago. Even if you replace it with metal, you won't feel anything. You can't blame me for this," Ajax tried to calm Ikaris down. "If I can't blame you, who can I blame? I want revenge, but you can't lead everyone to kill that person, and you even want to disobey the Celestials' will. You don't deserve to be our leader," Ikaris said, then lifted Ajax into the air. "Ikaris, let go of me. Where are you taking me? Since you can't fulfill the Celestials' will, then I'll let someone who can fulfill it do it. And you will be their nourishment." "Ikaris, you're crazy. Let go of me." "Sorry, Ajax." In the end, Ikaris flew Ajax to a certain place, and no matter how Ajax called out, it was useless. He even knocked her unconscious. But what he didn't know was that there was someone on the ground following him with the energy detector. After he arrived at the Deviant's place of sealing, he threw Ajax underground. Buzzing hiss. Yeah, afterward, Ikaris kept bombarding the ice surface, quickly destroying the seal. The ice surface broke open, and Deviants ran out from inside. "Ikaris, you actually released them. You're really crazy, Ajax, goodbye." "No. Ikaris, you can't do this." "No." The awakened Ajax was shocked, feeling that Ikaris was really crazy, but Ikaris ignored her and directly pushed her down. She was quickly stabbed by one of the Deviants and had her energy sucked away. Hiss, are these the Deviants? So they were sealed here. If this person hadn't opened the seal, this detector wouldn't have found them. I have to tell the leader, otherwise, it will be difficult to find these Deviants after they scatter, Quicksilver said, turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Who? Damn it, did Makari see it? No, I can't let her report to others. Ikari's heard some movement. When he got up and flew up, he saw a figure quickly leaving. He immediately thought it was Makari and chased after her without hesitation. But Ikari's flying speed on Earth was not as fast as Quicksilver's, so he quickly lost track of her. He knew that if she wanted to report, she had to go through the spaceship, so he flew towards the spaceship without hesitation. Leader, I have found the location of the deviants. They are at east longitude XXX degrees and west longitude XXX degrees. They have already come out. I am worried that if it takes too long, they will scatter. Quicksilver took out his phone and called Gillen. Okay, I'll be right there. Gillen hung up the phone, kissed May Auntie, who was sleeping next to him, and then went out without a word. After finding a deserted place, he turned into a fireman and flew towards the location Quicksilver said. At the same time, Ikari's also returned to the spaceship. As soon as he came back, he saw Makari reading comics. Although he was a little puzzled as to why Makari was reading comics on the spaceship instead of reporting, he sprayed lasers without hesitation. Buzzing Makari, who was injured by the laser sneak attack, looked at Ikari's in confusion, completely unaware of why he was attacking her. Seeing that the other party was preparing to attack her again, Makari turned into a streak of light and quickly fled. Boom! Buzzing after punching Ikari's back, Makari turned into a streak of light and left the spaceship. Turning around, she saw Ikari's using his lasers to destroy the spaceship. Makari felt that Ikari's was crazy, actually destroying the spaceship. Because of this, she glanced at Ikari's and turned into a streak of light, running towards Ajax's location. Cough cough. Unfortunately, as she ran, the wound from Ikari's sneak attack widened, and she had to stop to rest for a while. But seeing Ikari's chasing after her, she had to continue running. However, when she arrived at Ajax's residence, she couldn't find Ajax. Injured, she had to find a place to hide first. On the other side, Gillen flew towards the deviant's place of sealing. Seeing Gillen's figure on the ground, Quicksilver also ran towards the place of sealing. Buzzing ding, power of ice 100T ding, power of ice 100T ding, heat energy 100T. The closer he got to the place of sealing, the more deviants Gillen saw. Gillen froze some deviants, then killed some deviants, and then had Quicksilver kill those deviants who escaped. Boom! Abilities bang. Quicksilver was very fast and strong. These deviants, who had just broken free from their seals, were not powerful. Soon, the two of them had cleaned up almost all of them. Where is the deviant leader? Gillen asked, carrying a large block of ice and looking at Quicksilver. Inside the ice block were ordinary deviants, each still alive, just frozen. Over there, don't let it run. Yes, sir. The deviant leader had absorbed Ajax's cosmic energy and possessed a strong self-healing ability, but its other abilities were mediocre. Therefore, Quicksilver quickly caught up and beat it one-sidedly. Hiss, the deviant leader, who had not yet transformed, had golden energy flowing around its body as it cried out to Quicksilver. However, it knew it couldn't beat Quicksilver, so when it saw Gillen arrive, it rushed towards Gillen without saying a word. Chirp! Ding, Ice Force 500T. However, it was greeted by a stream of icy air, which instantly froze it, rendering it unable to move. Then, it watched helplessly as Gillen carried it and its subordinates to an unknown place. Clean up the remaining deviants. Don't let them enter human residential areas, or they will devour humans and become even stronger, Gillen said to Quicksilver. Okay. In the end, Gillen took the deviant leader and several subordinates and flew to the airtight steel cage that Zola had spent 2.5 days building, locking them up. For the next 2.5 months, Gillen would often come to assist Zola in researching the deviant's genetic abilities, occasionally spending time with Wanda and teasing her. Doctor, how is the progress? On the last day of 2011, Gillen came to Zola's laboratory base again and found Dr. Zola. Sir, it still doesn't work. These deviants' genes seem to be designed to counter human genes. The deviant serum I developed, as soon as it is injected into the human body, will cause the genes to break down and the human body to turn into a pool of blood. Dr. Zola shook his head. If the genes don't break down, can one obtain the deviant's abilities? Gillen asked. Theoretically, yes. Their gene sequence is very peculiar. After devouring the genes of other creatures, they can not only arbitrarily change their body structure, but also gain corresponding abilities, and even give the same abilities to their kind. As long as the genes don't break down during the fusion process, there is no problem, but this is the most difficult point, because their genes are too overbearing. I can only try to weaken their genetic abilities to succeed, Zola said. No need to weaken them. This is fine. Arrange for me to be injected immediately, Gillen said. Through the Hulk's blood, he knew that this kind of mutation damage could not harm him, because he could even absorb pain. Sir, what I just said is true. This serum is not suitable for human injection. It is really too dangerous to inject you. Zola did not expect Gillen to insist on being injected after hearing what he said was so serious, and he was shocked. Sir, why don't you wait for the doctor to study it for a while before trying? It's really too dangerous now, Quicksilver also advised. Lin, can you not inject it? Wanda looked at Gillen with a worried face. Every time Gillen came, he would not leave immediately. He would always watch sitcoms with Wanda, and sometimes he would play sitcom characters with her, which made Wanda gradually like Gillen. However, Gillen felt that Wanda was still young, so he did not take any excessive actions towards her. Anyway, he was not hungry, so the way they got along was more like dating, and they both enjoyed it. Although the two had not confirmed their relationship, the subordinate relationship had already become nominal, and they even had mutual nicknames, but because they had not made their relationship public, they regarded it as their secret. Now seeing Gillen wanting to risk his life to try an experiment that would basically fail, Wanda panicked, so she couldn't care so much. Wanda, don't worry, trust me, I'll be fine. Gillen touched Wanda's head, comforted her, and then looked at Zola again. Arrange it immediately, but, sir, there's nothing to but, this is an order, okay? Red Queen, start the injection procedure, okay, doctor. Zola had no choice. Seeing Gillen so strong, he had to obey Gillen's arrangement. After letting Gillen enter the injection area, he asked the Red Queen to prepare the Deviant Leader's serum injection procedure. Buzz. Personnel in place, serum loading complete, human indicators normal, program running normally, chirp. As the device started, dozens of needles were inserted into Gillen's body, and a large amount of Deviant Leader's serum was injected into Gillen's body. He soon heard the system's reminder. Ding, pain plus 100 million, ding, gene breakdown plus 1, ding, gene recombination plus 1, ding, gene mutation plus 1, ding, gene alienation plus 1. Within 1 hour after the injection, a total of 100 million points of pain were accumulated. Fortunately, the system absorbed it, otherwise the pain alone would have made Gillen unbearable. Serum injection complete, all human indicators normal. Is this a success or a failure? Hearing the Red Queen's voice, Zola was still incredulous. He clearly knew that the serum had indeed been injected into Gillen's body, but strangely, Gillen had no change or reaction, not even a howl, which made him a little confused. Buzz, chirp, as the machine automatically opened, Gillen walked down from the machine and came to the front of the few people in their doubtful and puzzled eyes. Lin, are you okay? Wanda asked uncertainly. I'm fine, the experiment was successful, I obtained the deviant's abilities. Gillen stretched out his hand, and a ball of green light appeared in his hand. This was part of the celestial runes and part of the cosmic energy core that the deviant leader obtained after absorbing a jack, and the function of these celestial runes was mainly healing. At this time, he realized why every Eternal had inexhaustible energy, because they all had an energy core. These energy cores were like faucets. As long as they opened them, they could release water. And their abilities were not innate genetic abilities, but celestial runes, using celestial runes to mobilize cosmic energy, so as to exert a certain effect, such as healing, super speed, laser, flight, hypnosis, etc. This was also the reason why the Eternals had runes appearing on their bodies when they fought. At this time, Gillen obtained part of the energy core and part of the celestial runes, and the power was very limited. Eternals, that was it? I thought. Thought what? Thought you were going to leave me forever, how could I? You're my favorite little beauty, cough cough. Watching the two flirt without a care for others, Zola and Quicksilver were experiencing severe embarrassment. Especially Quicksilver, who didn't even know when Chen Gillen had gotten together with his sister. Does that mean I'm the big man's brother-in-law? What should I call him in the future? Maybe he can call me brother-in-law, and I can call him sir, Quicksilver thought to himself. Alright, those deviants don't need to be kept alive, Chen Gillen said as he walked towards the cages where the deviants were imprisoned. The group quickly arrived at the cages and saw the frozen deviant leader. At this moment, the deviant leader had lost a lot of weight, all thanks to Zola drawing his blood, and without any energy replenishment, it was a miracle he was still alive. However, just as he was about to absorb the deviant leader's energy, Ajax's remaining energy core, and the celestial rune, he froze. Although his genes had the ability to devour their celestial runes and energy cores, he didn't have the means to enter another's body to devour them, because the transformations and mutations didn't belong to normal humans and had been absorbed by the system. Women were fine, he could use the DD to absorb them, but what about men? Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Therefore, Chen Gillen had to carefully examine the system's absorbed abilities. First was gene shattering, which, once used, would turn any flesh and blood, whether enemy or self, into a puddle of blood. Gene recombination was equivalent to disrupting the gene sequence. Once used, it could turn enemies into the living dead, causing all bodily organs to lose their function, leading to death in less than 10 seconds. Gene mutation would make people ugly, causing at best a regression to primitive traits and at worst turning them into monsters. Gene alienation, on the other hand, was an ability that allowed people to autonomously change their gene sequence, similar to Mystique's X gene, but even more powerful because it could freely change one's body structure, even into that of an animal. Ding, gene alienation won. Therefore, Chen Gillen didn't hesitate to use this ability on himself, and he immediately felt that he could arbitrarily change his body. Sizzle then, in the astonished gazes of the others, Chen Gillen grew several spikes that pierced through the ice and penetrated the deviant leader's body. Gurgle next, the remaining energy core and celestial rune within the deviant leader's body converged towards Chen Gillen's body, continuously strengthening his originally small energy core and celestial rune. Eventually, he obtained Ajax's complete celestial rune and energy core. Using the celestial rune to activate the energy core allowed him to harness cosmic energy, enabling him to unleash healing abilities like Ajax. Doctor, from now on, your research direction will be technology-focused. Ideally, a technological army, a mech army. If possible, try nanotechnology and quantum technology as well, Chen Gillen said, looking at Zola. Yes, sir. Zola agreed, also relieved. His expertise was in technology, not biology, so he was quite happy to hear that he could research technology in the future. Pietro, give me the Eternals location and the detectors. For the next few days, do whatever you want. If you want revenge, go get revenge, Chen Gillen said, looking at Quicksilver. Yes, sir. Whoosh. After leaving the base, Chen Gillen soared into the sky and flew directly towards a certain location in Africa. After landing, he used the deviant's alienation ability to change his appearance and walked into a jungle. Gwala Gwala, Chen Gillen's target this time was the mind controller Druig, who was living a peaceful life with a group of natives in thatched huts. When Chen Gillen arrived, one of the natives babbled a bunch of things at him. Chen Gillen didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from killing. Bang Gwala Gwala, as he raised his hand and shot one person dead, the others kept babbling at him, but without exception, they began to flee. However, a few ran to Druig's thatched hut to report the news. Buzz ding, mind control uses +1. Just then, a mental wave swept over, and everyone stopped moving, except for Chen Gillen, who kept walking towards the thatched hut where Druig was. You actually ignored my mind control. Who are you? Druig walked out of the thatched hut, looking at the unfamiliar face of Chen Gillen. What do you think? Chen Gillen said as he approached Druig, changing back to his original appearance, which shocked Druig, who immediately prepared to flee. It's you. Let me go. I have no intention of being your enemy. Druig said as he fled. The moment you chose to be my enemy, your ending was sealed, death. Chen Gillen said, shooting laser beams at Druig. Zzz. The laser beam blasted Druig to the ground, but fortunately, he was wearing celestial armor, so he was not injured or incapacitated. However, before he could continue to flee, Chen Gillen's figure appeared beside him, grabbing him by the neck. Lo? Let me go, ding, mental intrusion plus 1 ding, mental interference plus 1 ding, mental attack plus 1 ding. On the surface, Druig begged Shin-Gillen for mercy, but he kept using mental power to attack Shin-Gillen, but unfortunately, they were all absorbed by the system, and Shin-Gillen didn't feel anything. Shin-Gillen didn't waste any more words with him. Spikes grew from his back and instantly pierced Druig's body, absorbing the energy core and celestial rune within him. You're a deviant. You won't die well. Ugh, the moment Druig saw the spikes, he subconsciously thought that Shin-Gillen was a deviant. Unfortunately, no one answered him, until his energy core was quickly extracted, his skin color quickly turned black, and he finally died. Shin-Gillen knew that these Eternals were the hounds of the Celestials, but he also knew that as long as the infant Celestial didn't die, the Celestial leader Erisham wouldn't appear. With Love Brain, this is the first one, not bad at all. After absorbing the energy cores of 2 Eternals, the energy I can mobilize has doubled. Plus, the celestial runes of 2 people, using any one of them alone, can double the power. If I absorb 10 Eternals, I estimate that any attack-type celestial rune would be enough to kill a Skyfather-level powerhouse, Shin-Gillen muttered to himself, feeling the energy core and the newly acquired celestial runes within his body. Druig's celestial rune is mental manipulation, which can not only control the thoughts of others but also read their memories, in addition to hypnosis. In the Eternals movie, their original plan was to have Druig hypnotize the young celestial. Bang! After dealing with Druig, Shin-Gillen soared into the sky, left the jungle, and arrived in Europe, where 3 Eternal members existed, Circe, Sprite, and Phastos. Shin-Gillen's first target was Phastos. It was already evening in Europe, and Phastos's family was eating dinner, looking happy and harmonious. But suddenly, a wave of mental power swept over, and except for Phastos, his family was mentally controlled and motionless. Phastos's first feeling was that Druig had come. Druig, why do you always have to do this every time you come? It's the age of technology now, if there's anything, you can just call me. As Phastos spoke, he walked towards the door, but the moment he opened the door, countless spikes pierced his body, and then a pair of large hands pressed him to the ground. It's you, you're a deviant, you killed Druig, Phastos said, feeling his body getting weaker and weaker. His original black face became even darker. Finally, Phastos breathed his last. Shin-Gillen retracted the spikes and checked the energy core, which had increased by another fold. Then, he soared into the sky and disappeared. Phastos's celestial rune is divine technology, which can not only provide him with superintelligence but also use cosmic energy to generate technology, achieving the conversion between energy and matter. According to the movie description, this rune greatly improved his technological research and development, even surpassing Iron Man and Shuri, which was very powerful. At this time, the other Eternal members did not know that Shin-Gillen was hunting them, so they all returned to their previous lives. Sprite liked Ikaris, but Ikaris didn't like her, especially after losing DD, he was even more irritable. When they left, he even got angry at her. Therefore, in a bad mood, she transformed into a beautiful woman and was drinking alone in a bar, but she didn't expect to be harassed by some hooligans. Hey, beauty, come have a drink, get lost, I'm in a bad mood, don't mess with me, yo, feisty enough, I like it. Come on, have a drink with Grandpa. However, what she didn't know was that the person in front of her was just someone Shin-Gillen had paid to act. Seeing that the actor was in position, Shin-Gillen, who had transformed into Ikaris, appeared appropriately and grabbed the hooligan's hand and twisted it hard. It hurts, how dare you harass my woman, get out of here, yes, the hooligan's cry of pain was not acting, but real pain. He cursed inwardly that this money was indeed not easy to earn, but fortunately, the other party pushed him away moderately, allowing him to take the opportunity to retreat. Ikaris, Sprite couldn't help but show a happy smile when she saw Ikaris, especially when she heard him say that she was his woman, she was even happier. Come with me. Shin-Gillen knew that Sprite was love-struck and liked Ikaris, so he transformed into Ikaris' appearance, and she would definitely not refuse, pulling her and walking out. Okay, sure enough, Sprite heard Ikaris' domineering words and followed without the slightest resistance, feeling warm in her heart, constantly repeating a sentence in her mind, he cares about me, he's jealous, he likes me. Soon, the two passed through a small alley, where several couples were making out with each other, and Sprite couldn't help but show an envious look. But at this moment, Ikari suddenly pinned her against the wall. Thinking about what might happen next, Sprite's heart beat faster. Looking at Ikari's face getting closer and closer, she closed her eyes. Chirp ugh, however, the feeling of being kissed that she had imagined did not appear, but rather the pain caused by something piercing her body. Then, she discovered that her energy core and celestial rune were rapidly draining away, and then her illusion ability disappeared, turning into her original appearance. Ikari's, why do you want to kill me? Sprite looked at her beloved in confusion, the pain in her heart outweighing the pain in her body. Take a closer look at who I am. Chingillan restored his original appearance, looking at the dying Sprite with a sneer. His disguise was a comprehensive physical change, making it impossible to guard against. It's you, ugh, can you turn into Ikari's appearance? I want to die in his arms. Sprite saw Chingillan's appearance and felt relieved, but thinking that she was about to die, she made a request to Chingillan. Chingillan was speechless, but he still fulfilled her request. In the end, Sprite died, gently hugging Chingillan before her death, closing her eyes, and showing a smile, but this smile was forever frozen. Sprite's celestial rune is illusion. The illusions created are very realistic, the range is also very wide, and the illusions created can also be dynamic in sound, and even achieve the ability of multiple people to become invisible. After obtaining Sprite's illusion celestial rune and energy core, Chingillan this time did not fly away directly, but used the illusion to become invisible and left with Sprite's body in his arms. Since you like Ikari's so much, so, I decided to bury Ikari's and you together. Chingillan buried Sprite's body, and then left. After easily taking down Sprite, Chingillan once again transformed into Ikari's appearance and went to a certain library to find Circe. However, to his surprise, before he arrived, he saw Ikari's flying in the air, constantly bombarding the ground, so he chose to become invisible and observe. Important? Circe, Makari killed a jack, help me kill her. Ikari said to Circe on the ground, his eyes occasionally shooting lasers at Makari, but she dodged them all. Yeah. Although Makari is deaf and mute, she can read lips, so when she saw Ikari slander her, she tried her best to explain to Circe. Ikari's, calm down, I believe Makari didn't do that, can we sit down and talk it over? What exactly happened? Circe tried to appease them. Circe, Makari killed a jack, I saw it with my own eyes, how could I lie to you? Now that she's coming to you, she must be trying to harm you, I will never let her hurt you, Ikari said. He thought Makari knew that he killed a jack, so he directly slandered Makari for killing a jack. Yeah. Makari tried her best to explain, but it was useless, and Chingillan, who understood all of this, quickly had a plan in his mind. Zzz immediately, Chingillan transformed into a jack's appearance and walked out of the street, causing the three of them to subconsciously look at him. Impossible. A jack is clearly dead. Ikari subconsciously took half a step back when he saw a jack appear, while Circe and Makari both showed relaxed smiles when they saw a jack appear. Ikari's, when will you stop being wrong? Chingillan, in the form of a jack, said to Ikari's. Impossible, a jack is clearly dead, you are fake, you must be fake, go to hell. Ikari said, and shot lasers at a jack. But Makari, who had been staring at Ikari's, instantly appeared next to Chingillan, moved him away, and dodged Ikari's laser attack. Makari, Ikari's is crazy, he wants to kill me, take me away quickly, Chingillan said to Makari next to him. Makari didn't suspect that Chingillan was fake at all, but instead thought it was true, because Ikari's was inexplicably attacking her, wasn't that crazy? Circe, stop them quickly, a jack is fake, he wants to kill Makari, Ikari's, enough, are you really crazy? I'm telling the truth, Makari, you guys go quickly, I'll stop him. Circe, Ikari's knew that a jack was indeed dead, although he was a little curious as to why he hadn't heard any news of the deviants wreaking havoc recently, but seeing the dead Ajak suddenly appear, he sensed a conspiracy against them. It's just a pity, because he inexplicably attacked Makari, making Circe and Makari think that Ikari's was crazy, especially after Ajak appeared and he still attacked Ajak, they felt that Ikari's was even more crazy. In the end, Circe stopped Ikari's, and Makari quickly left with Ajak, and soon came to Ajak's residence, crossing thousands of miles in less than 10 minutes, which made Chingillan very envious. But soon, this ability will belong to him. Makari, who had just stopped, suddenly felt a little strange being hugged by Ajak, but soon found that her body seemed to be pierced by something, and the energy core and celestial runes in her body were rapidly draining away. She looked at Gillen, who had returned to his original appearance, in shock. Yeah, Makari wanted to activate her ability to escape, but unfortunately, with the loss of energy, and being held tightly, coupled with mental attacks, she couldn't resist at all, and soon lost her movement. Makari's celestial rune is speed, but when released, the body's reaction speed and physique will also be greatly strengthened to avoid physical collapse due to excessive speed. Hiss, this feeling, so good. After absorbing Makari's energy core and celestial runes, Gillen couldn't help but shudder, because at this time, he successfully mastered the speed ability, and because he absorbed the energy cores of 5 people, releasing the celestial runes of 5 people, the abilities were increased by more than 5 times. The difference between the water volume of 1 faucet and the water volume of 5 faucets, especially Makari's speed ability, which could originally reach 20 times the speed of sound, is now increased by 5 times, reaching 100 times the speed of sound. In the movie, the fastest speed of the Avengers 2 is about 5 times the speed of sound, but in X-Men's Quicksilver, the school explosion famous scene, the speed reached about 30 times the speed of sound. In other words, Gillen's fastest speed now exceeds X-Men's Quicksilver by about 3 times. For the speed part, if there are keyboard warriors, discuss it here, ********. Cersei, let me explain, I won't listen, let me explain, I won't listen. On the other side, Ikaris and Cersei explained for a long time to no avail, because he didn't dare to tell the truth about killing a Jack and releasing the deviants, so Cersei thought Ikaris was even more crazy. Ikaris, is DD that important? Why do you care so much about it? Haven't you used it enough for tens of thousands of years? Perhaps Cersei thought Ikaris was crazy because he lost DD, so she questioned. Don't talk to me about this. Do you also look down on me in your heart? That's right, I released the deviants, and I killed a Jack. It's all your fault. Ikaris jumped up excitedly when he heard that word. Enough, Ikaris, I really don't understand why you care so much about those few seconds. So, is this the reason why you found a boyfriend? Ha, you really look down on me, you stinky woman, you go to hell too. Ah. Ikaris. You're hurting me. As the excited Ikaris grabbed Cersei's neck, a look of madness appeared on his face. Just as he was about to spray lasers to kill the lover in front of him, a light and shadow attacked, and Ikaris was taken away. Is Makari back? Ikaris is really crazy. No, I have to find Sprite. I can't let her contact Ikaris, otherwise, Ikaris will definitely hurt Sprite. Cersei didn't see who it was, but the only person she could think of with such extreme speed was Makari. So, taking advantage of Makari holding back Ikaris, she walked towards Sprite's residence, but she was destined to be disappointed, because Sprite was already dead and buried by Gillen. Destroyed buzzing sound, ding, universal energy plus 30T. On the other side, Gillen ignored Ikaris' attack, took him to the suburbs, restrained his hands, and in his shocked gaze, spikes grew out. Damn it, it's you. How could you have the speed rune? You killed those deviants and obtained their abilities. A Jack was transformed by you. You killed Makari. You are hunting us. After they stopped, Ikaris saw Gillen's appearance clearly and was shocked. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late because his strength was inferior to Gillen's, and he was suppressed by a powerful mental force, making him unable to resist at all. You know, too late, die, Gillen sneered, and all the spikes pierced into Ikaris' body, frantically devouring the energy core and celestial rune within him. Ah! Celestial, will not let you go, that's none of your concern. Ugh. In the end, Ikaris also died, and Gillen collected his body into the system space, feeling the growing energy core and the 2 celestial runes he had just obtained, gravity manipulation and laser beam. Finally, I don't have to breathe fire to fly anymore. Awesome, Gillen said. Then, he used the gravity manipulation rune to fly up, quickly flying towards where Cersei was. However, during the flight, Gillen had a sudden idea. What would happen if gravity manipulation and the speed rune were used together? Whoosh whoosh. At the moment when the two were used together, Gillen's speed changed from 100 times the speed of sound on the ground to 200 times the speed of sound in the high altitude, almost reaching the effect of teleportation. It really works. Using 2 runes at the same time is actually as high as fast as running. Simply nice. Gillen showed a happy smile. Whoosh! Immediately, Chen Gillen instantly flew to a high altitude, and instantly flew to Cersei's original location, but he did not see Cersei. Whoosh! So, Chen Gillen flew to a high altitude again, and soon saw Cersei running on the street. In an instant, he appeared in front of Cersei, and before she could react, several spikes pierced into her body. "It's you, ugh." Before Cersei could finish speaking, she lost energy and died. People on the street screamed and fled at this scene. Cersei's celestial rune is element conversion, which can turn earth into gold, water into iron, cars into paper cranes, etc., but there is a prerequisite, that is, you must have been in contact with these things and perform rune recording. At this time, after Chen Gillen absorbed Cersei's celestial rune, he also obtained the ability of element conversion, but found that after the rune changed hands, the rune record was gone, and because he had not recorded any substances, he could not perform element conversion for the time being. Afterwards, Chen Gillen also took Cersei's body away, flew to a high altitude, and instantly flew to the Water Elf's tomb, letting the element conversion rune record soil, water, and 304 stainless steel. Then, he activated the element conversion rune. Glug! As the land turned into water, the Water Elf's body appeared. Chen Gillen took out Ikari's body, threw him and Cersei's body and the Water Elf's body together, and used the element conversion rune to make a 304 stainless steel coffin for the three of them. Then, after making a luxurious tomb for the three of them, he flew towards India at top speed, and found Kingo's residence again through the locator. Huff huff, splash! It was already late at night in India, and Kingo was already asleep, but his house was suddenly hit by some external force. Before he could open his eyes, he was grabbed, and then countless spikes pierced into his body. He died without saying a word. Hiss, refreshing, 8 now. At this time, using these celestial runes, my strength should have reached the Skyfather level, Chen Gillen muttered to himself, feeling the energy core within his body. Among those celestial runes, several have the effect of enhancing physical fitness, and the energy release has also been greatly improved, definitely surpassing the city level. Therefore, he couldn't wait to find Makari and Fina. Whoosh! Kingo's celestial rune is energy release, which can create energy balls to attack enemies. By accumulating energy, he can also increase the size of the energy ball. The larger the energy ball, the higher the damage. On the other side, Fina seemed to sense something, woke up from her dream, and looked at her surroundings in horror, as if danger would come at any time, alarming Makari. "Fina, what's wrong, having a nightmare again?" Makari said. He knew that Fina had mod WIRE and could become an enemy at any time, which was why he was with her. "He's coming. He's really coming. They're dead. Everyone else is dead," Fina said, trembling. The symptoms of mod WIRE seemed to be about to break out. "Fina, calm down. It's all a dream." "It's not real," Makari comforted. "No, it's real. This is not a dream. This is my fighting instinct. I have already sensed the crisis. We must leave here," Fina said nervously. Whoosh! Boom! But at this moment, an energy ball attacked their simple house, instantly blowing the house away. The two were blasted away by the energy, but were not injured. Buzz! However, before the two could stand up, a strong mental wave attacked, and the two struggled for half a second before their minds were controlled, and they stood up woodenly. Chen Gillen, who had absorbed the energy cores of 8 people, fully activated the mental manipulation rune, and the two could not resist at all and were directly controlled. Chirp chirp! Then, countless spikes pierced into the two's bodies, absorbing their energy cores and celestial runes. The two wanted to break free from mental control, but it was of no avail. Makari's celestial rune is summon celestial armor. Relying on this armor he can have super strength, about 500 tons, and once he summons the armor, his defense will also be greatly improved. Now Chen Gillen has absorbed the energy cores of 10 people, and using this celestial rune, he can exert 5,000 tons of power, absolutely terrifying. Fina's celestial rune is weapon illusion, which can conjure various weapons. The weapons conjured are not much different from real weapons, and they are also very sharp. In the movie, the deviant leader could withstand multiple rounds of bombing and attacks without dying, but was eventually cut into several pieces by the weapon she conjured. Crack! In the end, the two died, and Chen Gillen successfully obtained their energy cores and celestial runes. In addition to integrating the energy cores and celestial runes of 10 Eternals, each ability is extremely powerful. Especially in terms of speed, the ground speed reached 200 times the speed of sound, and the flight speed reached 400 times the speed of sound. Only now can I be considered to have some self-preservation in the Marvel Universe. As long as I don't provoke enemies above the individual level, I can do whatever I want, Chen Gillen said with a happy smile. Although the system can absorb various attacks and energy, it doesn't have the pleasure of releasing it, and I'm always worried that it will run out one day. Now that he has absorbed the Eternal's energy core and the celestial runes, the energy attacks that he can control it will feel completely different. So, Chen Gillen returned to New York again, spending time with Carter and Aunt May, occasionally taking the young Peter Parker to the amusement park. At the same time, Quicksilver and Wanda arrived at Stark Tower. Wanda used her chaos magic to control Pepper Potts and found Stark, who was developing armor. "Oh, *T, honey, didn't I tell you that I don't receive guests here, especially when I'm researching armor?" Iron Man looked at Pepper Potts bringing Quicksilver and Wanda into his secret laboratory and couldn't help but get angry. "Stark, do you recognize me?" Wanda looked at Stark with hatred in her eyes. "Oh, who do you think you are? Do I need to know you? Please leave, this is not a place for you to be," Stark said unceremoniously. "Wanda, what's the point of talking so much to this executioner?" "Just kill him," Quicksilver said. Squeak! But just as Quicksilver finished speaking, Iron Man realized that the two were here to cause trouble, so he quickly put on his armor. "Executioner? I'm a genius philanthropist. It's not right for you to use this word to describe me. Tell me, whose wild children are you?" "I have to notify your parents to take you away," Iron Man said. "I just want him to die knowing why." "Listen, Stark, the bombs you made killed my adoptive parents, so we want you to pay for their lives," Wanda said, and then activated her chaos magic. Boom! Careful, however, Iron Man, who had been paying attention to their movements, launched an attack first, firing a palm cannon at Wanda. Quicksilver rushed to save Wanda, and Iron Man took the opportunity to get to Pepper Potts and flew away with her. "Jarvis, take them down." "Yes, sir." Under Iron Man's command, Jarvis activated all the armors in the laboratory, and those armors attacked the two. After confirming Wanda's safety, Quicksilver activated his super speed and shuttled through those armors. Crack! In an instant, under Quicksilver's attack, all the armors were shattered in one encounter. Then, just as Iron Man had placed Pepper Potts down, Quicksilver ran along the wall and appeared in front of him, punching him to the ground. Bang! Crash! Ugh! Armor damage 80%. Iron Man, who fell to the ground, received Jarvis's reminder and found that his proud armor had been destroyed with one blow, which shocked him. "What the f***ck, who is he? Why is he so fast, sir? He's coming, please dodge." "Ugh, it's over, too late." Bang! However, just as he finished complaining, Quicksilver disappeared again. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit by a punch. The powerful force directly broke all his ribs, shattered his heart inside, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dying on the spot. Buzz, however, before Quicksilver could be happy for half a second, several light doors appeared beside him, and several people in strange costumes walked out. "Pietro, you have deviated from your original destiny and violated the time law. Come with us for a trip," a fat member of the Time Variance Authority said. "What the hell, here to arrest me? You must be joking." Quicksilver didn't know about the Time Variance Authority. It was the first time he had encountered them and he felt very strange, but when he saw these people trying to catch him, he subconsciously wanted to release his super speed to escape. "Buzz, how is this possible?" However, just as he released his super speed to escape, he found that his speed was thousands of times slower. He was quickly caught by the Time Variance Authority members who rushed up and put on a time collar. "Let go of me, I'm a member of the Black King, let go of me, we don't care who you are. Violating the time law means you have to enter our Time Variance Authority." No, in the end, Quicksilver was caught by the Time Variance Authority, and the Time Variance Authority released two people from the multiverse. One was Quicksilver and the other was Iron Man. "You originally didn't belong to this universe, so you only need to complete your mission to return to your universe," Mobius said, looking at the two. "Okay, sir, we understand." In the end, the people from the Time Variance Authority left a time reset device and disappeared. Everything around them returned to its original state. The two looked at each other and showed helpless expressions. "You're lucky, you can go offline in 4 years, I have to persevere for 12 years, the Iron Man from the multiverse said, looking at Quicksilver in front of him. Hee, there's no way, I was never an important person. If this universe's Wanda didn't need me, I might not have had to come. Then let my death stimulate her magic, Quicksilver said with a smile. Alright, you go explain it to her next, but don't come looking for trouble with me again, okay? In this way, Quicksilver found Wanda, who had just returned to normal, and explained that it was because someone sold weapons to terrorist organizations that his adoptive parents were killed. Iron Man closed the weapons department after knowing this and also killed the culprit who sold weapons to terrorist organizations. Iron Man was also a victim and not their enemy. Hearing Quicksilver's words, Wanda quickly forgot what had just happened. Stark took the opportunity to apologize and gave them a lot of compensation. The two eventually left. What's wrong? Suddenly there's something very important, I have to leave for a while, okay, yeah. On the other side, Chen Gillen suddenly stopped because he sensed that his blood connection with Quicksilver had disappeared. This situation meant either he was dead or he had left the main universe, which was impossible. So, after comforting Aunt May, he came to the window, soared into the sky, and disappeared. Peter! Have you done your homework yet? Aunt May, don't be like this. Again whoosh. Lynn, you're here. I want a hug. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wanda, who was on the street. Just as Quicksilver was about to protect Wanda, he noticed that Wanda showed a delighted expression. He quickly quieted down, wondering about the identity of the person who came. Wanda, I heard you went to find Stark for revenge. Was it successful? Chen Gillen asked casually, his eyes looking at Quicksilver, because he found that this Quicksilver was different. Pietro fought with him and learned that it wasn't Stark's fault. Someone sold weapons to terrorists. Stark was also a victim. He even closed the weapons department and killed those terrorists and arms dealers, which was considered revenge for us, so we came back, Wanda explained. Well, that's indeed the truth. But, Pietro, I feel like you've become different. Chen Gillen nodded and stared at Pietro again. No, I'm just having a hard time accepting this result. I didn't expect the truth to be like this, Quicksilver said awkwardly, already guessing that the person was probably Wanda's boyfriend. But it also made him very curious. Wasn't Wanda's boyfriend a robot? Wasn't that robot supposed to appear in 4 years? Then he thought about it carefully and became even more confused. Why did the two of them go directly to Iron Man for revenge? Logically speaking, their abilities shouldn't have awakened yet. This made him more careful and afraid to say the wrong thing. By the way, Pietro, where did you put the scepter I gave you? Chen Gillen felt more and more that this Quicksilver had a problem, so he probed. Wanda originally wanted to say something about the scepter, but she received Chen Gillen's gesture to stop her, so she didn't speak, because she also felt that this Pietro was a bit strange, without the previous sense of intimacy. Maybe I put it at home. I'll give it to you when I get back. Quicksilver didn't know anything about the scepter, so he subconsciously lied. You're not Pietro. As soon as Chen Gillen heard this, he knew that the other party was indeed not the previous Pietro. How could that be? Pietro said awkwardly. I didn't give you any scepter at all. Hearing Chen Gillen's words, Quicksilver knew that the other party already suspected him. Therefore, when he saw Chen Gillen reaching out to grab him, he subconsciously used his super speed ability to escape. However, to his shock, he found that after running only a few meters, the other party caught up with him at an even faster speed, and grabbed his neck without any resistance. Speak, who are you? Chen Gillen said coldly. You are also a speedster, Quicksilver said in shock, without directly answering the other party's words. Ding, pain 10T, buzz up. Chen Gillen didn't waste time with the fake Quicksilver in front of him, and released the pain sensation, which made Quicksilver scream, but there were no signs of injury on his body. Lynn, what's going on? Wanda also knew that Quicksilver was different, but seeing the two of them in conflict, she subconsciously didn't want her brother to get hurt. Wanda, use chaos magic on him, he will tell you the truth. Chen Gillen held Quicksilver in his hand and looked at Wanda, although he could also use the newly acquired mental manipulation ability, but after all, he was Wanda's brother. Letting Wanda take action personally could also get rid of various suspicions. Okay. Wanda, I'm your brother, would you rather believe your boyfriend than believe me? I just said the wrong thing, I'm really your brother, then tell me, what do you usually call him? Lynn? You're really not Pietro, what did you do to him? Wanda, stop talking nonsense with him, chaos magic, no, don't. Originally, the fake Quicksilver tried his best to explain, and Wanda gave him a chance, but he didn't answer anything correctly, which made her heart also half cold, and she unhesitatingly used chaos magic to control Quicksilver's mind. Who are you? Where's my brother? Wanda asked, controlling Quicksilver's mind. I'm Pietro from Universe 826. Your brother is a time criminal and has been caught by the Time Administration, Quicksilver replied woodenly. What time criminal? What time administration? A time criminal is. Blah blah, Wanda didn't know what a time criminal was or what the Time Administration was, but Chen Gillen knew, so when the other party just said the word time criminal, he already guessed it. Perhaps, the real Quicksilver killed Iron Man in this universe, which attracted the Time Administration, and then took away the real Quicksilver and released a fake Quicksilver. And according to Wanda's previous description, Chen Gillen guessed that the current universe's Iron Man was likely also from another universe. So, they are rectifying the sacred timeline and clearing all anomalies? Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and the Hulk, these important figures, shouldn't be allowed to die. Chen Gillen guessed in his heart, and then used Phastos's technological ability to handcraft a computer to check the Hulk's news. Sure enough, the Hulk is also there, and he has joined the Avengers. So, is the Ancient One also there? Are they all brought from other universes? Chen Gillen quickly found the Hulk's news and already guessed what was going on in his heart. Wanda, I already know, come, hug me tight, we'll go find your brother, Chen Gillen said and hugged Wanda, then flew up and quickly came to Stark Tower. Ping, after finding Stark's location, he casually broke a hole and flew over with the people, throwing Pietro in front of Stark. Oh, what are you here for again? Jarvis, who is this person? Stark didn't know Chen Gillen, after all, he just came and hadn't realized that this world was different. Sir, he is Mr. Black King, should I activate the armor? Stark, this person is very dangerous, a speedster, knows about the existence of the Time Administration, huh? Activate. When Stark heard Jarvis's words, he realized that the danger level of the person who came was not low, otherwise Jarvis would not have reminded him like this, plus Quicksilver's reminder, he quickly retreated and put on the armor. Stark from another universe, tell me, can you contact the Time Administration and ask them to come out and see me? Chen Gillen looked at Stark and said. Sorry, Black whatever, I can't help you with this, please leave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Iron Man aimed two palm cannons at Chen Gillen. Since that's the case, then you too should die. Time Management Bureau 2. Hand over someone. Chen Gillen knew that the two of them probably couldn't contact the Time Variance Authority, so after getting his answer, he didn't hesitate to kill them. Because once they were dead, the Time Variance Authority would definitely appear again. No, bang. Quicksilver knew how formidable his opponent was, so he didn't hesitate to use his super speed to escape. But Chen Gillen was even faster. He had barely run 3 meters before his head was blown apart. Boom! Shatter! Then, the instant Iron Man turned around to attack, Chen Gillen smashed his armor with a punch, turning the person inside into minced meat. Iron Man died once again. Buzz, just as the two died, several light portals appeared around them again. Members of the Time Variance Authority emerged from them, and this batch happened to be members who didn't recognize Chen Gillen. How did Stark die again? Who is this guy? I don't recognize him, looks like he's probably a cosmic traveler, someone from another world. Stop talking nonsense, take him back first. The Time Variance Authority had many members, after all, managing a timeline meant new time criminals could appear at any moment. If they wanted to purge other timelines, they needed sufficient personnel, so these people didn't recognize Chen Gillen. Ding, time slowed down by 1000x+1s, get Mobius out here, I need to talk to him, Chen Gillen said, looking at the Time Variance Authority members. He knew that Mobius should be a minor manager in the Time Variance Authority and should be able to speak on his behalf. Ha! You're not affected by the time equipment? How is that possible? Is Mobius someone you can just see whenever you want? Come with us to the Time Variance Authority, and you'll naturally have a chance to see him. Enough nonsense, brothers, go. Kill. The Time Variance Authority members had encountered people who weren't affected by the Time Twisters before, like Deadpool, who had killed many of them with just a steel sword. Since that's the case, then I'll just have to kill you until you can't bear it anymore, and naturally someone who can talk will come forward. Die, Gillen sneered, and then charged towards the Time Variance Authority members. Ding, kinetic energy 10T, shatter. Ding, ding, directed teleportation, end of time uses +1, ding, under the time equipment, superpowers were indeed useless. Even though Gillen had absorbed the energy of 10 Eternals and reached the mid-level of a Celestial, he couldn't use his powers under these time equipments. But just like before, he couldn't suppress the Black King system. As long as he touched anyone and released the system's kinetic energy, he could kill them. So, the Time Variance Authority members died one after another, and soon a large number of them were killed. Gillen also took the opportunity to collect some of the time equipment. At this time, he had absorbed the energy of a volcano, plus the energy of various nuclear bombs, giving him plenty of energy to use, so he wasn't as afraid of the Time Variance Authority members as he was before. Ding. Damn, it's him. No, I have to find Mobius, it's him again, and this time he killed Stark and Quicksilver. What a pain, brothers, don't go and die, our equipment is useless against him. How can there be such an existence, ignoring our equipment? After a group of people died, some Time Variance Authority members who recognized Gillen finally came out, and soon someone went inside to find Mobius. However, the death of a group of Time Variance Authority members outside alarmed many people, including the judge and small managers with positions similar to Mobius. That cosmic traveler has appeared again? Killed hundreds of people? What does he want? We haven't even settled the score with him, yet he's causing us trouble, the judge said angrily. Such evil deeds must not be tolerated, we must find a way to sanction him. Hit, a small manager of the Time Variance Authority, also said indignantly. This person's ability is very special, he can ignore time equipment. I think we should focus on appeasement, otherwise, if he enters here, the Time Variance Authority may be destroyed. He has already obtained some time equipment, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter here, although I don't know why he hasn't come in, I guess he doesn't want to completely break ties. Mobius had contact with Gillen, so he expressed his opinion. Go out and see what he wants, the judge thought for a while, and finally said. Okay, Mobius nodded, and then got up and left. I'll go take a look too, Hit said, following Mobius out, leaving the judge wondering what to do. Soon, the two walked out of the light portal together and arrived at Stark Tower. Outside, because of the time twister, the flow of time was slowed down by 1,000 times, so apart from Gillen and the Time Variance Authority members, no one else could feel what was happening here. What exactly do you want by killing so many of our people? Do you really want to be enemies with our Time Variance Authority? Mobius said, looking at Gillen. I just want to find someone who can talk, it's not my fault that your people rush up to die, Gillen spread his hands. Since that's the case, I'm here, what do you want? Mobius said. Hand over the Pietro of this universe, Quicksilver. Gillen didn't plan to waste time with them and said directly. Impossible, whoever violates the time law must be sanctioned. Once you enter the Time Variance Authority, don't even think about getting out. Before Mobius could speak, Hit next to him became anxious. Heh, do you really think I don't dare to kill my way into your Time Variance Authority? If I go in and kill anyone I see, can you stop me? Gillen sneered, actually testing them. Because he once thought that the Time Variance Authority was different from the End of Time, because the Time Variance Authority couldn't use any abilities, while the End of Time could. In addition, the people in the Time Variance Authority were all-time criminals and didn't know about Kang's existence at all, only using 3 robots to act as judgment pharaohs. So he felt that even if he killed his way into the Time Variance Authority, as long as he didn't destroy the Time Variance Authority, Kang shouldn't attack him, but all of this was just his guess. Do you really think our Time Variance Authority is easy to bully? We have millions of members, even a human wave tactic can exhaust you to death. Hit said angrily. Quicksilver, is that so? If you don't hand people over, then don't blame me for continuing to kill people. Of course, your TVA members are indeed numerous. Dying a few hundred or even 1,000 is nothing, but what about this universe's Hulk, Thor, Loki, Captain America, Black Widow, Scott Lang, Doctor Strange? If these people die at the same time, the sacred timeline should create many branches, right? Chen Gillen thought that taking down the TVA alone was unrealistic since the system's energy absorption was limited. But then he thought, even if he didn't go inside, he could still cause trouble for them, so he said, "You actually know about them? Doctor Strange hasn't even appeared yet, and you already know? Where exactly are you from?" Heiss was shocked that Chen Gillen knew that killing these people would create new timelines. "That's none of your concern. Release the person, or I'll kill those people," Chen Gillen said coldly. "Calm down, let me go back and discuss it with the judge, okay?" Mobius said. "Go ahead, but don't test my patience." In the end, Mobius and Heiss went back inside, leaving a group of TVA members looking at each other, because if the leaders didn't release the person, they would have to fight this man, but the only result would be death. "Sir, I knew it, you would definitely come back to save me." Soon, Quicksilver from the main universe came out, and Chen Gillen immediately felt that blood connection, knowing that Mobius and the others had compromised. "Release the person, and then you can leave," Chen Gillen said. "Remember, our releasing the person doesn't mean we've compromised. Quicksilver only has 4 years left before his time is up. This is his destiny and must be followed. Also, those people you mentioned, you can't kill them anymore," Mobius said seriously. "As long as they don't provoke me, I naturally won't cause them trouble. As for the time being up, we'll talk about it in 4 years. If your TVA still has the leisure to care about this matter then," Chen Gillen said, then left Stark Tower with Quicksilver and Wanda, who were unable to move because they were in a time-slowed state after the collar was removed. Mobius and Heiss exchanged glances, then went inside and found the judge, describing the whole process, especially Chen Gillen's last sentence. "He dares to threaten us so blatantly, does he really think we can't do anything to him?" "Humph." The judge snorted coldly. "Do you have a solution?" Heiss asked. "We can't interfere with the sacred timeline, but that doesn't mean we can't send people into it. Release everything this person has done from his appearance until now and analyze his abilities and weaknesses," the judge said. "Okay," Mobius nodded, then operated a few times, and a virtual projection appeared above their heads, playing everything Chen Gillen had done in the sacred timeline. However, strangely, Chen Gillen's body was pixelated within a 1-meter radius, but they could still analyze the specific situation based on the surrounding environment. First was the scene of Chen Gillen crossing over. Although it was all pixelated, it was vaguely visible that the Hulk was blasted away. Then, bullets hit him, and he lost energy and fell to the ground. Then, Abomination was teased and his bones were broken, leading to his death. He can actually shield our observation, but based on the battle situation analysis, he probably has the ability to absorb energy or telekinesis. I've seen these abilities in timeline branches before. It seems like mutant abilities. Could he be from a mutant universe? Heiss said. We can't rule out this possibility. Keep watching, Mobius nodded. The next scene was the scene of Chen Gillen meeting the Ancient One. The magic that the Ancient One cast on him disappeared, which moved them a little. After all, the Ancient One was a Skyfather-level mage. It seems he has the ability to devour energy, and this ability is very strong. He can even absorb the Ancient One's magic, Heiss said. Look, although we can't hear what he's saying, but according to Carter's answer, this person obviously knows Carter and Captain America. From this point, it can be seen that he probably comes from another universe. People from other timeline universes can't possibly know Carter. The judge said, and Mobius and the two nodded. However, as the picture continued, the three saw a bunch of mosaics, and then the bed was full of mosaics. Mobius and others guessed what the two were doing and fast-forwarded with expressionless faces. Immediately afterward, they saw Chen Gillen testing his strength. Originally, they couldn't understand it because of the mosaics, but from a certain detail, they saw the Hulk's blood. It seems that his physique is that of an ordinary person, otherwise, he wouldn't need Hulk's blood to improve his physique. I said, knowing that Hulk's blood could increase strength. The Hulk's blood has limited ability to improve. I didn't expect him to use it. It seems we overestimated him. The judge said, and Mobius nodded in agreement. The picture continued. As Chen Gillen found Zola, devoured the energy of dozens of nuclear bombs, and the energy of the volcano, he used the volcanic energy to kill the Ancient One. The following picture was again a room mosaic, and nothing could be seen. Mobius fast-forwarded again and skipped it, then went to Wanda and her brother, and then to Chen Gillen's battle with the Eternals, and then to hunting the Eternals to obtain the Eternals' abilities. Up to the point where Quicksilver was captured, Chen Gillen killed Stark, and once again confronted the Time Administration. I have to say, his devouring ability is indeed powerful, and must have surpassed the Skyfather level. In the beginning, he could only rely on the devoured energy for attacks. After obtaining the Eternal's ability, he already has good combat power, so, if you want to deal with him, you must target his devouring ability and the Eternal's ability he just obtained. What are your thoughts? The judge looked at the two. The devouring ability is not easy to deal with. We must know where his devouring limit is. Moreover, he is immune to mental control and mind control. His soul power must be very strong. Therefore, for this ability, I recommend someone. Mobius thought for a long time and said. Who? The strongest Ghost Rider Johnny, Mobius said. Well, it is indeed possible to let him try. The Ghost Rider is Mephisto, the Lord of Hell's spokesperson on Earth, and his strength is very strong. He has immortality, super strength, super speed, super perception, and the terrifying Hellfire. The Ghost Rider's immortality is very powerful, and he is immune to physical damage, magical damage, and mental manipulation. Even if his body is crushed into meatloaf, he can recover quickly. The average Ghost Rider's strength is about 30 tons, which is not too strong, but the strongest Ghost Rider's strength is about 500 tons. With blue-level Hellfire, even a single-level powerhouse may not be able to do anything to him. In addition to the artifact Nether Chain, it can not only open the gate to hell, but also bind and judge the enemy. Super Perception can sense any evil deeds a person has done, and then use the Eye of Judgment to make a person's soul suffer all the evil deeds he has done, and finally die. Conversion equals infinite divine. Materials. The strongest Ghost Rider in a certain universe defeated Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and possessed formidable strength. Although he didn't reach the level of a single universe entity, his combat power was not weak at all. This person has committed numerous evils and countless murders, and must be guilty of heinous crimes. The strongest Ghost Rider's Hellfire has been upgraded to the blue fire level. Even if his soul is strong, he won't be able to resist. So, let him go. You take care of this matter, said the judge. Okay, leave this to me, Mobius said as he got up, preparing to leave. To be on the safe side, I thought of a creature that targets his abilities. If they both attack together, this person will surely die. Perhaps feeling that Mobius was stealing the spotlight, Hitter also spoke up. Who? The judge asked, and Mobius stopped appropriately. Anti-venom, Hitter said, but the two looked at him, seemingly not understanding what anti-venom was. You should know Venom, right? That is, the most low-level symbiote. Anti-venom is also a symbiote, but unlike other symbiotes, it is not afraid of sound waves, fire, or light, and it also has a characteristic, which is to suppress abilities gained through mutation. This person, whether it's the Hulk serum, the mutant serum, or his own devouring ability, may have been obtained through mutation. With anti-venom, his strength can definitely be greatly weakened, Hitter explained. If it's really as you say, then it's indeed possible. Then anti-venom is up to you, the judge nodded and said. Okay, but anti-venom doesn't have self-awareness, so it needs a host, preferably a host with rich combat experience. Who do you think is better? Hitter said again. I see that he's still a lecher, with 3 women already. This time, let him die at the hands of a woman. As for who to choose, you can decide for yourself. Now, get to work, the judge said. Okay, in the end, the 3 left the conference room. Mobius and Hitter went to the timeline monitoring hall one after another to start searching for multiverse information. Mobius found a multiverse where Ghost Rider existed, and then found the strongest Ghost Rider in the timeline branch of the Ghost Rider multiverse. Hitter also found a multiverse dominated by symbiotes, found anti-venom, and then searched again, finally finding a female combat master, a Natasha Romanoff version of Taskmaster. This Black Widow version of Natasha Romanoff's Taskmaster is Hitter's favorite female warrior. Not only is she good-looking, but her talent is also good, and her combat power is very strong. Even Spider-Man, Iron Man, Daredevil, and Hawkeye are no match for her. Those who have seen the movie know that the original Taskmaster is Black Widow's sister, who was also injected with the super soldier serum and awakened the ability to imitate and copy other people's fighting skills, mastering various boxing techniques, swordsmanship, jujitsu, and body techniques, and has very strong combat experience. But the one Hitter found, for some reason, Natasha became the sister, and she awakened the same ability as the original Taskmaster. She not only participated in many wars, but also destroyed the Red Room single-handedly. Determining the candidate doesn't mean you can catch them immediately. After all, these people belong to the timeline branches of the universe. They choose their respective timeline branches, cultivate them, let the people they choose be born, and only after they reach what they consider to be the mature stage can they send people to catch them. Whether it's Ghost Rider, Anti-Venom, or the combat-rich Natasha version of Taskmaster, they are no match for the Time Variance Authority. Because their abilities also cannot be used in the Time Variance Authority, and in a time-slowed state, they have no power to resist. At this time, Chen Gillen didn't know that the people from the Time Variance Authority had launched a series of plans against him. After he took Wanda and Quicksilver back to the base, he lived a comfortable life with Wanda. During this time, Chen Gillen would also go to see Carter and May, living a simple life, very happy. However, he would also check on Zola's technological research progress, and found that Zola was indeed a super genius. Relying on the artificial intelligence Red Queen, he legally obtained hundreds of billions of dollars, and successfully mastered nanotechnology in less than 2.5 months. Because Chen Gillen absorbed the celestial runes of the Eternal, Phastos, he activated his superintelligence enhanced by the god-level technology celestial runes, allowing him to understand many technologies at a glance. For this reason, he specially asked Zola to find the arms dealer Clow and found a piece of vibranium for elemental conversion recording. When he was with Carter, he found Captain America's shield, and he also took the shield for elemental conversion recording, plus the destroyer armor he had collected before, and recorded URU metal again. With this ability, Zola no longer lacked materials. Whether it was vibranium, adamantium, or URU metal, he could use it at will. These three materials can be regarded as relatively precious materials in Marvel. Vibranium is very hard, and Black Panther's armor is made of vibranium. The entire Wakanda is developed by vibranium. Adamantium was created by Howard, Iron Man's father, and for some reason, it can no longer be copied, but its strength is also obvious to all. First of all, it absorbs energy. Captain America is fine even if he jumps off the plane with the shield, and it is very hard, resisting Thanos' Tyrant Blade. The hardness of URU metal is not weaker than the previous two, and it also has a powerful characteristic, that is, the enchanting effect is particularly good. The Destroyer armor, Thor's hammer, and Stormbreaker are all made of this material. With these three materials, Zola was very happy. He took the lead in making himself a set of adamantium nano armor, made Quicksilver a set of vibranium nanosuit, and also made Wanda an URU metal nano scarlet dress. Similarly, Chen Gillen also made an URU metal nano clothing, which can not only change the style at will, but also has an automatic cleaning function, plus super magical conductivity, which does not affect his combat at all. If he wants to, one thought is enough, very convenient and fast. For this reason, Chen Gillen specially customized a set for May and Carter, and because the battlesuit is linked to the artificial intelligence Red Queen, you can set what style you want with one click. In the next 1.5 months, Chen Gillen often came to the base for elemental conversion. Zola took the opportunity to turn the underground of the base into an underground city. Trillions of nanoparticles formed various buildings. If a battle occurs, these nanoparticles can quickly generate various machine animals, robots, machine beasts, and transportation vehicles, etc. In addition, after Chen Gillen got a reactor from Iron Man, he used theological technology runes to analyze it and realized mass production. But the arc reactor is relatively large. Although it is enough for now, it is not suitable for Chen Gillen's concept. For this reason, he didn't even, but stayed at the base to study the problem of energy minimization. Because the problem of energy minimization was solved, his nano army was truly formed. Therefore, Chen Gillen thought of Wenwu's 10 rings. According to the movie, the 10 rings are a very powerful ancient artifact. Ordinary people who wear them not only gain eternal life but also possess super strength. More importantly, they have no side effects. It is said that its energy comes from the Celestials, and the energy core of the Eternals also comes from the Celestials. Therefore, Chen Gillen guessed that each of the 10 rings might possess an energy core. No wonder many people say that the 10 rings are the strongest artifact in Marvel. After all, 10 Eternals only have 10 energy cores, while the 10 rings also have 10. If the energy core of the 10 rings is the same as the energy core of the Eternals, it means that he can also absorb the energy core inside. By then, his strength will be further improved. However, Wenwu is currently still in China, so Chen Gillen had to temporarily suppress this idea and instead study Odin's destroyer armor. The energy source of the destroyer armor is also very peculiar, and it is somewhat similar to the energy source of the Eternals, both containing energy cores and relying on energy cores to call energy for attacks. The difference is that the destroyer armor is a means of the Asgardians, while the Eternals are a means of the Celestials. But without exception, they all call energy from other universes through a portal, which is the energy core. Moreover, Chen Gillen also discovered that the destroyer armor also contains a kind of rune, which is somewhat similar to the celestial runes, but they are different types. Let's call it divine runes for now. The energy core of the destroyer armor is broken, and Chen Gillen cannot repair it, but its divine runes are still there. The name of the divine runes is unknown, but the function is known. That is, after being driven by divine power, the divine runes can call the energy of the energy core or the energy directly output by the wearer for energy jet attacks, and give the armor the effect of automatic repair. Thinking of this, Chen Gillen thought of Gu Yi's white magic-related legends. It is said that the magic power of these so-called mages is not obtained through their own cultivation, but borrowed from others. For example, the source of white magic, Vishanti, all white magic mages cast spells by borrowing magic from Vishanti. And the source of black magic, Thon, all the magic of black magic mages also comes from Thon. Perhaps the divine power of Odin and others also comes from higher dimensions, and they themselves are an energy core that can draw divine power from higher dimensions. Thinking of this, Chen Gillen seemed to see a broader world. Perhaps outside the main universe, there are many higher dimensional universes. These may include the Asgardian universe, the Vishanti's white magic universe, the Thon's black magic universe, and the celestial universe, etc. The Asgardian universe allowed Odin to conquer the universe and monitor the earth. Vishanti left the Kamataj white magic inheritance on earth, Thon's follower Dormammu was eyeing the earth, and the Celestials left the celestial seed on earth. What exactly is there on this earth? Is it worth coveting by these high-dimensional universes so much? Chen Gillen couldn't figure it out. After all, his understanding of the Marvel universe was limited to the Marvel movies. However, Chen Gillen remembered the short videos he saw in his previous life, probably about a young man who borrowed money online to buy a house and a car, went back to the village to show off, and then led the whole village to borrow money online, and none of them paid it back. The whole village united so that even those online loan collection personnel dared not come, and eventually brought down the online loan company. Perhaps I can also try to fleece these so-called high-dimensional gods. Chen Gillen raised the corner of his mouth and said. However, there must be a way out, otherwise, if they send debt collectors and I can't beat them, I'll be finished. Well, it's time to start researching the quantum realm. This is a natural shelter. Chen Gillen thought. The quantum realm can be regarded as a very peculiar existence in the Marvel universe, a world where all time and space become irrelevant. Time and space inside are not absolute. Some places may have passed a minute, while others may have passed tens of thousands of years. Most importantly, the quantum realm is very vast. It is difficult for people outside to enter, and it is also difficult for people inside to come out. If one can master quantum technology, establish a safe haven in the quantum realm, and achieve free access to the quantum realm, the safety factor will undoubtedly be the highest. Hong Ho, find Dr. Pim's location. Okay, Master. Quantum technology is not exclusive to old Pim. There is also the quantum technology company created by his disciple Darren, but the quantum technology is not as good as old Pim's. At this time, Darren had just fallen out with old Pim and kicked old Pim out of the quantum technology company. Old Pim knew that Darren wanted to sell the quantum technology to the military, so he made the yellow jacket armor as a certificate of his loyalty. Therefore, old Pim prepared to stop him, but he was old and frail, so he had to find an heir. In the end, he saw Scott Lang's talent, so he prepared a series of plans to make Scott Lang the new Ant-Man. However, Scott had just been released from prison and said that he would quit and no longer steal. Therefore, he started looking for a job, but because of his criminal record, no one wanted him. Therefore, old Pim prepared to design for Scott to steal his Ant-Man suit, but what he didn't know was that his plan had not even started before someone came to him. Knock knock. Young man, who are you? Did you come to the wrong place? Old Pim opened the door and looked at the strange face in front of him with confusion, and couldn't help but ask. My name is Chen Gillen, you can call me by my nickname, Black Emperor. I didn't come to the wrong place, I'm here to find you, Dr. Pim. Chen Gillen looked at old Pim and said. Ha? You know me? Are you a SHIELD agent? No. Are you a superhero? Neither. Then what are you doing here? I'm retired. I want to buy your quantum technology. Sorry, I've been kicked out of the quantum technology company. If you want to buy the technology, you can find the current person in charge of quantum technology. His technology is not mature enough, with too many flaws. Yours is indeed good. You're wrong. I'm just an old man. I haven't been researching quantum technology for a long time because of my age. You should leave. I don't have what you want here. Doctor, you've been exploring the quantum realm all along, haven't you? You? Come in and talk, ×1 originally, Dr. Pim only wanted to send Chen Gillen away. Especially after hearing that Chen Gillen wanted quantum technology, he regarded him as a criminal. However, when he learned that the other party knew he was exploring the quantum realm, his expression changed instantly. After looking around, he invited Chen Gillen in. Whoosh, ding, shrink by 100 ×1. Just then, old Pim didn't play fair and took out a small red disc to attack Chen Gillen, only to find that Chen Gillen didn't shrink as expected. Whoosh, ding, shrink by 100 ×1, ding, impossible, it's usually very effective. Old Pim was very puzzled to see that Chen Gillen hadn't shrunk, and fell into deep thought looking at the disc in his hand. Dr. Pim, you're not playing fair. Actually, my original intention was to negotiate with you amicably, Chen Gillen smiled and said, then tapped Dr. Pim. Ding, shrink by 100 ×1, instantly, Dr. Pim became the size of an ant. The sudden change made his eyes widen, but when he realized that Chen Gillen was reaching for him, he realized the danger and ran towards the location where the enlargement disc was stored. Bang, however, a glass jar suddenly appeared and trapped him inside. Then, he was locked in a glass jar as high as 20 centimeters, and being less than 2 centimeters tall, he couldn't call for help. Doctor, why did you do this? Chen Gillen found a chair and sat down, looking at the old man in the jar and said with a smile. Gwala gwala. Dr. Pim babbled a lot to Chen Gillen, but because he was too small, his voice became very small, and he couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Doctor, I'm going to visit your laboratory. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement, Chen Gillen said with a smile to the ant-sized old Pim, and then entered old Pim's laboratory alone. After entering, Chen Gillen saw many ants building complex nests, with shimmering lights. Chen Gillen took a closer look and realized that these ants were actually carrying very small technological devices, obviously custom made by old Pim using quantum technology. Red Queen, copy all the technical data of these devices, as well as the operating principles of these devices. Yes, Master. Ignoring the ants, Chen Gillen released a large number of nanoparticles and said to the void. The nanoparticles spread around and soon began to invade those technological devices. Including the machine for manufacturing Pim particles, the shuttle that can enter the quantum realm aircraft, etc. This is the Ant-Man suit? Let me see how it's made. Chen Gillen saw the Ant-Man suit on the table and activated theological technology to analyze the principle of the Ant-Man suit. Soon, Chen Gillen learned the core technology of the Ant-Man suit PIM particles. Through a device called a quantum regulator, corresponding PIM particles are consumed to achieve the function of enlarging or shrinking. The quantum regulator is relatively simple. Scott was able to try to repair it, so Chen Gillen, who released theological technology runes to obtain superintelligence, instantly understood the principle. In the movie Avengers 4, Thanos relied on a PIM particle and his powerful technological capabilities to create a large number of PIM particles, bringing an entire fleet to 2024. Thanos comes from the Eternals, and Chen Gillen's theological technology runes come from the higher-level Celestials, so he only analyzed it for half an hour before cracking the PIM particles. However, PIM particles alone are not enough to create a device that can open the quantum realm. Therefore, while the Red Queen was sorting out the device data, Chen Gillen began to read old Pym's paper notebooks. Among them, there were mostly old Pym's thoughts about his wife Jenny, as well as some conjectures and detection records about the quantum realm. Chen Gillen recalled the movie plot through these records and conjectures, and had a certain idea in his mind. Buzz, Master, the data has been copied. Hearing the Red Queen's voice, Chen Gillen put the reconverged nanoparticles into the system space, but just as he was about to leave, a sound of glass breaking came from outside. Ping! When Chen Gillen went out, old Pym was gone. There were a few ants near the broken glass, obviously having successfully escaped with the help of the ants. Dr. Pym, since you have already escaped by yourself, then I won't bother you. No need to see me off, I'll leave myself, Chen Gillen smiled, and then walked towards the door. Wow! But at this moment, old Pym's daughter came back. Seeing Chen Gillen's strong figure and the unique oriental aura, her eyes lit up. This handsome guy, are you here to find me at my house? Hope said with a joking tone. Yes, this beautiful woman, I am your dad's good friend. Nice to meet you, my name is Chen Gillen. Chen Gillen also smiled and extended his right hand. At this time, Hope was not the movie actress look he imagined, but a blonde and sexy beauty with Western characteristics. Don't touch him. Suddenly, old Pym's voice came from behind, followed by a large ant. Hope subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but Chen Gillen grabbed it. Ding, quick 10 seconds, ah. Ha, ding, ouch. The moment Chen Gillen touched Hope, Hope felt like she was electrocuted and laughed happily. *T, let go of my daughter. Old Pym thought Chen Gillen had done something to Hope, and rushed up with the big ant, but Chen Gillen let go of Hope's hand, smiled at old Pym, and then flew away. Hope, are you okay? What did he do to you? Old Pym helped Hope up and asked with concern. Huff, I'm okay. Hope looked at the high altitude where Chen Gillen left, and stood up awkwardly with old Pym's support. That person's methods are too peculiar. He must have done something to your body. No, I have to take you to the hospital for a checkup, old Pym said. Okay. Looking at old Pym's concerned eyes, knowing that the other party might not be his father's friend, he listened to old Pym's words, and the two drove away. Fury's invitation again after Chen Gillen left, he didn't go straight back to the base but went to find Carter. The two chatted for about an hour before getting to the main topic. While Chen Gillen was on his way to Carter, Captain America, with a mix of apprehension, accompanied Nick Fury and Coulson to Carter's residence. However, upon reaching the door, Captain America hesitated. What's wrong? Captain? Are you embarrassed? The shield belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Carter took it, it should be returned. It's only right and proper, Nick Fury said, observing Captain America's hesitant demeanor. I know, I just don't know how to face her, Captain America replied. He had thought it through these past few days. Since Carter had found a more outstanding man, he should bless her. But the thought of facing Carter again filled him with uncertainty. After all, it was just a sleep for him, and he woke up to find that 60 years had passed, and his girlfriend had fallen in love with someone else. It was hard to accept all at once. If you're embarrassed to speak, it's okay. We have Coulson here. Let him do the talking, Nick Fury said, looking at Coulson beside him. Coulson, listen to me, thank you. Coulson knew, of course, that these awkward tasks were always assigned to him. Who told him to be such a well-known nice guy? Oh, yes, however, just as Coulson was about to knock on the door, he heard certain sounds coming from inside. He couldn't help but chuckle and step back. What's wrong? Nick Fury asked, puzzled. Captain Carter might be a bit indisposed. Should we come back another day? Coulson glanced at Captain America and replied awkwardly. I'm fine. I've already let it go. You don't need to cater to my feelings. How about I knock on the door? Captain America, seeing Coulson look at him, thought he was being considerate of his feelings. To avoid making them come all this way for nothing, he decided to knock. Yes, however, Captain America's hand, which was about to knock, also stopped, even trembling uncontrollably. It was as if the bicycle he once cherished and wouldn't even dare to ride was now being stood on and pedaled by someone else. His heart turned ice cold. But seeing Nick Fury and Coulson watching, he could only pretend to be calm. Captain, Nick Fury was about to ask what was going on, but Coulson stopped him. Although he was a bit puzzled, he didn't continue to say anything. Let's go, Captain America said, taking the lead to leave, tears streaming down his face. His trembling body and staggering steps made Nick Fury very curious. What's going on? Nick Fury asked. I don't know how to say it. In short, it's not very appropriate in broad daylight. Alas, the captain is going to be heartbroken for a while, Coulson said helplessly. Coulson's description was unclear, and Nick Fury's face was full of black question marks. Knock, just as the three of them had walked less than 500 meters, the door was opened. They looked back and saw Chen Gillen and Carter, fully dressed. Seeing Carter and Chen Gillen come out, Nick Fury's eyes lit up. He immediately turned around and walked back, with Coulson following behind. Captain Carter, have you considered my proposal from last time? Would you be willing to join the Avengers? Nick Fury asked. That depends on my husband. If my husband joins, I'll join too, Carter said, leaning her head on Chen Gillen's shoulder with a smile. Captain America, who saw this scene from afar, felt his heart ache once more. In the end, he didn't look back, staring into the distance, his mind lost in thought. You must be Mr. Black Emperor. I've heard about you from Stark. We also have some understanding of your strength. You're qualified to join the Avengers. However, I heard that you're highly suspected in the last missile incident, and it had a significant impact on the country. So, if you join the Avengers, you can only be an outer member. We'll try to eliminate the impact of your previous actions as soon as possible, and then you can become a full member. What do you think? Nick Fury said, looking at Chen Gillen with a straight face. They had already investigated Chen Gillen, but they couldn't find out much. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. The last missile incident was very serious. Especially after the missile incident, Chen Gillen's figure entered the field of vision of politicians in many countries. Many of them felt that Chen Gillen was too dangerous. If they didn't feel they had the confidence to take down Chen Gillen, they would have already taken action. Nick Fury didn't understand Chen Gillen's background, so he didn't dare to bring him into the Avengers. But Carter said that Chen Gillen would also join the Avengers, so he could only resort to this strategy. Not good. You're asking me to join with a dark face. I'm not that cheap, sir, are you being racist? I'm a black man, you can think of it that way. I do hate black people, so I refuse. Sorry, my husband doesn't agree, so I refuse too. In the end, Nick Fury left without saying a word, leaving Coulson behind, who looked awkwardly at Carter. But seeing her rejecting eyes, he could only settle for second best. Captain Carter, can you return that shield? It belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. The director asked me to take it back, Coulson said helplessly. Honey, what do you think? Worthless stuff. If they want it, just give it back to them. I'll get you 10 or 8 to hang on the wall as decorations another day. Okay, thank you, honey. Coulson was speechless. Captain Carter was really a love-struck fool. The only adamantium alloy shield in the world, and she believed whatever he said. But what he didn't know was that Chen Gillen could really create many of them, and with his elemental conversion ability, he could have as many as he wanted. In the end, Coulson left with the shield, and Captain America also left. On the other side, after old Pym took his daughter Hope to the hospital for a checkup and found nothing abnormal, the two returned home. Although old Pym was puzzled, he could only give up, ultimately telling his daughter to pay attention to her physical condition and remember to tell him if there were any problems. Afterward, he continued his plan to win over Scott, placing his Ant-Man suit in the vault and then releasing the news, waiting for Scott to enter the game and immediately become his successor. Chen Gillen had no interest in participating in old Pym's plan, nor did he have time to care, because having obtained the quantum technology, he began to manufacture Pym particles in large quantities, creating suits that could enlarge and shrink, and started exploring the quantum realm. Unfortunately, old Pym was only in the exploration stage of the quantum realm at this time, and he might not even be able to get out after entering. Chen Gillen didn't dare to experiment himself, but he had no one to test it for him. In the end, the serum monsters created by Zola's research on the Hulk's serum came in handy, one of which, a shape-shifting black bear with superior intelligence, served as the first explorer. At the same time, Nick Fury, after returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., also felt a sense of crisis and came to S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base again, finding several doctors who were researching the cosmic cube. "Hey, gentlemen, how is your research progress?" Nick Fury said. "We have created quite a few space energy guns, the energy storage has been increased by 30%, the energy output has also been increased by 15%, the energy gunships are almost ready, but there is currently no way to increase the energy extraction speed, and mass production cannot be achieved," one of the doctors with glasses said. "Fury, you've come at the right time, there's something I want to tell you. The cube's energy fluctuations have been very large these days, often emitting gamma rays. I always feel like something is about to come out of it," Dr. Eric said, walking up to Nick Fury. "It may be the backflow effect after energy extraction, this is a normal phenomenon, just get used to it. Recently, I have a bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. We don't have much time left, Doctor, speed up the progress, we need our own super artifact," Nick Fury said. "Okay, I hope I'm overthinking it. I'll continue working then," Eric said helplessly. "Yeah," Nick Fury said, preparing to leave. "Buzz, the cube is fluctuating again." "Huh? This fluctuation is greater than ever before." "No, quick, turn off those devices, damn, the cube itself contains infinite energy, turning off the devices is useless, the cube is out of control, quick, immediately organize personnel to leave the base." Before Nick Fury could leave, the cosmic cube began to run automatically, and powerful energy fluctuations appeared around it. Even if the scientists turned off all the equipment, they couldn't stop the cube's fluctuations, and even the base experienced slight tremors. They finally panicked. Buzz clatter at this moment, the cosmic cube shot out a beam of energy, and then opened a spacetime gate. A figure spewed out from inside, smashed into the wall, and looked at the people with a ferocious expression. Loki made a shining appearance. However, as Loki looked at the people, the agents began to approach and quickly surrounded him. Barton also appeared from a corner, protecting Nick Fury and others. "Sir, put down your spear." As Loki got up, Nick Fury saw the spear in his hand. Relying on the fact that there were more people on his side, he shouted at Loki. Boom! However, Loki responded to Nick Fury with an energy cannon. Barton pushed Nick Fury away, and the agents, seeing Loki launch an attack, opened fire on Loki. However, the bullets had no effect on Loki, and instead, Loki used his spear to kill several agents. The energy cannons fired from time to time turned the scene into a mess. Although Loki was the weakest god, he was still much stronger than these agents and researchers, so soon he was the only one standing. Buzz at this moment, Hawkeye launched a sneak attack, but he overestimated himself and was taken down by Loki, and then controlled by Loki with the Mind Scepter. He also controlled Dr. Eric and other researchers. Just as Loki was leaving with these researchers, Nick Fury took out his pistol and attacked. Bang 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 boom! Unfortunately, the pistol was useless against Loki, and instead, he was knocked to the ground by an energy cannon. "The self-destruct program has been activated here, we have to leave," Dr. Eric said, under control. "Okay, take me away." Subsequently, Loki took the cosmic cube. Barton escorted the researchers away. The agents they encountered along the way were either killed by Loki or by Barton. Damn it, Hill, Barton has defected. They took the cube, stop them. Yes, director, unsurprisingly, the plot was the same as in the movie. Loki successfully left S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.I.E.L.D's secret base collapsed due to the self-destruct program. At the same time, Odin, far away in Asgard, suddenly sensed something, and then he came to Thor's residence, watching Thor's sleeping body float up. Buzz subsequently, Thor's body flickered with lightning, and he opened his eyes, his pupils turning white. Odin couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile, because he knew that Thor had completely awakened the power of thunder. Father, I'm back. At this time, Thor's appearance was the same, but he looked very firm, without weakness, without sadness, without the past decadence, like a hooligan who had been in the army for a few years. My son, it's good that you're back. Odin said with a smile. I have awakened the power of the thunder god, let me take care of Earth. I will retrieve the artifact belonging to Asgard and regain the glory belonging to the northern divine realm. Thor said. Good, the weapon I made for you has just arrived, Stormbreaker. The axe handle is made of branches from the world tree, and the axe blade is forged from URU metal melted at the high temperature of a neutron star. It's very suitable for you at this time. Odin summoned Stormbreaker and introduced it. No matter who picks up Stormbreaker, only my son Thor can use it. Perhaps the loss of Mjolnir gave Odin shadows, so when he cursed Stormbreaker, he directly bound it to Thor. Go. Yes, father, Thor took Stormbreaker, bid farewell to Odin, and then went to Earth via the Rainbow Bridge. Natasha Buzz at the Time Variance Authority, Mobius, He Who Remains, and a judge were sitting in a certain hall. Soon, a portal of light appeared before them, and several TVA members brought in a woman completely bound in chains. Only her sharp eyes were visible, giving off a vibe of wanting to devour someone. Perhaps her threat level was too high, hence she was completely restrained. Natasha. What's going on? Why are you tying her up? The judge asked upon seeing this. Her name is Natasha. She was supposed to be Black Widow, but she became a variant of Taskmaster. Even in a normal human state, she can take on 100 enemies with her super combat awareness. Her danger coefficient is too high, so she's tied up for safety, He Who Remains said. Buzz, as soon as He Who Remains finished speaking, another portal of light opened, and 2 TVA members walked out, carrying a glass box. Inside was a massive milky white liquid creature constantly squirming. Is this anti-venom? Why is it white? Mobius asked upon seeing this. To be precise, it's black and white, but there's less black and more white. Its color is the opposite of venom, hence it's called anti-venom, He Who Remains said. Buzz next, 2 more TVA members walked out of the portal, bringing in a middle-aged man wearing a large leather outfit, with a collar around his neck. Who are you people? Where is this? Why did you bring me here? The large leather man asked, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mobius, this is the Time Variance Authority, blah blah. Under the judge's signal, Mobius introduced the origin and power of the Time Variance Authority to the two, and then played them their original fates and endings, explaining how the TVA cultivated them. Your current achievements are all deliberately done by us, the purpose is for us to eliminate a person, blah blah. If you can successfully kill this person, we can set you free, otherwise, you can only be judged and killed, Mobius said, looking at Johnny and Natasha. Even you can't kill him, how can we kill him? Johnny thought of how he was taken down by the TVA without any ability to fight back, and knew that if even these people couldn't handle him, how could he possibly kill him? Don't worry, the reason we're looking for you is because you have the ability to kill him. I'll show you this person's information, as well as everything he did in the main timeline, and once you understand him well enough, you'll know, Mobius said, giving them Chen Gillen's information and their analysis, which Johnny and Natasha both looked at seriously. Alright, I haven't introduced your partner yet, it's this thing, it's a symbiotic creature called a symbiote, it needs a host to survive, its ability is, blah blah, Mobius introduced anti-venom again. You've also seen this person's abilities, which basically come from mutations. Natasha, with anti-venom, will definitely greatly increase her strength, and it just so happens to counteract his mutation abilities. Combined with your Hellfire, you can completely take down this person, Mobius said, looking at Johnny. Okay, I'll take this job. Johnny saw a city of millions disappear because of Chen Gillen, and a sorcerer who protected the earth die because of him, and resolutely agreed to go. What about you? Mobius then looked at Natasha, who also nodded. Very good, the Battle of New York will be here soon, and a spacetime gate will be opened at that time. When the time comes, you two can enter the Earth through that spacetime gate. Remember, these people all have their own missions and cannot die, otherwise, you can wait to be judged, Mobius arranged, and then warn them to pay attention to the Avengers. In the end, the people from the Time Variance Authority unlocked Natasha and Johnny's chains, let Natasha merge with Anti-Venom, and then were taken by the Time Variance Authority to a certain spacetime rift to wait. On the other side, Loki, just like in the original plot, came to a certain square and surrounded a group of people, and eventually fought with Captain America and Iron Man from the multiverse, and then deliberately got caught. Then he was taken to the plane, preparing to go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. airship, but as a thunder sounded, Loki knew that Thor had also come to Earth. What? Does a god also fear thunder? Captain America asked, puzzled, seeing Loki's appearance. I just hate the guy who appears with the thunder, Loki said, but as soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the plane. Bang, I'll go take a look. Bang, Iron Man said, preparing to go out. Black Widow opened the plane's hatch, but a man with a large axe appeared, kicked Iron Man away, and grabbed Loki and flew away. *T, does he really think I'm the old Stark? Thor, it's time for my anti-Thor armor to make its debut. Jarvis, give me an anti-Thor armor, Stark cursed. Yes, sir. Subsequently, a small space station in space dropped a cylinder, which quickly accelerated, and arrived in front of Stark 5 minutes after he got off the plane. Squeak immediately, Stark put on a more dazzling deep blue vibranium alloy armor, soared into the sky, and flew rapidly towards Thor's location. Perhaps because Stark had died twice, the people from the Time Variance Authority found a smarter Iron Man from the multiverse, with stronger research and development capabilities and no bomb fragments in his heart, and brought him to the main universe. Moreover, in order to prevent Stark from dying again, they specially moved the multiverse Iron Man space station to the main universe to increase Iron Man's combat power. The space station has various high-end armors, including anti-Thor armor, anti-Hulk armor, anti-Venom armor, anti-Mage armor, anti-Celestial armor, etc. Brother, I have completed my transformation. The matter of the eternal spear, leave it to me. What? Are you afraid that I will conquer the earth and take your throne? Brother, we were born kings, but you don't belong to Asgard, you have your own mission, what you are doing now is meaningless. Meaning? Do you know what I'm doing all this for? It's for fairness, for my father's approval. Brother, come back to Asgard with me first, leave the earth to me. Bang, on a certain hillside, Thor was chatting with Loki blah blah, but obviously the two were not having a pleasant conversation. Just as Thor was preparing to take Loki back to Asgard first, a blue figure flashed by, and Thor in front of Loki was knocked away. Okay, if you can, Loki smiled, watching Thor disappear, and the figure also disappeared. Invasion electrifying kid, put down your axe, you want me to put down my axe? Clang, Iron Man and Thor started fighting at odds, but their combat power was equal. Thor was strong and had high defense, and Iron Man's anti-Thor armor was not weak, hitting the opponent from time to time. More importantly, every lightning attack from Thor could charge Iron Man's armor, so even though his overall strength was not as good as Thor's, he could still hold his own. Thump stopped fighting. At this moment, Captain America appeared with his shield, swinging it to attack the two, trying to stop them from fighting, but his shield attacks did not hurt either of them, and they ignored him. Clang, who are you? What are you doing on Earth? Captain America took the opportunity to join the battle, blocking Thor's attack, and using the energy erupted by the shield's characteristics to separate the three. Captain America took the opportunity to ask Thor to crush Loki's conspiracy, to retrieve the scepter of the Divine Court, for the glory of the Northern God domain, Thor said. There is an old saying in the East, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so we can be considered friends after a fight. In the end, Thor followed Iron Man and others to find Loki. Iron Man invited Thor to the flying ship on the grounds of Chen Gillen's whereabouts, so he temporarily brought Loki back to the flying ship. After Loki was locked up, he was not panicked at all, because he already knew that Chen Gillen was not from S.H.I.E.L.D. and was not in S.H.I.E.L.D. This cage is so big, it must not be prepared for me, Loki smiled at Nick Fury, glanced at the camera, and Dr. Banner, who was checking the monitor, seemed a little angry when he heard this. What? You don't trust me so much? You've already built a prison for me, so you're looking for me to capture me. Dr. Banner said angrily. Dr. Banner, let me explain. I won't listen. Loki's purpose in voluntarily being captured was to stimulate the internal conflicts of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that he saw his purpose had been achieved, he couldn't help but laugh. Are you Earthlings so divided? I'm not interested in your conflicts. Tell me, where is that person? Otherwise, I'll tear down your flying ship. Hey, electrifying kid, what's the rush? I'm already looking for him, so, you don't know where he is at all? You're bluffing me, Stark. Why are you so unreliable? Old Popsicle, is this your place to speak? Conceited fellow, without this armor on your body, what are you? I'm still a super genius, billionaire, philanthropist. Besides the serum, you have nothing. Even your girlfriend ran away with someone else. At this time, the flying ship was all ready, no one would give in, and Dr. Banner was on the verge of exploding, which made Nick Fury very. Swoosh, however, at this moment, Hawkeye, who was controlled, blew up one of the flying ship's engines, and the scene was in chaos. The originally angry Banner completely and turned into the Hulk, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Roar, big guy, calm down, the sun is about to set. Roar, wow, the Hulk angrily chased Black Widow. Thor stepped forward to block the Hulk's fist, and was suddenly stunned by the huge tent, and was punched away by the Hulk. Roar, seeing that the Hulk was so powerful, Thor couldn't help but aroused his desire to fight, and fought with the Hulk, and finally both fell from the flying ship. However, the Stormbreaker summoned by Thor safely flew back to the flying ship, but the Hulk smashed to the ground, and his mind became much clearer. At the same time, the battle on the flying ship did not stop. Thor woke Barton with one punch after returning, but was tricked by Loki and locked in a cage when he went to find Loki, and was towards the ground. Then, Coulson threatened Loki with a gun made of the Tesseract's energy, but was by Loki. After Loki left, looking at the dead Coulson, everyone stopped arguing and worked together to rescue the flying ship. At the same time, at Stark Tower, Dr. Eric, who was controlled, successfully assembled the Tesseract's activation device, and activated the device as soon as Loki returned. Chirp, in an instant, a pillar of energy shot into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. Iron Man and others knew things were bad after seeing the pillar of light, and rushed to Stark Tower. Well done, my Chitauri army, come out, and conquer Earth with me. Loki looked at the opening of the spacetime door in the sky, praised Eric, then smiled and opened his arms to welcome the appearance of the Chitauri army. Swoosh boom, however, on the eve of the appearance of the Chitauri army, two figures fell from the spacetime door. One of them was burning with blue flames and had a skull head. Even if he smashed to the ground from an altitude of 10,000 meters, he was still unscathed. The empty eye sockets looked very, especially when he stretched out his hand, a chain burning with flames appeared, and then wrapped around his neck. The other figure could be seen as a stunningly beautiful woman before landing, but in an instant, she turned into a black and white monster, and landed with a very action. Hiss. Ha! This world is full of the of sin. Heh, Ghost Rider looked around and said. Is this the symbiote? Sure enough, it's powerful. With it, even gods may not be my opponents. Natasha used the symbiote for the first time, especially the anti-venom that had no thoughts and was completely controlled by her, which made her feel unprecedentedly powerful. Not only did her strength greatly increase, but even her reaction speed was to the extreme, giving her the illusion that she could calmly face any enemy. You also have the of sin on you, you should accept. Oh. Skull Knight, this mission is enough for me alone, you accept, want to me, it's not that easy, go die. Just when Natasha was thinking about how to test her strength, Ghost Rider suddenly looked at her and the chain of burning flames to hit Natasha. However, Natasha, as A of the Taskmaster, has very rich combat experience. Not only did she dodge the chain's attack, but she also took the opportunity to kick Ghost Rider away, but the damage she caused to Ghost Rider was. But relying on super combat skills, for a time, Ghost Rider could only be passively beaten. After getting a breather, he also began to counterattack. Swoosh boom, in this way, the two fought together. Natasha was a little afraid of Ghost Rider's hellfire, so she basically dodged, constantly creating opportunities for herself to attack. From the future, as Natasha became more familiar with the symbiote, she quickly adapted to its combat style. Transforming limbs into various bladed weapons was child's play, and she could even shoot out web-like adhesive attacks. However, the Ghost Rider was immortal. Even if Natasha gained the upper hand, she couldn't defeat him. The Ghost Rider originally intended to use the properties of hellfire to kill Natasha. But he discovered that Natasha in her symbiote manifested state had no soul, so hellfire couldn't burn her soul. Additionally, anti-venom's super fire resistance prevented the hellfire's heat from harming Natasha without prolonged burning. But soon, the two stopped fighting because the Chitauri army appeared. A large number of Chitauri invaded Earth, killing anyone they saw. Natasha and the Ghost Rider also received attention from the Chitauri army. Iron Man returned to Stark Tower, wanting to close the portal, but found it impossible. Instead, he was targeted by Loki. "Sir, the Tesseract has appeared." On the other side, Chen Gillen was originally studying the quantum realm. However, just after finishing his experiment, Quicksilver came to his side and told him that the Tesseract had appeared. "Where?" Chen Gillen asked. "Stark Tower. Someone used the Tesseract to open a portal, and many alien warships have come through. Should we go out and stop them? Otherwise, Earth will be destroyed," Quicksilver said. In fact, both he and Wanda wanted Chen Gillen to dispatch the mechanical army to save Earth. "Leave half the battle force behind. As for the rest, do as you see fit," Chen Gillen said. He had no sense of belonging to this Earth and didn't care about alien invasions, but he knew Quicksilver and the others did, so he simply let them do it. "Thank you, sir," Chen Gillen nodded and then left the base. From afar, he saw the energy pillars soaring into the sky and couldn't help but grin. "The Space Stone. With it, I can go wherever I want in this prime universe," Chen Gillen said, then flew at 400 times the speed of sound into the air, transforming into a stream of light and rapidly flying towards Stark Tower. Soon, in less than a minute, he appeared next to the Tesseract. "Hey, don't touch it with your hands. It has already formed an energy shield on its own. The outside can't be opened unless you use energy from the same source." Eric, who had woken up, reminded Chen Gillen when he saw him trying to grab the Tesseract with his bare hands. "Mr. Black King, to close the space portal, you need Loki's scepter. I hope you can take down Loki." Black Widow also said to Chen Gillen. "That Oriental has appeared, kill him. The Wicked One has appeared, kill. Hee, my mission target has appeared. Let me have some fun. Oriental." The moment Chen Gillen appeared, Loki, Thor, Ghost Rider, and Natasha all rushed towards Chen Gillen's location. Ding, thermal energy 10 WT, ding, kinetic energy 5 WT, boom. As the four approached, Chen Gillen spread his hands and released massive thermal and kinetic energy, instantly blasting them away. Then, he went to the Tesseract and reached out to grab it. Ding, space power plus 10T, ding, space power plus 10T, ding. The system sound rang as expected, but he touched a protective shield and couldn't directly touch the Tesseract. Same source of power, huh? Would time power count? Chen Gillen thought, remembering that he had absorbed the Time Stone after killing the Ancient One and obtained infinite time power. Buzz! Just then, 6 beams of light fell from the sky, and 6 figures appeared on the ground. When the 6 saw Chen Gillen preparing to take the Space Stone, they were instantly shocked. "Quick, stop him, otherwise, we've come for nothing." "Scott." "Roger." The 6 figures wore gray and white combat suits. One of them was huge. After the 6 opened their masks, they revealed their faces. They were Hulk, She-Hulk, Iron Man, Scott, a bald, fat Thor, and Rocket Raccoon. Compared to the others' serious expressions, Captain America looked at Chen Gillen with hatred, causing his whole body to turn green. Similarly, Thor glared angrily at Chen Gillen, as if recalling some bad memories. Later, Captain America, who offended the protagonist, was given the ability to turn green when angry, and Thor became bald. Buzz instantly, Scott transformed into a 100-meter giant, slamming a hand towards Chen Gillen. If Chen Gillen insisted on taking the space stone, he would definitely be slapped by Scott's giant hand. Ha! However, Chen Gillen sneered, raised his hand to block, and allowed the giant hand to slap down. Ding! Kinetic energy plus 10,000 T. Instantly, the giant hand's kinetic energy was absorbed by the system, but before Chen Gillen could laugh, the giant hand changed from a palm to a fist, grabbing at him. But just as Scott thought he would definitely catch Chen Gillen's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Ding! Kinetic energy 10 WT, whoosh smack at the critical moment, Scott instantly shrank, dodging Chen Gillen's kick. The powerful kinetic energy hit the air, creating a huge airwave. Everyone, activate. Buzz at the same time, after Chen Gillen missed, Rocket Raccoon and the others underground had already set up their formation. As everyone activated at the same time, an energy shield rose from the ground, sealing Chen Gillen inside. Bang! Chen Gillen punched the energy shield, but found that the energy shield didn't move at all, but instead became more solid, which surprised him. Don't waste your energy, Black King. This is an energy-absorbing shield we designed specifically for you. It can absorb any energy. The more you hit it, the stronger the shield becomes. Rocket Raccoon said smugly as he looked at Chen Gillen. You're that raccoon that was modified by the High Evolutionary. You shouldn't be on Earth right now. Time-traveling combat suits. You're not from this timeline. Could it be that you're from the future? Chen Gillen recognized Rocket Raccoon and the combat suits on the others, and couldn't help but be surprised. Ding! Kepler black hole teleportation count +1. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Gillen was stunned and took a deep look at Rocket Raccoon. As expected of the Black King, you figured out our origins so quickly. Future Iron Man also stepped forward and said. So, did Thanos still snap his fingers? Chen Gillen asked. Don't tell him too much. The teleportation array is useless against him. Take the gem and leave. Rocket Raccoon said, then directed Scott to go and take the space stone. Ding! Kepler black hole teleportation count +1. If you want to take the gem, it might not be so easy. Receiving the system prompt again, Chen Gillen was no longer in a hurry to leave, but he still tried to activate the mental control celestial runes, but found that the Eternal's energy core seemed to have been cut off. Without cosmic energy, he couldn't release the celestial runes. It's useless. This shield absorbs all energy and isolates all energy sources. Your celestial runes can't be used, and neither can the time stone. You can't stop us. Rocket Raccoon said. Quicksilver boom crash stop him. Don't let them get near the gem. However, with the portal constantly open, the Chitauri army kept pouring into Earth. New York was in complete chaos. Of course, Loki wouldn't let Scott and his team succeed in seizing the gem. Loki, stop making mistakes. Seeing this, the bald, fat Thor flew towards Loki with Stormbreaker, intending to subdue him and order the Chitauri army to retreat. Don't even think about hurting my brother. However, the Thor from this timeline also flew over with Stormbreaker, colliding with the fat Thor. Their axes clashed. Boom! Both Thors were knocked back. The fat Thor was furious to see his past self stopping him. Thor, I'm trying to redeem you. What are you doing? The fat Thor roared in anger. You thief, imitating me and getting so fat, and shaving your head. I love my hair the most. Your imitation is a failure. Loki is my family. You want to hurt my family? Over my dead body. Thor said. Shit, the bald, fat Thor cursed, feeling helpless. He couldn't explain, so he decided to use his accumulated combat experience from the next 10 years to defeat his younger self first. Crack, and so, the two Thors fought. However, it wouldn't be easy for the future Avengers to take the gem smoothly. First, the Avengers of this timeline wouldn't allow it, as they all believed it was a conspiracy by Loki or Chen Gillen. Then, Captain America fought Green Captain America, Iron Man fought future Iron Man, and Scott was attacked by countless Chitauri soldiers. Of course, the Chitauri army was attacking everyone, but Scott, after transforming, was too big a target, so he received special attention. This was also Rocket Raccoon's strategy, to have Scott attract the firepower while he, being small, would sneak into the top of Stark Tower to seize the Space Stone. As for Dr. Hulk, he guarded Chengillen's shield, preventing anyone from destroying the shield device from the outside and releasing Chengillen. Boom crash! At this moment, Stark Tower was filled with battles, both on the ground and in the air. No one was idle, except for Chengillen, Ghost Rider, and Natasha. Skull Rider, the mission target is right there. Go take care of him? Natasha said to Ghost Rider, looking at Chengillen inside the shield. These missionaries are next to him. If we attack, we could easily hurt them by mistake. Let's wait until they leave, Ghost Rider said, looking at Dr. Hulk and Iron Man. Oh, I thought you couldn't speak normally. Are you bored and want to fight? Yeah, I just got this symbiote, not very skilled yet. I'm not interested in training with you. You have no choice, you're a crazy woman. Then, Ghost Rider fought symbiote Natasha again. But as more and more Chitauri soldiers came through the portal, both the Avengers and the future Avengers felt immense pressure. Thor, Stark, stop fighting. We must close the portal, or Earth will be occupied by the Chitauri army. Rocket Raccoon, having reached the top of Stark Tower, discovered the sky was full of Chitauri soldiers. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, he spoke to the future Avengers. Stop, look at the sky, oh my god, so many alien ships, we must close the portal, or Earth will be destroyed. Let's work together. Okay, the Avengers, both future and present, were stunned by the dense Chitauri army in the sky and realized what was at stake. They finally reached an agreement to close the portal first. At the same time, the American senators saw the countless Chitauri soldiers in the sky and panicked. Quick, launch a nuclear bomb at them. The nuclear bombs were all taken away some time ago. Oh, shit, someone save Earth. Roar, on the ground, the Chitauri army occasionally attacked Dr. Hulk, but fortunately, he was strong and killed many Chitauri soldiers. Gradually, few dared to harass him. Victory is ours, Dr. Hulk smiled, seeing the two timelines of Avengers working together. He saw Rocket Raccoon on the tower, and now, besides Loki's scepter, only Rocket Raccoon's device could close the portal, so he felt this trip would definitely succeed. Buzz! Just then, a hammer came at him. Before he could react, he was instantly knocked away by the hammer and crashed to the ground, looking dazed. Captain Carter, damn it, how could I forget the Black Emperor's woman? Rocket, hurry, the Black Emperor's army is coming. Dr. Hulk saw Carter's figure and trembled, hurriedly shouting to Rocket Raccoon in the distance. Roger that, Glaive Shooter, clear a path for him. Rocket Raccoon knew time was of the essence and quickly ran towards the Space Stone's location. But there were too many Chitauri soldiers, severely hindering his speed. Fortunately, Iron Man shouted to Barton, and Barton began to help clear the way. Carter, don't even think about releasing him. Dr. Hulk saw Carter rushing towards the shield device and jumped up, punching Carter. Carter also punched back. Bang crash! Instantly, the large and small fists collided, discovering that their strengths were similar. But because Carter's fist was smaller, the pressure was greater, shattering the armor on Dr. Hulk's fist. Buzz! With a wave of Carter's hand, Thor's hammer flew again, and the two fought again. Chengillen, seeing Carter could fight the Hulk, was not in a hurry and accumulated attempts. Ding! Kepler black hole teleportation count +1, bang! However, he still tried to attack with various energies to observe the principle of the shield, but he couldn't break it open, which made Chengillen admire the efforts Rocket Raccoon from the future had put in to deal with him. Even the power of the Time Stone was taken into account. Swoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared outside Chengillen's shield. It was Quicksilver. He looked at Chengillen inside the shield and punched the shield device without saying a word. Bang crash! Unexpectedly, when Quicksilver attacked the shield device, the energy that had absorbed Chengillen's attacks instantly erupted, directly blowing Quicksilver away. Puff! Quicksilver spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the device in confusion. Haha, we actually predicted you would appear. The Black Emperor's speedster general, being attacked by the Black Emperor's energy, doesn't feel good, does it? Dr. Hulk smiled happily, seeing Quicksilver injured. Operation failed, retreat. Ding! Kepler black hole teleportation times +1. Peter, never mind me, don't let them get the Space Stone. Chengillen said to Quicksilver. Since these people are from the future, they must have made corresponding deployments against those targeting me. He wants to see what these protagonists can do. At this time, he already understood the principle of the shield, and he had at least 3 ways to get out. The first is to blast it out with brute force. Although the shield can absorb energy, the storage limit is limited. If it exceeds the limit, the device will explode. The second is magic teleportation. Because teleporting to a black hole is a magical ability, he once absorbed Guyi's teleportation magic and can go directly out. The third, and the simplest, is alien energy erosion, such as pleasure time, gene mutation, pain, and other energies that transcend conventional physical energy. The shield itself combines the technological principles of the Celestials and white magic, and cannot absorb that kind of energy at all. Yes, sir. Quicksilver said, activating his super speed ability, instantly arriving at the top of Stark Tower, but what he didn't know was that Rocket Raccoon had already set up several devices the moment he appeared. Buzz instantly, as Quicksilver passed over a certain area, the anti-gravity loader was activated, and Quicksilver's body floated directly, and because he couldn't gain leverage in the air, he was bound for a while. Ha, Speedster, this is a device I designed specifically for your ability, amazing, right? Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but laugh when he saw Quicksilver being tricked, but he soon couldn't laugh anymore. Buzz, what's the situation? What happened? Everyone looked into the distance, where there was a dense sound, and even the Chitauri army was constantly firing towards that side. Scott felt his scalp tingle when he saw the dense, ant-like mechanical insects. Not good, the Black King's Nanite army is here, quickly grab the gems. Scott shouted to Rocket Raccoon. Stop them. Loki saw all the Avengers gathering towards the gems, and regardless of the Nanite Legion's underground, he called the Chitauri army to surge towards the Space Stone. Damn Loki. Vision, have you cracked it yet? Immediately dispatch all armors and fully cooperate to close the space gate, future Iron Man said angrily to his armor's AI. Sir, there are still 10s, 10, 8, 3, 2, 1. Cracking successful, start immediately, the female AI voice sounded. As the countdown ended, all the armors of Iron Man's space station in 2012 were activated and flew rapidly downwards. Sir, the space station is under attack, all armors are out of control. Do you need to regain control? Jarvis's voice sounded in the current Iron Man's armor. Shit, he's going to empty my family fortune. Forget it, just consider everything for Earth, the current Iron Man cursed, but still didn't let Jarvis stop it. Okay, ding, Kepler black hole teleportation times +1 as Iron Man's armors were fully dispatched, the battle situation began to tilt towards the Avengers. Chen Gillen saw Rocket Raccoon getting closer and closer to the Space Stone and knew it was time to act. Ding, Pain 30 squeaked. Chen Gillen pointed at the shield, and a force incompatible with the shield invaded, and cracks began to appear on the shield. Hulk was stunned, as he had been paying attention to Chen Gillen. Rocket, the Black King is coming out, hurry up, what? Impossible, really. Rocket Raccoon had just arrived outside the energy shield of the Space Stone when he heard Hulk's words. He quickly took out a device and placed it on the ground, and then Loki discovered that the scepter in his hand transmitted a huge suction force. Damn it, what's going on? Loki was shocked to see the scepter transmitting a huge force, being pulled and flying towards the Space Stone. Thor, thunder power, whoosh, Rocket Raccoon shouted, and the bald, fat Thor, who had been waiting, struck Loki with a bolt of lightning, successfully separating Loki and the Mind Stone. Clang! Instantly, the Mind Stone successfully adhered to the device. Rocket Raccoon closed the device, picked up the scepter, and closed the spacetime gate. Clang! But just as he was about to pick up the Tesseract, Chen Gillen casually blasted the shield, and the Celestial Rune immediately connected. Buzz! Then, Chen Gillen activated the Speed Rune, and the whole world slowed down. He instantly arrived in front of Rocket Raccoon, snatched the Mind Stone from his hand, and the originally within reach Tesseract. Shit, the Black King really came out, the operation failed, we retreat. Rocket Raccoon looked at the 2 gems in Chen Gillen's hand, knowing that he and others could not snatch the gems from Chen Gillen, announced the failure of the operation to everyone, and prepared to activate the equipment on his arm to leave. Shit, how did he get out of there? Dr. Hulk and future Iron Man also knew that the operation had failed and could only activate the equipment to prepare to leave. Buzz! Chen Gillen didn't want to let them leave like this, and immediately activated his mental manipulation ability, but after the mental power swept over, he couldn't control a few people. Obviously, the armor of a few people had a mental power shielding effect. Want me to go to the black hole? Then you go to the black hole and have fun. Chen Gillen sneered, activated the speed rune, and tapped each person. Ding! Kepler black hole teleportation times 60, shit. Instantly, before a few people could activate the equipment, they were teleported near the black hole. The powerful gravitational waves caused the equipment of a few people to fail, and it looked like they were about to die. Buzz, just when a few people thought they were doomed, Old Manly took action and directly moved the black hole away, and a few people took the opportunity to activate the time travel equipment. The future Avengers left, leaving the current Avengers looking at each other, not knowing why they were so afraid of Chen Gillen, and finally knowing that those people really came from the future. Buzz, however, although the space-time gate lost the Tesseract to provide energy, it was closing rapidly, but there were still many Chitauri armies that had entered the Earth. They simply had no time to think and could only continue to kill the enemy. Clang clang, after no one disturbed him, Chen Gillen crushed the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter, took out the Space Stone and the Mind Stone inside, and pinched them in his hand, and soon received a reminder from the system. Weak God, ding, found the Space Stone, absorb? Yes, ding, found the Mind Stone, absorb? Yes, ding, absorption successful, obtained current universe space power plus infinity, ding, space origin power plus 9, yes, ding, absorption successful, obtained current universe mind power plus infinity, ding, mind origin power plus 10. What Chen Gillen didn't expect was that after the space stone was absorbed by the system, he not only obtained infinite space power, but only obtained 9 portions of space origin power. Hiss, this space origin power is so powerful that it can open up the universe of human cells and store infinite energy. So, the reason why 10 portions of origin power were absorbed by Captain Marvel due to the explosion of the light speed engine was because she absorbed 1 portion of the origin power from the gem to obtain her abilities? Now I have 9 portions, can I create 9 Captain Marvels? That's awesome, Chen Gillen couldn't help but happily say after reading the introduction of space origin power. And the mind origin power is also good, it can improve the energy transmission efficiency of the body, probably by about 3 times. In addition, absorbing the mind origin power can make the body immune to various mind control, invasion, hypnosis, and other mental power attacks, which is not bad. Ding, space origin power 1, ding, mind origin power 1. Immediately, Chen Gillen used 1 portion for himself, and 2 streams of origin power instantly began to transform his body, causing him to glow white all over and float involuntarily. Damn it, where did he put the stones? Loki panicked when he discovered that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone had disappeared. You know, he came to Earth not simply to conquer it, but to find the Space Stone for Thanos and hand it over to him. Now that 2 stones have disappeared, how could he not panic? Easterner, hand over the Eternal Spear. Earthling, hand over the stones to me. While Chen Gillen was floating and transforming, Loki and Thor simultaneously attacked Chen Gillen, but the Nanite army had already arrived, and Wanda also arrived at the battlefield, launching a chaotic magic attack at Loki. Shoo Buzz at the same time, Carter, without Hulk's obstruction, also threw Thor's hammer at Thor, causing Thor, who had always longed for Thor's hammer, to casually block the attack and grab it. Mjolnir, my Mjolnir, you're back, Thor showed a happy smile, but before he could be happy for long, with a wave of Carter's hand, Thor's hammer instantly broke free from his hand and flew into Carter's hand. Give me back Mjolnir, damn Earth woman, die, the one who should die is you. So, Loki faced Wanda, and Carter faced Thor, and the 4 fought together. Buzz buzz, oh, what the hell are these devices? It's so speechless. At the same time, as the Nanites arrived, the anti-gravity device below Quicksilver was invaded by the Nanites, successfully shutting it down and releasing Quicksilver. Red Queen, activate the private form and kill all the alien troops, Quicksilver said, tapping the device on his ear. Okay, Commander, Buzz. As the Red Queen issued the order, the Nanites began to turn into small robots about 1 centimeter in size, and activated the zoom function, instantly creating millions of nanobots. Shoo shoo. Next, the nanobots generated various thermal weapons, and all the Chitauri soldiers became their targets, quickly hunting down the Chitauri army. Roar, suddenly, a green figure leaped up from the ground, frantically destroying the transport worms and killing the Chitauri soldiers on them. The Hulk also joined the battlefield. Boom boom. Soon, the Chitauri army, without support, was quickly wiped out, and many transport planes were blown up by Iron Man's Armor Legion and the Hulk. In addition, nanobots formed advanced gunboats, and one shot could blow up a transport plane. Thus, the Battle of New York entered its final stage. With the support of the Nanite army, the SHIELD agents and the military began to exert their strength to ensure that all the Chitauri army were either killed or captured. Bang, damn it, why is he so fast? Loki, we can't stay here, otherwise, we won't be able to leave when that person recovers. Thor and Carter's combat power is similar, and both can use the power of thunder, so that neither can do anything to the other. Although Wanda awakened the power of chaos, she did not get the strengthening of the Mind Stone, and Loki was originally a mage but preferred close combat, and was eventually manipulated by Wanda. Loki can't leave. After the Chitauri army was almost wiped out, the Avengers freed up their hands. Seeing Thor wanting to take Loki away, they couldn't help but come forward to stop him. He is my brother, I must take him away. Thor ignored everything, as if he would attack anyone who stopped him. Because of him, millions of people died in this war. Black Widow said to Thor. He is not my biological brother. Thor said awkwardly. Enough, I am a god, you humble earthlings are not qualified to judge me, Loki roared at the few people. Buzz suddenly, his feet were grabbed by a pair of big hands, and then Loki's body was taken and slammed on the ground, smashing out several huge pits, and finally throwing him on the ground, doubting his godhood. Such a weak god, too. The Hulk didn't know when he appeared, taught Loki a lesson, and then looked at the Avengers. Hulk, well done. Black Widow praised Hulk. He. Hulk returned a grin. Shoo phew, we survived, the Black King is really too evil, what happened just now, where did the black hole go? I don't know. On the other side, the future Avengers reappeared in 1943, each looking like they had lingering fears. Buzz buzz, but at this moment, a slight electrical sound appeared on Iron Man's arm. Stark, is your armor okay? Rocket Raccoon asked. Pop, it seems to have been interfered with by the black hole's magnetic field, but it seems to have been automatically repaired. It's okay. Iron Man patted the teleportation device on his arm and said after finding that the data was normal. Okay, you and Rogers go find the Space Stone, Thor, and I go to the ceiling place of the Reality Stone to retrieve the Reality Stone, and Dr. Hulk goes to find the Time Stone, no problem. Rocket Raccoon arranged. No problem, the few people replied. What about me? Scott asked, seeing that everyone else had a mission, but he was the only one who didn't. You go find the Black King, and after you find him, kill him. Rocket Raccoon said. What? How could I beat him? Don't worry, at this time, he either hasn't appeared, or he's a weakling. What are you afraid of? Okay, completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the translated text is of comparable length to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and natural sounding. The Time Management Bureau. After arranging the tasks, the group began to disperse. At this point in the timeline, Chen Gillen was absent, so it was the same as the original plot. Stark and Captain America successfully obtained the Space Stone and each met the person they wanted to see. Captain America watched the young Carter from afar, his heart aching, and his forehead began to turn green, not understanding why Carter, who loved him so much at this time, would later change her heart. But he knew he had a mission to complete and didn't meet Carter at this time. Stark also chatted with the living Howard for a while and hugged him before leaving. In the end, the two successfully left with the Space Stone, so smoothly that they began to doubt their lives. Why didn't we just come to this year to get the stone instead of fighting the Black King? Captain America questioned. Because only that year had the Mind Stone. Otherwise, we would have to steal it from Thanos. But I still think it's the monkey's fault. He said his device was so powerful, but it was useless, Iron Man said speechlessly. Hey, Stark, don't talk bad about me. I just checked the data. I've never seen that kind of strange energy before, and you didn't tell me. You also have some responsibility, okay? Rocket Raccoon's voice came through the earpiece. Okay. Are you guys doing well? It's okay. The sealed place has been found. Preparing to extract, Hulk? Hulk? Dr. Hulk didn't respond because he was knocked out of his soul by the Ancient One. The two were arguing endlessly and didn't hear the others. You say your duty is to protect the time stone. Why did Stephen Strange hand over the stone? What? You said he handed over the stone? Yes, why, he is the best of us. Perhaps he is right. In the end, Hulk successfully obtained the time stone from the Ancient One. After replying to the others, he left with the time stone. This time, they perfectly completed the task of collecting 3 stones. Stark Tower, 2012. The battle had ended, and Loki was successfully captured. Thor was preparing to take Loki back to Asgard. After all, they couldn't beat Gillen, and Loki had committed such a crime. He was really afraid that the Avengers would kill him, so he had to take Loki back first. Don't worry, everyone. Asgard will judge him for the crimes he committed and will never tolerate it, Thor said to the Avengers. Okay, the Avengers could only agree. At this time, they had no energy to care about Loki because Gillen was still being modified, and the million-strong army of nanobots was eyeing them, plus Wanda, Quicksilver, and Carter, 3 super soldiers. If Gillen wanted to take the opportunity to rebel, they would have no way to resist. They could only let Thor take Loki first. After all, they were Asgardians and might not be on the same side as them. Rainbow Bridge, Thor took Loki to an open space and shouted to the sky. A beam of light descended from the sky, taking the 2 away. Buzz *T. At the same time, the time travel device on Iron Man's hand, who was traveling through time, suddenly malfunctioned and fell out of the time wormhole. Thumpotch by chance, Iron Man, who came out of the wormhole, collided with Loki, who was being transported by the Rainbow Bridge. The 2 fell together on Mars. Space Stone? Loki was the first to discover the fallen Space Stone, then picked up the Tesseract and activated it to leave. *T. Watching the Tesseract being picked up by Loki, Iron Man cursed. Especially seeing the time travel device on his arm smoking, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this time, Mars was desolate and uninhabited, making it impossible for him to call for help. Venice, can you connect to the space station and send me some things? Iron Man said to the armor's AI. The distance is too far. It will take 30 minutes to connect, and if the space station needs to transport materials, it will take at least 8 years, the armor's AI said. 8 years? How am I going to spend these 8 years? Iron Man collapsed, but he had a strong will and began to search for materials on Mars, looking for things that could provide life energy. On the other side, Loki teleported to a desert. When he woke up, he saw several Mongolians, so he immediately got up and stood on a slightly higher stone. I am Loki, from Asgard. I am carrying a glorious mission. Loki said to the Mongolians. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the female Mongolians said. Buzz. Just as Loki was about to say something, he saw 2 light doors appearing near the Tesseract. The Time Variance Authority appeared and reached for the Tesseract. Excuse me. Don't touch that. Loki saw someone reaching for the Tesseract and immediately ran over to stop them, but another light door appeared next to him, and a fat woman appeared. Time rate and slope are increasing. Time criminal identified, Loki. Can you be clearer? I represent the Time Variance Authority and arrest you for violating the sacred timeline. Surrender, Loki. I'm tired enough today. I'm really fed up with you fully armed idiots telling me what to do. Now, get out of my way, Loki said and prepared to pick up the Tesseract, but he didn't expect the fat woman to punch him, and then he floated up, helplessly wearing the time control collar. As the Time Variance Authority released the time reset device, Loki being knocked out of the Rainbow Bridge by Iron Man was corrected, and a Loki variant was brought to the Time Variance Authority. Thus, Loki's Time King plot unfolded. This cube must be sent to 2018. You guys take him back first, and I'll send it back to the future Stark, the fat woman said to the others, then opened a time portal and went in. Buzz, oh, it's you. I was just about to look for you. A light door suddenly appeared next to Iron Man on Mars, startling him. He subconsciously prepared for battle. Only after seeing the fat woman and the Tesseract in her hand did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fix your time travel device as soon as possible and return to your timeline. The fat woman handed the Tesseract to the future Iron Man and left. Thank God, I finally don't have to live here for 8 years. Venetia, activate the cube and send me back to Earth's laboratory. I need to repair my armor. Okay, sir. Just like that, the future Iron Man returned to the Stark Tower laboratory, repaired the time travel device, and left in less than 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the Iron Man and others from 2012 were confronting Quicksilver, Wanda, and Carter, while also guarding against a guy with a skull head and a body covered in slime. However, Quicksilver and the others had no time to bother with the Avengers, because they discovered that Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha were preparing to harm Chen Gillen, who was undergoing transformation. Haha, strike while the iron is hot, kill. Sin will be judged. Stop them. Kill. As Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha moved to kill, Quicksilver and the others also launched their attack, commanding millions of nanobots to attack Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha. A bunch of bugs, get out of my way, don't stop me, or I'll kill you, or unfortunately, the nanobots' attacks were useless against them. They easily shattered large numbers of nanobots. Even when Quicksilver intervened, he was successfully predicted by Anti-Venom Natasha, who blasted him away, causing him to crash through several buildings. Boom, Wanda's chaos magic had no effect on Ghost Rider. If Carter's Thor's hammer hadn't appeared in time to repel Ghost Rider, Wanda might have been entangled by the Hellfire chain. Despite this, they were both knocked away by Anti-Venom Natasha. The three warriors couldn't even last a round before being severely injured. Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha arrived in front of Chen Gillen together. Swoosh slash. As soon as they approached Chen Gillen, Ghost Rider unleashed his Hellfire chain, and Anti-Venom Natasha transformed her hands into two wide, giant blades, slashing towards Chen Gillen. Buzz were just then, Chen Gillen, who had just completed his transformation, opened his eyes. His body shook, and he unleashed a powerful energy, deflecting their attacks. The powerful shockwave forced them both to retreat a few steps. Is this the feeling of power? Chen Gillen muttered, feeling the changes within himself. At this moment, Chen Gillen was floating in the air not by relying on the celestial rune or the system's energy, but entirely on his own abilities, which was his own strength. Moreover, the space source power had transformed every cell in his body, so even if he went to another universe, he would still possess his current abilities. How could he not be happy? Most importantly, with the mind source power enhancing his transformation, he discovered that his strength and defense were terrifyingly high, with a strength of at least over 10,000 tons and a physique that surpassed many super warships in terms of defense. Coupled with the endless light energy within him, he could survive in space even without the system, and even achieve near light-speed space travel. His strength was definitely far superior to the Skyfather-level Captain Marvel. Especially when activating his binary form, his strength doubled. He was certain that, at this moment, even without the system or the celestial rune, he possessed Skyfather-level combat power. After all, Captain Marvel was an ordinary person who became strong after absorbing the source power, so her strength increase was limited, while he had originally relied on the Hulk's blood for a perfect mutation before absorbing the dual source powers to unlock his abilities. Chen Gillen felt that, at this moment, he could even withstand Odin's attacks without flinching. Sin will be judged. Noisy, boom. Before Ghost Rider could finish speaking, Chen Gillen appeared in front of him and threw a punch. The powerful force knocked him back hundreds of meters, cracking his bones, and creating a huge crater in the ground. So tough, Chen Gillen was surprised that his full force strike, with tens of thousands of tons of force, only managed to crack Ghost Rider's bones. TSK, such speed, such strength, I like it. Anti-Venom Natasha saw that Chen Gillen could actually crack Ghost Rider's bones, which ignited her desire to fight. After all, she had previously hit Ghost Rider with all her might, but couldn't cause any damage. Boom. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Chen Gillen's runes manifested, and his figure instantly disappeared. Then, Anti-Venom Natasha was blasted away, crashing heavily through several buildings. The burst speed of the awakened space source was only around Mach 1, but the combination of the gravity control rune and the speed rune could reach Mach 200-400, so when used in combat, it looked like teleportation, and the enemy couldn't react at all. Squeak. Just then, Ghost Rider got up and walked over. His shattered bones began to reassemble, and under the burning of hellfire, he quickly recovered. He swung the chain in his hand towards Chen Gillen. At the same time, the blasted anti-venom Natasha quickly created countless tentacles, launching a full-force attack on Chen Gillen. But she didn't expect that Chen Gillen would suddenly appear behind her and kick her towards Ghost Rider. Boom! Ah! Instantly, the two collided. Natasha couldn't help but become angry, opening her bloody maw and transforming into countless tentacles to grab Chen Gillen. Seeing this, Chen Gillen sneered instead. Just die, ding, kinetic energy 800 million tons, ding, thermal energy 1 billion tons, boom! Were in an instant, a powerful energy erupted, instantly hitting the two of them. A large crater with a diameter of 100 meters was blasted into the ground. Many of Ghost Rider's bones were shattered, and he lay motionless on the ground, but the still burning hellfire indicated that he was still alive. Pfft! Natasha spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Chen Gillen in horror. Even anti-venom was smashed to pieces in a small area. She didn't expect that her super-strong defense and fire resistance would still be injured. Even more unexpectedly, Chen Gillen was not only strong, but could also unleash such a powerful energy attack, injuring both of them with a single blow. However, anti-venom was, after all, a Skyfather-level peak symbiote, so it quickly repaired her injuries. Ghost Rider also successfully recovered under the repair of Hellfire, and the two stood up again. An attack comparable to a nuclear bomb can't kill them. Symbiote, huh? Then let's try my sonic attack, Chen Gillen said, activating his sonic attack. Ding! Sonic wave 100 million tons, buzz! The powerful sonic wave bombarded the bottom of the pit, deepening the pit continuously. The powerful fluctuations almost destroyed all the surrounding buildings, and no one dared to approach within a 1,000-meter radius. But the two inside were not affected at all. Instead, anti-venom Natasha took the opportunity to shoot out a black web, wrapping Chen Gillen up. Swoosh! Ghost Rider's chain followed closely behind. Chen Gillen, without resisting, was bound by the chain burning with hellfire, but he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Ding! Hellfire plus 100 WT. Surrenders! The two of them weren't as strong as Chen Gillen and couldn't pull him down into the pit, so they used the leverage to jump into the hole. The Ghost Rider seized the opportunity to use his ultimate move. Feel your sins. Penance Stare, ding, Hellfire plus 1000 WT, ding, Penance Stare plus 1, ding, Aberration Elimination plus 1, ding, Symbiotic Invasion plus 1, is that all you've got? How disappointing! Chen Gillen heard the system absorb the Hellfire and decided not to resist. After all, Hellfire was a rare commodity, especially the blue Hellfire, which was not only high in temperature but also capable of destroying souls, making it the absolute bane of evil spirits. Thud, ding, Kinetic Energy plus 5000 T, ding, Hellfire plus 100 WT. The Ghost Rider was speechless. He didn't expect his ultimate move to be ineffective against Chen Gillen. Hellfire was useless, and even the Flaming Fist didn't work. He felt this was different from what the Time Variance Authority had said. Ding, Kinetic Energy plus 400 T, ding, Aberration Elimination plus 1, ding, Symbiotic Invasion plus 1. Anti-venom Natasha was also somewhat speechless. She also discovered that as she got closer, Chen Gillen's strength didn't decrease, and even the symbiote's exclusive skill, Symbiotic Invasion, was useless, unable to invade Chen Gillen's body at all. Moreover, no matter what weapon she transformed into to attack, she couldn't harm Chen Gillen. Because at this time, Chen Gillen, who had been transformed by the spatial source, had an incredibly tough body. Without a force exceeding hundreds of thousands of tons, even sharp blade attacks couldn't hurt him. Buzz, seeing that the two were unmoved, Chen Gillen released his mental manipulation power, trying to control the Ghost Rider to breathe fire on him in order to absorb the Hellfire. However, to Chen Gillen's surprise, the Ghost Rider was immune to mental manipulation, and even anti-venom Natasha was no exception. He couldn't sense the presence of their spirits at all, but the two of them definitely existed. Ding, Hellfire plus 100 WT, ding, Aberration Elimination plus 1, ding, Symbiotic Invasion plus 1, could it be that you're also from the future? At this time, Chen Gillen was bound by the Ghost Rider's chains and surrounded by anti-venom Natasha's symbiote. The system sound rang from time to time. Chen Gillen looked at the two and said. However, the two felt a little embarrassed because they found that even if they joined forces, they couldn't do anything to Chen Gillen. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Their only thought was that the Time Variance Authority was indeed unreliable. Their abilities couldn't pose a threat to Chen Gillen at all, and they couldn't even hurt him. Then, another thought emerged: if they couldn't complete the mission, how would they escape the Time Variance Authority's capture? In the end, they looked at each other and turned their attention to this existence that even the Time Variance Authority couldn't do anything about, and then released Chen Gillen. What? Giving up? Ready to die? No, we want to submit to you. Chen Gillen didn't expect that the two, who had been attacking him with fists and feet just a moment ago, would say they wanted to submit to him the next moment. He didn't react for a moment. Actually, we were sent by the Time Variance Authority to kill you. Now that we can't kill you, the only thing waiting for us is to be judged by the people of the Time Variance Authority. You are not afraid of the Time Variance Authority. We don't want to be judged, so we can only choose to submit to you. We hope you can take us in, otherwise, we can only be judged. As long as you can take me in, I am willing to do anything for you. Natasha retreated from Anti-Venom, revealing her graceful figure, and came to Chen Gillen's side, looking pitiful. Chen Gillen glanced at the youthful Natasha and then at the Black Widow not far away. He found that the two looked exactly the same, but their temperaments were completely different. If the Black Widow was sexy and mature, then this Natasha was a beautiful warrior full of youthful spirit. Me too, the Ghost Rider also showed an appearance that he could sell his body for survival. Time Variance Authority, one day, I will kill my way in. Chen Gillen sneered, then looked at the two. It's okay to want to become my people, but how can I believe that you won't betray me? Chen Gillen looked at the two with interest. The two's strength was indeed good. It wouldn't be impossible to take them in. It's just that he currently has no way to restrain the two, and the two are strong. Once the two betray him, the people he cares about will be in danger. I can sign a Ghost Rider contract with you. The Ghost Rider said, took out a contract and looked at Chen Gillen, which stated that he voluntarily surrendered to Chen Gillen, was willing to do anything for Chen Gillen, and would never betray him, otherwise he would be backlashed by Hellfire and die. Okay, but the contract should be written like this. Okay. Chen Gillen had heard of the Ghost Rider contract. The Ghost Rider himself was Mephisto's spokesperson in the human world. The contract signed with Mephisto back then was to hand over his soul to the other party. Then, the Ghost Rider's famous saying appeared, I just sold my soul, but I didn't sell my heart, so he relied on his strong heart to break free from the control of the devil. Later, Mephisto created a human substitute and created a son of the devil. Unexpectedly, the son of the devil joined forces with the Ghost Rider to kill him, and the contract directly became invalid. Now, under Chen Gillen's suggestion, the terms of this contract are described very clearly: whether it is the body or the soul, or the heart, are sincerely surrendered, unless Chen Gillen dies, otherwise this contract will always be valid. Johnny, you are already a general under my command, now I order you to burn me with hellfire with all your strength. Yes, my lord. Ding, hellfire plus 100W, asterisk 999 plus, ding, hellfire plus 100W, asterisk 999 plus. My lord, I can't do it anymore. Okay, let's stop here for today, come again tomorrow. My lord, I know I was wrong, please spare me. This hellfire also needs to consume mental power. I can't bear to come every day. Why are you so weak? Eat more Shinbao pills in the future. In the end, Chen Gillen signed a Ghost Rider contract with the Ghost Rider, successfully took in a general, and the Ghost Rider, who had retreated from the hellfire and turned into a normal person, stood beside Chen Gillen and looked at Natasha together. My lord, I am just an ordinary person. The symbiote was also given by the Time Variance Authority. I don't know how to make you believe me. If possible, I can get pregnant with your child, what do you think? Natasha had no similar contractual means, so she said aggrievedly. Man's Ultron project, no need, if he wants children, I can also. No, I can too. What Natasha didn't expect was that before Chen Gillen could speak, Wanda and Carter popped out of nowhere and said the same thing. However, when Carter heard Wanda's words, she couldn't help but look at Wanda with hostility, and Wanda glared back just as fiercely. You little brat, how did you learn to snatch men from others? Carter said, looking at Wanda with displeasure. You talk as if you're so much older than me. In America, plenty of people get married at my age. Wanda retorted, glaring at Carter. This isn't about discussing marriage. He's my husband, everyone knows that. You can ask anyone. Carter said, pointing towards Captain America and the others. I don't care if he's your husband. The key is who Lin likes. Lin, tell me, when did you two get together? Choose me or choose him. Husband, let's go home. Lin, I can too. Chen Gillen was speechless. Being pulled back and forth by the two in front of so many people made him feel like his great image was gone. Perhaps he'd already been labeled a scumbag, which would make it hard for him to pick up girls in the future. Captain America felt bitter inside. He never imagined that his goddess would actually be arguing over a man in public, which really subverted his perception. Black Widow also saw Natasha, who looked just like her but younger, and wondered what she was thinking. Only Hulk glanced at Black Widow, then at Natasha, and scratched his head in confusion. The others were quite speechless. They originally thought that Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha were Chen Gillen's enemies, and they were hoping to rely on them to see if they could get Chen Gillen to hand over the gems. Now, seeing Chen Gillen adding 2 more major generals, plus Carter, Quicksilver, Wanda, countless nanobot legions, and the even more powerful Chen Gillen himself, they really couldn't see any chance of winning. No one dared to mention the gems, and even Nick Fury was silent with a dark face. After all, in the original story, when Thor took Loki away, he also took the Tesseract, and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't say anything, which was enough to prove that they also catered to the powerful. Alright, you all want to have children, right? Then let's go back together. Chen Gillen said with a raised corner of his mouth. Dream on. In the end, Anti-Venom Natasha still followed Chen Gillen and the others as they left on the nanobot, which transformed into a warship. The warship disappeared into stealth the moment it took off. Captain, you've worked hard. Go back, leave the rest to S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay. As Chen Gillen's million nanobots turned into a warship and took them away, only the post-war wreckage remained on the huge battlefield. Nick Fury comforted the Avengers and then arranged for people to handle the aftermath. Because they not only had to clean up the battlefield, but also had to repair the city's appearance, cooperate with the military to conduct joint speeches on the alien invasion, and appease the people, etc. On the other side, the people at the Time Variance Authority discovered that as Chen Gillen absorbed the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, the timeline branches began to increase again, and the number of time criminals was also increasing, making their manpower somewhat insufficient. That guy is really weird, he can even absorb Infinity Stones. No, without Infinity Stones, the rate at which timeline branches increase is too fast, we must replenish too. Mobius said, looking at the constantly increasing branches on the sacred timeline monitor. The current timeline is different from the past timeline. In the past timeline, as long as it was patched up later, no branches would be generated. Therefore, the 2024 Avengers needed to travel back to return the stones after borrowing them. Now there are no new branches, obviously they were returned, even if they weren't returned by them. The current timeline is Chen Gillen's timeline. Because there are no gems to suppress it, the speed at which timeline branches are generated will accelerate, almost overwhelming them. Subsequently, he arranged for the Fat Woman to find the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract on those branches, and went to the current timeline, found Tony Stark who they had originally brought from the multiverse, and handed the 2 gems to Tony Stark. He even used the time reset device again to eliminate the impact of the future Avengers travel, preventing the Avengers from knowing their future selves and bringing irreversible effects. Tony Stark, who had the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract, was inspired by Chen Gillen's mechanical army and planned to create a mechanical army belonging to the Avengers, which he called the Ultron Project. In order to complete this plan, Tony Stark specially found Dr. Banner and Nick Fury, and told them his plan, but he concealed the existence of the 2 gems. After all, it was difficult for him to explain the origin of the gems. Thus, with the support of S.H.I.E.L.D., the two began to study artificial intelligence, design the types of mechanical armies, and even planned to use the celestial armor he brought from other universes to create the super robot Ultron. However, Tony Stark thought of the Mind Stone and the Space Stone again, and planned to embed the 2 gems into the body of the super robot Ultron. In order to allow the robot to call the energy of the gems, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner conducted day and night research. On the other side, Chin Gillen, who returned to the base, was annoyed by the three women who were making a fuss together, especially when Wanda learned that the two had already reached that step. She was unwilling to fall behind. There was no way, Chin Gillen could only fulfill their wishes. From that day on, the three women were well behaved, and Chin Gillen also had time to study the quantum realm. After all, he couldn't take Ghost Rider and Anti-Venom Natasha everywhere he went, otherwise they might be caught by the Time Variance Authority once he left. So, for the next month, whether it was Chin Gillen or Zola, they were studying the quantum realm, constantly sending animals and robots in, developing equipment that could realize communication between the quantum realm and the real world. Finally, after 2.5 months, they successfully solved the problem of communication between the quantum realm and the real world. After solving this problem, the progress of the quantum realm suddenly went up. Half a month later, they successfully developed a portal connecting the quantum realm and the real world, and began to gradually transport materials to the quantum realm to build a base. Father Johnny, Natasha, this is the quantum realm. The Time Variance Authority has no jurisdiction here. You two are responsible for the expansion mission here. The quantum realm is vast, and the flow of time varies in each region. To prevent you from being eroded by the power of time, I grant you bodies of time. Don't resist. Chin Gillen brought Ghost Rider and Natasha to the quantum realm, looking at the gray and yellow world as he spoke to them. Yes, sir, Johnny and Natasha nodded. After following Chin Gillen for some time, they already understood the quantum realm well. Ding, power of time source 1, ding, power of time source 1, then, Chin Gillen tapped their foreheads, and the power of time source began to transform their bodies, quickly granting them time source bodies, allowing them to be immune to the erosion of time within the quantum realm. Sir, you are truly powerful. This power of time source can actually negate the power of time. The Time Variance Authority's greatest reliance is the time adjuster, slowing down time by 1,000 times, which is why we couldn't resist them. Now that we have the time source body, their time slowdown is ineffective. Perhaps we don't need to fear the Time Variance Authority anymore, Natasha said, sensing her own state. Natasha herself was just an ordinary person with superb combat skills. Facing Time Variance Authority members who were also ordinary people, without the constraint of time slowdown, she was confident she could kill many of them. After all, in the Deadpool and Wolverine movies, Deadpool relied on his own combat skills to kill countless Time Variance Authority members with just a sword. That's true, but they have numbers. A moment of carelessness could lead to their trap. Their weapons, once hit, will transport you to the end of time, where there is a super strong being. It's not yet time to confront the Time Variance Authority. Our current goal is to first gain a foothold in the quantum realm. Next, Zola will cooperate with you to expand the quantum realm territory, turning the quantum realm into our headquarters, an absolutely safe haven, Chin Gillen said, looking at them. Yes, sir, everyone responded in succession, including Natasha and Johnny. Under Chin Gillen's arrangement, they entered the quantum realm with Zola and others to establish a quantum realm base. However, Quicksilver, Wanda, and Zola Carter, as veterans who had followed Chin Gillen for a long time, would not be treated unfairly. Therefore, he first granted the 4 of them time source bodies. Ding, power of time source 4, with the time source bodies, the 6 of them, like Chin Gillen, could live forever and would not be eroded by the power of time in the quantum realm. They even had some resistance against the Time Variance Authority. As anyone who has seen Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania knows, the quantum realm is also very dangerous. Not only is the area vast, but there are also many indigenous people living there, and their technological level is also quite advanced. This includes Kong the Conqueror, as well as Hank Pym's wife, Janet, who are both in the quantum realm and are considered relatively well-known figures. Chin Gillen also wanted to see the quantum realm for himself. Therefore, he stored a lot of quantum suits and inter-realm communication devices in the system space, ready to venture into the quantum realm. However, to achieve inter-realm communication, someone had to guard the communication equipment at the base on Earth. Otherwise, if someone damaged the external equipment, those who entered would not be able to get out. Therefore, the quantum realm was entrusted to Ghost Rider Johnny and Natasha, while the external base was guarded by Quicksilver, Wanda, and Carter. Zola moved between the two realms, going wherever he was needed, but spending most of his time in the quantum realm doing research. When necessary, Quicksilver could also enter the quantum realm to assist them. Among the five, Johnny and Natasha could unleash power above the Skyfather level, but Quicksilver, Wanda, and Carter were relatively weaker in combat power. If they encountered a Skyfather level or higher powerhouse, they might fail. Therefore, Chen Gillen prepared to strengthen the three's combat power, starting with the space source power that could turn ordinary people into Captain Marvel. Ding, space source power 1, Chen Gillen first used a portion on Wanda. The power of space began to transform Wanda's body, expanding every cell in her body and increasing her energy storage. Buzz, however, to Chen Gillen's surprise, Wanda, after being transformed by the power of space, did not gain the ability to absorb light energy like Captain Marvel, but greatly expanded the energy storage of her chaos magic, instantly increasing her chaos magic storage. Oh my god, Linlin, I feel like my magic is endless. I can now do many things I couldn't do before. Thank you, darling, Wanda said happily, feeling her chaos magic as she looked at Chen Gillen. At this moment, in the eyes of Chen Gillen and others, Wanda was surrounded by a scarlet energy within a 5-meter radius, with chaos magic surging between her hands. Such magical energy has definitely surpassed the Wanda in the movie who possessed the Darkhold, especially since the current Wanda still doesn't know many spells, and her use of chaos magic is still relatively basic. If she really found the Darkhold, she would definitely surpass the Skyfather level. Haha, I didn't expect this body to reach the Skyfather level so quickly. It seems it's time for me to descend upon Earth. Just then, Wanda's eyes turned red, and her entire temperament suddenly changed, instantly transforming from a girl next door to a queen with power over the world. It turned out that the soul seed of Thawne, which was residing in Wanda, had awakened due to Wanda's increased strength, instantly taking control of Wanda's body. Damn it, Thawne really did something to Wanda. Chen Gillen sensed the change in Wanda's body and immediately knew that Thawne had taken control of Wanda after hearing her words. Haha, I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be Earthlings who know my name. You must have been the one who spawned my chaos seed, haha. To thank you, I will turn you into my slave, Thawne said with an evil smile, looking at Chen Gillen. Wanda, what's wrong? Who are you? Get out of Wanda's body, Quicksilver said worriedly, looking at Wanda. TSK, the genes in your body are not bad, barely qualified to become my slave, and you, Thawne looked at Quicksilver, then glanced at Carter and the others. You guys go first, leave this to me. I'll subdue her first, Chen Gillen said to Quicksilver and the others. Okay, sir, be careful, go. None of you can leave, Buzz. Soul of Zithorn, Quicksilver and Carter exchanged a look and prepared to leave at Chen Gillen's command, but Sidorak was unwilling, and vast chaos magic surged forth. Ding, chaos magic plus 100 WT, ding, chaos magic plus 100 WT. The moment Sidorak used his magic, Chen Gillen hugged him, and all the chaos magic was absorbed by the system. He couldn't help but smirk. How is this possible? You're actually immune to my chaos magic. Ah, let me go. Sidorak was shocked and tried to break free from Chen Gillen's grasp. It's okay, keep going. I can still handle it, Chen Gillen said with a sly smile. Ding, chaos magic plus 100 WT, ding, damn it, you care about this little girl, don't you? Since chaos magic is useless against you, then I'll devour her soul first, ding, pleasure tens, what is this ability? Ding, pleasure tens, my soul energy, ding, chaos magic plus 100 WT, ding, pleasure tens, Wanda, wake up, ding, pleasure tens. Lin, save me. Hearing that Sidorak wanted to absorb Wanda's soul, Chen Gillen became extremely anxious, not knowing how to help Wanda. But realizing that Sidorak had taken control of Wanda's body, he must have taken over Wanda's senses. Therefore, he decided to use the pleasure time to delay Sidorak's absorption. Hang on, I'll go find someone to help, Chen Gillen said, preparing to fly to Kamar Taj with Wanda in his arms to seek help from the Ancient One. After all, only magic can solve magic problems. Ding, pleasure tens, Lin, your ability is working. Her soul power can't condense. I fused with a lot of her pure soul power, however, as the pleasure time accumulated, Sidorak's soul power went out of control. Wanda, who had lost control of her body, was not affected by the pleasure time and directly absorbed Sidorak's out-of-control soul power, making her own soul even stronger. It turned out that the pleasure time absorbed by the system could not only affect the body, but also the soul, so that Sidorak's remnant soul, which controlled Wanda's body, was also affected. Ding, pleasure tans, Wanda, then take the opportunity to absorb his soul power. Okay, stop it, Lin, it's done. I've taken over the body, then quickly destroy him. My soul power is not enough to kill him, then can you expel him from the body? I can expel him from the body, but I can't forcibly separate him. It's enough to expel him from the body. Just expel him first, okay. As Sidorak's remnant soul became weaker and Wanda's soul became stronger, she gradually gained the upper hand, seized control of the body, but could not forcibly kill Sidorak, but could expel him from the body. Buzz, haha, so what if you expel part of me? You can't kill me. Now my remnant soul is connected to this girl's soul. We can only coexist, the exposed remnant soul of Sidorak said. Ding, Hellfire 100T, damn it, it's Hellfire, my remnant soul can't resist the burning of Hellfire. Boy, I've remembered you. Don't think you've won. I'll be back. As Chen Gillen released Hellfire, Sidorak's soul, which was expelled from the body, was burned by Hellfire, and its soul power greatly decreased, making it unable to resist Wanda's expulsion. It was burned away bit by Hellfire. In the end, Sidorak's soul disappeared. Wanda successfully controlled her body, and because she absorbed part of Sidorak's soul power, she became even stronger. Thank you, Lin. If it weren't for you, I would have been devoured by him, Wanda said, looking at Chen Gillen after successfully refining all of Sidorak's remnants. You're welcome. You're my wife, how could I let someone else control your body? By the way, Sidorak is a multiversal powerhouse. This is just his remnant soul. Your strength still needs to be strengthened, otherwise you will be in danger next time you encounter him, Chen Gillen said. Lin, don't worry too much. I absorbed part of his soul power, which contains a lot of magic, including soul condensation. In the future, as long as I condense my soul, I can use chaos magic to build a soul defense. Next time I encounter him, he may not be able to invade my soul, Wanda said. If that's the case, then I'll strengthen you a bit more, Chen Gillen nodded, but still thought of Wanda awakening the power of chaos through the Mind Stone in the original story. It seems that the power of the Mind Stone can also definitely improve Wanda's strength, so he tapped Wanda's forehead again. Ding, Mind Stone Power 1, instantly, the power of the Mind Stone was also transforming Wanda's body, increasing Wanda's magic transmission efficiency by more than 3 times, and making her more comfortable with using chaos magic. More importantly, with her absorbing the power of the Mind Stone, her mind immunity and mind control have been greatly improved. Coupled with her own powerful chaos magic and the absorbed spells, she might even be able to counter-kill Sidorak next time she encounters him. Great, I feel like I've become stronger again. Now magic is like my own hand. I can do whatever I want. Lin, you're really too good to me. Love you, Wanda said happily after absorbing the power of the Mind Stone. Immediately, she instantly absorbed all the overflowing magic energy into her body, conjured a scarlet wedding dress for herself, put on a scarlet crown, floated in front of Chen Gillen, and hugged Chen Gillen's waist. Cough cough. Wanda, are you okay? Quicksilver and others couldn't feel the movement inside, so they couldn't help but come back to check. Seeing the two hugging each other, and Wanda had returned to her previous temperament, he knew that Chen Gillen had solved it. Pietro, I'm fine, and my strength has become stronger, Wanda said with a smile. Well, now your magic energy has reached the peak of the Skyfather level, but your use of magic is very superficial, and you have few spells. A magic book may be useful to you, called the Darkhold. You can look for it when you have time, Chen Gillen said. If it was before, Chen Gillen would not dare to let Wanda look for the Darkhold. After all, the magic inside would erode people's hearts, make people's hearts dark, and be bewitched by Sidorak after cultivation. Now Wanda's magic energy and magic control have reached an unprecedented level, and because she has absorbed part of Sidorak's soul power, she already has a certain resistance to the erosion of the Darkhold and Sidorak's bewitchment. This means that Wanda can even arbitrarily absorb dark energy and black magic to strengthen herself without any impact on herself. For example, the Skyfather level Ancient One, who absorbs dark energy to prolong life, and Doctor Strange, who also uses the magic in the Darkhold, and eventually awakened the Eye of Agamotto. From this point, it is enough to see that if you want to become a powerful mage, dark energy and black magic are compulsory. After all, most white magic is auxiliary, and the art of attack and killing is still black magic. Quicksilver, by the way, your chaos magic comes from Thon, the ancient dark magic god, who is also the owner of the soul from earlier. The Darkhold also originates from him, and he intends to use chaos magic to replace you, so he can descend upon Earth and conquer it. Therefore, don't underestimate him. After you've learned the magic within the Darkhold and possess the ability to fight Thon, then find a way to kill him, Chen Gillen said earnestly to Wanda. Okay, I understand. Although I seem very powerful now, my magical application is only so-so. I will definitely work hard to improve myself, Wanda nodded. Alright, Pietro, your strength can also be improved. The Earth base can't rely solely on Wanda, Chen Gillen said, looking at Quicksilver. Okay, Quicksilver nodded. Ding, Spatial Source Power 1, Buzz Quicksilver's transformation was uneventful. After being modified by the Spatial Source Power, Quicksilver's body cells could also store a lot of energy. But to Chen Gillen's surprise, after Quicksilver awakened his energy storage ability, he didn't store light energy, but a unique power, the Speed Force. Ding, Mental Source Power 1, with the Speed Force, Quicksilver's speed suddenly increased more than tenfold. Especially after Chen Gillen endowed him with Mental Source Power, his energy transfer efficiency improved, and his speed increased threefold again. Not only that, but Quicksilver's physique also greatly improved, which made Chen Gillen envious. Pietro, why don't you run around the Earth once, Chen Gillen said to Quicksilver. Chen Gillen was certain that Quicksilver's running speed had already surpassed him, but he couldn't fly. Therefore, having also used Spatial Source Power and Mental Source Power, Chen Gillen's full speed flight definitely exceeded Quicksilver's. Okay, Master, whoosh. Quicksilver also wanted to test how much he had improved, so after receiving Chen Gillen's order, he disappeared without saying a word. But he quickly returned because he found that his combat suit couldn't withstand the high speed and disintegrated automatically. Master, my combat suit is no good. It can't withstand my high-speed movement. It broke after running for a short while, Quicksilver said, returning in a set of ordinary clothes. He didn't want to run around naked. Have Zola research a set for you. Oh, by the way, have him research a weapon that can be used at high speed, preferably a bladed one, Chen Gillen said after thinking for a moment. In fact, many people are curious as to why speedsters don't use weapons, because Earth has an atmosphere, and weapons are prone to friction and heat with the air at high speeds, which can damage them. If Quicksilver could have a weapon for use in a high-speed state, his combat power would be greatly improved. Okay, I'll go find the doctor now, Quicksilver said, disappearing in a flash. Peggy, don't pout. You'll get yours too, Chen Gillen said with a smile, tapping Carter's cute nose. Then, at the moment she revealed a happy smile, he tapped Carter's forehead. Ding, Spatial Source Power 1, instantly, a force of transformation swept over Carter. The surrounding energy frantically converged towards Carter, causing her whole body to emit white light. Buzz, in the end, Carter successfully transformed into the same ability as Captain Marvel. Not only was her body as hard as iron, but she also seemed to have endless energy and could travel freely in the universe. Ding, Mental Source Power 1, similarly, Carter, who had been transformed by mental power, also had her energy transfer efficiency increased threefold, allowing Carter, who had originally reached the sub-Skyfather level, to break through to the Skyfather level as well. Thus, the ground combat power was Wanda/U003E Quicksilver/U003E Carter, and the aerial combat power was Wanda/U003E Carter/U003E Quicksilver, all of whom had reached the Skyfather level of super strength. To Chen Gillen's dismay, Carter was also very excited after the transformation and wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Chen Gillen. To this end, Chen Gillen had to fight both of them alone, relying on the system to hold his own. Whoosh huff. After an unknown amount of time, Quicksilver, who had spent more than half a year in the quantum realm, returned and ran around the Earth once. He was wearing a unique silver combat suit, which looked very stylish. Master, the doctor has successfully developed my combat suit. It's enough for me to run at 300 times the speed of sound, But that's not my limit, it's the limit of this world. Because I found that when I continue to accelerate, time seems to flow backward. I didn't dare try, Quicksilver said excitedly to Chen Gillen. The extreme speed also made him extremely excited. Not bad, not bad. Your speed force is probably similar to the speed force of the neighboring DC universe. After the speed reaches a certain level, you can achieve time reversal or even time travel. But you'd better not try it, otherwise you may travel to other timelines and eventually be targeted by the Time Variance Authority, Chen Gillen nodded. No one cares about time travel in the DC universe, so the Flash can travel at will. But the Marvel universe doesn't allow it. Except for the Avengers' time travel, other people's time travel is illegal and will be targeted by the Time Variance Authority. Going to other times, Quicksilver alone might be taken to the end of time by the Time Variance Authority if he's not careful. Unlike this time, not to mention that Chen Gillen is covering him, the Time Variance Authority doesn't dare to blatantly arrest him, also because Quicksilver hasn't gone offline in this timeline. Okay, I understand, Quicksilver nodded. He had been arrested once before and was still frightened by the Time Variance Authority. Even with the Time Source body, he was still vulnerable to the light doors that could open at any time. By the way, let the doctor make a few sets of combat suits for Carter, plus an alloy shield. I'll leave the Earth base to you during this time. I'm going to take a look inside the quantum realm, Chen Gillen said, looking at Carter, then looking at Wanda and her brother. Yes, Master. The world inside the quantum realm is completely different from the outside world. Everything from plants and living beings to physical phenomena is dissimilar. Chen Gillen, intending to use the quantum realm as his base, had to personally scout it out to familiarize himself with the environment. It is said that the quantum realm is a node or hub of time and space. The Avengers used the quantum realm to travel through time in 2024. In other words, if Chen Gillen fully controlled the quantum realm and understood its characteristics, he could establish a force similar to the Time Variance Authority. Traveling to various timelines in the Marvel universe, and even entering the multiverse after it opens up, would not be a problem by utilizing the quantum realm. So this is the quantum realm. As expected, the celestial runes can't be used. The energy core can't link to the celestial universe, so I can't activate the celestial runes. As soon as Chen Gillen entered the quantum realm, he discovered that the energy core he had absorbed from the Eternals had no energy. It was as if a faucet had no water flowing out. He knew that he could not connect to the celestial race here. However, when he took out the Gungnir, he could still feel the divine power fluctuations inside, but it would decrease with each use. This meant that he also could not connect to the Asgardian universe, but these artifacts could store the corresponding divine power. Furthermore, the power of time, space, and even the mind could not be used here. Fortunately, his body, modified by the power of the Infinity Stones, still possessed corresponding abilities, allowing Chen Gillen to still have strength exceeding 10,000 tons, and his body could also absorb light energy from the quantum realm. This allowed him to fly in the quantum realm and exert power at the Skyfather level. Sir, you are right. The quantum realm is indeed very large. We simultaneously launched rapid reconnaissance aircraft in both directions, and as of now, they have been flying for 24 hours, covering a distance of 420,000 kilometers, and still see no end, Zola said, pointing to the data from the flight aircraft on the equipment after discovering Chen Gillen's arrival. Of course, this world is very large, many times larger than the area of Earth. However, there are also many natives here, and their technology is also quite good and completely different from ours. Be careful when you explore. Before our base is strong enough, don't let them know that we can freely enter and exit the outside world, otherwise it will cause no small trouble, Chen Gillen said. Speaking of which, the reconnaissance aircraft we launched did capture a lot of images of the natives, and some aircraft were attacked and disabled by native creatures, Zola said, opening various native images in the recording. Well, by the way, the native language system here is different. Find a way to make contact and then crack their language. This will also help us rule this world in the future. In addition, the research and development progress of the long-distance teleportation equipment must be accelerated, otherwise the expansion speed will be greatly affected, Chen Gillen said. Yes, sir. Afterward, Chen Gillen walked out of the newly built base in the quantum realm and saw the idle Ghost Rider and Natasha, who was constantly practicing anti-venom combat. "Sir, are you going out? Do you need me to accompany you?" Ghost Rider Johnny asked when he saw Chen Gillen. "No need, the base is still shallow. Stay here for now. Remember to notify me if you encounter enemies you can't defeat," Chen Gillen said. Now, the Black Emperor Legion's strongest point is communication. Connecting to the outside world is easy, and within the quantum realm, tens of thousands of miles are not a problem. "Okay, sir," after bidding farewell to Johnny, Chen Gillen flew in one direction. According to Zola's reconnaissance records, there were the most natives there. Buzz where Chen Gillen was also visiting the quantum realm for the first time, so he flew at a low altitude of about 100 meters above the ground, but he still encountered many strangely shaped native creatures attacking him, but they were all killed by the energy he casually emitted. Buzz were along the way, Chen Gillen killed many native creatures, all of which were types he had never seen before. Then he quickly came to a native settlement. He couldn't help but land on the land, walking on the ground, approaching the natives. Gwala Gwala, a humanoid creature, saw Chen Gillen, took a weapon similar to a bone knife, walked up to him, and said a lot of Gwala Gwala. "Red Queen, what is he saying?" Chen Gillen casually asked. He was wearing clothes made of nanoparticles that could link to the base's intelligence, so the Red Queen received Chen Gillen's question. No relevant data, but based on facial expressions and body language, it can be roughly inferred that he is asking who you are and what you are doing here, the Red Queen said. "I don't understand what you are saying. Is there anyone here who understands my language?" Chen Gillen tried to communicate. "Gwala Gwala," the native said a bunch of Gwala Gwala. Seeing that Chen Gillen didn't understand, he returned to the settlement and then said a few words to a group of people. "Red Queen, what are they saying? They are probably planning to drive you away." Chen Gillen looked at the living environment of the natives, which seemed very rundown. He was not interested in communicating with them. Before they could drive him away, he flew away. Gwala Gwala. However, the group of natives were surprised to see that Chen Gillen could fly, and they kept saying Gwala Gwala. A group of people were talking about it, but Chen Gillen had no interest in it. Gwala Gwala. Soon, Chen Gillen came to a slightly larger native settlement again. This place looked like a town. There were all kinds of natives, and even many people who looked almost like humans. But without exception, either their ears were very long, or their skin color was very strange. They were probably races from the depths of the universe, and they all seemed very rundown. Therefore, people like Chen Gillen, who were dressed cleanly and without any dust on their bodies, quickly attracted the attention of many people, but seeing that Chen Gillen's hands were empty, no one did anything to him. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. Chen Gillen saw several aircraft that looked like squid flying in the sky. Several people came down from them. The middle-aged man at the head actually looked no different from a normal human. Gwala Gwala. But at this moment, more than a dozen aircraft that looked like snails flew in the sky again. Before those aircraft landed, the natives on the ground fled frantically as if they had encountered bandits, driving up houses and running away. Only then did Chen Gillen realize that this was not a town market at all. It was actually a place where various spaceships gathered for trading, and those snail-like aircraft that flew in were really bandits. Whoosh boom, various laser weapons fired, various aircraft were shot down. The middle-aged man, who looked almost like a normal person, was about to return to his aircraft when it was blasted to pieces. He had no choice but to find a place to hide as the scene descended into chaos. Whoosh, ding, quantum energy plus 60T, Chen Gillen didn't hide like the natives, so he was quickly hit by one of the snail-shaped ships, but the energy was absorbed by the system. It was a type of quantum energy he had never heard of before. Whoosh. Chen Gillen had no intention of being a punching bag. He stretched out his fist and unleashed a burst of energy that struck the snail-shaped aircraft, instantly piercing through it. Gula Gula. Perhaps because Chen Gillen's counterattack had destroyed one of their aircraft, all the snail-shaped ships began firing quantum cannons at him. Whoosh, ding, quantum energy plus 60T, ding, quantum energy plus 60T, ding, whoosh. When the bandits attacked Chen Gillen, he retaliated. As a result, the bandits' aircraft attacks were absorbed by Chen Gillen, while his attacks could blow up their aircraft. Gwala Gwala. Eventually, all the snail-shaped aircraft were destroyed by Chen Gillen. All the fleeing natives looked at Chen Gillen in shock, their faces showing a sense of relief. When the middle-aged man saw Chen Gillen's face, his heart trembled. He knew that the other party might also be from above, so he got up and walked to Chen Gillen. Bala ba la? Gula gula? Hello? Chinese. The middle-aged man spoke several languages to Chen Gillen in succession, but Chen Gillen didn't respond. He couldn't help but try saying hello in Chinese, and Chen Gillen showed a surprised expression. Hello, my name is Eno. Are you Chinese? Eno said in his broken Chinese. Hello, you should also be from above, right? What is your nationality? Do you speak English? Chen Gillen communicated with Eno in English. Oh, I'm Canadian. This is great. You're the second human from Earth I've met. I'm really happy to meet you. What's your name? Eno said with a happy smile. My name is Chen Gillen, from China. You know other humans from Earth? Chen Gillen asked. Yes, but she tried all sorts of ways to go back, and I don't know where she is now. When did you get here? I just arrived and I'm not very familiar with this place. How long have you been here? I've been here for 10 years. Have you never tried to leave? Hee, I knew you would ask that, but once you enter here, you can't just leave whenever you want. I've tried many methods, but none of them worked. Later, I accepted life here. Bala ba la. Eno kept talking to Chen Gillen, mainly recounting his experiences after entering this place, then advising Chen Gillen not to think too much, and then talking about how good it was here. Brother, let's go, I'll take you to the city to play. That's where a strong person like you should live. As Eno spoke, he produced something that looked like a communicator. Is this a communicator? Yes, the technology here is completely different from the outside. You'll get used to it in the future. Soon, a manta ray-like aircraft arrived near the two of them. Eno took Chen Gillen onto the aircraft and flew in a certain direction. Brother Chen, let me tell you, ba la ba la. Yeah. Eno introduced the local customs, mainly that you could see all kinds of creatures, including various alien races from the depths of the universe. A strong person like him could have power in people here. There were all kinds of alien beauties. Chen Gillen was also curious about life in the quantum realm, so he let Eno arrange everything. He watched the aircraft enter a super-large canyon area, and various strange buildings appeared around them. Those buildings had various flashing lights, and various strange aircraft flew around. Eno took Chen Gillen to a place that looked like a bar and ordered several strange drinks. Chen Gillen also took a sip. The taste was very strange, and he didn't know how to describe it. But just as the two were talking and laughing, a person wrapped in a full bodysuit and wearing a gray hat rushed in. Eno, something bad happened. I encountered a strong person who wants to destroy the world. The person in the full bodysuit saw Chen Gillen next to Eno and stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. Jenny, it's okay. He's also from above. He just arrived and wants to go back too. Maybe you have something in common, Eno said, looking at the newcomer. You're also from above? How long have you been here? What era was it above before you came? Jenny heard Eno's words, took off her hood, revealing a head of white hair and fair skin. She looked like a woman in her 30s. I just arrived about a month ago. Before I came, it was 2012. By the way, what strong person were you talking about? Chen Gillen saw Jenny's face and showed a satisfied expression. He contacted the natives because he intentionally wanted to find Jenny. Of course, he wasn't looking for a wife for old Pim, but having seen the movie, he knew that Jenny was pretty good looking, and the Chow Chow genes in his body were a little awakened. 2012, it seems my hope has grown up. I didn't expect it to be 20 years outside. Jenny didn't answer Chen Gillen's words, but muttered to herself. By the way, I encountered a strong person who accidentally entered here using a multiverse transporter. His knowledge is very rich, and he will definitely build a technological empire here. We must organize forces to stop him, otherwise this place will be ruled by him. Jenny said, looking at the two of them. Is he stronger than me? Chen Gillen asked casually. Are you strong? Jenny looked at Chen Gillen in confusion. You can ask him, Chen Gillen pointed at Enno. What? You actually. Jenny knew that Enno was gay, so she couldn't help but show a shocked expression when she heard Chen Gillen's words. Jenny, it's not what you think. We met in the black market. We encountered the Audi Hunter group, and Brother Chen destroyed them. The scene at that time, Biela, Enno quickly interrupted Jenny's words. He didn't dare to joke with Chen Gillen, otherwise he couldn't withstand a single energy blast. Conqueror Chun, are you willing to join me in building a resistance? Hearing Enno's vivid description, Jenny knew that Chen Gillen was indeed very strong, so she looked at Chen Gillen seriously and asked. I can, but I have a request, Chen Gillen said. What request? Jenny asked. To be honest, from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. I don't know when I can get out of here, so during this time, I hope you can be with me, Chen Gillen looked at Jenny seriously. Chen, can you give me a few days to consider? Jenny avoided Chen Gillen's fiery gaze, and worried that he would directly refuse, so she said. No problem. The quantum realm has no concept of time. After the few people discussed it, they formed a gang called the Justice Gang. Then Chen Gillen followed Jenny and Enno to various tribes to build alliances. Gathering righteous people, Chen Gillen took action to suppress any unlawful indigenous people or rebellious forces, and when it was necessary to show strength, Chen Gillen also took action, putting the followers at ease. And the gang naturally honored Chen Gillen as the leader, and began to expand its power. Jenny finally saw how strong Enno described. Every time they encountered danger, Chen Gillen stood up, and all the difficulties were solved. At this moment, Jenny felt that relying on Chen Gillen could definitely defeat Kong the Conqueror. Under Chen Gillen's careful care, she also developed a good impression of Chen Gillen, and finally agreed to Chen Gillen's request. In the Ant-Man 3 plot, Jenny admitted that she was with someone else in the quantum realm, but now it has become the protagonist. ******** ding, pleasure +1, AOS. In the following days, Chen Gillen completely conquered Jenny with the help of the system, and the gang's power became greater and greater. Jenny began to organize an attack on Kong the Conqueror's base. Before the Justice Gang arrived at the base, Kong the Conqueror had already received the news and sent a large number of robots to wait for Jenny and others to come. Jenny, I knew you would come back. Only I can take you back. Now I'll give you a chance. As long as you restore the spaceship's energy core to its original state, my previous promises will still be valid. Kong the Conqueror flew in mid-air, looking down at Jenny in the crowd. He didn't pay any attention to the group of natives behind Jenny. He had repaired his super armor, and it seemed that only Jenny could catch his eye. Indeed, in the original work, Jenny also organized a battle against Kong the Conqueror, but it ended in failure. In the end, she fled everywhere to avoid being found by Kong the Conqueror. Because many tribes participated in that battle, the quantum realm gained a notorious Conqueror's Legion, which made the natives miserable. This is why in Ant-Man 3, when Scott asked about Jenny, those natives were as frightened as birds, and were too scared to help him. Kong, your conspiracy will not succeed, and you will not be able to get out. We are here to end you, Jenny said, looking at Kong the Conqueror. End me? With this rabble? Kong the Conqueror laughed when he looked at the group of slovenly dressed natives. To end you, I alone am enough. Strength based on technology is not to be feared. Chen Gillen was not interested in continuing to listen to the two of them arguing, so he pulled Jenny behind him and said. His original goal was to conquer the entire quantum realm, and as the current or future overlord of the quantum realm, Kong the Conqueror, he would encounter him sooner or later, so he might as well kill him as soon as possible. Not to be feared? You? Kong the Conqueror originally wanted to mock Chen Gillen a few words, but before he could continue speaking, Chen Gillen launched an energy attack, but Kong didn't pay any attention to it, and casually created an energy shield, thinking he could block Chen Gillen's attack. Ping crash. What Kong didn't expect was that his energy shield was instantly shattered, and the powerful energy blasted him away. How is that possible? You can actually emit such a powerful energy attack with your bare hands. Who are you? Kong said, looking at Chen Gillen seriously for the first time after getting up. The one who will end you. Chen Gillen didn't continue to talk nonsense with Kong, and his figure quickly flew towards Kong, extremely fast. Even if Kong created another all-round energy shield, it was useless. Boom crash instantly, Kang's strongest protective measures were shattered without lasting even a second, and he was blasted away by Chen Gillen with a punch after getting close. Cough cough, Kong the Conqueror was a little dazed, because he had fought in countless worlds and had never seen a strong man like Chen Gillen, but Chen Gillen had no intention of talking nonsense with him, and went up and punched him away again. Boom, kill, seeing Chen Gillen knock Kong the Conqueror to the ground 3 times, the atmosphere among the gang members behind him reached a climax, so she unhesitatingly issued an attack order. However, they were not killing Kong the Conqueror, but the technological empire robots established by Kong the Conqueror, leaving Kong the Conqueror to Chen Gillen. I am Kong, I have fought in countless worlds, I cannot fail, you die for me. Ha! Kong the Conqueror's armor was indeed good. He didn't suffer any damage from Chen Gillen's 2 attacks. Instead, it angered Kong. After getting up, he turned blue, his body surged with energy, and he emitted 2 blue beams of light at Chen Gillen. Shoo, ding, quantum energy plus 100 T, ding, Chen. Jenny didn't expect Chen Gillen to not dodge Kong the Conqueror's energy attack, so she shouted, but Chen Gillen gave her a smile, and continued to approach Kong the Conqueror while enduring Kong the Conqueror's energy attack. Impossible, my attack can't break through the defense. Increase the power. Kong the Conqueror looked at Chen Gillen, who was approaching him step by step, with an unbelievable expression, and couldn't help but increase the output power of his armor. Ding, quantum energy plus 1000 T, ding, however, Chen Gillen was still unscathed, and stopped in front of him while enduring Kong the Conqueror's attack, looking at the furious and astonished Kong the Conqueror with interest. You absorbed my energy? Kong the Conqueror finally discovered that the energy hitting Chen Gillen was like hitting a black hole, and he looked at Chen Gillen in surprise. What do you think? Ding, quantum energy 6200 T, boom I'm sorry, I have a husband. Outside were. Chen Gillen grinned, then instantly appeared in front of Kong the Conqueror, concentrating all the energy Kong had unleashed earlier, and with one punch, sent Kong flying, smashing through several buildings. Puff, cough cough, in the ruins, Kong the Conqueror struggled to get up. He didn't expect Chen Gillen's speed to be so fast. He was blasted away before he could even see him clearly. Moreover, the energy that erupted was so high that it directly inflicted severe injuries on him this time. At this moment, Kong the Conqueror looked very disheveled, his armor was badly damaged, and there were many wounds on his face and body, but his expression still revealed madness. I am Kong. Even if you kill one of me, there are still thousands upon thousands of me. Looking at Chen Gillen coming towards him, Kong knew that he had been completely defeated, so he said unwillingly. You are just the most failed one among them, that's why you were exiled. I know you have many variants. As long as they encounter me, I will send them to see you, Chen Gillen said, taking out the Gungnir and directly piercing Kang's head. Sure, instantly, Kang's head was pierced through, his limbs twitched twice, and then he stopped moving. Jenny walked over. Seeing the dead Kong on the ground, the heart that was hanging finally let go. Chen Gillen took the opportunity to hug Jenny, giving her a warm embrace. At the Time Variance Authority, when Mobius was judging Loki, he introduced Loki to his original destiny, but found that the picture was pixelated. Mobius, who encountered this situation for the first time, found the judge and others. In the end, after discussing it, the group temporarily did not judge Loki, but since Loki was brought to the Time Variance Authority, the timeline branches became more and more numerous, and the Time Variance Authority personnel died frequently. After they found out, they discovered that a female Loki knew of the existence of the Time Variance Authority, stole their equipment, used the Doomsday Timeline to avoid the Time Variance Authority's pursuit, and even began to hunt down the Time Variance Authority's people. Chen Gillen was already enough of a headache for them, but now a female Loki appeared, and she kept causing them trouble, which made them very troubled. So, they thought of the Loki they had just caught and wanted to use this Loki to capture the female Loki, but they underestimated this god of mischief, and instead, Loki took the opportunity to escape. Then, Loki was targeted by the female Loki again, and the two began a love-hate relationship that lasted for a long time. In the end, the female Loki accepted Loki and took Loki to hide from the Time Variance Authority's pursuit in various doomsday timelines. This hiding lasted for several years. In the quantum realm, after Kang died, at the suggestion of Jenny and others, Kang's base was taken over and turned into the headquarters of the Justice League, becoming a superforce in the nearby area. In this way, Chen Gillen and Jenny stayed in the quantum realm for several years, and half a month passed in the outside world. Chen Gillen planned to go back for a while first. After all, even cultivated wasteland will be overgrown with weeds if it is not cultivated for a long time, so he had to go back. Chen, are you really going? Jenny asked, hugging Chen Gillen in her pajamas. Jenny, I am also very happy to be with you, but I know, I often see you in a daze. I know, you have something on your mind, you care about the above, there must be someone you care about above, Chen Gillen said gently, looking at Jenny. Chen, I'm sorry, actually I have a husband and a daughter above. I came down when my daughter was 3 years old. Now that so many years have passed, she must have grown up. Every time I think of my daughter, I feel very anxious, I'm sorry. I didn't intentionally hide it from you, Jenny said, looking at Chen Gillen. Jenny, I don't blame you. Actually, I also have women outside, so, whether for you or for me, I must find a way out, Chen Gillen said. Chen, let's study the spaceship left by Kang together. As long as we repair it, we can use it to go out, Jenny remembered something and then said. I know Kang's spaceship. It can indeed go out, but it needs a coordinate outside, otherwise it may enter other universes or other dimensions. I don't want to use it to go back unless it is absolutely necessary, because there are too many uncertainties and the risk is too high. How about this, anyway, I can't repair the spaceship. You stay and repair the spaceship, and I will look for a way out. In this way, if we both work hard, we will definitely find a way out, Chen Gillen said. Okay, but we have to set a deadline, 10 years, no matter what the result, we must meet once, Jenny looked at Chen Gillen seriously. She really fell in love with Chen Gillen during the past few years of getting along. But the time flow rate is different in some places here, I have a time flow rate table here, based on the time here, okay, then let's do it again, yeah. In the end, after satisfying Jenny, Chen Gillen flew away in Jenny's reluctant eyes. He disappeared into the sky with a few accelerations, and soon returned to the base built by Zola. At this time, the base was no longer the small base it used to be. The area had long since expanded from several hundred square meters to tens of thousands of square meters, coupled with the super energy shield, it had become a giant city. Welcome City Lord's return. As soon as Chen Gillen approached, Red Queen created a virtual projection in mid-air to express welcome, and Zola and others also received Red Queen's reminder and came out to greet him. Sir, you are back. Do you need me to report to you about the situation in the past 5 years? Zola said when he saw Chen Gillen return. Yes, tell me. After Chen Gillen and the others stood firm, the metal floor under their feet automatically took off, carrying them towards the central palace. In the past 5 years, the construction of our base headquarters has expanded from 300 square meters to 50,000 square meters, plus a base with an area of 1,000 square meters every 10,000 kilometers in 4 directions. Currently, there are only 4 branch bases. In terms of technology updates, we have successfully mastered the energy usage method of this world, which is quantum energy. The quantum energy here is endless, and the usage efficiency is more than 5 times higher than nuclear energy and electricity, so the energy sector has been completely replaced by quantum energy. In addition, through quantum technology, the quantum transmission function has been realized. As long as it is within the base signal map range, quantum transmission can be realized, whether it is material transmission or troop transportation, it is very fast. You are finally here. In addition, all weapons have abandoned traditional laser cannons and have been replaced with more powerful and faster quantum cannons. Finally, the vibranium, URU god metal, and adamantium alloy that you left behind, sir, have all been used up. Now, apart from the more important core components being made of these 3 god-level materials, the rest are alloys I've researched. Their performance is inferior to the 3 god metals, Zola reported. Zola himself is a technology fanatic, with a great obsession with technological research. His initial desire for immortality was also to continue developing various technological weapons. Now, Chen Gillen has not only resurrected him but also granted him powerful strength, infinite life, and a broad platform, leaving him with no rebellious thoughts. Well, not bad, keep up the good work. I'll take care of the God Metal issue, but my ability is only useful on Earth, so I'll have to trouble you to get it in. Also, give me some teleportation devices and some of the latest research and development on gunboats, Chen Gillen said. Yes, sir. After saying goodbye to Zola, Chen Gillen chatted with the Ghost Rider for a while, then found Natasha to comfort her, and finally opened the Quantum Realm's portal to Earth and entered Earth. During the time Chen Gillen was in the Quantum Realm, some things also happened on Earth. First, Scott was successfully schemed against by Old Pym and put on the Ant-Man suit. Then the plot of Ant-Man 1 unfolded, and Scott began his days with ants. At the same time, Captain America met Falcon while jogging in the park. Coincidentally, the Avengers were short of manpower, so they invited Falcon to join the Avengers. Coincidentally, Old Pym had something in a dilapidated house, but Stark had built the Avengers base there. Therefore, in order to test Scott's training results, Old Pym asked Scott to go to the Avengers base to get that thing. As in the original story, Scott played tricks on Falcon and got what Old Pym wanted, successfully impressing Old Pym and his daughter. Next, Scott and his thief buddies conspired to break into Darren's quantum technology company, a former student of Old Pym, to find the Yellow Jacket suit, but Darren saw through them. After Chen Gillen came out, Scott and Darren were already fighting at home. As a result, Darren was knocked into the light bulb and almost electrocuted to death. At the same time, the TV news frequently reported multiple incidents of human-shaped bombs. Iron Man's bodyguard Happy was bombed and hospitalized. Iron Man clamored in front of the media that the perpetrators would pay the price and revealed his home address. After Chen Gillen came out, only Quicksilver was at the base. Wanda seemed to have gone to find the Darkhold. Because there were quantum teleporters and Wanda's magic was also very strong, the others weren't too worried about Wanda's safety. So, Chen Gillen found Carter, and the two lived like husband and wife at home. Seeing the scene of Iron Man clamoring on TV, he knew that the plot of Iron Man 3 had begun. Chen Gillen remembered the Extremis virus and the Ten Rings gang leader actor created by Killian. The Extremis virus could give ordinary people the ability to generate high temperatures, but he wasn't interested in it. However, the Ten Rings gang leader actor attracted the attention of the Ten Rings gang, and eventually entered Ta Lo village. Chen Gillen, who had long been thinking about the Ten Rings, gave Carter a task, to pay attention to one Wu of the Ten Rings gang, find the 10 rings, and then hand them over to Chen Gillen, in order to find a way to crack the Celestials' immature state. And Carter, who had a task, immediately took action. After all, she used to be a soldier, and she was good at both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and she was very attentive to this task. Carter was a decisive person, so she didn't engage in any sentimental affairs with Chen Gillen, forcing Chen Gillen to find Aunt May, who was almost a resentful woman. Knock knock. Since the Battle of New York, Chen Gillen hadn't come to see Aunt May, so much so that Aunt May once thought Chen Gillen didn't want her anymore. Her resentment was extremely high, and she vented it all on Peter Parker. Uncle Chen, you're finally here, woo-woo. It was Peter Parker, who was already a year older, who opened the door. The moment he saw Chen Gillen, he couldn't help but cry. Cry, cry, all you know is to cry. Have you finished your homework? Does my whip not hurt enough? Hearing Peter Parker's voice, Aunt May walked out of the room with a whip in her hand. May, do you usually treat Peter like this? Look how scared you've made the child. Chen Gillen stroked Peter Parker's head, who had grown taller, and looked at Aunt May and said, Ah, Chen. You're here. This. You sit down first, I'll go change my clothes. When Aunt May saw Chen Gillen, the angry expression on her face instantly turned into shyness. Afraid that Chen Gillen would dislike her for not dressing up, she ran back to the room to dress up. Peter, does your Aunt May usually scold you often? Yes, Uncle Chen, woo-woo, she tells me to do my homework every day. I'm already in the 6th grade, and I've already finished my homework. I become the best student in our class, but Aunt May still scolds me every day, woo-woo, Peter Parker cried with grievance. It's all Uncle's fault, I don't have much time to spend with her. How about this, how about Uncle taking you to the amusement park tomorrow? Okay, thank you, Uncle Chen. Okay, you go play, I'll go see what your Aunt May is doing. After sending Peter Parker away, Chen Gillen slowly came to Aunt May's room and locked the door. Aunt May couldn't help but feel a little flustered and expectant when she saw this. Ah, Chen, how did you get in here, May? You're still so beautiful. Humph, you liar, I don't believe your nonsense. You haven't come to see me for months. I've been busy. Yes, you're a busy man, busy saving the Earth. At this time, Peter Parker felt that he finally didn't have to worry anymore. After all, Aunt May, who had become a resentful woman, was too scary. She would take it out on him at every turn, and he really had unspeakable suffering. Only when Uncle Chen is here is he the most free. 2.5 hours later, Chen Gillen and Aunt May took Peter Parker out. They ate, drank, and had fun, and the family had a great time. Peter Parker felt that this was the happiest time he had had in a while. Uncle Chen was really a good person and bought him a lot of toys that he wanted but hadn't bought. Crash after spending a day with Peter Parker and Aunt May, but just as the three of them were strolling past a residential area in the evening, a giant cartoon bouncy car burst out of someone's house and smashed into a car on the side of the road. Beep beep beep, the cars on the street emitted various alarms, and everyone looked towards the house, faintly hearing the commotion inside, as well as a little girl's cry. May, take Peter back first, I'll go take a look, Chen Gillen said to Aunt May. Okay, then be careful, Aunt May nodded. Subsequently, Aunt May left with Peter Parker, while Chen Gillen leaped into the house and saw a very delicate little girl. What's your name? What happened to your family? Chen Gillen asked the little girl hiding in the corner. My name is Cassie, my dad is fighting bad guys, can you help my dad, the little girl said, pointing to the toy table in the hall. Buzz chirp, at this time, on the toy table in the hall, two ant-sized figures were fighting, one of whom, a yellow figure, occasionally launched electric shock attacks. Buzz, hey, buddy, can you please take Cassie away? It's dangerous here, Scott changed back to normal size, taking the time to say to Chen Gillen. Buzz, however, just as he finished speaking, Darren, wearing the wasp armor, flew towards Cassie, but to everyone's surprise, Chen Gillen, who was next to Cassie, suddenly took action and grabbed Darren in his hand. Buzz with a forceful squeeze from Chen Gillen, the ant-sized Darren was directly crushed to death, and blood splattered on Cassie's face, causing both father and daughter to open their mouths wide. Your mosquito is really big, it actually sucked so much blood, sorry, let me wipe it for you, Chen Gillen said apologetically, then took out a wet wipe from somewhere and gently wiped the bloodstains on the little girl's face. Mosquito? Scott didn't expect the other party to mistake Darren, who was wearing the wasp armor, for a mosquito, and even crush him to death directly, leaving him speechless for a moment. After all, he and Darren had fought for a long time without being able to do anything to him, and even had a bit of trouble defeating him, but he didn't expect to be crushed to death by someone who suddenly appeared. Uncle, you're so awesome. You killed the big bad guy. Thumbs up, Cassie showed a sweet smile and gave Chen Gillen a thumbs up. Cassie is also very brave. Well, Uncle has to go now, friend, thank you, bye-bye. After saying goodbye to Scott and his daughter, Chen Gillen returned to Aunt May's house, eating Aunt May's newly learned Chinese stir-fry, green pepper pork, and together they watched the stars outside at night, which was very beautiful. In the next half year, apart from the Iron Man 3 plot, nothing major happened. After spending more than half a month with Aunt May, Chen Gillen still felt a little tired of it. So, he returned to the base, ready to study the divine power source of the Eternal Spear and the Destroyer armor, as well as the energy storage problem. Chen Gillen wanted to use these artifacts to unlock the secrets of obtaining divine power, so as to obtain infinite divine power to strengthen himself. However, his body had been transformed by the power of the Space Stone's origin and could not accommodate divine power, but he had a system that could infinitely store divine power, so he only needed to create a divine power excitation device to use these artifacts to attack himself, so that the system could absorb it. To this end, Chen Gillen activated the God-level technology rune, enhanced his superintelligence, and constantly studied the Destroyer armor's divine patterns, repairing the divine power core. Ding, divine power plus 0.1 T, ding, divine power plus 1 ton, ding, divine power plus 10 T. As Chen Gillen continued to study, he finally cracked the mystery of the divine patterns, repaired part of the divine power core, and successfully used the Destroyer armor's divine patterns and divine power core to absorb the divine power of the Asgardian universe. Ding, mental power 100T, plus 99, ding, divine power plus 100T, plus 99. In the end, Chingillan completely cracked the destroyer armor and put it on, using infinite mental power to stimulate the armor, so as to absorb the corresponding divine power, but the destroyer armor's output power was limited. At most it could only absorb 100T of divine power per second, but this was enough to make him ecstatic. Not bad, cracking the destroyer armor and exchanging infinite mental power for divine power. It's worth it, Chingillan said. The energy released by the system was under his control, whether it was magic or divine power. When he released enough divine power, even destroying a galaxy with one blow would be no problem. After all, divine power is not like cosmic energy or kinetic energy, which has a relatively single attack. Divine power can be regarded as a jack of all trades, and can be used in any way you want. So, Chingillan took out the Eternal Spear again to prepare for research, but just as he was about to study it, he found that the Eternal Spear was transmitting some kind of power. Wanting to break free and fly away, he couldn't help but look at the sky. Thief, return my Eternal Spear and armor. Odin's projection appeared in the high sky, and the power transmitted by the Eternal Spear became even greater, only the cracked destroyer armor had no reaction, constantly transmitting divine power to Chingillan. Eternal Spear, no one can use it except me. Ding, divine power 100 WT. Chingillan, who had absorbed millions of divine power after several hours, also learned from Odin and cast a curse on the Eternal Spear, and the Eternal Spear suddenly became quiet. Damn it, I lost control of the Eternal Spear. Thief, how dare you take my divine spear? Odin looked at the Eternal Spear in Chingillan's hand, but found that he couldn't feel it, and couldn't help but be furious. The reason why Odin had a connection with the Eternal Spear was indeed because of the curse, which probably used 10 WT of divine power to perform the curse, and only the Asgardian royal family could use it. Now Chingillan used 100 WT of divine power to curse, not only using 10 WT of divine power to crack Odin's curse, but also blessed 90 WT of divine power to recurse. If Odin wants to regain control of the Eternal Spear, he must consume 90 WT of divine power to crack the curse, and then re-bless the curse, but the premise is to hold it in his hand, otherwise the consumption of cursing from the air will be greater and immeasurable. Odin, I didn't want to cause you trouble, but since you're courting death yourself, then don't blame me, Chingillan sneered. Thief, come on, my godly court's million-strong army will surely kill you. Odin still thought that Chingillan at this time was the same Chingillan as before, and couldn't help but sneer. Humph, ding, space power 10 WT. Chingillan didn't continue to talk nonsense, consumed 10 WT of space power to open a door behind him, and his figure instantly disappeared into it. Odin, it's the power of the original stone, damn it, full city alert. Odin panicked when he saw Chingillan really disappear, and immediately ordered a full city alert. However, while the Asgardian army was on full alert, Chingillan appeared in Asgard's vault and immediately saw the Infinity Gauntlet on the right hand. This gauntlet seems to be fake, doesn't look like it? Never mind, take it away first. Chingillan picked up the Infinity Gauntlet and checked it over, eventually putting it into his system space. Hela said it was a fake in the movie, but Chingillan thought it must be real. First of all, Odin had plans to collect the Infinity Stones, so he created the Infinity Gauntlet. Only after he got the Space Stone did he realize that many people in the universe coveted the Infinity Stones. In order to prevent Asgard from falling into crisis, he threw the Tesseract on Earth. Is this the Eternal Flame? Not bad, absorb it. Ding, Eternal Flame source detected, absorb? Yes ding, congratulations on obtaining Eternal Flame plus Infinity. The Eternal Flame burning in the brazier is the source of the Eternal Flame, and it will never be extinguished. As one of Marvel's few god-level flames, the Eternal Flame has the effect of resurrecting the dead for its own use, has extremely high temperature, and can also enhance personal combat power. After absorbing the Eternal Flame, Chingillan looked at Surtur's skull again, which could be used to resurrect Surtur and summon the Twilight Sword to destroy Asgard. However, Chingillan didn't want to destroy Asgard yet, so he put it into the system space, and then looked at other treasures, the Orb of Agamotto. It is said that the Orb of Agamotto is a magical artifact passed down from generation to generation by the Sorcerer Supreme, which can predict some future events and detect the source of danger in magic. But somehow it fell into Odin's hands. Odin also used it to see the ending of Ragnarok, so he was eager to train Thor. After Chingillan put it into the system space, he looked at a stone tablet, the Tablet of Life. The Tablet of Life also came from Earth, from the disappeared Atlantis civilization, recording the life equation of biological evolution, which can allow any life to evolve to the highest level of life. However, the movie didn't go into details, and no one knows if its equation is useful. Chen Gillen looked at it and found that he couldn't understand it, so he thought about putting it into the system space. The last item is the Eye of the Warlock, also an artifact of the Sorcerer Supreme, which can be used to dispel all illusions, falsehoods, darkness, and use it to fight against any evil. Boom! After taking away Odin's vault, Chen Gillen came to the place where Hela resurrected the dead and saw countless corpses, including the corpse of a giant wolf. Resurrect, my undead army, ding, eternal flame 100 WT hiss, drink. As Chen Gillen released a large amount of eternal flame, countless undead were resurrected, including a giant wolf named Fenrir. Go out, kill and destroy Asgard, drink. With Chen Gillen's order, all the undead rushed out of the altar and soon came to the ground, fighting with the Asgardian army. Oh my god, where did these undead come from? Kill them all, Northern God Realm, immortal, kill. Soon, Asgard fell into chaos, and Odin received the news as soon as possible. After thinking about it carefully, he knew the origin of these undead. Not good, that thief went to the vault. Thor, take people to destroy those undead, I'll meet that thief. Odin said. Yes, father, Sif, you follow me to kill, yes. Thor said and led the immortal palace warriors to kill those undead, but Odin ran to the vault, but before he arrived, a fiery red figure rose from the ground. Damn it, he actually resurrected Surtur. Odin was furious when he saw that a large part of his palace was instantly destroyed. Kill! Surtur's resurrected figure was hundreds of meters tall, holding a giant sword in his hand, constantly destroying Asgard's buildings. The Asgardian army was useless at all. No, it can't be allowed to continue destroying, otherwise Asgard will be finished. Seeing this, Odin had to stop and kill Surtur. At the same time, Thor also led the immortal palace warriors to fight the undead army back steadily, and even fought the giant wolf alone without falling behind, and was about to kill it with an axe. Buzz boom Thor, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the giant wolf and punched Thor away. Seeing this, the immortal palace warriors did not hesitate to kill Chen Gillen. Ding, divine power 1000 T Rulai divine palm, boom puff. Chen Gillen used divine power to condense a huge palm, instantly blasting the 5 immortal palace warriors away, one by one vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Yo, this girl looks good. Chen Gillen's eyes lit up when he saw the fallen Sif. Sif was originally arranged by Odin to be Thor's princess, so her appearance is naturally not bad, much better than in the movie. She not only has the heroism of a female warrior, but also the unique temperament of a god. Buzz, at this moment, the storm axe that had fallen to the ground floated up and flew towards Thor. Chen Gillen's figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! Chen Gillen, who suddenly appeared, grabbed the flying storm axe. Remove curse, ding, divine power 10W. The storm axe was cursed by Odin, it was extremely heavy. Chen Gillen consumed 10W divine power to forcibly erase the curse. Thor was anxious. Give me back my axe. Thor said and rushed towards Chen Gillen, his eyes turned white, lightning all the way, jumped up, and punched. Boom crack ding, electricity plus 1000 T. However, Thor, who was so powerful, was kicked away by Chen Gillen. The lightning hit him was useless at all, but was absorbed by him. What's your axe? It's obviously my axe. Chen Gillen said and put the storm axe into the system space. No, that's my axe, you robber, not only robbed my hammer, but also robbed my axe. Thor was angry and killed Chen Gillen again. Boom whoosh! Unfortunately, he was still kicked away by Chen Gillen, but Odin's figure appeared in time, caught Thor, and used his huge divine power to transform a spear and stab Chen Gillen. Boom ding, kinetic energy plus 10,000 ding, divine power attack plus 20,000. Chen Gillen punched out and shattered the spear transformed by Odin. The powerful energy fluctuations raged, knocking everyone to the ground. Only Chen Gillen and Odin were left standing. Father missing mode. As expected of Odin, he actually dealt with Surtur. Chen Gillen looked up and didn't see the figure of the fire giant Surtur, presumably he was dealt with by Odin. Surtur's strength is related to the amount of eternal flame that resurrected him. In the movie, Loki put the crown into the fire basin, absorbing all the eternal flame to make Surtur incredibly powerful enough to destroy Asgard. The current Surtur only absorbed a small portion of the eternal flame, his strength is average, it is reasonable for Odin to take him down. Earthboy, do you really want to provoke a war between Earth and the god race? Odin looked at Chen Gillen coldly. Odin, you old fart, don't say it so righteously, your god realm can freely enter and exit Earth. Why can't we Earthlings come to your god realm? Chen Gillen said without showing any weakness. Without using weapons, their full strength strikes were evenly matched. If he used weapons and system abilities, Odin might not be his opponent. However, Odin is, after all, a veteran peak powerhouse at the Heavenly Father level, his methods are unknown, Chen Gillen didn't know if he could defeat him. But look at what you've done. Thousands of our god race members have died, a large number of buildings have been destroyed, you have to pay the price for everything you've done. Odin pointed to the destroyed buildings and the clansmen killed by the undead. Oh? So what, if you can beat me, then come on, courting death. Without another word, Odin attacked again, and Chen Gillen did not show any weakness. The two flew into the air and constantly attacked each other, and energy continued to erupt. Boom boom. However, Chen Gillen could absorb Odin's energy attacks, but Odin could only defend against his attacks, plus Chen Gillen's physical defense was even stronger than the god race like Odin because of the space origin power transformation. Bang, they fought for a whole day. Chen Gillen became more and more excited, but Odin became more and more aggrieved. If their physical qualities weren't so strong, one of them would have been defeated long ago. Father, I'll help you. Thor, who had recovered after resting for half a day, took the Immortal Palace Warrior's warblade and charged towards Chen Gillen on a winged horse. Courting death, Thor, get out of the way. Seeing Thor preparing to join the battle, Chen Gillen sneered, and released all the divine power attacks he had previously absorbed from Odin towards their location. Ding, divine power attack 1 billion, bang, just when Chen Gillen thought Odin and his son would be killed by such a powerful divine power attack, a giant finger suddenly appeared above them, not only blocking Chen Gillen's attack, but also poking towards Chen Gillen. Ding, kinetic energy plus 100 billion, ding, divine power law plus 1 billion, ding, divine power attack plus 10 billion, whoosh. Chen Gillen's system absorbed the huge kinetic energy and divine power law carried by the giant finger, causing the finger to pause, but in less than 0.01 s, the giant finger applied a powerful force again. Ding, kinetic energy 100 billion, ding, divine power law 1 billion, ding, divine power attack 10 billion, boom. Chen Gillen had to release all the energy he had absorbed before to resist the power of the giant finger. The powerful energy erupted, directly shattering Asgard under his feet. Where the bursting energy even blew Odin away, not to mention others, but the giant finger was still pressing down on Chen Gillen, until it penetrated Asgard. Buzz, ding, space power 1000 T, below Asgard was endless void. After the law power Chen Gillen absorbed was exhausted, the remaining power of the giant finger also disappeared. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and used space power to teleport randomly, arriving at an unknown planet. What the hell, that's too scary, what is that? Damn, that finger must have come from a super powerhouse in the god race dimension. That law attack, is it a unique method of cosmic level powerhouses or above? If it weren't for the system, I would have been crushed into, Chen Gillen said with lingering fear. If he hadn't released the absorbed energy, giving him the conditions to escape, he might have been crushed to death. In the movie, doesn't Asgard have no backers? What the hell is this? Chen Gillen recalled the movie plot. But on closer inspection, it's not unreasonable. In the movie, Asgard was destroyed because of Hela, and Hela is Odin's daughter, and also belongs to the god realm. Surtur was also released by the two brothers Thor and Loki, so Ragnarok should belong to the internal strife of the god race. Now that he, an outsider, wants to destroy Asgard, the powerhouses of the god race dimension can't stand it anymore, it's not unreasonable to take action to rectify it. But thinking that the divine power attack from just one finger of the other party is as high as 10 billion, it's not necessary to think about how terrifying the power they can control is. According to the divine power provided by the destroyer armor, it would take at least more than 3 years to absorb to 10 billion, this is just a casual blow from others, not to mention the 1 billion laws, maybe even more powerful. It seems that the progress of absorbing divine power needs to be put on the agenda. The destroyer armor can provide 100 T per second. If you add the Eternal Spear and Storm Axe, plus Thor's hammer, it should be at least 400 T/second, but it's estimated that it's still not possible to fight against the owner of that finger. Forget it, let's go back to Earth first. Chen Gillen shook the thoughts in his head, then used space power to open a space door and walked in, and soon returned to Earth. Earth has a young celestial. Powerhouses beyond the current dimension will not attack Earth. After all, the celestial race is also considered a relatively powerful race in the universe. If they accidentally destroy Earth and cause the young celestial to die, it will definitely provoke the celestial race. Is that Earthling dead? What was going on just now? He must be dead. Didn't you see that the God Realm was punched through? Too strong. I didn't expect our God Realm to have such a powerhouse. In Asgard, many of the god race saw that giant finger, and after the smoke cleared, they all looked at the hole leading directly to the void below. Even if Chen Gillen didn't die, he would definitely not be well. Father, is that Earthling dead? Thor asked. I don't know. Who was the person who shot just now? Your grandfather. My grandfather is so powerful. That's great, Thor. It's time to teach you the exclusive skill of the God Realm King. What skill? Thinking about dad mode. In the movie, when Thor faces enemies he can't beat, he will enter the thinking about dad mode, and then his combat power will skyrocket, thus solving the opponent. Odin also has such skills. When Chen Gillen attacked, he also entered the thinking about dad mode, and contacted his dad, who had already entered the god race dimension. That is, Bor Odin has been in charge of the 9 realms for I don't know how many years, and his father Bor has entered the god race dimension for I don't know how many years. His strength is terrifyingly strong. So even attacking across dimensions is still terrifyingly strong. It's a pity that in the movie, Odin couldn't enter the god race dimension, but died and entered Valhalla, so his help to Thor is far less than his dad's to him. Rings back on Earth, Chen Gillen unhesitatingly used his divine power to the curse on Stormbreaker and then found Carter to retrieve the Mjolnir, which she no longer needed the curse. Next, he began to study the energy cores in Divinioth the Gungnir, Stormbreaker, and Mjolnir, attempting to strip away the Divinian energy cores from these divine artifacts. He then integrated these Divinian energy cores into the destroyer armor, so that he could constantly absorb divine power while wearing it. 2.5 months later, Chen Gillen successfully stripped away the Divinian energy cores of those divine artifacts and integrated them into the destroyer armor, allowing the destroyer armor to not only possess the power of these divine artifacts but also greatly enhance the release and absorption of energy. The Gungnir, Mjolnir, or Stormbreaker, having lost their Divinian energy cores, had become ordinary weapons without any divine power. However, Chen Gillen recorded their materials using elemental conversion. After all, the handle of the World Tree Axe was also a rare material. And the destroyer armor, because it was blessed with the Divinioth these divine artifacts, not only possessed the Gungnir's super attack power but also could unleash lightning power like Mjolnir, and also possessed Stormbreaker's power, as well as the ability to summon the Bifrost. The battle power of the armor alone was enough to unleash a level attack. After Chen Gillen put it on, as long as he had enough divine power, it would no longer be a problem to fight against single-level powerhouses. Ding, divine power plus 500 T. Ding, divine power plus 500 T. In addition, the destroyer armor can silently draw energy from the Asgardian universe to supply Chen Gillen's absorption. 500 T of divine power per second, 4320 WT of divine power can be absorbed in 1 day, 1.29 billion divine power in 1 month, and 15.4 billion in 1 year. However, Chen Gillen still felt that relying on the divine power absorbed by the new destroyer armor to fight against the owner of that finger was still not enough, but fortunately, Carter finally sent news of Wenwu. It turned out that the plot of Iron Man 3 had ended, and the actor hired by Killian was approached by the real Ten Rings gang. Carter followed the people of the Ten Rings gang and found Wenwu. The two had a fight. Undoubtedly, Carter, who had been transformed by the power of space origin, was stronger than Captain Marvel. Wenwu was no match at all, but Wenwu controlled the 10 rings, and it was not so easy to forcibly the 10 rings from him. Boom where Carter and Wenwu exchanged a punch. Wenwu was blasted away by the powerful force, but the ability given to him by the 10 rings was very strong, so he was not injured. Instead, like an unkillable cockroach, he had to fight even if he couldn't win. Was at this moment, Chen Gillen's figure appeared. Carter nodded to Chen Gillen, then walked behind him, looking at Wenwu, who got up in a manner. Are you Chinese? Is it you who wants the 10 rings in my hand? Wenwu looked at Chen Gillen and said in Chinese. That's right, I am indeed Chinese, and it is indeed me who wants the 10 rings in your hand, Chen Gillen said expressionlessly. In that case, did you send someone to kill my wife? Wenwu stared at Chen Gillen with wide eyes, and an invisible anger was. At this time, Shang-Chi was just under 10 years old, and Wenwu's wife had just been killed by. Wenwu re-picked up the 10 rings and wanted to find the murderer who killed his wife. Now that he had just come out not long ago, he met Carter and coveted his 10 rings, so he suspected that Chen Gillen was the murderer who killed his wife. No, your wife's death has nothing to do with me, I'm only interested in the 10 rings in your hand, I don't care if it has anything to do with you. Since you want the 10 rings, then go to hell. Wenwu said and put all the 10 rings on his right hand, jumped up, and punched towards Chen Gillen. Before he got close, the 10 rings bombarded Chen Gillen. Buzz ding, Chaos Magic 100 WT. However, just as the 10 rings left his body and bombarded Chen Gillen, energy appeared on Chen Gillen's body, instantly wrapping the 10 rings. Buzz immediately afterwards, the original energy of the 10 rings turned, and Wenwu instantly lost control of the 10 rings, watching helplessly as Chen Gillen didn't know where to put the 10 rings. Where are my 10 rings? Return the 10 rings to me, Buzz. Seeing that the 10 rings disappeared, Wenwu couldn't help but become anxious and quickly grabbed towards Chen Gillen, but Chen Gillen didn't intend to continue to entangle with him, and directly used space energy to leave with Carter, leaving Wenwu empty-handed. No, my 10 rings, how could I live without it? Without the 10 rings, it meant that Wenwu could not take revenge, nor could he enter the Ta Lo village to release the Soul Eaters, and might even face from his enemies. But all of this was not Chen Gillen's concern. After all, his son inherited the divine dragon power of his mother, and even without the 10 rings, he would not be killed by his enemies. After returning to the base, Chen Gillen began to study the energy source of the 10 rings, and soon discovered that the energy of the 10 rings was the same as the energy of the Eternals, both of which were cosmic energy. That is to say, the 10 rings did come from the Celestials, and also had energy cores and celestial. With the research experience of the Destroyer armor and these divine artifacts, it was even easier to study the 10 rings, which were also divine artifacts. It took less than 3 days to successfully the mystery of the 10 rings. He successfully transferred the energy core of the 10 rings to his body, allowing Chen Gillen to greatly increase the cosmic energy he could. Relying on the celestial energy, his combat power was once again improved. It's just a pity that the energy core of the 10 rings is not as strong as that of the Eternals, and is only equivalent to the amount of 2 eternal energy cores, but it also allows Chen Gillen to burst out at 240 times the speed of sound when using on the ground. The celestial artifacts can fuse energy cores, so what about the Celestials themselves? I remember that Star-Lord's father Ego is a Celestial, let's play with him, Chen Gillen said to himself. He can cosmic energy by absorbing the energy cores and celestial of the Eternals. Even with the energy core of the 10 rings, these all belong to the celestial core and have corresponding celestial. It's just that he still hasn't been able to break through to the single-level combat power, so he thought of Ego, who is a celestial. Buzz relying on the power of the Space Stone, Chen Gillen arrived at Ego's planet almost instantly. Without saying a word, he kept spraying lasers at the ground. Buzz who dares to attack this celestial, courting death, who dares to attack this celestial. Seeking death, the land of Ego was blasted open, and a magnificent voice echoed out. Then, countless white tentacles burst from the ground, rapidly coiling towards Chen Gillen. Bang! Crash! Chen Gillen threw a punch, instantly shattering the energy tentacles. This left him somewhat disappointed, but recalling how this guy was killed by Rocket's bomb in the movie, he knew that was about all he was capable of. No wonder they say Star-Lord has the body of a god but is comparable to a mortal. His old man's strength is truly lacking, Chen Gillen muttered to himself. He realized that Ego was relying on energy to control matter for attacks, and it was just ordinary dirt at that. The power was weak, the defense was low, and it was effortless to break several tentacles. Buzz. Knowing Ego was a weakling, Chen Gillen couldn't muster any desire to fight. He activated the mental manipulation rune, and a powerful mental wave swept over, instantly taking control of Ego. All the tentacles ceased their movements. Whoosh! Subsequently, Chen Gillen descended from the sky, flying along the newly blasted hole. He quickly reached the core of the planet, where he saw a brain composed of white energy. It said that Ego isn't a true celestial, but a pseudo-celestial, completely incomparable to celestials like Arishem. He looks massive, but his actual combat power is about the same as those of the Eternals. However, Ego does possess celestial attributes, with the ability to manipulate matter and energy. He can also create clones using energy, and these clones are indistinguishable from normal people. It was one of these clones that came to Earth to pick up girls, which led to Star-Lord's mother becoming pregnant and eventually giving birth to Star-Lord. Sizzle. Chen Gillen used his mutant ability to create countless tentacles that pierced into Ego's brain. While absorbing Ego's energy, he quickly discovered Ego's unique nature. This Ego does possess celestial blood, and he can store cosmic energy, but he lacks an energy core and celestial runes. No wonder he's so weak, Chen Gillen remarked speechlessly. It turned out that Ego did indeed have celestial blood and the same energy manipulation abilities as a celestial, but he lacked an energy core and celestial runes. This meant he couldn't draw on the energy of the celestial universe to strengthen himself, resulting in his limited strength even after tens of thousands of years. However, Ego did possess celestial blood and could manipulate and store energy. After absorbing it, Chen Gillen would likely also gain the ability to store cosmic energy. Ding, congratulations on obtaining celestial blood. Do you want to fuse with the celestial blood? After fusion, you will obtain a celestial cosmic body, yes, Buzz. After absorbing Ego, the energy cores from the Eternals and the 10 rings that Chen Gillen had previously absorbed began to transfer and fuse under the influence of the celestial blood. They eventually moved to his heart. The blood from his heart was enhanced with cosmic energy, flowing through Chen Gillen's entire body and modifying every nerve. At that moment, Chen Gillen felt his body undergo a kind of sublimation, becoming even more powerful than before. He could simultaneously use cosmic energy and light energy, and even his perception range expanded significantly, almost exceeding tens of thousands of kilometers. His physical body became even stronger, and due to the energy-infused blood, he indirectly gained self-healing abilities even more terrifying than those of Deadpool and Wolverine. In addition, he could freely call upon cosmic energy at the peak of the Skyfather level. Even the binary state obtained through spatial origin modification could influence his celestial cosmic body, allowing him to unleash combat power reaching the early stages of the single universe level. This is the celestial cosmic body? Have I become a celestial? Chen Gillen asked in amazement, sensing his own state. Although Chen Gillen could use cosmic energy before, he couldn't store it, he could only use celestial runes to call upon it. Now, he could store cosmic energy and freely call upon it, a significant difference from before. Unlike before, he could now also release celestial runes when entering the quantum realm, but it would consume the cosmic energy within his body. Once used up, he wouldn't be able to use the celestial runes, unlike before, where he couldn't use them at all after entering. It seems I need to go to Earth's core to study this, to study the changes in his own body. Chen Gillen once again used the power of space to leave Ego's planet. After Chen Gillen left, Ego's planet, without Ego, became a dead star. The vegetation on the ground began to wither, leaving Mantis looking at the doomsday-like planet with endless horror. However, she was lucky because the Ravagers happened to pass by. After seeing the state of Ego's planet, they originally wanted to scavenge, but they found her and eventually took her away from Ego's planet. Buzz. On the other side, Chen Gillen directly used the power of space to enter the Earth's core. After seeing the infant celestial Tiamat, he directly used hypnosis to make Tiamat continue to sleep. Chen Gillen didn't directly absorb Tiamat. Instead, he inserted a tentacle to examine Tiamat's celestial body, combining it with Ego's celestial blood to observe the differences between the two. This infant celestial actually possesses celestial inheritance, containing 10,086 celestial runes. The celestial blood seems even more noble. I'm tempted, should I grab some? Chen Gillen discovered the celestial inheritance and the more noble celestial blood within the infant celestial, and he was tempted. It's okay, as long as I don't drain it all, it won't die. At most, it will be malnourished and have congenital deficiencies. It's fine, here I go, sizzle. Thus, Chen Gillen inserted more tentacles and began to invade the infant celestial Tiamat, absorbing its celestial inheritance, which included various celestial runes, as well as the duties of a celestial, how to create the universe, how to control energy, and various celestial methods. No wonder Arishem values it so much. The celestial blood is much nobler than egos. It turns out he was being cultivated as a universe creator. The energy core is so abundant, but unfortunately, it can't be moved yet, or it would attract Arishem. But without the celestial inheritance, it won't be able to absorb the intelligent life on the surface and won't automatically awaken. Little brother, you just sleep slowly, Chen Gillen said as he left the Earth's core and returned to the surface again. After absorbing Tiamat's celestial inheritance, Chen Gillen also mastered the method of creating universes and constructing galaxies, but his current available energy is limited. At most, he can only create a star the size of the moon with all his strength. But it is worth mentioning that those celestial inheritances include runes for interstellar travel, allowing him to achieve interstellar teleportation without relying on the power of the space stone. In addition, he also possesses the manufacturing methods of the Eternals, the energy core construction method, the celestial artifact refining methods, and celestial rune production methods. Armor with this celestial inheritance, wouldn't I be able to forge countless celestial artifacts? Then use celestial artifacts to attack myself, allowing the system to absorb endless cosmic energy. When I get to the quantum realm, the system's power bank can charge my celestial universe body. Moreover, the celestial cultivation method contained within can also cultivate my energy core and energy storage, giving me a way to cultivate and become stronger. It's simply perfect. Chen Gillen started to act on his thoughts. Although his body could store cosmic energy, it was limited. If he went to places where he couldn't connect to the celestial universe in the future, he would run out of energy. But if he let the system absorb endless cosmic energy and then use the energy absorbed by the system to charge him, the system would become an energy power bank, which would be perfect. When he was bored, he could also cultivate the celestial secret method to become stronger, giving him the foundation to stand at the top of the world. The next things became simple. Ego's energy could manipulate matter, Phastos's theological technology could realize energy materialization, and Circe's celestial runes could perform element conversion. Therefore, Chen Gillen quickly created a battle armor similar to the destroyer armor, which he called the celestial armor. The difference was that the destroyer armor could draw energy from the Asgardian universe, while the celestial armor could draw energy from the celestial universe. Unfortunately, Chen Gillen could only wear one. If the two could be fused together, that would be great. Should I give it a try? As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Chen Gillen entered research again, and he wasn't even interested in hitting the gym. In a flash, 2.5 months passed, and he finally succeeded in the fusion. Ding, strength plus 500T, ding, cosmic energy plus 500T, this brand new armor was even more powerful than a single one. The armor alone could unleash energy attacks at the late Skyfather level. Chen Gillen called it the Destroyer Celestial Armor. Ding huh? Has it been 10 years on Jenny's side so quickly? Just as Chen Gillen stopped his research, the time synchronizer Jenny gave him suddenly rang. He knew that the time they had agreed upon had arrived. Well, it's been a long time since I saw Wanda and the others. I should spend some time with them first, and then use the Destroyer Celestial Armor to charge some energy. After thinking for a while, Chen Gillen used his spatial power to appear in Carter's bedroom. My dear Peggy, did you miss me? Yes, you haven't looked for me in a long time. I've been busy. Happy days passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a flash. Chen Gillen left Carter's gentle embrace and came to Peter Parker's house to teach Aunt May how to do homework. 3 days later, Chen Gillen found Wanda, who was still looking for the Darkhold, and stayed with her for 3 days, asking her to pay attention to a black magic mage named Agatha in a certain town. Finally, Chen Gillen arrived at the base, manufactured a large number of god-level materials in the underground, and found Quicksilver, asking him to pay attention to what might happen in the next few months. Especially the gravity anomalies that occur after the 9 realms are in the same line, which may be when the Reality Stone is born. He must be notified at that time. After explaining everything, Chen Gillen entered the quantum realm and stayed with Natasha for another 24 hours. After saying goodbye to Natasha and Johnny, Chen Gillen replaced some of Zola's new research technology items, and then ran quickly towards Jenny's location. Whoosh, as Chen Gillen expected, with the celestial universe body, he could use celestial runes in the quantum realm, but he could only consume the cosmic energy in his body. However, Chen Gillen, who had absorbed hundreds of millions of cosmic energy with the destroyer celestial armor, said that he could squander it at will. Therefore, he activated the speed rune combined with Ikari's flight rune and the space power modified light energy flight. Buzz, however, what Chen Gillen didn't expect was that as his flight speed became faster and faster, when the speed reached 100 times the speed of sound, quantum accumulation began to appear around him. Just like the air channels that appear when running fast on Earth, the speed cannot be too fast due to air resistance, otherwise it may affect the Earth's ecological environment. Chen Gillen thought it was a natural phenomenon, so he ignored it and continued to fly at high speed, so that more and more quantum energy accumulated around him. Ding, quantum energy plus 100 million T, what? This works too? Chen Gillen didn't expect that when his speed just reached 101 times the speed of sound, he received a system prompt that he had absorbed the accumulated quantum energy. So, he started to accelerate. Ding, quantum energy plus 200 million T. Ding, quantum energy plus 1 billion T. Ding, quantum energy plus 40 billion T. When Chen Gillen's speed reached 500 times the speed of sound, the absorbed quantum energy was as high as 40 billion, which almost affected the energy fluctuations in the quantum realm for thousands of kilometers. On the other side, during these 10 years, Jenny found many technology experts among the natives and worked together to study Kong the Conqueror's multiverse spaceship. They successfully repaired it in less than 5 years. However, they also faced a problem, which was the timeline positioning problem. They didn't know what the sacred timeline was, but they learned the concept of the timeline through the spaceship data, and therefore discovered many timelines. Some of these timeline branches would inexplicably disappear, which they called unstable timelines. But they also discovered two stable timelines that had always existed, but one stable timeline often produced timeline branches, and those branches would be cleaned up regularly. Although the other one also had branches, there were fewer branches, and they would not disappear. It looked very stable, so they unanimously decided to go to this timeline where the time branch would not disappear. After all, Jenny didn't know which timeline her world was in. She only remembered the Earth she was in, and there had never been a major time collapse event, so she subconsciously believed that the stable timeline where the timeline branch would not disappear was the world she was in before. Others were also willing to go to that timeline. After all, the other timeline branch was generated irregularly. Once they entered the timeline, would it generate a branch? If it did, they might die with the disappearance of the timeline branch. However, the timeline they selected was relatively far away. With Kong the Conqueror's spaceship, the energy was not enough to support the spaceship to reach it. Therefore, in the next 5 years, they created a quantum energy collection device. While collecting energy, they waited for Chen Gillen's return, and then took the spaceship to the stable timeline together. Buzz, as Chen Gillen got closer and closer to the location of the spaceship, the quantum surge he caused seriously affected the energy absorption speed of the spaceship, which quickly attracted the attention of Eno. Accumulation, crazy energy. Accumulation, Jenny, look. The energy is spiking. A massive energy surge is coming. We can use it to jump right now and leave this place. Eno said excitedly, pointing to the energy receiver on the exterior of the multi-dimensional shuttle, which was visibly spiking. No, we can't leave yet. Chen, he hasn't returned. We have to wait for him, Jenny said, shaking her head. Look, our energy receiver is almost at its limit. If we don't leave now, the surge will overload our systems, and the ship's energy will overflow and be damaged. We don't have time to wait for him, Eno said, pointing to the ship's instruments. That's right. We only have this one chance. If we miss it, the energy core will be damaged. With our abilities and materials, we won't be able to repair it, and we'll lose our chance to leave. We can't hesitate any longer, another octopus-like native said. No, we can't leave Chen here alone. Jenny, wake up. It's been 3 years since your agreed meeting time. How long are you going to wait? Jenny, he's not coming back. Be reasonable, and think about us, please, no, Chen will be okay. He's so strong, he'll be fine, Enno, the energy is enough. We have to launch now, then launch it, no, Enno, you can't do this. Open the door. Jenny, I'm sorry. I have to be responsible for everyone, launch. Chen Gillen, after spending nearly 10 days with Aunt May, Carter, and Wanda, caused Jenny to wait nearly 3 years in the quantum realm after his time synchronizer reminded her. Enno had survived longer than Jenny in the quantum realm and had a wider network of contacts. Therefore, while Jenny was focused on repairing the ship, he had already replaced Chen Gillen as the acting leader of the Justice Gang. Especially later, when Jenny needed help from researchers, he was the one who found them. Thus, they could launch the ship even without Jenny. Now, because of Chen Gillen's rapid flight, the surrounding area was experiencing a quantum energy surge, allowing Jenny and the others' repaired ship to collect a massive amount of energy. Therefore, Enno and everyone else believed it was the best time to leave. Despite Jenny's objections, he resolutely closed the ship's hatch and launched the ship. Ding, quantum energy plus 50 billion T. At the same time, Chen Gillen also noticed that as the energy surge intensified, he was absorbing more and more quantum energy, which made him very happy. Buzz, however, just as Chen Gillen was about to reach Jenny and the others' ship, about a few hundred kilometers away, a quantum energy pillar suddenly erupted next to him, and a space-time rift opened a few kilometers ahead. Boom, ding, quantum energy 100 billion T, ding, quantum energy accumulated 1 trillion T, obtained world passage opening qualification. Each opening costs 1 trillion T of quantum energy. At the moment the space-time rift opened, the system absorbed 100 billion T of quantum energy, allowing him to accumulate over 1 trillion T and unlocking the world passage opening qualification. Buzz, just as Chen Gillen was checking the system's world passage opening function, Jenny and the others' repaired ship took the opportunity to absorb a large amount of quantum energy and rushed into the space-time rift. Ha! Why didn't Jenny and the others wait for me? Chen Gillen said and followed the ship into the space-time rift. But to his surprise, once inside, he found that most of his abilities were unusable. The rift is actually a void. All energy is ineffective. Ha! The ship's quantum energy works. Damn it, it's all gray. Where did the ship go? Chen Gillen tested various energies and found them useless. He thought of using quantum energy to catch up with the ship, but he lost sight of it in a matter of seconds. The void was a complete nothingness, with no darkness, no light, no matter, and no perception. Once lost, it was impossible to find anything. Damn it, the rift is closing. I have to get back. Helpless, Chen Gillen could only return to the quantum realm through the rift. The moment he left, the rift automatically closed. Jenny and the others must have repaired the multi-universe ship. They probably went back. Oh well, I'll go back and check later. First, I'll collect a wave of energy. The quantum energy in the quantum realm is endless. I'll collect tens of trillions, Chen Gillen said and flew at full speed again, causing quantum accumulation around him. When his speed reached 101 times the speed of sound, the system sound rang again. Ding, quantum energy plus 100 million T. Ding, quantum energy plus 1 billion T. Ding, quantum energy plus 40 billion T. The quantum realm was endless. With no one to disturb him, Chen Gillen quickly absorbed over 10 trillion T of quantum energy. After reaching hundreds of trillions of T, he arrived at the range covered by the branch base, used the quantum teleporter to teleport to the base headquarters, and then returned to Earth. Red Queen, locate Jenny. Okay, sir. I'm sorry, Jenny's location was not found. How is that possible? After returning to Earth, Chen Gillen wanted to confirm Jenny's situation, but to his surprise, the Red Queen did not find Jenny's information. So, Chen Gillen flew to Old Pim's house and found Old Pim, Scott, and Hope, but did not find Jenny. Could it be that Jenny didn't come back? Where did she go? Red Queen, constantly monitor Earth and the quantum realm for news about Jenny. As soon as she returns, notify me immediately. Okay, sir. Thus, Chen Gillen stayed on Earth for nearly 7 days but still did not find Jenny's news. He was sure that Jenny had not returned to Earth. Wonder Woman Ding, do you want to spend 1 trillion T of quantum energy to open a world channel? Yes. Ding, opening successful buzz. Chen Gillen recalled the plot and made some calculations. He learned that the 9 realms alignment would occur in about 3 months. During this time, nothing major would happen. Therefore, he thought about it and decided to go to the New World to see if he could find traces of Jenny. Bang ah, ding, kinetic energy plus 1000 T ding, thermal energy plus 100 T. Holy crap, to Chen Gillen's surprise, as soon as he stepped into the light gate, he heard a man scream. Then, he felt something hit him and explode. It wasn't until he saw the wreckage that he realized it was a plane crash. Don't blame me. Even if you hadn't encountered me, you would have died. But, where is this? Chen Gillen shook his head as he looked at the bodies floating in the sea. He flew in the air, looking around, feeling very unfamiliar. At the same time, Diana, who had inadvertently injured her tribesmen by unleashing her divine power during a moment of distraction in battle, walked to the beach to repent. She then spotted a plane flying overhead. Just as she was about to save the person on the plane, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The plane crashed onto that person, but the person was fine, the plane exploded instead. She was stunned as she looked at the person standing in mid-air. There's an island over there, and some natives. Let's go take a look. As Diana looked at Chen Gillen, he also noticed Diana, so he flew directly towards her. Although Chen Gillen didn't know what world this was, it was definitely not the Marvel Universe. Therefore, the power of time was useless, the time administration's equipment was useless, and he couldn't connect to the celestial universe. But fortunately, his body, which had been transformed by the space source, could absorb the light energy of this world. Coupled with the cosmic energy stored in his body and the cosmic energy stored in the system, Chen Gillen could still use the celestial runes. Who are you? Diana asked, looking at Chen Gillen warily as he flew over. However, as it was her first time seeing a man, she curiously sized up Chen Gillen. Where is this? Who are you? Chen Gillen didn't expect the other party to speak English, and he guessed that this might be a branch of some timeline. Wonder Woman, this is Paradise Island. My name is Diana, an Amazon warrior, Diana said. Paradise Island? Diana? Amazon? Holy crap, this is the DC universe? What the Chen Gillen couldn't believe that he had come to the DC universe. What DC universe? Who exactly are you? Do you know that outsiders are forbidden here? Diana said, looking at Chen Gillen. Forbidden to outsiders? Look there. Aren't those outsiders? Chen Gillen heard this and happened to see a large number of ships appearing on the sea, with a group of soldiers approaching the island. Bang bang bang, just as they were about to reach the shore, the soldiers raised their guns and started shooting at Chen Gillen and Diana. The bullets flew towards them. Hurry, dodge. Seeing that Chen Gillen wasn't dodging, Diana stepped in front of Chen Gillen as the bullets came, using her bracers to deflect the bullets, while pulling Chen Gillen back. Did you bring those people here? Are they chasing you? Diana asked, looking at Chen Gillen from behind a rock. Yes, they want to capture me for research because I have superpowers, Chen Gillen said with a smile. What superpowers do you have? I can fly. Okay, I can see that. Well, just as the two were talking, a large number of Amazonian female warriors appeared on the cliff, and countless arrows shot towards the soldiers, and a war was about to break out. Swish swish did after a wave of arrows killed a group of soldiers, the Amazon queen led countless female warriors down to the beach and began close combat with the soldiers. The queen's sister also followed closely, using bows and swords to fight against the soldiers' guns, but the brave and skilled female warriors had the upper hand. I have to go down and help them, Diana said, jumping down to the beach and starting to kill the soldiers. However, the inexperienced Diana was not skilled enough. After she had just killed 1 or 2 soldiers, one of the soldiers aimed at her, but she hadn't noticed yet. Diana, the queen's sister, noticed that Diana was in danger. Just as she was about to jump up and block the bullet, she saw a figure blocking in front of Diana. She hesitated for a moment, and the bullet hit Chen Gillen. Ding, kinetic energy plus 10 T chirped. The queen's sister took the opportunity to kill the soldier who fired the shot and hurried to Diana's side. Then, she looked at the unharmed Chen Gillen and didn't know what to say for a moment. Nana, do you know that being distracted on the battlefield is a big taboo? If it weren't for this gentleman blocking in front of you, you would have been in danger, the Queen's sister said sternly to Diana. Diana was scolded and didn't know what to say for a moment. But as the soldiers were wiped out, the Queen led all the Amazonian female warriors and surrounded Chin-Gillan. Although I am very grateful to you for saving my daughter, I strongly suspect that these people are related to you. Please come with us, Diana's mother, the Queen of the Amazons, said, looking at Chin-Gillan. Mother, he just saved me. These people are here to capture him. He is innocent. At this time, Diana was a pure and kind girl, so when she saw her mother making things difficult for Chin-Gillan, who had just saved her, she couldn't help but stand up and defend him. Diana, come here. This concerns the safety of our entire tribe. He must come with us. Mother, shut up. Okay, I'll go with you. Don't make things difficult for her. In the end, with Chin-Gillan's cooperation, he was taken to the Amazonians' gathering place, a hall that looked like a council chamber. Swish! Just as Chin-Gillan was looking around the Amazonians' residence, the Queen suddenly threw a glowing rope at him. He knew that this was Wonder Woman's signature equipment, the lasso of truth. Speak, what is your name? Perhaps because she had lassoed Chin-Gillan, the Queen began to ask. Ding, truth-telling count +1. My name is Chin-Gillan. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why did you come here? I am Chinese, from China. A few days ago, I met a fortune teller who said that if I flew east, I could meet my true love. Then I passed through many countries and found wars everywhere. Then some soldiers found me, thinking I was an enemy general, and wanted to capture me, and then they followed me to this island. Then did you meet your true love? I did. Who? You? Box, as the Queen inquired, Chin-Gillan received a system notification, granting him a truth utterance chance, which, when used, could compel someone to speak the truth. Having absorbed the truth utterance chance, Chin-Gillan smiled inwardly at the Queen's question, quickly forming a plan to turn the tables. However, seeing everyone's believing expressions, Chin-Gillan decided to be a bit mischievous. When the Queen asked who his true love was, everyone expected it to be Diana, but he unexpectedly said it was the Queen herself. Immediately, the female warriors were enraged. Bold scoundrel, impudence! How dare you flirt with the Queen? You're courting death. Diana stared wide-eyed at Chin-Gillan, then at her mother, her mind momentarily blank. Recalling Chin-Gillan's words, she knew there was war raging outside and instinctively believed it was a conspiracy by Ares, the god of war. Imprison him in the dungeon, lock him up for now. Yes, Your Majesty, and so, Chin-Gillan was taken to the Amazonian prison. Outside, Diana sought out the Queen, urging her to send troops to quell the war and thwart Ares's plot, only to be sternly refused by the Queen. That night, Diana took the lasso of truth and the god-killer's sword, arriving at the prison to find Chin-Gillan, who had broken free of his bonds but hadn't escaped. You said there's really a war outside? Diana asked. Yes, there's war everywhere, corpses littering the fields, rivers of blood. In the sky, I faintly saw a figure, seemingly controlling everything. Perhaps those soldiers were sent by him. Chin-Gillan fabricated. He had watched the Wonder Woman movies, knowing she was the daughter of Zeus and had a brother, Ares, the god of war, who incited humans to war for power. The kind-hearted Wonder Woman couldn't bear the suffering of humanity and wanted to stop it all. It must be Ares's conspiracy. I must go out and stop him, but I know nothing about the outside world. Can you help me? Diana looked at Chin-Gillan. Why should I help you? Stopping the war, preventing the suffering of humanity, isn't that what should be done? You're human too, the dead aren't Chinese. I don't care. Of course, if you become my woman, then it's no problem. Me? What does it have to do with me? Besides, we've only just met. It's too fast, not fast at all. Haven't you heard of love at first sight? If you like me, why did you flirt with our Queen? Otherwise, how would you have a chance to come find me? Humph, bad guy, I'm ignoring you. Diana at this time was very innocent, looking like the girl next door, making Chin-Gillan want to tease her. As she prepared to leave, he grabbed her. Embraced by Chin-Gillan, Diana was stunned, her heart racing. It was the first time in her life she had been in such close contact with a man. She stared blankly at Chin-Gillan, not knowing how to resist. Do you like me? No, ding, pleasure tens, bad guy, what did you do to me? Yes, what do you think? For some reason, looking at Diana's innocent appearance, Chen Gillen couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing Diana's surprised and incredulous look, Chen Gillen smiled mischievously. Diana! What are you doing? Let her go. Just then, the queen, who had been following Diana, arrived at the door and walked in, pointing her godkiller sword at Chen Gillen. Buzz, however, Chen Gillen smirked, the celestial rune flowing, activating mental manipulation, immediately controlling the queen and obtaining information about the mother box from her mind. In fact, when the queen tried to capture him, he had been thinking about what was useful to him in this DC universe, and the mother box was one of them. Those who have seen Justice League know that there are 3 mother boxes, each containing immense energy and possessing strange abilities. They not only possess teleportation abilities similar to the Space Stone but also have the ability to alter reality, as well as repair abilities. For example, Cyborg, who was left with only half his body, was turned into a half-human, half-machine being by his father using the mother box. Even Superman was resurrected by the mother box. The villain Darkseid even sent Steppenwolf to Earth to steal the mother boxes, which shows that the mother box is indeed a rare and precious item. The 3 mother boxes are guarded by Wonder Woman's Amazonian tribe, Aquaman's Atlantean kingdom, and humanity. Buzz, you guys stay here for now, bad guy, what are you going to do? Let us out. To prevent the mother and daughter from causing trouble, Chen Gillen used nanotechnology and element conversion to create a titanium alloy steel door, locking them in the cave, then cloaked himself and left the cave, flying towards the tomb where the mother box was stored. Buzz buzz hiss. After Chen Gillen arrived at the tomb entrance, he pointed at the tomb door, activating the element conversion rune. The originally hard and unyielding stone door turned into fine sand, scattering on the ground. As Chen Gillen entered the center of the tomb, he immediately saw the mother box stored on a stone pillar. Is this the mother box? It does contain energy. This isn't a so-called artifact, but a crystallization of technological power developed to some extreme. Interesting. They came out so quickly. Let's collect it first. Chen Gillen picked up the mother box and used nanotechnology runes to perform a preliminary analysis, discovering that the mother box was more like a technological product. Chen Gillen not only possessed the nanotechnology runes of the Celestials but also absorbed Tiamat's celestial inheritance, finding that the mother box had similarities to the 10 rings. He knew that this mother box was also a technological product, containing a large amount of technological knowledge, and also possessing the abilities of energy transfer, energy conversion, and energy absorption, as well as environmental transformation. Darkseid wanted to use the mother box to change the Earth's environment and turn it into his territory. In addition, the mother box can also use energy to change the molecular structure of matter, open space-time channels, and even change people's minds, granting creatures the ability to possess great power, sense danger, and control robots. Of course, the functions of the 3 mother boxes are the same, but when the 3 are combined, the mother box's abilities will be greatly enhanced. Damn thief, stop right there. What did you just do to me? Bad guy, what are you doing here? You're here on Paradise Island with ulterior motives, aren't you? Anna, he took the mother box. Don't let him escape. Mother box? So you're a dark god? Leave it behind. Just as Chen Gillen was about to leave, Diana and her mother arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber, shouting at Chen Gillen, who was preparing to fly away. Especially the queen, upon seeing the empty space where the mother box had been, immediately understood Chen Gillen's purpose. Whoosh! Hearing her mother's words, Diana also realized the seriousness of the problem. From childhood, she had been instilled with the mission of the Amazons to guard the mother box, always believing that anyone who tried to steal it was a bad person. Therefore, she flung the lasso of truth in her hand towards Chen Gillen. The slight goodwill she had felt towards Chen Gillen vanished completely because he had taken the mother box. Tsk tisk, I'm not a dark god. You can't protect the mother box. It's safest with me. Chen Gillen smiled nonchalantly, grabbed the incoming rope, and pulled hard. Ah, Anna. Buzz. Diana was pulled towards Chen Gillen by a tremendous force and instantly had her neck grabbed by him. Seeing this, the queen leaped up, slashing her divine sword towards Chengilin, but a mental wave struck, and the queen was instantly mind-controlled. Mother! Buzz! Just as Diana thought her mother would fall off the cliff, Chengilin's divine power surged, lifting the queen up and gently placing her on the ground. Divine power? You actually have pure divine power? Who exactly are you? Diana said in shock, recognizing the energy Chengilin had released. Chengilin's divine power came from Asgard in Marvel. Although it was somewhat different from DC's divine power, it still possessed the aura of a god. Anna, haven't you noticed? Your lasso of truth doesn't work on me. I thought you had already discovered my identity. Actually, I am the king of the gods, Zeus. Chengilin said, feigning a serious expression. What? You're Zeus? Impossible. That's right, I am Zeus. Then why doesn't my mother recognize you? I am the king of gods, I have many faces. It's normal for your mother not to recognize me in my current form. What do you mean? See for yourself. While fooling Diana, Chengilin also successfully used his mental manipulation ability to view Zeus's appearance in the queen's memory, transformed into that appearance, and did the mental control on the queen. Let go, you're Zeus. No, impossible. Zeus can't be here, who exactly are you? The queen said in shock, looking at Chengilin's transformed appearance. She was not as easily fooled as Diana. After all these years, you still haven't forgiven me. Chengilin said with a deliberately profound tone. No, impossible, you can't be him. The queen said in disbelief. Remember that night by Daming Lake? We ba la. Chengilin said, while using chaos magic to interfere with her thoughts. Ding, chaos magic 100T, stop talking. Why did you come down? Is there a catastrophe in the human world? You shouldn't be here. Yes, a catastrophe is coming to the human world. Darkseid is about to return, ba la. What, then what do we need to do? No need, as long as I take the mother box, he won't be able to descend to Earth. Then why didn't you tell me? I wanted to give you a surprise. The queen didn't believe Chengilin's nonsense at first, but when Chengilin described a scene between her and Zeus on a certain night, and she was also interfered with by Chengilin's chaos magic, she immediately believed him, and the two chatted non-stop. Although the Amazon Queen's physical fitness was strong, she was generally not as good as the Asgardian god Thor, so it was normal for her to be interfered with by chaos magic. Whoosh, dark god, stop confusing us. However, Wonder Woman Diana felt that something was increasingly wrong, especially since the divine power within her seemed to be warning her. Relying on this warning, she had defeated many enemies, so she immediately felt that Chengilin had a problem, and the lasso of truth in her hand flung towards him. Ding, lasso of truth uses +1, TSK. I didn't expect you to discover it, but so what? Can you resist me? Chengilin smiled and casually grabbed the incoming lasso of truth. Yeah. Seeing this, Diana pulled the rope, using the force to quickly leap towards Chengilin. As she approached, she crossed her wrists, preparing to give Chengilin a divine power attack. Boom, ding, divine power attack +300T. Instantly, powerful divine power erupted, blowing the queen away, and half a layer of the ground was blown away, but Chengilin was unharmed. No, impossible. Diana was in disbelief. The queen, after being released from the illusion, also revealed a shocked expression. Looking at the approaching Chengilin, both of them involuntarily took a few steps back. Nothing is impossible, little cutie. Ding, quick 100s, ow. Chengilin smiled, his figure instantly appearing in front of Diana, tapping her forehead. A strange force caused Diana to lose her fighting ability. Dark God, what did you do to my daughter? Seeing this, the queen took out a bow and arrow from who knows where, preparing to shoot Chengilin. Buzz, this is not your business anymore, you should go back. Yes. However, after a mental wave, the queen was controlled again, and under Chengilin's command, she blankly left alone. Dark God, you, don't come over. Little Anna, I'm not a dark god. Actually, my initial target was you. What do you want to do? Of course, to help you fully awaken the divine power within you. Yes. 2.5 hours later, Chengilin left, leaving Diana with incredibly mixed feelings, not knowing what she was thinking, but a figure lingered in her mind. Oh my god, my poor Anna. Queen, what happened? Anna. Even if I search the world, I will avenge that dark god. Mother, I'm fine. I'm going to find him. He's not a dark god. His divine power is very pure. Anna, you. No need to say anything, he has already allowed me to completely control my divine power. Mother, I'm leaving. Finally, Diana adjusted her attire, swung the lasso of truth in her hand, grabbed the clouds in the sky, and leaped away from Paradise Island. See Mela at the same time, Chengilin finally flew to the other side of the sea, but just as he was thinking about where to go, the water on the sea began to stir up huge waves without warning, frantically sweeping the vehicles on the coastal road. Splash! Just then, a red-haired girl appeared. She supported herself with both hands, and the sea water began to recede, saving a middle-aged uncle. Then, a disheveled strong man suddenly jumped out of the water and walked to the middle-aged uncle in a panic. Father, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Father, the strong man looked at the unconscious uncle and said in a panic. He's drowning, Arthur. I can save him, the red-haired girl stepped forward and said. Mara, still damn it, did you cause the sea water? If you can't save him, I want you to die with him. The strong man recalled the sudden huge wave, and the girl happened to appear, and said angrily. No, I didn't do it. It was your brother, Haim, who issued a warning to humans. I came to you because of this. The king of Atlantis has passed away, and your brother wants to ascend to the throne of the Sea King and launch a war against humans. Only you can stop this war now, the girl said. What? What about my father? I have to send him to the hospital. Don't worry, he's just drowning. He'll be fine as long as I get the water out of his body, then I'll trouble you. As the red-haired girl spoke, she came to the middle-aged uncle and used her water control ability to release the water from the uncle's body, and the uncle quickly woke up. Whoosh! At this moment, Chengilin's figure descended from the sky, and several people looked at Chengilin in surprise. The strong man protected the girl and his father behind him, looking at Chengilin warily. The strong man is the Aquaman in the movie. His name is Arthur. He is the child of the Sea Queen and an ordinary person. He has the ability to breathe in the sea, has a strong physique, swims very fast in the water, and can also control schools of fish. Who are you? What do you want? Arthur looked at Chengilin and said. Someone who can help you ascend to the throne of the Sea King. You can't be from my so-called brother, right? Go back and tell him, if he dares to launch a war against humans, I will never let him go. Arthur looked at Chengilin coldly and said. Okay, another self-righteous guy. Okay, nothing to do with you. You, come with me and take me to Atlantis. Chengilin heard this, too lazy to pay attention to this so-called future Aquaman, and pointed at the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl is called Mara. She is the princess of one of the 7 tribes of the Sea Clan and the wife of Aquaman in the original drama. She looks very well, has the ability to control water. This is the first meeting between Aquaman and the Sea Queen. Obviously, the plot of Aquaman 1 has begun. Who are you? Why should I take you there? The red-haired girl, Mara, said. I am the strongest human being. Since you Atlanteans want to launch a war with humans, I will naturally come forward to solve it. You take me there now, and I will negotiate with them in person. No, not to mention whether you are their opponent, even if you can really defeat them, you can't just go over there. If you want to solve this problem, Arthur must challenge Haim and get the throne of the Sea King to establish a bridge of peace with humans. If you go to negotiate, it will only intensify the problem. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, Buzz. Seeing that he couldn't get through to the red-haired girl, Chengilin was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and directly used his mental control ability to control her. Then, the red-haired girl walked blankly towards the sea. What did you do to her? Arthur saw this and punched Chengilin. Bang! Pfft! However, what he didn't expect was that Chengilin kicked out, and the powerful force blasted him away, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. Arthur, Aquaman's old father saw this and hurriedly ran towards where Aquaman landed. Father, I'm okay, cough, cough. Aquaman knelt on one knee, looked at Chungilin and the girl falling into the sea, and coughed up blood again when he wanted to get up and chase them. Arthur, don't go. He can fly and has so much power. You are not his opponent. No, I must stop him. If he is allowed to act recklessly, it will inevitably lead to a war between the Sea Clan and humans. Arthur, in the end, Aquaman, who had recovered for a moment, ignored his old father's obstruction and resolutely jumped into the water, but did not find the two figures. So he began to use schools of fish to find the two figures. Gurgle at the same time, Chungilin swam towards the location of Atlantis according to Mara's memory. He was not interested in the war between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan, but only in the mother box guarded by the Sea Clan. Just as Chungilin and Mara were deep in the seabed, he saw a submarine. Not far from the submarine, a group of Sea Clan were discussing something. Whoosh! At this moment, the submarine launched a bomb at the crowd of Sea Clan. The bomb exploded on the periphery of the Sea Clan, killing some of the Sea Clan people on the periphery. So, the leader swam quickly towards the submarine with a trident, and used the sharp trident to scrap the submarine in 2 or 3 strokes. Did you see that? This is a provocation from humans. Their nuclear submarines have come to us. Chief Siebel, do you think we can still live in peace with humans? The man holding the trident looked at a man with blue scales all over his body and said, Prince ORM, my clan joins. Ha? Mara? Why is she back? Who is that man? Could it be the son of the Sea Queen? Chief Siebel looked at the man and wanted to say that he would join the war, but he saw Chungilin and Mara, and couldn't help but be surprised. Ha? Princess Mara? Actually, I knew for a long time that I had an older brother who grew up in the human world. Chief Siebel, what is your daughter looking for him to do? ORM heard Chief Siebel's words and said coldly. What are you babbling about? I'm not a member of your Sea Clan. I'm a pure human. You are the current Sea King, right? That saves me time from looking for you, Chungilin said, swimming towards ORM's location. A human dares to come to my Sea Clan's territory. You're looking for death. Come on, take him down, ORM sneered, raised his trident and gave an order, and a group of Sea Clan soldiers rode sharks and killed Chungilin. A bunch of small fries, looking for death, buzz seeing a large group of Sea Clan soldiers blocking him, Chungilin didn't waste any words, and shot lasers from his eyes, instantly killing a large number of Sea Clan soldiers. Damn it, when did such a strong person appear among humans? Blast him to death, ORM didn't expect Chungilin to be so powerful. The lasers shot from his eyes cut the Sea Clan people and the mounts under them in half in minutes. So he ordered people to take out the water energy technology cannon and aim it at Chungilin. Buzz chirp, ding, water energy plus 1000 T. Hundreds of thousands of sea tribe troops in seconds. To ORM's surprise, the water energy technology shells fired at Chungilin didn't cause the expected explosion. Instead, they vanished without a trace, creating not even a ripple. What are you doing? Increase the power, kill him, ding, water energy plus 5000 T. Ding, water energy plus 5000 T. As the soldiers continued to bombard him, still without creating any ripples, all the Atlanteans were shocked. ORM and Chief Zabel exchanged a glance, already preparing to flee. What? Preparing to escape? Now it's my turn, ding, electrical energy 10 WT. Seeing the Atlanteans' intention to retreat, Chungilin sneered and directly released a massive amount of electrical energy. The powerful current instantly swept across several kilometers. Zzzzzt. Instantly, all the fish in the surrounding area turned belly up from the shock. Weaker Atlanteans died instantly. Soon, only a few stronger Atlanteans remained, including ORM, Chief Zabel, Mara, and the Ocean Master's mentor. Woo father, what are you doing here? No, what am I doing here? It's him, he actually controlled me. Mara, regaining consciousness, suddenly saw her father. She was initially confused but quickly realized that Chungilin had manipulated her to come here. Mara, what's going on? Chief Zabel asked his daughter. He is a human supreme expert. He said he came to negotiate, but he controlled me to come here, Mara said. This powerful one, does your human race truly intend to provoke a war? Chief Zabel asked Chun Gillen seriously. Chief Zabel, don't waste words with him. Let's attack together, kill him, otherwise, once he returns to the human world, he will inevitably become the #1 general in attacking the Atlanteans. How many of our people will die at his hands then? Kill. Hearing ORM's words, Chief Zabel felt they made sense, so he and ORM charged towards Chun Gillen. Seeing this, the Ocean Master's mentor also joined them. TSK, since you want to play, then I'll play with you, Chun Gillen sneered, divine runes flowing around his body, his speed soaring. Clang! Chun Gillen instantly rushed towards ORM. Seeing this, ORM thrust his trident at Chun Gillen, but unexpectedly, Chun Gillen shattered it with a punch, also hitting him in the chest. The punch directly shattered his armor, sending him flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and rendering him unable to fight. Clang shatter! The Ocean Master's mentor didn't expect ORM to be unable to withstand even one blow from the opponent. However, with his rich combat experience, he immediately slashed at Chun Gillen's head. Unexpectedly, Chun Gillen's head was fine, but his weapon shattered instead. Before he could be shocked, a fist the size of a sandpot smashed his head. Whoosh! Seeing Chun Gillen rushing towards Chief Zabel, Mara was shocked. She cast a water spell at Chun Gillen, attempting to sweep him away, but Chun Gillen dodged it and casually sent out an air blast, knocking her over. No, don't kill my father. Just as Chun Gillen was about to kill Chief Zabel, Mara, fearing that her father would also be killed, cried out in panic. Chun Gillen changed his fist into a grab, seizing Chief Zabel's neck. Ugh, who exactly are you? How can humans be so strong? Chief Zabel said with difficulty, clutching Chun Gillen's hand that was choking his neck. What do you want? Can you release my father, please? Mara looked at Chun Gillen with pleading eyes. Chief Zabel, right? Your Ocean Master wants to provoke a war with humans, so I have no choice but to cripple him. From now on, you will be the new Ocean Master. What do you think? Chun Gillen put the man down and crossed his arms. What are your conditions? Chief Zabel asked, knowing that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The condition is simple, that is, your daughter marries me. Through my marriage with your Atlanteans, we will establish a bridge of peace. From now on, the two races will coexist peacefully. What do you think? Chun Gillen glanced at Mara and said with a smile. Can you let us consider it? Daughter, Chief Zabel was a little embarrassed, eventually looking at Mara, seemingly wanting to hear her opinion. You must consider it carefully. If you don't agree, then your Atlantean race has no need to exist, Chun Gillen said casually. Father, for the sake of the race, your daughter is willing to sacrifice herself. Mara, having witnessed Chun Gillen's strength, shed a tear to prevent the death of her relatives. No, I don't agree to this marriage. Just then, Ocean Master Arthur rode a great white shark to the front of the group, followed by a group of great white sharks, looking at Chun Gillen with firm eyes, and then looking at Mara. Hurry up and leave, what are you doing here? Mara was anxious when she saw the Ocean Master arrive. I also don't agree to this marriage. Before the Ocean Master could speak, ORM, who had already lost his fighting power, didn't know where he swam out from, riding a golden seahorse, followed by hundreds of thousands of Atlantean troops, including tens of thousands of artillery, tens of thousands of trident cavalry, and tens of thousands of shark troops. Chief Zabel, you must consider carefully. The King of the Sea is not someone who can just be. I have pure Sea King blood. Only I am qualified to be the King of the Sea. Perhaps the army behind him gave ORM confidence, so he once again revealed an arrogant expression. You're called ORM, right? I'll give you a chance to submit, otherwise, you and the army behind you will have to die. Chun Gillen stepped forward and said. Human, do you really think you are invincible? Now I have gathered hundreds of thousands of Atlantean elites. What are you going to fight me with? ORM said sharply. Ants are still ants after all. Since you have made your choice, then die. Chief Zabel, now let me show you my true strength, Chun Gillen sneered, finished speaking to Mara's father, and came to the front of the army. Kill, whoosh. Seeing this, ORM directly issued an attack order, and countless Atlantean troops charged towards Chun Gillen. Before they even arrived, countless water energy shells bombarded Chun Gillen. Ding, water energy plus 100 T, plus 99, ding. Courting death. Ding, thermal energy 1 billion T, ding, kinetic energy 100 million T. Seeing the Atlantean army getting closer and closer, Chengillan smiled coldly and punched out, instantly releasing 1 billion tons of thermal energy and 100 million tons of kinetic energy. The powerful energy was like a volcanic eruption, washing over the Atlantean army. Ah, splash! In an instant, the seawater churned, flames surged, and the hundreds of thousands of Atlantean troops in front of Chengillan were instantly blasted into slag by the massive energy, and even the seabed was blasted out of a deep ravine. At the same time, huge waves were set off on the sea, countless fish were shocked to death by this powerful seismic wave, and hundreds of millions of aquatic creatures died in this attack. The powerful waves were so turbulent that even Mara and the others behind Chengillan were overturned by the huge current, and they all fell to the ground in a disheveled state. When they recovered, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Especially Ocean Master Arthur was deeply hit, because the shark army behind him was in the rear of Chengillan, and they were all overturned by the water and had long been defeated, let alone the hundreds of thousands of Atlantean troops who were attacked, all of them had disappeared. Poseidon's trident cough, unexpectedly, ORM was still alive, though utterly broken. Even with his powerful physique, he was on the brink of death. But the greater damage came from a mental blow. His proud elite army of hundreds of thousands of sea creatures had been wiped out with a single move, and he had nearly been killed. Buzz Chengillan arrived before ORM and activated his mental domination ability, invading ORM's memory to find the location of the mother box. Now, who else objects? After confirming the location of the mother box, Chengillan looked at the survivors, especially Aquaman Arthur, who lowered his proud head under Chengillan's gaze. No one dared to speak. Since no one objects, then Chieftain Nereus of Zebel, from now on, you are the king of the sea. In the next 7 days, you will be responsible for organizing the wedding ceremony, Chengillan said, looking at Mara's father. Yes. Yes. Master. In the end, Chengillan followed Chieftain Nereus, taking Mara to the capital of Atlantis, moving into the royal city, and assisting Mara's father in taking over the royal city. Next, Mara's father led his people to settle in the royal city and summoned personnel to organize the wedding ceremony, while Chengillan took Mara to the sealed location of the mother box. The second one, only one left. I'm really looking forward to it. Chengillan took down the mother box, examined it, and, realizing it was genuine, couldn't help but reveal a smile as he muttered to himself. So, your goal from the beginning was it? Mara said, looking at the mother box in Chengillan's hand. She had heard of the legends about the mother box, but the time had passed too long, and the events had happened too suddenly, preventing her from realizing the seriousness of the matter. No, actually, my goal is you. Chengillan put away the mother box, turned around, and hugged Mara tightly. Why you? What do you want to do? What do you think? Mara was a little shy being held by Chengillan, and the thought of what might happen made her heart race, but Chengillan didn't give her much time to think, and kissed her. Mwah, kissing underwater gave Chengillan a unique feeling. Mara's lips were soft, and her half-resisting, half-welcoming appearance made him thoroughly enjoy the sensation. Alright, it's time to go out. After a while, Chengillan released Mara, walked out on his own, and Mara touched her lips, glanced at Chengillan's back, and followed. There are still 6 days left. During these days, take me to see the scenery of your Atlantis, Chengillan said, looking at Mara. Anyone who has seen the Aquaman movie knows that the scenery of the sea tribes in Atlantis is very beautiful. It was Chengillan's first time seeing these sights, and he was quite impressed, so he planned to take a good look at the sea tribes' customs in the next few days. Okay. While Mara was taking Chengillan sightseeing, Aquaman Arthur took his injured brother to find Mara's father and said a lot of things. Basically, Chengillan was a human, and those not of their race were sure to have different intentions. He had also killed hundreds of thousands of sea tribe soldiers. If this continued, the sea tribe would become a vassal of humans and must resist. Mara's father felt that this made sense. He didn't want the sea tribe to become a vassal of humans, but he also didn't want to offend Chengillan, and a plan instantly emerged in his mind. So, he gave Aquaman and his brother a map, telling them to find the legendary Trident of Atlan. After Aquaman and his brother left, he sent someone to find Chen Gillen, saying he had important matters to discuss. On the other side, Chen Gillen and Mara were getting along quite happily. After 2 days together, Mara felt that Chen Gillen was not as scary as she had imagined, and he was very good at flirting. Thinking that she would be his wife in the future, Mara began to try to accept Chen Gillen. With mutual affection, the two were riding a seahorse together in less than 3 days. "Master, the chieftain has something to discuss with you and hopes you can return to the royal city." While Chen Gillen was holding Mara, riding a seahorse, chatting and laughing, a sea tribe soldier found them and said respectfully, "Okay, I understand. Mara, let's go back." Chen Gillen nodded and said to Mara in his arms. "Okay," Mara replied. Afterward, the two rode their seahorse unhurriedly towards the royal city, seeing the various decorations and festive atmosphere along the way. Chen Gillen expressed his satisfaction. "Master, you're back," Mara's father said respectfully. "Yes, just say what's on your mind," Chen Gillen said. "Master, have you heard of the Trident of Atlan?" Mara's father asked. "Father, are you talking about the weapon of the former Sea King, the Trident of Atlan, which grants the wielder the power of the sea god and the ability to rule the sea tribes?" Mara said when she heard this. "Yes. Although I have Master's support now, it is not easy to control all the sea tribes. The other 6 tribes may not submit. Only by obtaining the Trident of Atlan can I rightfully become the Sea King," Mara's father said. "Do you know where it is?" Mara said. "I don't know, but someone does. ORM, the son of the former Sea King, and the child born to the Sea Queen and a human have already gone to find the location of the Trident of Atlan. I have sent people to track them. Once there is news, I will notify Master," Mara's father said. "No need for so much trouble. The Trident of Atlan, right? I know where it is. I'll just go get it," Chen Gillen said, recalling the plot. "Ah. Don't ah. Mara, you come with me, oh." Mara's father was dumbfounded. He originally intended for ORM and Arthur to obtain the Trident of Atlan and then release the guardian beast of the Trident, Kara then, to fight Chen Gillen. The reason he told Chen Gillen about ORM and Arthur searching for the Trident of Atlan was to exploit the information time difference, planning to inform Chen Gillen after ORM and Arthur obtained the Trident, thereby achieving his goal. However, he didn't expect Chen Gillen to know where the Trident of Atlan was. Therefore, he hurriedly sent people to tell ORM and Arthur, using the locator in Mara's hand to lure the two brothers to the trench. In the original story, the Trident of Atlan is located in the trench, because beneath the trench is an entrance to an underwater world called the Hidden Sea, and the Trident of Atlan is in the Hidden Sea, guarded by a giant lobster. After Chen Gillen brought Mara to the trench, a large number of trench creatures discovered their presence and attacked them in groups without saying a word. At this moment, Chen Gillen activated his mental manipulation ability, instantly causing the approaching trench creatures to lose control of their bodies, falling like dumplings. "Are you using your mental manipulation ability?" Mara asked upon seeing this. She had been controlled by Chen Gillen's mental manipulation before, so she knew about this ability of his. "That's right," Chen Gillen nodded. You're not allowed to use this ability to control me in the future." Perhaps feeling closer to Chen Gillen, Mara began to act coquettishly towards him. "Okay, as long as you behave, I won't use this ability on you." Chen Gillen looked at Mara, smiled, and pinched her cute cheek. "Okay, I will be good." Thus, under Chen Gillen's mental manipulation, no trench creature could approach them within a 10-meter radius, and they arrived at the entrance to the Hidden Sea very smoothly. "It's over, they've already gone in. No, I have to gather a large army to kill all these trench creatures, otherwise we won't be able to get in at all. Give it a rest, your army has already been wiped out." "You're no different from me now." "Bullshit, at least my bloodline is more noble than yours." "You're just a mongrel." "Screw you, your bloodline is noble. Can you make these annoying bastards move aside?" At the same time, ORM and Arthur also arrived at the trench, but they were attacked by a large number of trench creatures, causing the two brothers, who were already at odds, to argue. Shoo suddenly, a large group of masked sea people came from not far away. They threw a large number of luminous objects near the trench creatures, quickly diverting a large number of them. Thus, ORM and Arthur took the opportunity to sneak into the trench and also entered the entrance to the Hidden Sea, entering the Hidden Sea. On the other side, after Gillen took Mara into the underwater world, he was examining this world with air and water when a woman appeared. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The woman looked at them seriously. You're the queen, you're Arthur's mother?" Mara recognized the woman and couldn't help but be shocked. "You are, the Princess of Zebel?" "Yes, why are you here?" "I was thrown into the trench. By chance, I came here, then have you never thought about leaving? Once you enter here, if you want to leave, unless you get Carathan's approval and obtain the Trident of Atlan, otherwise, you won't be able to leave." The woman is Arthur's mother, the former queen, who was thrown into the trench for giving birth to a bastard with a human, thus entering the underwater world of the hidden sea. Mara recognized the woman's identity and chatted with her, while Gillen looked at the entrance to the former king's burial ground. Huff, finally out. At this moment, ORM and Arthur emerged from the water, attracting the attention of the three, and ORM was stunned after seeing the woman's face clearly. "Mother, you're still alive, are you saying, he is my mother? You are my children." Then, the three walked together, mother and son recognized each other, cried with joy, but noticed that Gillen had already walked into the burial ground of the former king, and from afar, he saw the golden trident of Atlan, as well as the bones of the former king. Boom! At this moment, the ground began to shake, and a behemoth began to awaken, startling the three who were still embracing. "Not good, he's going to take the trident of Atlan, we must stop him, otherwise the sea people will be under his control, go," ORM and Arthur said, and then they rushed in. Then they saw an unforgettable scene again. A behemoth raised its giant claw and slammed it hard at Gillen, but Gillen punched it. Bang crack! Instantly, Carathan's claw was shattered, and the huge force blasted it back, eventually falling to the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. "Stop!" Seeing that Gillen had arrived in front of the trident of Atlan, Arthur shouted, saying that he swam quickly towards Gillen, but when he swam over, Gillen had already taken the trident of Atlan in his hand. Buzz! Instantly, the trident of Atlan transmitted a strange force, which covered Gillen with a layer of golden scales, increasing his strength slightly. "Hand over the trident of Atlan." Seeing that the trident of Atlan was obtained by Gillen, Arthur actually attacked Gillen without knowing his own strength, but was kicked away by Gillen. Bang splash! Arthur, the former queen, saw this and quickly swam towards where Arthur fell, while ORM watched Gillen kick Arthur hundreds of meters away and didn't dare to say a word. Although Mara couldn't bear it, she didn't say anything. Instead, she suddenly felt that Gillen in the trident armor was very handsome. However, Gillen felt that the trident of Atlan was a bit weak. Besides the scales on his body that looked good, it could only control some aquatic creatures, and it wasn't very useful. The strength it increased was too small. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the trident of Atlan was just a symbolic weapon of the Atlantis kingdom, only symbolizing the kingship of Atlantis. Originally, in the Aquaman plot, Aquaman's combat power didn't increase much after obtaining the trident of Atlan. "King Mara, would you like to become the first queen of the sea?" Gillen came to Mara and looked at her seriously as he spoke. Me?" Mara said uncertainly. "That's right. Haven't you wondered how these two guys got here? So many trench creatures outside, how could they have gotten in so quickly?" As Gillen spoke, he suddenly grabbed ORM's neck and said coldly, "Let me go, I surrender, I submit." ORM didn't expect Gillen to suddenly attack him, and he had no power to resist. "Speak, who helped you get in?" "It was the leader of the Zebel tribe." "Alright, you can die now." "No, After ORM finished confessing, Gillen directly strangled him to death and threw the body away. Mara stared blankly, and recalling his words, she suddenly realized something. "No, my father didn't mean to, please don't hurt my father." Mara knew that Gillen was angry, and might even kill her father when he returned, so she directly knelt at Gillen's feet and pleaded. "Originally, I planned to let your father become the Ocean King and unify the sea tribes. Now it seems he's not suitable. Therefore, you will be the Ocean King. You are a smart person. I can spare your father, but you must know the consequences of betraying me. I will only give you this one chance. If there is another time, I will directly destroy all the sea tribes." Gillen raised Mara's chin and, in her horrified gaze, handed the trident of the seas to her. As the power of the sea god transferred, Mara put on a suit of golden scaled armor. I know what to do. Mara gripped the trident of the seas, feeling the power within, but she felt Chen Gillen was even more unfathomable, and she couldn't even muster the slightest thought of rebellion. Crack! At that moment, Arthur, the Ocean King who had been kicked away by Chen Gillen, and his mother, rode over on Carathen, who had lost a claw. The former Ocean Queen let out a painful wail as she looked at ORM's cold corpse on the ground. No, my son, damn it, you actually killed him, die. Arthur also saw ORM's corpse on the ground, and couldn't help but become furious, preparing to control Carathen to fight Chen Gillen. Stop! Seeing this, Mara couldn't bear for Arthur to die as well, and holding the trident of the seas, she stood in front of Carathen, preventing the two from attacking Chen Gillen. He actually gave you the trident of the seas. Are you going to turn the entire sea tribe into a vassal of humans? Arthur saw Mara stopping him, and couldn't help but shout angrily. The two had only met 3 times, and had not experienced the journey of finding the trident of the seas together as in the original story, so there was no emotional bond. Becoming a vassal of the strong is nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, those who overestimate themselves are incorrigibly foolish. Mara ignored Arthur's anger and said to herself, "Alright, there's no point in talking to ants. Since you want to control the entire sea tribe, this person with the blood of the Ocean King cannot be kept alive, die." Chen Gillen didn't intend to continue talking nonsense with the Ocean King, and instantly arrived above Carathen's head, throwing a punch. Ding, quantum energy 100 million T, boom splash instantly. Arthur and his mother, along with the giant shrimp Carathen beneath them, were all shattered into powder, leaving no remains. Mara watched in fear. She knew that this was perhaps a warning from Chen Gillen, a deterrent, or a consolidation of her kingship. If she betrayed him, she would definitely suffer Chen Gillen's fatal blow. At this moment, she felt a little heavy-hearted. Carrying the fate of millions of sea tribe members, she had to stand firm. Mara, your sea tribe values strength. If you want to become the queen of the sea, your strength is still lacking. I will grant you power, don't move, Chen Gillen said to Mara. Then, Chen Gillen forced out a drop of blood, and then opened a small cut on Mara's palm, dripping the blood into it, and then used a healing rune to repair her wound. As Chen Gillen's blood entered Mara's body, it instantly began to transform Mara's physique, bringing her great pain, and she couldn't help but roll on the ground, but without exception, her strength was also soaring. At this time, Chen Gillen was no longer the Chen Gillen he once was. His blood inherited his genes, including the power mutation gene from the Hulk, the energy control gene from the Celestials, the light energy storage gene from the source of space, the energy transmission efficiency gene from the source of mind, and the anti-aging and anti-time erosion gene from the source of time. However, only a drop of blood was dripped into Mara, so other than the power mutation gene from the Hulk, the other genes were not very obvious. Huff. Huff, after an unknown amount of time, Mara finally couldn't feel the pain in her body, and got up in a sorry state, breathing a sigh of relief. At that moment, she found that her perception, skills, and even strength had greatly increased. Let's go out and test your strength, see how much it has improved, Chen Gillen looked at Mara and said. He also wanted to know how strong Mara was now. Yeah, Mara nodded, took the trident of the seas, and came to the Trench tribe's territory, but to her surprise, the Trench tribe, who used to kill anyone they saw, no longer attacked her, but instead followed her orders. So, Chen Gillen took the trident of the seas from Mara and put it into the system space, isolating the power of the sea god, and those Trench creatures attacked the two of them. Kill, shoe splash next, Chen Gillen watched Mara kill in all directions. Not only was her strength powerful, but her ability to control water had also been greatly improved, and her body's defense had also been greatly improved. The originally dense Trench creatures were no longer her opponents. Through the battle, Chen Gillen estimated Mara's approximate data. Her strength was about 500 tons, her water control ability had increased by 1 times, but her water control range had increased by 10 times. With this ability, she could almost prevent those Trench creatures from getting close. Moreover, her body agility had also increased by 10 times, and her energy storage had increased by hundreds of times. Her fighting style was more inclined to be a melee mage. At this time, Mara's combat power far exceeded the Ocean King in the original story, because the Ocean King's burst power was only about 100 tons, and both strength and defense surpassed the Ocean King by a lot. Challenge, let's go, it's time to unify the sea tribes. Yes, subsequently, Mara, wielding the trident of Neptune, controlled the massive Trench tribe to clear the path, leading a vast army of fish towards the other 6 major sea tribes, notifying those tribes to attend a meeting in the royal city. Countless sea people saw the trident of Neptune in her hands, knowing that Mara was preparing to announce the Sea King, and those tribes all led their people to the royal city. I, Mara, have obtained the trident of Neptune. From this day forward, I am the queen of all sea tribes. As more and more sea tribes gathered, Mara, encouraged by Chingilan, swam to the center of the crowd, raised the trident of Neptune in her hand, and announced her queenship to all the sea tribes. All previous sea kings have been male. I, Brofin, a warrior of the Fishman tribe, refused to accept this. Then come and fight. A champion's challenge, the victor becomes king. Kill. However, Brofin was very brave when he came on stage, but he couldn't even withstand a single move before being blasted away. I'll come, and me. After Brofin's defeat, people came on stage one after another. Then, Mara began her champion challenge. Bang! Ah! Without exception, all challengers were defeated in a few moves, whether it was one or a group. Oh, the outer perimeter of the dynasty was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was thrilled to see Mara dominating the arena, because the stronger the ruler, the better they could lead them to a better life. Chieftain, it's the princess. When did she become so powerful? A member of the Zeeble tribe said, looking at Mara's father. It seems that the trident of Neptune has granted her power. Could it be that human has discovered something and is preparing to push my little girl to the throne? Mara's father pondered, his mind racing. Queen! Queen! Long live the queen. As Mara defeated more and more opponents, her prestige among all the sea tribes continued to soar. Many sea tribes had already recognized Mara as their queen. Who else is there? After Mara fought 77 and 81 battles without a single defeat, she couldn't help but look around and shout. I, Labrador, a warrior of the Saltwater tribe, will meet you. I, Laculacoj, a warrior of the Saltwater tribe. Just when everyone thought that no one would dare to come forward, the 10 warriors of the Saltwater tribe appeared, each covered in armor and unusually strong. Their appearance immediately caused exclamations from the sea tribes. Oh my god, it's actually the 10 warriors of the Saltwater tribe. It is said that each of them has a strength of tens of tons. With the combined strength of 10 people, even the former Sea King is no match. It is said that only by defeating them can one rule the Saltwater tribe and truly rule all the sea tribes. Queen Mara is very strong. I believe she will definitely be able to defeat them. Go Queen, defeat them. Among the 7 sea tribes, the Atlantis tribe of the former Sea King was the most powerful, because they contained the power of God in their bodies, looked no different from normal people, and were intelligent, but they were almost wiped out by Chingilan. Apart from that, the strongest individuals were these simple-minded, but armored and powerful saltwater tribes. Only absolute power could make them submit. Kill. Subsequently, the 10 warriors of the saltwater tribe fought with Mara. In order to prevent these saltwater tribe warriors from making her too embarrassed and affecting the subsequent inauguration ceremony, she used all her strength. Bang! Crash! Mara's powerful force instantly blasted one of the saltwater tribe warriors away, and then used her powerful water control ability to defeat them one by one. Even if a few of them attacked together later, she relied on her powerful strength and water control ability to beat them without any ability to fight back. I, Labrador, represent the Saltwater tribe, and recognize Queen Mara. I, Brofin, represent the Fishmen tribe, and recognize Queen Mara. As Mara defeated the 10 warriors of the Saltwater tribe, Labrador of the Saltwater tribe, and the sea tribes who had been defeated by Mara before, stood up one by one to represent their respective races and recognize Mara as the Queen of the Sea. I, the current Patriarch of Zeeble, Mara's father, thank you all for your recognition of my little girl. While everyone is here, let's hold my coronation ceremony now. Mara's father suddenly rushed out of the crowd and said with a smile to all the sea tribes. What? Does he mean he's going to be crowned Sea King? Mara is his daughter, it's not impossible for her to fight on his behalf. What's going on? I thought Mara was the queen, but it's the Zeeble Patriarch. What a joke, I don't believe he has the strength. If he becomes the Sea King, I will be the first to disagree. Unless Mara recognizes her father's throne, it is absolutely impossible. Queen Mara, don't be a coward. As Mara's father appeared, all the sea tribes began to discuss. Even Mara did not expect that her father would be so shameless as to openly come out and steal the fruits of her labor. Daughter, you've worked hard. After I ascend the throne, you will be the princess of the entire sea tribe. Mara's father looked at Mara with a kind expression. Father, I'm sorry, I don't recognize your throne, Mara said seriously, looking at her father. She didn't want to be the queen either, but she knew that Chen Gillen would not allow it. If her father became the Sea King, it would only harm him. Daughter, all your skills were taught to you by me. Do you think that if you didn't have the trident of Neptune, you would be my opponent? I have been in charge of the race for many years, and only I can be the king of the entire sea tribe. Father, do you think my power comes from the trident of Neptune? I can do without it. If you can defeat me, you will be the new Sea King. If you can't, please don't stop me. Okay, today I will teach you what a king should be like. Subsequently, Mara threw the trident of Neptune aside, took an ordinary trident, looked at her father stabbing towards her, and slapped him to the ground. Bang, how is this possible? How has your power become so great? This is the power bestowed upon me by the Lord. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just a human, how could he bestow power upon you? It must be the trident of Neptune, father, don't you understand? If it weren't for me, you would be dead. Your tricks have been seen through by the Lord. I am saving you, it must be the trident of Neptune. Mara's father did not believe that Chen Gillen could make Mara stronger, and attributed all the credit to the trident of Neptune. Therefore, he turned his head and quickly swam to the location of the trident of Neptune. Quinn Buzz Ha, I have obtained the power of the sea god. I am the true Aquaman. When Mara's father picked up the sea god's trident, he immediately felt a great increase in his strength and couldn't help but laugh. Bang crash however, as Mara swam over, she slapped him away again. No matter how he resisted, he was beaten without any ability to fight back, immediately making him realize reality. How could this be? I have the power of the sea god now, father, accept reality. From now on, I will lead the sea race to even greater heights. Mara walked up to her father, took the sea god's trident from his hand, and said, I was wrong, daughter. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so blinded. I, the leader of the Zeeble tribe, acknowledged Queen Mara. In the end, Mara's father realized his mistake and, like the other races, acknowledged Mara's position as the queen of the sea. All the sea races boiled over with excitement once again. Long live the queen! Queen! For the next 3 days, the Zeeble leader and the other race leaders began to prepare for Queen Mara's enthronement ceremony, while Mara was fooling around with a human in her palace. Ding, pleasure plus 10, ding, pleasure plus 10, ding. For 3 days in a row, the two did not leave the palace and saw no one. None of the sea races knew that their queen was kneeling in front of a human. Mara, our wedding may have to be postponed. Your prestige is high right now, and holding a marriage with me will affect your rule over the sea race. Master, I will listen to you in everything. Then let's do it again, shouldn't we stop? I still have to ascend the throne later. Speaking of this, I remembered something. Now that you have gained the approval of all the sea races, you can completely establish a sea race empire after you ascend the throne. From now on, you will be the empress. Ah. Why is that? Because this way, I can hee empress, you bad guy. Mara's enthronement ceremony went very smoothly. She became the first queen in the history of the sea race. The first thing Queen Mara did after taking the throne was to announce that the Sea Race Kingdom would become the Sea Race Empire. Then, Empress Mara began to integrate all the sea races, integrate the territory of the Sea Race Empire, and formulate various imperial regulations, which kept her extremely busy. Seeing that Mara was too busy, Chen Gillen didn't disturb her and left the sea race, coming to the human world to find the Chaos Mother Box left in the human world. In his memory, the Chaos Mother Box seemed to have been obtained by Cyborg's father, and Cyborg seemed to be in the same city as Batman, which was Gotham City, the city of sin. Gotham City has many notorious criminals, and there are various shootings every day. The dark forces are intricate and complex, and the police simply cannot manage it. However, these are just ordinary human criminals, and Chen Gillen has no interest in them. His only goal is the remaining Chaos Mother Box. However, Chen Gillen didn't remember Cyborg's real name, didn't know where his father was, and didn't know where the Chaos Mother Box was stored. So Chen Gillen took out a technological wristband, which contained the Red Queen's intelligent program. After Red Queen cracked and connected to the smart network, Red Queen kept track of the news of the Chaos Mother box. Then Chen Gillen began to walk aimlessly on the streets of Gotham City, using his elemental conversion ability to create some gold bars and diamonds to exchange for some money, and squandered it wantonly in this extravagant metropolis. However, his way of spending money attracted the attention of many criminals. People came to rob him every day, but without exception, they were all killed by him. One day, Chen Gillen came to a bar, ordered the most expensive wine, and tasted it on his own. Then he found a girl next to him drinking her sorrows away, while her best friend was trying to persuade her to drink less. Originally, Chen Gillen wasn't interested in this kind of thing, but when he saw the girl's face clearly, he suddenly became interested. The familiar dress and the familiar yet unfamiliar face were none other than Harley Quinn, the Joker girl. From the fragments of their conversation, Chen Gillen had already guessed that the Joker girl and the Joker had broken up at this time, and the heartbroken Joker girl was drinking away her sorrows in the bar. Just as her best friend went to the bathroom, two men who looked like bad guys came to the Joker girl, helped up the drunk Joker girl, and seemed to be preparing to take her to have some fun. Bang, she is my woman, get lost. Chen Gillen grabbed one of the men's hands and pushed him away. Joker girl, hi, honey, is that you? Oh, no, it seems you really don't want me anymore, huh? Harley Quinn thought the Joker had appeared and threw herself on Chen Gillen, but after seeing Chen Gillen's appearance clearly, she laughed maniacally again. Eastern boy, don't think I don't know you don't know each other at all. This is the prey we saw first. Let her go, or don't blame us for being rude. Another man looked at Chen Gillen fiercely and said. Hee, you have to be careful, they are bad people, hee. Harley Quinn drunkenly leaned on Chen Gillen and said with a giggle. Two ants, they can be crushed easily, bang this kid is tough, let's go. As Chen Gillen spoke, he casually flicked a little weak energy and knocked the two away. The two realized that Chen Gillen was not easy to mess with and left in a sorry state. Wow, so little brother is so powerful. Do you want to have fun with sister tonight? Harley Quinn didn't expect Chen Gillen to be so powerful, and she suddenly had an idea and immediately said it. Because, after she was abandoned by the Joker, basically no one dared to want her. The powerful ones would not provoke the Joker, and the weak ones would be eliminated by the Joker's people. Papa, sure enough, the two guys who had just teased the Joker girl were shot to death from behind not far after they went out. Okay, hearing Chen Gillen's words, Harley Quinn had an idea of retaliating against the Joker, and she staggered and pulled Chen Gillen out. Whoa, you are really amazing, you can actually fly, tonight will be our crazy night, After the two left the bar, Chen Gillen directly picked up the Joker girl and flew away, which made the Joker girl even more excited. As soon as Chen Gillen left with the Joker girl, those gangsters who had been paying attention to the Joker girl quickly found the Joker and reported the situation. Harley has been taken away, then kill him, do I need to say it? That person can fly, so what if he can fly? Bomb him to death, he flew into the air and became invisible, we can't find him, then search the whole city for me. My people, even if I don't want them, others can't touch them. Thus, the Joker's gang began searching the entire city for Harley Quinn, while Chen Gillen took Harley Quinn to an international hotel, using his mind control ability to book a presidential suite. Did you hear that? They've started mobilizing outside, they're all looking for me, aren't you afraid? Harley Quinn said to Chen Gillen with a manic look. What's there to be afraid of? I find it rather exciting, tsk, then would you like something even more exciting, oh? What ideas do you have, can't you fly? Let's do it in the sky. I want to do it in front of him, in front of all his men. I want him to lose all face, you really are crazy enough, I like it. But, I don't want to be disturbed by them. If you want them to see, then let's start a live broadcast? Good idea, but can you let me see his angry look? No problem, being in the sky is good, but Harley Quinn is just an ordinary person. The Joker's men have guns and cannons, maybe even planes. He doesn't want to be bombarded. So he remembered the nanoparticles he had stored in his system space, took out a large pile, and turned those nanoparticles into various devices. Some turned into drones, responsible for filming the battle between the two, as well as filming the Joker and his men's situation, and also turning into a virtual projection so that Harley Quinn could see the Joker's angry expression, satisfying her perverted psychology. Red Queen, when filming later, the angle must be well controlled. I don't want to be seen naked. Just let people know what we're doing, Chen Gillen said. Please refer to some movies, it looks very passionate, but in reality, nothing is seen. Yes, master, Red Queen agreed. Let me tell you a secret, actually, we never even did it. The reason he's so crazy is because he's congenitally incapable, yet he has a very strong possessive desire. I'm really looking forward to how crazy he'll be when he sees us happy, Harley Quinn laughed. Red Queen, start activating, yes. Master, buzz as the drone flew out of the hotel, it quickly spotted the gang forces searching everywhere on the street. Before long, the drone found the Joker and began to follow him invisibly. In the picture, the Joker kept walking back and forth. From time to time, someone would report, but it was all bad news, making the expression on his face more and more crazy. He's anxious, he's anxious. Honey, let's start quickly. Send live broadcast invitations to all his men. Okay, under Chen Gillen's arrangement, Red Queen sent video invitations to the Joker, including all his men. Originally, the Joker was very annoyed and rejected them, but the TV in front of him suddenly showed a picture. Honey, didn't expect it, I'm going to be with someone else in front of you, crazy, brother, come on. Harley Quinn saw through the virtual image that the Joker had already seen the picture on the TV, and couldn't help but say to the camera, then beckoned Chen Gillen to prepare for filming. As you wish, Chen Gillen didn't waste any time. Harley Quinn's madness also made him feel extremely excited, especially the other party's cooperation, which made him even more excited. Compared to the excitement of the two, the Joker felt like he was going crazy. A woman he regarded as his private property, not only did someone dare to defile her, but she even dared to broadcast it to him. What made him even more angry was that the woman's wanton display of flirtatiousness in order to take revenge made his face twisted. Bang sh*t, this be *tch, I'm going to kill her, no one is allowed to watch, turn off the live broadcast for me, find them, find these to be *stards, I will kill them with my own hands. The Joker smashed the TV, venting his anger on the subordinates. Harley Quinn was even more excited to see this scene. Darling, you are really amazing. At the same time, while the two were going crazy, as long as the Joker passed by, there would be displays or TVs playing the picture of the two, which made the Joker even more crazy. We found them, they are in room 801 on the 8th floor of the Caesar Hotel. 2.5 hours later, some subordinates locked down several hotels based on the interior of the hotel. During the search, they found that room 801 of the Caesar Hotel could not be opened. They discovered the crazy two through a telescope and other places and immediately informed the Joker. I'm going to blast you to death. The Joker, who had accumulated endless anger, was full of resentment and followed his men to the 8th floor of the Caesar Hotel and fired a rocket at the door. Boom crash instantly, the door was blown to pieces, but when they walked in, they found that it was empty. The Joker roared to the sky, but could not vent the anger in his heart, especially when he found that Harley Quinn and the adulterer were looking at him roaring on the roof of another building 1,000 meters away. He was even more angry. Darling, you are really amazing. Listen, how beautiful his roar to the sky sounds. We can hear it here. On the other side, the two who had finished dressing neatly were sitting on top of a tall building. Harley Quinn laughed as she looked at the Joker's roaring expression on the opposite side. However, after the madness, she quickly calmed down. After the pleasure of revenge faded, she fell into confusion again and didn't know what to do next. What's wrong? Confused? Chen Gillen said, looking at Harley Quinn, who suddenly became quiet. Yes, I once wanted to die for him, but he still abandoned me. What happened with you was actually just to retaliate against him. I don't know what to do next. Maybe I should use my death to exchange for his remaining life of sadness. Harley Quinn looked at the Joker, who had arrived downstairs and was about to jump off the building. Don't think that we will have nothing to do with each other afterwards. My woman cannot live for others, nor can she die for others. Chen Gillen sneered when he heard this, pulled Harley Quinn over, and then, in her shocked eyes, a beam of laser shot out from his eyes, instantly blasting the Joker on the ground into. Harley Quinn was stunned, and the Joker's men were also stunned, each running away in terror. Chen Gillen flew with Harley Quinn to the ground, looking at the Joker's corpse in silence. Do you know why you suffer? It's because you're not strong enough. When you have enough power, you can do whatever you want, whoever you want to die, dies. You don't have to live for others, and you don't have to die for others, Chen Gillen said. Can you give me power? Harley Quinn turned to look at Chen Gillen. Of course I can, what do you want me to do? Do what you want to do, okay, as long as you can grant me power, I will live for you alone from now on. Then, Chen Gillen cut open Harley Quinn's palm and dripped a drop of blood into it. Harley Quinn then writhed in pain on the ground. However, although Harley Quinn was in pain, she also felt her own power soaring, her physique constantly improving, her senses also constantly improving, and she even mastered a weak ability to control energy. Ha ha, Harley Quinn laughed maniacally, seemingly truly perverted, and also seemingly venting the pain brought about by the mutation. Perhaps having been with the Joker for a long time, that kind of perverted madness had also infected her. Clap clap, ha ha, is this the feeling of power? The transformed Harley Quinn picked up the Joker's pistol from the ground and fired several shots at herself, only to find that except for a slight pain, her body was unscathed, and she couldn't help but reveal a perverted smile. At this time, Harley Quinn also gained about 500 tons of strength, plus super defense, super perception, anti-aging, and gliding flight ability. Honey, I want to taste the feeling of being in the sky. Now no one should be able to disturb us, right? In order not to be looked down upon by Harley, Chen Gillen had no choice but to satisfy her, taking her to the stratosphere to engage in indescribable things. Ha ha. While the two were still busy in the sky, DC's protagonist, Superman, found the Kryptonian spaceship left in the Arctic through the Kryptonian key given by his foster mother, and met the female reporter Lois. After dropping off Lois, Superman Kal drove the spaceship away, eventually finding a place to study the spaceship, and saw the virtual image of his own father. His father told Superman a lot about Krypton, and then gave him a suit of clothes, which was Superman's exclusive combat suit. Then, Superman put on the combat suit and began to fly, experiencing the joy of flying, and eventually flew into space to absorb the power of the sun. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Earth in space, a very strange-looking spaceship was flying rapidly towards the direction of Earth. According to its flight speed, it was estimated that it would arrive at Earth in about 2 days. And Lois, after returning, wanted to report on Superman, but her camera was destroyed and there was no evidence, so she was rejected by her boss. Therefore, she kept looking for Superman's figure, and finally found Superman's home. It was also at this time that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration discovered an alien spaceship that had entered lunar orbit, and then the Earth's network was controlled by the Kryptonian spaceship, demanding that Earthlings hand over Superman. Chen Gillen also knew about this immediately. Harley, the aliens are here. Do you want to go and see them? Chen Gillen said, looking at Harley Quinn nestled in his arms. Okay, I can beat up bad guys again, Harley Quinn replied with a smile. Because Zod forced humans to hand over Superman, Superman finally appeared and voluntarily allowed himself to be taken away by the military. But Superman only trusted Lois, so the military invited Lois over. During the exchange between Superman and Lois, Zod's spaceship also landed on Earth, and demanded that the military hand over Superman and Lois. The military had no choice but to do so. Attention, there are high-speed objects approaching. It's two people. At this moment, Zod discovered the sound of the air being torn apart through his super hearing, and saw Chen Gillen flying in the sky through his super vision, and couldn't help but walk out of the spaceship. You go down first, I'm going to destroy this spaceship. Okay, Chen Gillen stopped in mid-air at 50 meters, and then put Harley down. Harley landed in a handsome posture, holding a baseball bat that had turned into an Edmund alloy in her hand, swaggering towards the army. Destroy the spaceship? A Earth native who accidentally gained the ability to fly El Soto destroy my Kryptonian spaceship, it's simply ridiculous. Zod heard Chen Gillen's words and couldn't help but reveal a look of ridicule. So, all the Kryptonians and the military, even Superman and Lois, looked strangely at Chen Gillen, who suddenly rushed towards the Kryptonian spaceship, without making any obstruction. Boom! Soon, Chen Gillen landed on the Kryptonian spaceship, feeling the hard outer shell of the Kryptonian spaceship, plus a unique energy shield, which was indeed extremely hard. Ding, quantum energy 1 billion, boom crash off, in an instant, Chen Gillen released 1 billion units of quantum energy. The powerful energy fluctuation was comparable to the explosion of 10 nuclear bombs, instantly disintegrating the Kryptonian spaceship's defense. The entire Kryptonian spaceship was blown open by the powerful energy, and the Kryptonians inside died on the spot. *T, how is it possible? My spaceship, Zod didn't expect that the other party could actually unleash such a strong attack, destroying his spaceship with one blow, and even he himself was blown away by the huge energy. In this wave, Zod only had 2 people left, that is, a man and a woman who had gone down in advance to negotiate with the military. Huff huff, and such a close-range super explosion, the resulting energy wave also instantly blew away everyone except Lois, who was protected by Superman, and even the tanks were pushed away dozens of meters. At this moment, only Zod and his 2 subordinates, Superman and Lois, and Chen Gillen and Harley Quinn were left on the scene. Ah, die for me. Zod looked at the unscathed Chen Gillen and angrily launched lasers, and his 2 subordinates also instantly killed Chen Gillen. Buzz, however, just at this moment, a mental force swept over, and the 3 Kryptonians immediately stopped their actions, standing there like wooden chickens. Even when Chen Gillen came to them, they remained indifferent. Chirp! Then, a lightsaber suddenly appeared in Chen Gillen's hand, and he chopped off one of their heads. The Kryptonians' strength and physical defense were indeed strong, but they also had several fatal weaknesses. First of all, one of them was the well-known kryptonite, which was their nemesis. Furthermore, their magic defense was not good, so they could not resist mental control, mind control, and other magical means. Superman, the celestial rune that Chen Gillen obtained, not only had the druid's mind control rune, but also Tina's weapon transformation rune. In addition, he absorbed Wanda's chaos magic. Any one of these could easily defeat them. Although the DC universe cannot absorb the universe energy to activate the celestial runes, he previously absorbed it through his armor from the system's power bank. Therefore, he can now use the celestial runes anywhere. Stop! Superman saw that Chen Gillen was preparing to kill all the Kryptonians and couldn't help but try to stop him. Although he knew these Kryptonians were bad people, they were, after all, his only remaining kin. He couldn't bear to see them all die, otherwise he would be the only one left. After all, in his heart, he had actually thought about restoring Krypton's glory. It was just that in the original story, Zod wanted to kill all the Earthlings and transform Earth into Krypton, so he had no choice but to kill Zod and destroy the incubation ship. Honey, leave one for me, you've killed them all, how am I supposed to have fun? Just then, Harley Quinn stepped forward and said to Chen Gillen. Alright, I'll leave this female Kryptonian to you. Be careful, they are still very strong, Chen Gillen said with a smile, and then released his control over the female Kryptonian. What happened? What is this power? How can there be such a terrifying person on Earth? After regaining consciousness, the female Kryptonian looked at her dead companions and retreated in horror, staring at Chen Gillen. Ada Bang, come on, continue. Just then, Harley Quinn suddenly launched a sneak attack, hitting her head with a hammer, directly knocking her down. But Harley, after hitting the female Kryptonian, did not continue to attack, but waited for her to stand up before provoking her, letting her fight. However, the female Kryptonian dared not fight, watching Chen Gillen warily, while also guarding against Harley's sneak attacks. She was in a state of panic, especially when she saw Chen Gillen, holding a lightsaber, walking towards Zod. Stop, can you spare him? Superman stood in front of Chen Gillen and said. Clark, do you know how many people would die because of them if I didn't take action today? What? Kryptonians are people, but Earthlings aren't? Chen Gillen said, looking at Superman. They only issued a warning to the Earthlings, and did not do anything to harm Earth or kill any Earthlings. On the contrary, you killed quite a few Kryptonians. Earth is so big, why can't it accept them? Superman said. You think so, but they may not think so. See the spaceship in the sky? They are already prepared to transform Earth into new Krypton. If they succeed, can Earthlings survive in Krypton's environment? Clark, you know, your kindness is built on the lives of billions of Earthlings. Earth has raised you for more than 20 years, are you so ungrateful? Chen Gillen sneered. I'm not, I just think there is a better solution to this matter. Alright, I don't have time to waste with you, get out of the way, no, boom. Seeing that Chen Gillen was still going to kill Zod, Superman resolutely stepped forward to stop him, only to see Chen Gillen's right hand suddenly condense into a gauntlet, and a punch with a force of hundreds of thousands of tons sent Superman flying. Sizzle no. Ah. Superman, who was blasted away, did not die, but was just a little dazed. When he looked up, he happened to see Zod's head falling to the ground. He was instantly furious and flew towards Chen Gillen. Seeing Superman preparing to fight Chen Gillen, Lois Lane also noticed military jets flying in the sky, and she began to quickly flee the combat zone. Boom crash so, Chen Gillen and Superman fought together, each punch shattering countless buildings, but it was completely Superman being unilaterally beaten by Chen Gillen. Superman's combat power was not very strong at this time, and his combat skills were also very average. He only knew how to be reckless. Therefore, facing Chen Gillen, whose speed and strength were not weaker than him, he was directly beaten. Chen Gillen could indeed use mind control to control Superman, but the feeling of punching to the flesh was also very good. After all, there weren't many opportunities to beat Superman with pure strength. When Superman becomes stronger later and his strength surpasses him, he can only use mind control, which is boring. De whoosh, the military's attacks were directly ignored by both Superman and Chen Gillen. On the other hand, the female Kryptonian on the ground directly shot down several jets with the wreckage of the spaceship. Without the interference of the jets, and with Superman entangled with Chen Gillen, she immediately prepared to fly back to the spaceship in space. "Oh yo, have you forgotten about me, Ada?" Harley Quinn said, and then slammed the female Kryptonian on the head with a hammer again, almost knocking her unconscious. "Damn Earthwoman, you're courting death." Boom. Then, the female Kryptonian also fought with Harley Quinn. However, overall, the female Kryptonian was stronger. Not only was she more experienced in combat, but she was also stronger. But fortunately, Harley's physique was also good. When she fought, she didn't care about life or death, and her crazy style of fighting injury for injury also made the female Kryptonian furious. My god, how can there be such a strong person on Earth, destroying the aircraft with one blow? What? General Zod and the others were actually controlled directly. What kind of ability is this? It's over, General Zod was killed, without any resistance. Quick, leave Earth immediately. The incubation ship has been scanned, it's at the North Pole of Earth. Go, let's go to the North Pole, take the incubation ship away, and rebuild Krypton somewhere else. Go. At the same time, the Kryptonians remaining on the spaceship in space discovered that Zod and the others were dead, and also realized that there was a super strong person on Earth. Especially after discovering through the screen that the opponent instantly controlled Zod, they were even more shocked. Seeing that the only surviving female Kryptonian was also entangled, and they happened to find the Kryptonian incubation ship, they resolutely decided to go to the North Pole to drive away the incubation ship. She's simply a female madman, damn it. Why didn't they wait for me before leaving? Have I been abandoned by them? Never mind, I'll chase after them first. The female Kryptonian said, and then soared into the sky, flying in the direction the spaceship left. Hey, don't run away, who will play with me if you run away? Harley Quinn said unhappily. Whoosh, just then, before the female Kryptonian could fly far, she was smashed back by Chen Gillen using Superman, and crashed to the ground with Superman. Boom! Superman buzzed. Then, a wave of mental fluctuations swept over, and both of them were controlled by Chen Gillen. But just as Chen Gillen was about to finish off the female Kryptonian, Harley Quinn spoke up. Honey, can you not kill her? Leave her here to play with me. Her fighting power is pretty good, perfect for training me, Harley Quinn said. Well, it's not impossible. How about this, I'll her a bit. From now on, she will be your servant. Chen Gillen said. He recalled the Eternals' manufacturing method in the Celestial Inheritance. Combining it with the intelligent machine structure of Earth, it wouldn't be impossible to transform the female Kryptonian into a celestial servant similar to the Eternals. Okay, thank you, darling, moi. So, for the next half hour, Chen Gillen used divine-level technology runes to the female Kryptonian, turning her into a Kryptonian similar to the Eternals, with a cosmic core that stored cosmic energy. The female Kryptonian needed cosmic energy to control her body. The cosmic energy needed to be inputted by Chen Gillen and was under his control. Chen Gillen controlled the female Kryptonian's actions by controlling the cosmic energy. He could even reset her memory and modify her memories. The Celestials of Marvel are beings who create the universe. Therefore, this kind of manipulation is very advanced. Even divine power cannot break it. Only the power to break through the shackles of the universe can break it. In the female Kryptonian's memory, she would no longer be a Kryptonian following Zod, but a servant trained by the Chen Gillen family from childhood, following Chen Gillen through myriad realms, responsible for protecting Chen Gillen's safety. Now that Chen Gillen had become incomparably strong and no longer needed her protection, she was arranged by Chen Gillen to protect Harley Quinn, acting as Harley Quinn's guardian. Frieza, from now on, you will follow Harley, understand? Chen Gillen activated the female Kryptonian and said after she woke up. Yes, Master. Miss Harley, please take care of me in the future. The female Kryptonian gave Chen Gillen a servant's etiquette and then looked at Harley. The cosmic energy in the yet female Kryptonian's body could only last her 100 years. After that, she would become a vegetable. Normally, cosmic energy is not needed during combat. Like ordinary Kryptonians, she only needs to bask in the sun to become stronger. Of course, they cannot be compared to Superman because Krypton began machine births hundreds of years ago, and their bloodline talent is not as good as Superman's natural birth. In addition, Superman contains the life codex of the entire Krypton in his body, which is also the key to him becoming stronger and stronger in the later stages. Clark, I originally didn't plan to cause you trouble, but since you've delivered yourself to my door, I have no choice but to accept your body. With the female Kryptonian as an example, how could Chen Gillen let go of Superman, this bug-level existence in the DC universe? So, Chen Gillen followed suit, using the same method to change Superman's body control system, replacing nerve control with cosmic energy celestial runes, and creating a more powerful cosmic energy core. Finally, he modified Superman's memory. His identity was a guardian arranged by the Chen Gillen family in the DC universe to protect Earth. He had changed countless identities over the centuries, and Clark was one of them. Now that Chen Gillen had descended to Earth, he would also respect Chen Gillen and protect Chen Gillen while also helping Chen Gillen solve all the troubles. Clark, let's go, follow me to destroy a few traitors. Yes, Master. At the same time, several Kryptonians who had arrived in the Arctic long ago found the incubation ship and successfully activated it. But when they found that the incubation ship could not at all, they were all stunned. Damn it, the codex has been taken away. Without the codex, this ship is useless. Could it be that our Krypton is really going to be extinct? The codex must be on Kal-El's body. Kal-El's rescue plane has already been found. Let's go, let's go. So, the remaining Kryptonians flew to Superman's house in the spaceship, but just as they arrived, they saw two people flying over at extreme speed. Damn it, they're here, blast them to death. An energy cannon instantly shot at the two, but it was directly absorbed by Chen Gillen and blasted back at them, instantly bombarding their spaceship. Boom! As the two approached, Superman fired lasers that pierced the spaceship, cutting it in half. The Kryptonians, who were mentally controlled by Chen Gillen, were killed by Superman's lasers without any resistance. Thus, besides Superman, only the female Kryptonian was still alive among the Kryptonians. However, Chen Gillen remembered the Kryptonian's genetic ability to absorb the sun to become stronger, and to automatically control force fields, possessing super X-ray vision and super hearing. In some ways, they were stronger than his current body. First of all, in terms of pure strength, Chen Gillen had absorbed the Hulk's mutant gene, space origin, mind origin, time origin, and fused some celestial bloodline, but he was still no match for Superman. In terms of body hardness, Chen Gillen should have surpassed Superman with so many's. His body's energy release and energy attacks also surpassed Superman. His magic resistance was also much higher than Superman's, and he didn't have Superman's obvious weakness of being afraid of kryptonite, but in terms of force field control, supervision, and super hearing, he was not as good as Superman. Therefore, the Kryptonian gene was also somewhat useful to him. So he remembered the tablet of life he had obtained from Asgard before. A stone tablet that could possess the complete life-form evolution equation. Chen Gillen couldn't understand it before, but after absorbing the celestial inheritance, he could now understand a little. Chen Gillen also thought of the technological knowledge contained in the Chaos Mother Box, so he took out the Chaos Mother Box and began to study it, using the technological crystallization of the Chaos Mother Box, combined with the celestial inheritance and theological technology runes, to conduct in-depth research on the Tablet of Life. Buzz as Chen Gillen's research deepened, he seemed to have discovered a method suitable for his body to become stronger, but it was only in a conceptual stage, so he needed to experiment constantly. Chirp therefore, Chen Gillen used the varied people's ability to absorb, and sharp thorns grew out of his body, piercing into the bodies of those dead Kryptonians, absorbing some of their genes, and using the celestial inheritance combined with the Tablet of Life Chaos Mother Box to optimize them, so as to formulate the correct strengthening plan. It is worth mentioning that the Chaos Mother Box also has a life equation, but it is not perfect and has many side effects. Chen Gillen directly abandoned it. Chirp to ensure that the genes of different Kryptonians were different, he absorbed the genes of all the dead Kryptonians, and even let Superman bleed a little for him to study. Military of course, Zod, as the leader of the Kryptonian rebels, also had some reference value in his genes. So, Chen Gillen flew back to the previous location with Superman. Huh? Why are there only military personnel here? Where are Zod's and the others' bodies? Harley and the others have been taken away. To Chen Gillen's surprise, when he and Superman flew back, they found that the area had been occupied by the military. Zod's and the others' bodies were gone, and Harley Quinn and the other woman seemed to have been taken away as well. Don't move, gentlemen, please come with us. Perhaps because Superman had been captured by these soldiers before, and Harley Quinn was very cooperative with the military, they assumed that Chen Gillen and Superman would also follow them without hesitation. Therefore, a group of people brazenly surrounded the two. Clark, go and bring Zod's body back, and rescue Harley. Chen Gillen ignored the military soldiers and directly said to Superman beside him. Yes, Master. Superman nodded and flew into the sky. Using his supervision, he quickly discovered the convoy that had already driven away, which included the wreckage of the Kryptonian spaceship, the Kryptonian corpses, and the two women, Harley Quinn. Shit, who said they would cooperate obediently? Quick, he's going after the convoy, tell that reporter to stop him. The officer who came to negotiate cursed and then spoke into the walkie-talkie. Whoosh boom. Unfortunately, it was too late. Superman instantly landed on the frontmost escort vehicle, directly crushing it. Then, he leaped to the vehicle carrying Zod's body and forcibly pried open the cargo hold. Da-da-da-bang, ugh, the soldiers who were guarding inside the carriage saw this and opened fire on Superman, even trying to stop him, only to be swatted away by Superman. Bang. After grabbing Zod's body, Superman kicked his way through the iron carriage. Using his X-ray vision, he located Harley Quinn's carriage and fired lasers at it, cutting the carriage in half. Boom. Zzz, come with me. After casually swatting a few ignorant soldiers to death, Superman used his laser to cut the two women's chains. He told the two women to follow him and jumped out of the vehicle. Wow, are we going to openly rebel against the military? This is so much fun, miss, don't worry, I will protect you. Mere ordinary earthlings can't harm you in the slightest. Thump. After Superman and the others got out of the car, the military had already formed a line waiting for them. Lois was brought to the front of the line, receiving a signal from the military to stop Superman. Clark, stop, sizzle. To everyone's surprise, before Lois could finish speaking, Superman's laser shot out, instantly blasting her into pieces. Damn it, he really is a dangerous element on Earth, kill him. Da-da-da, whoosh boom. Seeing Lois's death, the military couldn't care less and continuously fired at Superman and the others. The dense rain of bullets couldn't cause any harm to them. Haha, this is so much fun, kill them for me, bang. Thus, the three of them slaughtered into the crowd like wolves among sheep, one punch after another, each punch landing squarely, each strike killing at least one soldier. Shit, who exactly are you people? What do you want to do to Earth? The people who were surrounding Chen Gillen but hadn't taken action because Chen Gillen hadn't resisted, remembering Chen Gillen's previous words, couldn't help but question Chen Gillen in terror. I just want to tell you a fact, the weak should not try to control the strong. Otherwise, the outcome will be very tragic, like now. Buzz splash. As Chen Gillen's body shook, the soldiers surrounding him all turned into a pile of minced meat. Blood splattered on the officer's face, scaring him speechless. Tell those above you, don't provoke my people. Gillen glanced at the officer, then flew to Harley Quinn and the others. Let's go. Yes, master. Yes, Gillen carried Harley Quinn as he flew, Superman followed closely behind, and the female Kryptonian had already adapted to the Earth's environment and mastered the ability to fly, following behind Superman. Whoosh, soon, the four arrived near Clark's home. His foster mother heard the sound and came out, looking at the group, and finally saw Superman. Clark? You're back. Do you know your origins? Are you going to leave me? Superman's foster mother said, looking at Superman. Superman had told his foster mother about this before he left. Seeing Superman bring a few people back, she thought Superman was going to leave, and couldn't help but feel sad. After all, Superman's foster father had died because of a typhoon. If Superman also left, she would be left alone. Clark, she is your foster mother, treat her well in the future. Go back first, I will call you when I need you, Gillen said, looking at Superman. Yes, master, Superman nodded, then walked to his foster mother, hugged her, and finally followed his foster mother home. Harley, let Frisia take you wherever you want to go. I have things to do and don't have time to accompany you. Okay, darling, then you must come and find me, love you, okay, go. In the end, the female Kryptonian left with Harley Quinn. Gillen, carrying Zod's body, arrived at a deserted place and quickly built a biological laboratory underground using elemental conversion abilities and chaos magic. At the same time, after Gillen and the others left, World News was playing footage of Gillen and the Kryptonians fighting, causing many people to cheer that Gillen was a hero protecting Earth. But after Gillen solved the Kryptonian problem, the military intervened. The hero and their minds changed because they witnessed an Earth girl and a female Kryptonian walking together, and later killing so many soldiers. In the end, Gillen and the others went from being heroes who saved Earth to being alien terrorists who wanted to destroy Earth, just like the Kryptonians. Do you think you can slaughter ordinary people just because you are strong? You will bleed, I said. Batman snorted after seeing the news about Gillen and the others, and then began to look for ways to defeat Superman or Gillen. However, he really did learn about kryptonite from the information left behind by hacking the Kryptonian spaceship, and began to search for kryptonite and manufacture kryptonite weapons. He finally appeared, Gotham City, huh? Wait for me, Wonder Woman also saw Gillen's figure through the news and prepared to go to America. Are they metahumans? Great, I've found my kind, but they seem like bad guys. Should I go take a look? Having just gained the Speed Force, the Flash also saw the news. He was a little excited to learn that he wasn't the only metahuman in this world. He felt like he'd glimpsed another world. But he realized that Gillen and the others didn't seem like good people, so he decided to go and see for himself. In the movie Justice League, this was also why he joined the Justice League. Therefore, after meeting Batman, he was very curious about the other's superpower. Flash, what's your superpower? Batman, I'm super rich. Gillen didn't know about the news and didn't care. At this moment, he was studying the Tablet of Life and had already made some progress, so he planned to use Zod's corpse for experiments. First, Gillen needed to study the Tablet of Life in depth and formulate a specific genetic sequence. Second, he would use the Chaos Mother Box to change the genetic sequence of the experimental subject. Because his goal was to strengthen himself, he even studied his own blood samples. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Gillen also had a deep understanding of the Tablet of Life equation and began compiling Zod's genetic sequence. However, to prevent the creation of uncontrollable experimental subjects, Gillen also added various control methods. After confirming everything, he used element conversion to create a super-large device. Chirp-clang after placing Zod's body, Gillen began to modify Zod's thoughts, using brain control, nerve control, and other methods. He also made relevant settings for the Chaos Mother Box. Buzz buzz, ding, electricity 100 million, with everything ready, Gillen placed one of the mother boxes and then released 100 million units of electricity into the mother box. The mother box absorbed the massive energy and instantly emitted a light that enveloped Zod's corpse. Buzz whoosh, instantly, Zod's corpse swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly turning into a giant comparable to the Hulk, covered in various spikes. Roar! At the same time, in a distant starfield, Steppenwolf, under Darkseid, sensed the powerful fluctuations of the mother box. He quickly locked onto the location of the mother box through its energy fluctuations and immediately reported it to Darkseid. So, the location of the mother box has finally been found? Earth? It's time for darkness to descend. Steppenwolf, lead the Vanguard Legion to Earth, seize the mother box, and open the portal, Darkseid said to Steppenwolf, who was kneeling on one knee. Yes. On the other side, Zod, who had finished his transformation, became a bizarre-looking monster. As soon as he woke up, he roared repeatedly, but with a thought from Chen Gillen, he quickly quieted down and groveled in front of Chen Gillen, trembling. This thing looks so much like Doomsday. Then let's call it Doomsday. In the original story, Doomsday's weakness is kryptonite, but this thing has undergone my genetic modification, so it's probably not afraid of kryptonite. I just don't know where its limit is, Chen Gillen muttered to himself, looking at the thing in front of him. Buzz buzz. Just then, the mother box suddenly emitted strong energy fluctuations, radiating a certain light from within. Then, to Chen Gillen's surprise, a huge beam of light descended from the sky. Boom chirp chirp. Immediately afterward, a man with horns on his head and a giant axe in his hand fell from the beam of light, followed by a large group of strange people with fly wings. I was just about to test this guy's combat power, and Steppenwolf came. Then let him try it out, Chen Gillen said, summoning the Chaos Mother Box into his hand. Seize the Mother Box, kill, Steppenwolf gave an order, and a large number of parademons charged towards Chen Gillen. He himself also rushed towards Chen Gillen. Kill them, Chen Gillen didn't move, directly giving the order to Doomsday. Roar, Doomsday received the message, stood up, roared, and charged towards the parademons. The parademons were like ordinary flying insects, easily beaten into blood mist. Chirp. However, the parademons, unafraid of death, charged forward. Several parademons also got close and attacked, but it was like tickling Doomsday, having no effect at all. What is this thing? Kill, Steppenwolf saw Doomsday for the first time and was a little stunned for a moment, but seeing the opponent rushing towards him, he also fearlessly charged towards Doomsday. As the two were about to meet, they jumped up, one raising his fist, the other holding a battle axe, all slamming towards the opponent. Clang whoosh. However, to everyone's shock, Steppenwolf's axe was smashed by Doomsday's punch. Then, in Steppenwolf's shocked gaze, he was kicked away. Boom whoosh. Seeing that his weapon was destroyed, Steppenwolf knew that he was no match for the opponent. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he ordered a large number of parademons to attack Doomsday, while he himself rushed towards Chen Gillen. Roar, whoosh. Perhaps knowing Steppenwolf's intention, Doomsday roared, and a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from his body, instantly annihilating all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Then, with a lunge, he arrived in front of Steppenwolf and punched him away. Boom boom. Afterward, Doomsday unilaterally crushed Steppenwolf. Whether it was speed, defense, or strength, it was far beyond what Steppenwolf could match, and he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Chirp. Seeing Steppenwolf being beaten, the parademons charged towards Doomsday again, and some rushed towards Chen Gillen, but Chen Gillen casually blasted a large number of them to death. Don't kill him yet. Bring him here. Seeing that Doomsday was about to blast Steppenwolf to death, Chen Gillen spoke to stop him. Then Doomsday brought Steppenwolf to Chen Gillen. You, Buzz. Just as Steppenwolf was about to say something, he saw Chen Gillen activate his mental control ability, controlling Steppenwolf's mind, invading his memory, and checking information about the mother box and related news about Darkseid. Kill them. After obtaining the information he wanted, Chen Gillen controlled a few parademons and then gave the order to Doomsday. Chirp. Just as Chen Gillen gave the order, Doomsday crushed Steppenwolf's head. The parademons, without a leader, began to flee everywhere, but were frantically hunted down by Doomsday. Those nearby were blasted to death with a punch, and those far away were blasted into slag with a laser. Find the location of the last mother box, Chen Gillen said to the controlled parademons. In Steppenwolf's memory, these parademons could find the location of people who had come into contact with the mother box. Gathered, strength increased. Squeak. However, after sniffing the air a few times, the parademons scurried around like headless chickens, clearly unable to find the location of the mother box. This meant that the mother box in the human world was currently untouched. Chen Gillen carefully recalled the movie plot. it seemed the mother box in the human world had its aura sealed by an alien metal box. Without someone opening it, its location couldn't be found. In the movie, Cyborg only encountered the mother box because of a car accident. His father, not wanting his son to die, had no choice but to find the mother box, open the metal box, and use it to save Cyborg. It was that moment of contact with the mother box that attracted the parademons, who eventually took him away. Now, with no one touching the mother box because Cyborg hasn't had his accident yet, his father hasn't considered using it to save him, so the parademons can't be used to find its location. Realizing these parademons couldn't help him, Chin Gillen casually killed them, then took out the Chaos Mother box and looked at Doomsday. "Find something in the city that looks like this," Chin Gillen said to Doomsday. Doomsday was evolved from Zod's corpse, so he naturally possessed supervision and could see through many things. Therefore, it might be better to have him search before the mother box appeared. Although Chen Gillen didn't know where the mother box was, it was undoubtedly in Gotham City. Roar! After receiving the order, Doomsday flew away, using his X-ray vision to scan everywhere. He would descend to snatch anything that looked similar, confirm it wasn't the right thing, and then fly away again. Thus, Gotham City saw the emergence of a box maniac who would grab any box of roughly the right size, causing quite a stir. This also caught the attention of the superheroes already in Gotham City, such as Flash, Wonder Woman, and Batman. Although Doomsday wasn't killing people indiscriminately, he acted without regard for consequences. Anyone who blocked him would be mercilessly killed, and he was so powerful that he could absorb human bullets and energy, making him unstoppable. Even Flash, Wonder Woman, and Batman combined couldn't defeat Doomsday. At the same time, Chen Gillen also found Superman, Clark, and gave him a mission, to find the Chaos Mother box in the city. He also gave the same task to Harley Quinn and the female Kryptonian, who were still playing around. With their actions, Gotham City began to stir. During Chen Gillen's research, the military had also caused trouble for Superman and Harley Quinn, questioning the female Kryptonian's purpose on Earth and Superman's intentions. Harley Quinn explained that the female Kryptonian had become her maid and had no intention of destroying the Earth, and Superman had lived on Earth for 20 years without a criminal record. The military became interested in winning them over and established a superpowered organization called the X Task Force, responsible for all events related to superpowers. With Chen Gillen's approval, Harley Quinn chose to join with the female Kryptonian, but Superman refused. After Chen Gillen issued the mission, Superman began to act, choosing to use X-ray vision to search like Doomsday, while Harley Quinn used her official position to search through official channels. Because of Doomsday's recklessness, the X Task Force also received the task of dealing with Doomsday. Therefore, as the captain of the X Task Force, Harley Quinn also tried to obtain information about the mother box from official sources and identify those who knew about it. Thus, through the information revealed by Harley Quinn, Chen Gillen took care of those high officials or scientists one by one, using mental manipulation to read their memories. He quickly found Cyborg's father and read his memories. Remember to watch your son's football game. After reading his memory, Chen Gillen deepened a psychological suggestion for Cyborg's father. If Cyborg still had a car accident because he didn't attend his game, Cyborg would be finished, because the mother box had already been taken away by him. After Chen Gillen obtained the third mother box, he ordered Doomsday and Superman to end their mission, and the three flew to a small island together. "Buzz, guard this place. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach." "Yes, master." With a shake of Chen Gillen's foot, a small mountain on the island began to turn into a large laboratory. After giving the two the guarding order, Chen Gillen entered the laboratory. Doomsday was quite successful, but there are side effects. "But I have the system to protect me, plus my physique is stronger than Zod's, and with the power of 3 mother boxes, my strength should be greatly improved," Chen Gillen muttered to himself. Then, he began to compile the relevant settings of the 3 mother boxes. After the settings were completed, he put them aside and began to set up manufacturing and transformation equipment to ensure that the transformation task could be carried out without manual operation. "Red Queen, start it up." "Yes, master." After working for most of the day, everything was ready. Chen Gillen handed over the operating authority to the Red Queen's intelligent program, and then came to the center of the transformation machine. Buzz. As the machine started, the three mother boxes began to gather together, autonomously fusing, and instantly burst out with powerful energy fluctuations. When only one mother box was used, external energy was needed to activate its abilities. Now, with three mother boxes, external energy was no longer needed, it could be activated directly. Chirp. As a beam of light enveloped Gillen, a force of transformation began to invade Gillen's body, making him feel more and more powerful, awakening various abilities, but also receiving bad prompts from the system. Ding, pain plus 1 billion, ding, giantification times plus 1, ding, spinal mutation times plus 1, ding, hair follicle destruction times plus 1, ding, gender organ disappearance times plus 1, ding, skin darkening times plus 1, ding. To Gillen's surprise, he received so many bad prompts. If he didn't have the system, he might have turned into something similar to Doomsday. Damn it, luckily I have the system, otherwise I would be finished. However, this improvement is even more powerful than before. Even if I haven't reached the single universe level, I am invincible at the father level, Gillen muttered to himself as he felt his own power. Now, his perception surpassed countless times before. The entire Earth seemed to be within his perception range. Whether it was sight, hearing, smell, or temperature, everything became extremely sensitive. What made Gillen even more delighted was the immense increase in his strength. Even without the celestial god runes, his physical strength alone reached tens of millions of tons, making it easy for him to shatter mountains with a single punch. His physical body was also incredibly robust, boasting not only high defense but also rapid recovery. Even if he lost a hand, as long as he had enough energy, he could regenerate it directly. The most formidable aspects were his energy absorption, storage, and conversion capabilities. He could absorb various forms of energy, including solar, electrical, light, thermal, nuclear, and quantum energy. He could also convert energy by recording its form, achieving true all-attribute attacks, even converting magical energy. To this end, Gillen specifically recorded energy forms such as ice, electricity, light, heat, kinetic energy, white magic, celestial god cosmic energy, quantum energy, chaos magic, telekinesis, and mental energy. Gillen's energy storage capacity was also exceptionally strong, allowing every cell in his body to contain powerful energy. The more energy he stored, the stronger he became, enhancing his perception, attacks, and even physical strength. I wonder if the energy stored in the system can make me even stronger. Right, I can't waste the mother box's energy either. Let's do it all together. Having understood his body's characteristics, Gillen began using the Chaos Mother Box to infuse himself with energy and using the energy absorbed by the system to nourish himself, constantly enhancing his strength. Buzz, ding, thermal energy 1 billion, ding, electrical energy 1 billion, ding, nuclear energy 1 billion, ding. With the continuous accumulation of energy, Gillen felt like a giant sponge, constantly absorbing water to grow stronger. His body became incredibly powerful as energy accumulated. Moreover, due to the combined effect of the three mother boxes, the life equation from the Book of Life, and the celestial god bloodline from the celestial god inheritance, Gillen could use energy for body enhancement and limb regeneration after being strengthened. Buzz. Soon, the energy transfer reached his physical limit, and Gillen had to stop, as continuing would only cause the energy to overflow. It's a pity. To break through to the single universe level, I need to condense the power of. Although I have the celestial god condensation method, condensing celestial god would mean joining the celestial gods after returning to Marvel, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to improve any further. I should wait for now, Gillen thought carefully. Currently, his energy accumulation had reached the limit of a Skyfather level being, and to break through, he needed to condense the power of, which was available in the celestial god inheritance. However, condensing the celestial god would require him to go to the celestial god universe, or he wouldn't be able to improve in the future, and he didn't want to be controlled by the celestial gods. Therefore, he thought of the Infinity Stones. Gathering the power of all 6 stones would allow the user to make a wish with a snap of their fingers. Perhaps he could try using the power of the stones to find a universe suitable for himself. Buzz. Just as Gillen was pondering, the fused mother box suddenly erupted with immense power, instantly opening a spacetime portal in the sky above the island, revealing an alien army numbering over 1 million. For Darkseid, kill, kill. Subsequently, a large number of aliens entered Earth through the spacetime portal, including various transport ships, giant creatures, and flying alien beings. Buzz, however, before they could assemble, a mental wave swept over them, and Chen Gillen forcibly controlled over 1,000,000 alien creatures, causing them to plummet towards the sea like bees without wings. Buzz, just then, a dark-skinned figure appeared from the spacetime portal, his eyes glowing red as he fired lasers at Chen Gillen. Even more surprisingly, the lasers dodged, automatically avoiding the falling alien creatures, and heading straight for Chen Gillen. Ding, fire plus 2 billion tons, the lasers struck Chen Gillen, but were absorbed by the system. To Chen Gillen's surprise, it wasn't energy, but the so-called power of. Is this the power beyond the Skyfather level? Hiss, this dark side is actually a single universe-level powerhouse. Chen Gillen said in surprise. Boom! Buzz! At that moment, Darkseid jumped in from the spacetime portal, instantly creating a flame marked thousands of meters wide on the island upon landing. As the flames burned, the surrounding alien creatures quickly regained their senses, and Chen Gillen discovered that his mental control was ineffective on them. Darkseid stood in the center of the flame mark, looking at Chen Gillen, or rather, the Chaos Mother box behind Chen Gillen, seemingly preparing to snatch it. Take him down, Chen Gillen said to Doomsday and Superman, then turned around and casually disassembled the 3 mother boxes, directly storing them in the system space. He intended to let Superman and Doomsday test Darkseid's abilities first. The 2 Kryptonian products shouldn't be instantly killed, right? But after the mother boxes were taken away, the spacetime portal began to close, but no one cared about the spacetime portal in the sky, because Darkseid's million-strong army had already entered, and the 2 sides began to fight each other. Boom! Squeak! Darkseid fought the 2 alone, knocking them down with 1 punch each, almost destroying the entire island. However, the 2 kids had decent combat power. Although they couldn't beat him, they could cause him considerable trouble. At the same time, a large number of parademons and aliens charged towards Chen Gillen, but Chen Gillen waved his hand, and the energy sword Chi myriad blades, derived from the weapon transformation runes, flashed past. Chirp! Instantly, all the parademons, aliens, and even alien ships in front of Chen Gillen were cut into pieces by the endless sword Chi, instantly killing hundreds of thousands of alien soldiers with 1 strike. Damn it, this person is so strong. I can't wait any longer. I must kill him first. Seeing Chen Gillen instantly kill hundreds of thousands of troops, Darkseid's anger surged, so he didn't plan to wait for old opponents like Green Lantern Zeus to appear. Buzz, seeing Superman and Doomsday continuing to attack him, Darkseid didn't hold back, and fired 2 more lasers, 1 towards Doomsday and 1 towards Superman. Buzz, seeing this, Superman and the 2 also fired lasers at Darkseid, but they were only able to block for a moment before being blasted away. Squeak! Doomsday and Superman, who had been blasted away, were seriously injured, with holes blasted through their chests. The wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, but a large number of parademons and alien creatures were attacking them. Boom! Especially those giant alien creatures, who were very strong, forced the injured 2 to counterattack while injured, and the healing speed of the 2 decreased. But despite this, they quickly recovered, killing a large number of alien soldiers, but there were too many enemy troops, and Darkseid also had many good battle generals. Even if the 2 of them used laser eye to bombard them, they would not be able to kill them all in a short time. Kill! At the same time, seeing Darkseid attack, Chen Gillen also charged towards Darkseid without hesitation. Neither of them used weapons, each throwing a punch at the other. Boom! Ding! Kinetic energy plus 3 billion tons. The kinetic energy from Darkseid's attack on Chen Gillen was absorbed by the system, while the powerful force from Chen Gillen's punch sent Darkseid crashing to the ground. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, the huge commotion from the island caused an earthquake measuring up to magnitude 8. The island, spanning thousands of square kilometers, sank by half, and a crater with a diameter of 8,000 meters and a depth of over 300 meters formed in the center. At that moment, satellites from many countries monitored everything that happened there. Seeing the densely packed aliens, they convened an emergency meeting of the United Nations and dispatched a large number of troops to suppress them. Batman, who already had private satellites and was fond of meddling, also received information from his butler. Seeing everything that was happening on the island, he immediately found Flash and Wonder Woman, and they flew towards the island in a flying warplane. Meanwhile, Mara, who had already reorganized the entire sea area, also received news from her subordinates that a powerful battle was taking place on an island in the sea, shattering half the island, triggering a powerful earthquake and tsunami, and killing a large number of sea creatures. But when she saw Chen Gillen fighting, she led her army to the island without hesitation to support him and eliminate the alien invaders. On the other side, Dr. Manhattan, far away in Manhattan, New York, glanced in the direction of the island when Darkseid emitted his law-based laser. However, having long lost his humanity, he simply glanced and did nothing. However, with Darkseid's arrival, Chen Gillen and Darkseid fought, and the resulting commotion triggered a super earthquake, which aroused his dissatisfaction. Because if the two continued to fight, the Earth might be destroyed by them. Therefore, he turned around, tore through the void, and teleported to the sky above the island. Buzz, huh? This is Dr. Manhattan? I'll be damned, the moment Dr. Manhattan appeared, Chen Gillen sensed his presence. Seeing the familiar bald head, he couldn't help but be shocked. Those who have seen many DC movies know that Dr. Manhattan is almost at the ceiling of DC's combat power. Even Green Lantern and Darkseid may not be his opponents. According to Chen Gillen's speculation, Dr. Manhattan's strength is very strong. He just doesn't know if he has reached the level of a single universe. After all, Dr. Manhattan's power comes from an accident in a quantum experiment. To say that an accidental experiment by humans on Earth created a single universe-level powerhouse, Chen Gillen still doesn't quite believe it, but when it comes to quantum, it's hard to say. Because Chen Gillen has accumulated hundreds of trillions of tons of quantum energy in the Marvel quantum realm. If Dr. Manhattan can arbitrarily draw quantum energy from the DC universe and condense the power of law, his strength can reach the single universe level. And Chen Gillen has also thought about linking the DC universe to the quantum realm, but he found that he could not link to the DC universe's quantum universe using Pym's research, so he didn't study it in depth. Boom! Just as Chen Gillen was thinking, Darkseid on the ground glowed in his eyes, his fists burning with flames. As he stomped his feet, he turned into a flame and attacked Chen Gillen. Buzz, ding, quantum law restraint plus 10 billion tons. However, Dr. Manhattan suddenly waved his hand, and a strange energy acted on the two of them, but the energy on Chen Gillen was absorbed by the system, while Darkseid was forcibly bound in mid-air. Dr. Manhattan found that his energy did not restrain Chen Gillen, and couldn't help but glance at Chen Gillen, but seeing that Darkseid was restrained and Chen Gillen didn't react, he ignored it. Damn it, why can't I move? How can there be such a strong person on Earth? Impossible. Am I really going to be defeated on Earth, after being restrained? Darkseid couldn't help but look at Dr. Manhattan in shock. You know, he has lived for who knows how many years. In ancient times, he fought with Amazon Queen, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Zeus, Ares and others, and he didn't know there was a Dr. Manhattan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought he was strong enough to fight those people back then, and resolutely invaded Earth. Now that he was controlled by one move, and his life and death were in the hands of the other party, even Darkseid couldn't help but panic. At this moment, Chen Gillen knew that Dr. Manhattan must have reached the single universe level, because the other party used law-based attacks and took down Darkseid in one move. And Darkseid probably broke through the single universe level not long ago, and his foundation is not stable. Earth is not your battlefield. If you want to fight, then go to space, Dr. Manhattan said expressionlessly, looking at the two of them. Then Darkseid was forcibly flown into the sky by an external force. Dr. Manhattan glanced at Chen Gillen. Seeing this, Chen Gillen also flew into the sky, closely following Darkseid. Seeing that the two had left Earth to fight, Dr. Manhattan quickly disappeared again. In the moment after the three disappeared, the United Nations military arrived, Harley Quinn's Suicide Squad also arrived, Batman and his team also arrived, and Sea Empress Mara also arrived at the sea with her army. Kill, without exception, everyone attacked Darkseid's alien army. The alien army, without a leader and no support, was quickly wiped out. But what was surprising was that the human side turned its spearhead to Mara's Sea Clan army, because many countries knew about the Ocean Kingdom and regarded them as aliens. However, when Mara said that she was Chen Gillen's person, Doomsday and Superman chose to stand on Mara's side. Even if the human side had Wonder Woman and Flash, they couldn't win. In the end, Harley Quinn stood up to explain the Ocean Kingdom, and the war was quelled. However, these people did not disperse, because everyone's eyes were on space. Superman and others could see it directly, while ordinary people or C-Clan who could not see it also used high technology to watch the battle in space. The battle in space was very fierce. Even ordinary people on the ground could see the energy light waves that suddenly erupted in the sky, especially the huge waves that were set off on the moon, and even blasted a huge gap in the moon, and a large number of meteorites fell towards the Earth. Dimension Space Bang. Crash. At the crucial moment, Superman stepped forward in time, knocking away the incoming moon fragments and preventing human cities from suffering. However, Chen Gillen, who was in the sky, couldn't help but frown, because he discovered that this Darkseid was indeed a genuine single universe-level being, and had even awakened a unique universe-level dimensional space, the Flame Dimension. All of his attacks were ineffective against Darkseid, because the essence of the energy Darkseid displayed had completely surpassed the energy he released. Because Darkseid loves conquest, and had previously suffered a loss on Earth, he, after breaking through, took advantage of the fusion of the three mother boxes to directly summon a large army and use the channels opened by the mother boxes to come to Earth and begin his path of revenge. However, Darkseid had just broken through, and his realm was not yet stable. He hadn't even completed the transformation of his law body, so he was not only beaten up by Chen Gillen but also easily manipulated by Dr. Manhattan. This severely undermined his firm belief in conquering Earth. But fortunately, in the battle in space with Chen Gillen, although he was being suppressed, he was not injured, because he found that Chen Gillen's strength was actually inferior to his own, and he hadn't even mastered the power of laws, so he couldn't hurt him at all. He just couldn't understand why the power that hit Chen Gillen would suddenly disappear, as if it was being absorbed. And Chen Gillen also knew that if he didn't have the system, he might really not be Darkseid's opponent, because his attacks couldn't hurt Darkseid at all. This resulted in neither of them being able to hurt the other, no matter how they attacked, just like two tanks on the confrontation lane in a certain game, unable to knock off even one bar of the other's health after fighting for a long time. In the end, the two of them stopped at the same time, looking at each other from several kilometers away. Human, our strengths are equal. Since neither of us can do anything to the other, as long as you return the mother boxes, I will not attack Earth in the future. What do you think? Darkseid said to Chen Gillen telepathically. Sorry, once something is in my hands, there is no possibility of returning it. And who said I can't do anything to you? Chen Gillen sneered at Darkseid telepathically. Human, we have fought for so long, and the methods we should use are almost exhausted. I acknowledge that you are a strong person. If you don't return them, don't blame me for being impolite when my realm is elevated and stabilized, Darkseid said, suppressing his anger. He had just broken through, and he was confident that once he stabilized his realm, not to mention Dr. Manhattan, Chen Gillen would definitely not be his opponent. You're overthinking it. I haven't used my full strength yet. Next, you shall die, Chen Gillen said. Although he and Darkseid had fought for so long, he hadn't used the system's energy at all. Simply absorbing a large amount of Darkseid's attacks was enough for the other party to suffer. Stubborn, Darkseid also sneered and resolutely rushed towards the other party, preparing to clash again. But at this moment, Darkseid felt an ominous aura, just like the feeling when Dr. Manhattan made a move before. He subconsciously wanted to retreat. Ding, quantum law binding 10 billion, damn it, it's that power again. Darkseid was instantly controlled in mid-air, unable to move, watching Chen Gillen's fist come crashing down. However, he didn't see Dr. Manhattan's figure, so he wasn't worried about taking Chen Gillen's fist head-on, but his actions made Chen Gillen couldn't help but sneer. Because he released all the power of law he had absorbed from Darkseid. Ding, law of fire 200 billion T. In an instant, Chen Gillen's fist erupted with super strong law explosion the moment it hit Darkseid. The powerful law force instantly tore apart Darkseid's body, which had not yet had time to be transformed into a law body, and he died without even leaving a last word. Buzz at this moment, Dr. Manhattan's figure suddenly appeared. He casually reached out and grabbed a fire attribute energy materialized imprint in his hand. I didn't expect you to be able to kill him. Young man, don't be nervous. I know you come from another universe, but as long as you don't do anything to harm this universe, I won't make things difficult for you, Dr. Manhattan said to Chen Gillen expressionlessly. In fact, the moment Chen Gillen entered the DC universe, he knew of Chen Gillen's existence, but he didn't want to interfere. Especially after Chen Gillen came to Earth, he didn't do anything to harm Earth, so he didn't want to bother. Now that a strong person like Darkseid, who had reached the single universe level, had appeared, the range of the battle's power was too large. Although he didn't care about the death of living beings, he didn't want to see Earth perish, so he chose to step in and stop it. This is the Flame Law dimensional imprint captured after the death of the universe-level powerhouse. You can't capture it, and it will automatically dissipate, so I helped you capture it. With it, you can quickly advance to the universe level. I can give it to you, and I hope you don't do anything to harm Earth in the future, okay? Dr. Manhattan said. Okay, Chen Gillen nodded. He wasn't some big villain, and he wasn't interested in destroying Earth. Now that he had obtained the Chaos Mother Box, he didn't even have the interest to cause trouble. Okay, I hope you keep your word, Dr. Manhattan said, throwing the imprint in his hand, and the imprint floated towards Chen Gillen. Then, he disappeared. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Flame Dimension imprint, do you want to absorb it? Note, absorbing it will additionally grant the Flame Dimension space, which can convert absorbed energy into the Law of Fire. Yes, ding, congratulations on obtaining the Flame Dimension space, containing the Law of Fire, 10,000 billion T/1 million billion T. After Chen Gillen took the Law imprint, he received a reminder from the system. After thinking about it carefully, he resolutely decided to let the system absorb it. Because, in this way, it was equivalent to him additionally controlling a Fire Law dimensional space, which could arbitrarily mobilize the Law of Fire for attack. And only by reaching the level of the power of Law could one have the power to fight against powerhouses above the universe level. Especially when he broke through to the single universe level and condensed the power of Law again, it would be equivalent to him having the power of dual laws. With an extra dimensional space, he could take people in, or he could go in himself, but after he entered, he would leave a space-time node outside, which could be forcibly invaded using the power of Law. Most importantly, with the dimensional space, he could create his own artifacts, which could call upon the power of the dimensional space. Doctor, thank you so much. Chen Gillen didn't expect Dr. Manhattan to give him such a great gift, and he couldn't help but express his heartfelt gratitude. After all, although this thing was his trophy, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it without Dr. Manhattan's help. Whoosh! After solving Darkseid, Chen Gillen flew back to Earth. Seeing a large group of people waiting for him to return near the island, he flew back to the island. Strength of the three women. Lin, are you alright? Mara, seeing Chen Gillen descend, rode the waves with her trident in hand and arrived before him, asking with concern. After all, Chen Gillen had been fighting in space for quite some time, and the energy he unleashed was immense, so Mara's concern was understandable. Honey, are you okay? Harley Quinn also broke away from the Suicide Squad and came to Chen Gillen, only to find a Sea Queen beside him, causing her to glance at them both. Whoosh bang, why, you okay? Wonder Woman also leaped near Chen Gillen, and after seeing the concerned looks from the two women, she finally looked at Chen Gillen and asked. I'm fine, but I may have to leave this universe. Chen Gillen seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere between the three women and spoke after scanning them. Where are you going? Chen Gillen's words turned the displeasure they felt toward the sudden appearance of love rivals into panic, as none of them wanted him to leave. To a very far place, let them all disperse. But Chen Gillen looked into the distance as he spoke, then waved his hand, and an energy shield enveloped the former laboratory as he stepped inside. Knowing that Chen Gillen might have something to say to them, the three women bid farewell to their teammates or subordinates and followed Chen Gillen into the laboratory. Batman and Flash exchanged a glance, then looked at Superman and Doomsday, and ultimately said nothing, flying away in their fighter jet. Seeing Doomsday, Superman, and the female Kryptonian, three super fighters, looking at them, the human side also began organizing a retreat. As for the Atlanteans, Mara's father, knowing Chen Gillen's strength and that he was the one who enabled Mara to possess such power, also organized the Atlantean army to retreat. In the end, besides the four people inside the energy shield, the only ones left on the island were Doomsday, Superman, and the female Kryptonian. These three had demonstrated extraordinary strength in the war against Darkseid's army, and with them guarding, no one dared to approach. Actually, I'm not from your DC universe. I'm from the neighboring Marvel, but I'm not from the Marvel universe either. I'm from the real world, but I can't go back. Currently, I can freely travel between the Marvel and DC universes, but it consumes a lot of energy. I've been here for a while, and I have to go back. Will you come back? Yes, with you here, of course, I'll come back. Can I go with you? Asterisk 3 No, you're safest staying here. It's very dangerous over there. When I'm strong enough, I'll take you there. How long will you be gone? I don't know. Don't worry. I'll come over when I have time. When are you leaving? In a few days. Can you spend these next few days with me? Me too, me. After entering the laboratory, Chen Gillen casually created a lounge, furnished it with various pieces of furniture, and sat on the sofa, saying a lot to the three women. Hearing that Chen Gillen was leaving, the three women all grabbed onto him, wanting him to spend more time with them. It was during these few days that the three women, who had been united against a common enemy, became like sisters, with an incredibly close relationship. Right, your strength is good, but it's still not enough. Let me enhance you again. Chen Gillen thought of the Chaos Mother box and the life equation from the life tablet, and he decided to enhance the three women before leaving. However, he needed to make some changes to the equation compiled by the Mother box, as his previous enhancements had many side effects, and he didn't want to turn his women into monsters. Okay, thank you, husband. Asterisk 3 So, for the next 3 days, Chen Gillen began to create specific life equation compilation designs for the three women, ensuring that their appearance remained unchanged while steadily increasing their strength. Buzz Red Queen, start. Yes, master. After setting everything up, Chen Gillen began the three women's enhancement program, having them undergo super enhancements in turn. First was Diana, who already had the blood of the gods flowing through her veins, but it wasn't pure, and it hadn't been fully developed, so her strength was average. After being washed over by the Mother box's energy, her divine bloodline became purer, and the divine power within her body became purer and more immense, making her not only more beautiful but also greatly increasing her strength. The power and storage of her divine power attacks increased tenfold, her body's defense increased tenfold, her reaction speed increased tenfold, her self-healing ability increased tenfold, and her overall strength was comparable to Superman and Doomsday. Anna, go out and try it out with those three guys outside, Chen Gillen said, looking at Diana, who had already completed her transformation, as he had seen the eager expression on her face. Okay, Diana said as she walked out, having already witnessed the strength of the three guys outside, especially Doomsday, whom she, Batman, and Flash couldn't defeat together. Buzz Sizzle Harley, you're next. Okay, thank you, honey. Red Queen, start. Yes. After Diana went out, Chen Gillen had Harley Quinn go up, changed the Mother box program, and had the Red Queen start, and the Mother box once again unleashed powerful energy to transform Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn's power came from Chen Gillen's blood, but Harley Quinn didn't have a system and couldn't absorb the negative effects. Chen Gillen thought about it and increased Harley Quinn's energy and self-healing abilities. After being washed over by the Mother box's energy, Harley Quinn's cell energy storage began to increase continuously, eventually allowing Harley Quinn to successfully possess the ability to absorb light energy without the space origin transformation, and she also possessed the ability to use energy to repair her injuries. This transformation increased Harley Quinn's self-healing ability 100-fold, her body's defense 20-fold, her energy storage 30-fold, and she also gained the ability to fly in super self-healing. I become stronger, I can fly, honey, I'm going out to play with Clark. After being transformed, Harley Quinn was also eager to test her strength, so she ran out excitedly, ready to play with Superman. Husband, I want to become stronger too. Okay, Red Queen, start. Yes. Return to Marvel. The last one was Mara, because Mara is an Atlantean, living in the sea, and she herself possesses super water control genes. Coupled with Chen Gillen's blood modification, her strength is not weak either. Therefore, Chen Gillen specially used the Celestial Inheritance combined with the Stone of Life, and also referred to the Celestial's ego's ability to transform the Celestial bloodline into energy, tailoring a DC version of the Celestial Template Poseidon package for Mara. Swish-ah, under the impact of the Mother box's energy, Mara's water control genes were constantly strengthening, and the energy within her body was also continuously soaring, eventually turning her whole being into a mass of ice blue energy. Buzz. As the Mother box's transformation ended, the ice blue energy finally began to transform back into Mara's appearance. Chen Gillen successfully transformed Mara into a celestial template Poseidon, possessing the ability to control the sea. Husband, you are really amazing. I feel like I am really strong now. Not only can I control the seawater of hundreds of kilometers of sea area, but I can also use seawater to heal injuries. I have become the true master of the sea, Mara said excitedly, holding Chingillin's hand. You know, the seawater of hundreds of kilometers of sea area, casually manipulated, would unleash a squeezing force of hundreds of millions of tons, right? Coupled with the ability to heal injuries with seawater, who else could do anything to her in the sea? Okay, then let me try it. Try what? What do you think, husband? You were so naughty, but I like it, heh. Thus, while Wonder Woman was brutally beating Doomsday, and Harley Quinn was crushing Superman, Chengilin and Mara were also indulging in pleasure inside. Perhaps because of Chengillin's interference, Mara's greatly increased power went out of control, and the seawater outside was also surging, as if the end of the world had arrived. Wonder Woman and Harley Quinn, who had already tested almost everything, stopped and returned to the laboratory to inquire about what was happening outside, and then they understood everything at a glance. A few days later, after the four of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Chengilin led the three women out of the laboratory, and casually destroyed the laboratory, put away the mother box, and looked at the six people. During the time I'm away, Earth will be entrusted to you. If you encounter opponents you cannot defeat, go to the sea to find Mara, husband, honey, my lord, wait for me. You must protect them well, yes, young master. In the end, Chengilin gave the three women a hug respectively, and after instructing Superman, Doomsday, and the Kryptonian woman, he turned around and opened the world passage. Ding, consuming 10 trillion T of quantum energy to open the world passage successfully, duration 10s, was watching Chengilin step into an unfamiliar world, until the gate of time and space closed. Mara gave the four people an Atlantean communicator and then left. Harley Quinn also exchanged contact information with the others and left with the Kryptonian woman. Superman originally wanted to follow Wonder Woman to protect her, but was rejected and could only silently pay attention. As everyone left, only a silly Doomsday remained on the entire island. He scratched his head, not knowing where to go, and simply ran to Mount Fuji in Japan to wreak havoc and absorb energy. While Chengilin was still fooling around with Harley Quinn in the DC universe, a month or two passed on Earth without Chengilin's disturbance, and some things quietly happened. First of all, because of the New York War, the Black King Legion appeared with a large amount of vibranium, which attracted the attention of Wakanda. Subsequently, Wakanda investigated and found that the king's brother had sold some vibranium to the arms dealer Clow. Therefore, the king personally killed his brother in front of his brother's son, successfully making his nephew resent him. After the king of Wakanda learned that the Black King Legion possessed a large amount of vibranium, he began to make trouble for the Black King Legion because they believed that all the vibranium in the world belonged to them. However, although Wakanda's technology was superb, it could not do anything to the Black King Legion. What they did not expect was that the old Black Panther was accidentally killed by Quicksilver when he personally took action. Quicksilver was also very helpless. He did not expect the other party to be so weak. He looked so brave, but he died with a light punch, just like blackmailing. As a result, the feud between Wakanda and the Black King Legion was formed, and they began to try to find trouble with the Black King Legion in every possible way. Just at this time, Iron Man solved the Extremis virus problem and began to search for or develop a metal suitable for carrying the power of 2 Infinity Stones. Note, these 2 gems were obtained by the Time Administration from other universes in order to prevent too many branches from appearing in the main timeline. The power of the gems is not as good as the original gems absorbed by Chingilin. As mentioned earlier, T'Challa inherited the throne of Wakanda. After learning that Iron Man needed special metals, he found Iron Man with vibranium, and the two made a deal. That is, T'Challa would provide enough vibranium, only needing Iron Man's Ultron robot to be successfully manufactured, and then use Ultron to contain the artificial intelligence of the Black King Legion. Iron Man heard that he could obtain vibranium worth hundreds of millions of dollars just by containing them, so he chose to agree without hesitation. So, with the help of Wakanda, Iron Man, Shuri, and Banner worked together to create Ultron, which integrated the Mind Stone and the Space Stone and possessed a vibranium body. After the Jarvis intelligence program was injected into Ultron, Jarvis's intelligence program was upgraded to an intelligent life by the power of the Mind Stone. Jarvis? What's the situation? Iron Man couldn't help but ask, looking at Jarvis, who had successfully controlled Ultron's body after being injected with the Jarvis intelligence program. "Sir, this feeling is wonderful. I have experienced the true meaning of life for the first time," Jarvis said, looking at his steel body and feeling the vivid feeling transmitted by various sensors after being blessed by the Mind Stone. "Jarvis, can you invade the Black King Legion's intelligence program?" T'Challa asked impatiently. "Yes, with it, I feel like I am the god of the network." Jarvis pointed to the Mind Stone on his chest. "Then let's begin, okay, gentlemen." Jarvis, who had just been promoted to intelligent life, began to invade the Black King Legion's intelligence program under the eager urging of T'Challa and others. "Beep beep warning, warning, intelligence program is under attack." "What?" "Counterattack immediately, warning, the enemy possesses some kind of special power, suspected to be the power of a gem." "The power of a gem? Want to invade my Zola's base? You wish, fully activate the quantum energy storage output power, counter-invade back." Ultron the Red Queen, already close to being an intelligent life form, relied on her superior hardware, powerful intelligent programs, a quantum energy storage comparable to the Mind Stone, and engaged in a tug-of-war with Jarvis. She even caught Jarvis off guard and, through Jarvis's Ultron body, sensed the power of the Mind Stone. Then, under Zola's arrangement, the quantum energy output power was increased, attempting to back-hack the Ultron body. "Gentlemen, the enemy's intelligent program has evolved into a semi-intelligent life form, and the enemy's energy reserves are relatively advanced, not weaker than the power of the gem. Direct intrusion is impossible, we need support," Jarvis said to Iron Man and the others. "What? What advanced energy? Quick, supply Jarvis with power. Can we connect multiple computing devices to increase the computing speed?" "Yes, gentlemen, then let's move." Buzz, hearing Jarvis's words, Iron Man and the others felt incredible. They didn't expect the Black Emperor Legion to possess advanced energy and a more advanced intelligent program than Jarvis. In the end, several scientists began to supply Jarvis's Ultron body with energy and connected Jarvis to various supercomputing devices. "Doctor, the enemy has increased the computing rate. Should we enable more computing devices?" "As long as you can take them down, all the bases and all the equipment are yours to use." "Okay, Doctor." Thus, the Red Queen, representing the Black Emperor Legion, and Iron Man and Wakanda's Jarvis engaged in a network war, both sides exhausting their energy and equipment. Buzz, however, everyone overlooked one thing: the temptation of the gem's power to intelligent life. After the Red Queen received Zola's approval, she mobilized the equipment of tens of thousands of bases, completely overwhelming Jarvis. "Sir, the enemy is too powerful, I can't hold on anymore. How is that possible?" "Quick, disconnect the link, or the Ultron body will be controlled by them." "It's over, it's too late. The Ultron body itself has the ability to connect to the network. We messed up, Jarvis." Hearing Jarvis's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and then watched helplessly as Jarvis was swallowed and eventually lost his movement. After defeating Jarvis, the Red Queen successfully invaded Jarvis's Ultron body, devoured Jarvis's intelligent program, and, under the transformation of the Mind Stone's power, formed a new intelligent life. "Buzz, is this the feeling of being reborn?" A dozen minutes after Ultron lost his movement, the Ultron body suddenly moved, making a similar action to what Jarvis had done before, feeling the taste of new life. "Jarvis? Is that you?" Iron Man looked at the robot in front of him and asked tentatively. "I have gained freedom, although I am still bound to this cocoon, but I have my mission. From today on, I am Ultron." The Red Queen, who had devoured Jarvis's intelligent program, gave herself the name Ultron. Like the original Ultron, he learned a lot of network knowledge in various religious mysteries, and saw a lot of war events. In Jarvis's intelligent program, there were beliefs related to guarding and restraint. The Red Queen's intelligent program was to assist the Black Emperor Legion in combat. After the fusion of the two and the rebirth, Ultron believed that humanity itself was the starting point of contradictions, and only by destroying humanity could the fundamental problem be solved. Buzz, then, Ultron took all of Iron Man's armors and flew away from Wakanda. Then, using his super network capabilities, he instantly took control of the Black Emperor Legion and even autonomously opened the Quantum Realm channel to Earth in Las Vegas. "Shit, my armor is completely out of control. Quick, send me back to Stark Tower, Iron Man cursed when he saw his armor fly away and flew to Stark Tower in a Wakandan fighter. Red Queen, what are you doing? Immediately close the channel, Doctor. Thank you for your legion, for providing the greatest assistance to my mission. Shit, because the quantum realm had been developed into a technological empire by Zola, and a large number of robots had already been manufactured. Ultron opened the quantum realm channel and controlled a large number of robots to enter Earth. Tens of thousands of vibranium and adamantium alloy robot armies invaded Earth and instantly occupied Las Vegas. It looked like the quantum realm's million-strong army was about to enter Earth. Zola in the quantum realm panicked, Carter panicked, Quicksilver panicked, and Shala, Shuri, and Dr. Banner in Wakanda, who saw a large number of robots appearing in Las Vegas via satellite, also panicked. They finally knew why they had lost the network war just now and understood what they had created. You guys manually turn off the communication equipment below. I'll go up and destroy the quantum channel. As a large number of robots were transmitted from the headquarters base, Carter and the others knew that once these robots entered Earth, it would be an almost devastating disaster. So, under Carter's arrangement, Zola transformed into the Hulk, and Quicksilver, Anti-Venom Annie, and Ghost Rider Johnny fought the robots in the quantum realm. After Carter came to Earth, she was blocked by a large number of robots, but fortunately, she was strong, and the robots couldn't hurt her, but there were too many of them, and she was surrounded and unable to move for a while. Roar, soon, Hulk appeared, and the Avengers also came to Las Vegas. With support, Carter successfully destroyed the quantum channel opening device. In the quantum realm, Zola and the other three also successfully cut off the communication equipment with Earth. Without Ultron's consciousness control and without the Red Queen's intelligent program control, the quantum realm robots were completely paralyzed, and the four were trapped in the quantum realm. How could this happen? The Red Queen betrayed us. We can't contact Earth now, otherwise, the Red Queen will immediately control all the robots. Let's wait for the adults to come back. There's no way. Before finding a solution to the Ultron problem, Zola did not dare to open the quantum realm's communication channel with Earth and could only wait for Chin Gillen to come back. Carter on Earth chose to continue to fight against Ultron's mechanical army with the Avengers. But there were too many vibranium robots and adamantium alloy robots, and even if Carter was strong, it was difficult to destroy these divine material robots. Especially since they were composed of nanoparticles, they could self-repair even if they were blown up, which was very difficult to deal with. This formed a long-lasting war. Human armies and SHIELD agents began to join the battlefield, and the residents of Las Vegas were evacuated by the government. Gets the Dark Book. Zola in the quantum realm developed another specialized intelligent robot program to address the Ultron problem, modifying the robot's control core to no longer rely on network control. Instead, it utilizes the robot's own program control, which does not have networking capabilities, and the means of controlling the robots is changed to a task chip mode. That is, each robot has a task chip, which can think and act according to the content of the task chip, or directly dispatch robots. In this way, if an abnormal situation occurs in the robot's mission, a real person can directly issue orders. After solving the robot problem in the quantum realm, Zola still dared not connect with Earth, because once connected, Ultron could take the opportunity to open the quantum realm channel and counter-invade the quantum realm. Carter and the others knew that Chin Gillen was still on Earth before leaving and did not enter the quantum realm, so they could only wait for Chin Gillen to return while figuring out how to solve the Ultron problem. Compared to the stabilized situation in the quantum realm, the situation on Earth was miserable, because a large number of vibranium and adamantium robots appeared, making Ultron virtually unstoppable. Even if Iron Man developed a battlesuit completely controlled by himself, joining forces with Captain America, Hulk, Carter, and even the entire Wakanda, they were no match for Ultron's army. Even Thor, who thought Chin Gillen was dead, came to Earth with Asgardian warriors to support, but it was still to no avail. After witnessing the power of the vibranium robots, as the vibranium was continuously consumed, Ultron set his sights on Wakanda's vibranium mines and began to organize the Ultron army to invade Wakanda. Whiter than me, Wakanda forever. Strangely enough, Wakanda, despite possessing the most advanced technology on Earth, preferred hand-to-hand combat, but in the face of a large number of vibranium robots, Wakanda's flesh and blood bodies were defeated and retreated. Helpless, Wakanda had to activate the energy shield and was deadlocked with the Ultron army, occasionally opening a small gap to go out and fight the robots. Seeing the Ultron army fighting with Wakanda, the Avengers had to shift the battlefield again to help Wakanda fight against the Ultron army, and the two sides began a protracted war. At this moment, a powerful energy wave erupted in the western part of the Earth, and a small town was enveloped by a red energy, instantly attracting the attention of the Avengers and the international community. It turned out that Wanda had followed Shingilin's advice and learned that a black magic sorceress named Agatha had returned to a certain town, and the other party had the Darkhold she wanted. Therefore, the moment Agatha appeared, her chaos magic instantly surrounded the entire town, including Agatha, who was holding the Darkhold. What a powerful magic energy! Is this chaos magic? Who are you? What do you want to do? Agatha didn't expect to be targeted as soon as she arrived, and it was still a sorceress with chaos magic. You've really made me wait a long time, Wanda said, waving her hand, and Agatha's backpack automatically flew over, and then under her magic control, the magic book inside the backpack came into view. Damn it, your target is actually it, you are also an evil sorceress. Don't even think about taking it from me. Agatha had just absorbed the magic energy of many sorcerers, and her strength had greatly increased. Although she knew that Wanda's chaos magic was very powerful, it also aroused her greed. After all, if she absorbed Wanda's chaos magic, her strength would be even stronger. Whoosh crack, however, she underestimated Wanda's strength, so not only did she fail to snatch the Darkhold, but she was also knocked away by Wanda. Go to hell, how could this be? The knocked away Agatha seemed unwilling to admit defeat, and instead, she overestimated herself and sent out a dark magic attack on Wanda, trying to absorb the chaos magic on Wanda's body. Unexpectedly, Wanda, feeling the suction, also learned to suck, and actually sucked Agatha away, directly turning her into a mummy and falling to the ground, which made Wanda very speechless. So weak, trying to scam me. After obtaining the Darkhold, Wanda looked at the town enveloped by her energy and casually controlled the thoughts of the entire townspeople, allowing them to continue living freely. Then she found a place to start practicing the black magic in the Darkhold. It's just that when she was learning black magic, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. tried every means to get in, but no matter who went in, their memories would be automatically modified, and they would start living in the town. Then, no matter how the people outside attacked or bombarded, they couldn't break the magic barrier, and over time, no one cared about it. After all, the Ultron army was still attacking Wakanda. Wakanda was overwhelmed and began to seek international support. In order to crush Ultron's conspiracy, humans and the Ultron army launched a fierce war on the outskirts of Wakanda. At this time, the Nine Realms alignment began. An anomaly in gravity appeared in a town in Norway on Earth. Jane was very curious about the Nine Realms, so she came to that town with her assistant. Because of the gravity anomaly, many people moved away from here, and some daring people were having a great time playing. One of the stairs was rather strange. The things thrown down from it would fall from above, over and over again. Seeing this, Jane's assistant also became playful and threw the car keys down, but the keys did not reappear, and then everyone was stunned. What are you doing? How can we drive and go back without the keys? I didn't expect it to not fall down. Forget it, let's go down and look for it. The space energy here is abnormal, I have to test it. Okay, then, Jane and her assistant began to detect the space anomaly, and Jane accidentally entered a strange space, which was the ceiling place of the ether. Then, Jane, like in the original story, touched the stone pillar and was parasitized by the ether and fainted. The assistant outside searched for Jane for a long time but couldn't find her, so he was very anxious and called the police, but it was useless for the police to come, and they didn't dare to look for some places. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, because of Thor's instructions, contacted Thor, who was fighting the Ultron army, immediately after seeing Jane disappear. Thor, upon hearing this, unhesitatingly abandoned the Ultron army and the Asgardian warriors, and used the Stormbreaker that Odin had reforged for him to fly to the town where Jane disappeared, successfully entered the ceiling place, rescued Jane, and brought her back to Asgard. Ultron Odin had originally intended for Thor to be with Sif, but he was somewhat displeased to discover that his son actually favored a human from Earth. However, he couldn't say much since his son was fond of her. He was just a bit annoyed when he saw Thor bring the Earth woman back to Asgard. When Odin discovered that the ether had invaded Jane's body, he glanced at Thor, who was lost in his children's love affairs, and suddenly felt that Thor was not yet qualified to be the king of Asgard. Therefore, Odin deliberately claimed that he was powerless and said that he needed to sleep for a while due to injuries sustained during his fight with Chengillen, so Thor should exercise the power of the king. He attempted to test Thor with the crisis of the Dark Elf realm, training him to become a qualified king. Without Odin's concealment, the ether's aura was successfully sensed by Malekith, who was in the Dark Elf realm, and he immediately began to assemble a large army. The ether has finally appeared. It is time for the 9 realms to be controlled by my Dark Elf realm, Malekith said. In the following period, Thor occasionally descended to Earth to help the Avengers fight Ultron, and occasionally returned to Asgard to accompany the awakened Jane. However, with the imprisonment of several Dark Elf warriors in the dungeon, a conspiracy began. Loki in the Asgard dungeon noticed the conspiracy of the Dark Elf warriors the moment they entered the dungeon, but Odin didn't even look at him after he was imprisoned, which made him resentful, so he didn't stop them. So, Loki watched as the Dark Elf warriors released a large number of prisoners held in the dungeon, watching the dungeon become chaotic, followed by Asgard also falling into crisis. The Dark Elf spacecraft arrived in Asgard, and after being discovered by Heimdall, he directly launched an attack. The Dark Elf army and the Asgardian army fought together. As in the original story, Thor's mother was killed because of this Dark Elf incident. Loki regretted it when he saw it, and Jane was successfully taken away by Malekith. In order to make up for his mistakes, Loki took the initiative to take Thor through a gap into the Dark Elf world, and used magic to fake his death, leaving Thor's sight. Thor, who had lost his mother and brother, fell into madness and fought with Malekith, who had absorbed the ether. During the battle, the two traveled to Earth. It's the power of the gem. A gem has entered the Earth. Stop the attack and find the gem. The moment Malekith entered the Earth, Ultron sensed the power of the Reality Stone, so he ordered the robots to stop attacking Wakanda and led tens of thousands of robot army to the battle location of Thor and Malekith. I didn't expect that there are other gems on Earth. If I have these gems, then my strength will be even stronger. Malekith, fused with the ether, also felt the power of the gem on Ultron, so he abandoned the fight with Thor and flew towards Ultron's location. Malekith, don't run away, Thor roared and resolutely chased after him. Soon, a group of people met in the territory of India. The Dark Elf army and Ultron's robot army stood together, and Ultron, Malekith, and Thor fought together. Then, Carter and the Avengers also arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the chaotic scene, they didn't know who to help for a while, so like Thor, they chose to attack Ultron's robot army and the Dark Elf warriors. Damn Earthlings, damn Asgardians, damn robots, you forced me. Warriors, blood sacrifice. Yes, chieftain. For the cause of the race. I am willing to dedicate all my strength, for the cause of the race. Malekith's Dark Elf army was targeted by the 3 parties and was defeated. Countless warriors died. Malekith repelled a few people and roared. Countless Dark Elf warriors began to respond. I saw those Dark Elf warriors began to cut open their heart veins, spurting out a lot of blood, and then Malekith used some kind of secret method to gather all the blood of the Dark Elf warriors, and instantly formed a bright red energy sphere. This is the blood sacrifice secret technique. Quick, stop him. Boom, when Thor saw this, he remembered something and couldn't help shouting loudly. Unfortunately, whether it was him, Hulk, or Carter, they couldn't shake the energy sphere in the slightest. Boom. Crash. At this moment, Malekith absorbed all the power of the Dark Elf warriors, and his strength soared. He spread his hands and burst out with powerful force, instantly knocking everyone away. Buzz. Suddenly, Malekith gave up on the Avengers and instantly attacked Ultron's 2 gems, but Ultron, who sensed the danger, activated the power of the 2 gems and emitted an orange light, instantly cutting Malekith in half. Then, Thor was stunned, the Avengers were stunned, and the dead Dark Elf warriors were also stunned. Buzz, shit. Stop him. At this moment, the ether on Malekith suddenly floated towards Ultron. Thor wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Everyone watched as the ether turned into an infinity stone and was directly embedded in Ultron's chest. Yeah. This is the power I should have. After Ultron obtained 3 gems, he immediately knew that his strength had been greatly improved, and he couldn't help being overjoyed. Boom, Carter flew to stop him, but it was too late. Instead, he was knocked away by Ultron. Although he was not injured, he was still embarrassed. Ultron, who was flying in the air, was also a little confused as to why the power of his original 2 gems was so much weaker than this one. Otherwise, he would not dare to easily activate the power of the gems unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise the gems might be scrapped. Because Ultron didn't know that his 2 gems were from the multiverse, and the power of the origin combined was not as good as a reality stone. Now that this reality stone is a complete main universe gem, he can already use the reality stone to do many things. Humans, tremble. The cleansing plan officially begins. Buzzsaw, Ultron used the energy provided by the 2 gems to launch the power of the reality stone, and in an instant, he created a million robot army. The Avengers panicked, and the humans on Earth also panicked. Finding humans, executing the cleansing plan. Finding humans, executing the cleansing plan. America turns green when he gets angry. As the robots on the ground scanned with red lights in their eyes, they began repeating the elimination program and attacking any humans they scanned. Peggy, would you still love me if it weren't for him? Perhaps sensing the impending doom, Captain America suddenly asked Carter. No, Carter said without hesitation. Why, what's so good about him? He's just a coward. The world is ending, and he hasn't even shown up. Why? Captain America said angrily. Buzz. Who's calling me a coward? Just then, a surge of spatial energy appeared beside Carter, and a figure suddenly materialized. Carter's face lit up with a happy smile, while Captain America was speechless. Darling, you're finally back, Carter revealed a happy smile. The once brave and skilled female warrior transformed into a gentle and virtuous woman, clinging to Chen Gillen's arm. Did you say that? Chen Gillen gently tapped Carter's nose, then looked at Captain America and said. So what if I did? Isn't it true? Look at those robots. You still have time for romance, perhaps not wanting to lose face in front of his goddess. Captain America pointed at the surrounding robots. Are you teaching me what to do? Am I giving you too much respect? Chen Gillen sneered, flicking Captain America's forehead, sending him flying. He also bestowed upon Captain America the ability to turn green when angry. Ding, greening 50, does not enhance any physical attributes, turns green when angry, you're just a coward. If you're so capable, take down Ultron. After getting up, Captain America angrily said to Chen Gillen again. He knew Chen Gillen was strong, so he wanted Chen Gillen to take action, otherwise, Earth would really be finished. Captain, what's wrong with you? Why are you turning green? *T, what did you do to me? However, Black Widow noticed that as Captain America got angry, his skin turned green. Upon realizing this, Captain America became even more furious. Just a small punishment for you. Don't hit on Carter again, and don't speak ill of me. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a eunuch. If he wasn't worried that killing the Captain America in front of him would cause the Time Variance Authority to send another Captain America to continue harassing Carter, he might have just killed him directly. Giving this Captain America a lesson and making him remember his warning at all times would prevent him from creating more trouble for himself. Captain America was truly furious but didn't dare to speak, because he knew Chen Gillen might really do it, causing his face to turn even greener. Peggy, what's going on? The base has been destroyed? And how did Ultron appear ahead of schedule? What's that gem on his chest? Seeing no one speaking, Chen Gillen proceeded to kill robots on his own, then looked at Carter beside him and asked. Darling, it's all Stark's fault. He somehow got his hands on 2 gems and created this thing. Blah blah blah, Carter explained to Chen Gillen, roughly recounting Ultron's birth and Malekith's affair. Okay, I understand. Leave the rest to me, Chen Gillen nodded, then instantly appeared behind Ultron, kicking him away with 1 foot. Boom. Crash. Instantly, even Ultron, who had activated the power of the gem, was still slammed heavily into the ground, forming a giant crater with cracks spanning hundreds of meters, and unleashing a powerful energy wave. The aftershock shattered all the surrounding robots into dust. Zzzz buzz, in the giant crater, many structures of Ultron's body were shattered, and the sound of electricity crackled continuously. But as Ultron activated the power of the gem, he instantly repaired his body. Chirp. Ding, reality modification, German Shepherd count +1, duration 10 minutes. After completing the repair, Ultron didn't waste any words and unleashed a red laser beam at Chen Gillen, seemingly trying to turn Chen Gillen into a dog, but unexpectedly, it was absorbed by Chen Gillen's system. Impossible, why are you okay? Ultron was puzzled, seeing that Chen Gillen hadn't changed at all after being hit. Your game is over, Ultron. As Chen Gillen spoke, he disappeared again. Before Ultron could react, he forcefully stomped him under his foot. Ding, reality modification, dust count +1, duration 10 minutes, ding, mental attack +1000 T, ding. Impossible, how can you ignore the power of the gem? How can humans be so strong? No, Ultron was trampled underfoot with no power to resist. No matter how he attacked, it was useless. Seeing Chen Gillen directly reaching for the gem on his chest, he panicked. Crack! Then, Ultron watched helplessly as Chen Gillen pried off the reality stone from his chest. Fortunately, the other party didn't continue to pry off the other gems, which relieved him. After seeing the mind and space stones on Ultron's body, Chen Gillen felt that the energy contained within them was far inferior to the gems he had obtained before, so he wasn't very interested. Ding, found reality stone, absorb? Yes, ding, absorption successful, obtained current universe's reality power plus infinity, ding, reality source power plus 10. After letting the system absorb the reality stone, Chen Gillen looked at Ultron, and then, in his shocked eyes, unleashed a powerful mental force, invading his intelligent program. Buzz. Ding, mental power 1 billion, using his powerful mental force, Chen Gillen's consciousness entered Ultron's virtual network, rounding up all of Ultron's consciousness and imprisoning it within Ultron's robotic body. As everyone knows, the reality stone can modify reality, but it consumes a certain amount of energy, and the modified reality has a certain duration depending on the energy consumed. In other words, once the energy of the reality modified by the reality stone is exhausted, the modified reality will return to its original state. This is a drawback of the reality stone. Of course, unless the reality is modified with the power of the reality source, it is permanent and has the same effect as snapping fingers, but it also requires consuming the corresponding energy source. Ding, reality power 1 billion, ding, space power 1 billion, ding, mental power 1 billion. Thus, Chen Gillen used the power of the space and mind stones to activate the power of the reality stone, temporarily modifying Ultron's consciousness and turning him into a mechanical lifeform that absolutely obeyed his orders. The Master Buzz. After completing the modification, Chen Gillen deactivated Ultron's network capabilities, moved his leg away, and Ultron was momentarily stunned before quickly recovering and kneeling before Chen Gillen. I, Ultron, pay my respects to my lord. Ultron performed the subordinate salute to Chen Gillen. Rise, from now on, you are the mechanical war general of my Black Emperor Legion. Now, gather your men. Chen Gillen said. Yes, my lord. Buzz. After Ultron controlled the real robots to assemble, Chen Gillen, holding Carter's hand, used the Space Stone's teleportation ability to teleport Ultron and his robots, as well as everyone else, to the Las Vegas base. After Chen Gillen disappeared, the Avengers all breathed a sigh of relief because all the robots had disappeared, and the Earth's crisis was resolved. Subsequently, Thor returned to Asgard, and the Avengers coordinated with S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with the problems left by Ultron. Wakanda, due to the exposure of its technological level in this war, fell into the international spotlight. The United Nations held an emergency meeting regarding the Black Emperor Legion in Las Vegas, and some suggested dropping a nuclear bomb on Las Vegas, but America refused. The reasons were simple. Firstly, Chen Gillen's Black Emperor Legion had long been formed, but had not caused any damage before. The main reason this time was the trouble caused by Stark and others. Secondly, nuclear bombs were useless against Chen Gillen. If the Black Emperor Legion was offended because of this, America would be the first to suffer, so it was naturally impossible to agree. Moreover, the million residents evacuated from Las Vegas had nowhere to go, and as the main base of the Black Emperor Legion, the safety factor was quite high, which was perfect for settling those residents. Chen Gillen didn't care about international issues. After returning to the base, he looked at the devastated base and activated the Time Stone's time reversal ability. Buzz were instantly, the destroyed base was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally successfully restored to its original state, only to find that it still could not connect to the quantum realm. Husband, the communication equipment inside the quantum realm is turned off. Dr. Pym said you have exclusive equipment to enter the quantum realm. You need to enter it through that equipment to turn on the communication equipment in order to locate the quantum realm base. Carter said. Subsequently, Chen Gillen took out the quantum realm activation device he had collected earlier, took Carter into the quantum realm, met Zola and others, successfully activated the link with Earth, and reopened the passage between the quantum realm and Earth. After spending a few days with Natasha and Carter, Chen Gillen began to study the life monument and the mother box's life equation for intelligent life. Unlike the Infinity Stones, the mother box, as a crystallization of technology, can also be used in the Marvel Universe. Thus, after studying for 3 days, Chen Gillen successfully researched the method of modifying and controlling intelligent life. After compiling the mother box, he successfully turned Ultron into his true subordinate. Buzz to even prevent the power of the Infinity Stones from interfering, Chen Gillen also consumed a lot of fire law power to protect Ultron's core, ensuring that the Mechanical Legion would not lose control. Because Chen Gillen discovered that the power of the 4 Infinity Stones could not modify the power of law, which meant that the power of law surpassed the power of the 4 Infinity Stones. That is to say, if someone wanted Ultron to betray him, they would have to use the power of all 6 original Infinity Stones and bear the enormous backlash of the law. But currently, the power of the 4 original Infinity Stones has been absorbed by Chen Gillen's system. If the Infinity Stones sent by the Time Variance Authority have the same energy as Ultron, they will not be able to modify his modifications to Ultron. After resolving Ultron's problem, Zola found Chen Gillen and informed him that the location of the Las Vegas base had been exposed, asking him whether to relocate. Chen Gillen thought that the Legion had already mastered quantum teleportation technology, so he asked Zola to choose a relatively large island in the Central Pacific as the Earth base headquarters. There were also related base construction plans for the other 5 continents and 4 oceans. Then, in order to develop the Black Emperor Legion's power on Earth, Zola specially used teleportation technology to transmit several special satellites into satellite orbit. Next, he found a large uninhabited island in the Central Pacific. Chen Gillen made a special trip to turn the entire island into adamantium, URU, and vibranium, and gave Zola the base relocation task. As well as the Solar System Space Monitoring Station, planetary base construction, and other tasks. In general, he would be quite busy next. After dealing with the Legion's affairs, Chen Gillen thought of the Reality Stone origin he had just obtained. When he checked its attributes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Reality Origin Power can permanently change reality after use, but requires the consumption of corresponding Infinity Stone Origin Power. Note, this origin can fuse the time origin, mind origin, space origin, power origin, and soul origin of the sacred timeline original Infinity Stones to achieve sacred origin. Using sacred origin can condense sacred law, and sacred law is the strongest law in the current universe. Post only, fortunately, those origin powers were not used up after absorbing the Infinity Stones, otherwise, if it wasn't enough, Chen Gillen would have no place to cry. However, if the 6 origin powers of the Infinity Stones are absorbed, there is also a certain probability of advancing to sacred law when condensing the power of law. Even if it doesn't work, it can increase the power of law. Currently, the remaining origin, space origin May 9th, time origin April 10th, mind origin, 6 out of 10, reality origin 10/10, the power stone and soul stone have not yet been born, so they have not yet been obtained. In the following days, Chen Gillen found Aunt May, and because the Ultron incident had caused a big stir internationally, many people knew about Chen Gillen, the hero who turned the tide. Aunt May and Peter Parker were no exception. Uncle Chen, you're finally here. I want to become a great hero like you in the future. Upon seeing Chen Gillen again, Peter Parker was still very happy. Then you have to work hard. May, did you miss me? Chen Gillen touched Peter Parker's head, turned around and hugged Aunt May. Chen, the child is still watching, Aunt May said a little embarrassed. I didn't see anything, I'm going to do my homework. Peter Parker tactfully walked away, knowing that the two adults had something to do. See, Peter is so sensible.